coming and starting off the game with some momentum. Defense gets a stop, 3 and out, boom, and then we are moving. From the get-go with the first couple plays, we just felt the momentum. It's huge, and so our defense has done a great job with that. And anytime we've had success, defense is always, the side of the ball to really, start something up. I feel like, getting a turnover, getting a 3 and out, and then it, encourages us to go out and do our thing. So very blessed to have our defense.
Now back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
All right, couple things going on here. Phone lines back up. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Phone lines are back up. YouTube. We had over 900 people on YouTube. Get back on YouTube right now. The page is fired up at 95.7 The Game. We had over 900 people. I want to get the 900 people back. Plus, I want to get another 900 people on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, live stream. We're back on here. So the numbers are back. Yeah, the numbers are back. Or excuse me, the phone lines are open again. YouTube's back. 888-957-9570. Search us on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Niners win big. 34-3. I can't get enough of this place, Benoni and Shasky.
Second down and short here. Purdy has one-on-one. George Kittle, goodbye! Heave ho and a touchdown!
Hearing George Kittle scream like that, I felt that. You felt the release from this football team. All the chatter over the last month. They hadn't won a game in over a month. After the 5-0 start, things are doom and gloom. You score 17, you get back into the 30 club. Now, that first possession, Shasky, thankfully, things were corrected after this one, but I want to play it. The touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk. This is a no-no from a quarterback.
Fake to McCaffrey on the boot. Kittle's in the end zone, but he's covered. Purdy keeps it alive and floats it in there. Touchdown! Threw it up for grabs, and it somehow found Brandon Ayuk for the score.
Joe Davis on a call from Fox Sports. What'd you make of that play? We'll get to Shanahan's reaction in a second here, Shasky, but I want to get your thoughts on that first touchdown play because I was like, no. Oh, thank heaven.
Yeah, that was the ultimate no, yes play. A couple things. Number one, that's part of what makes him Brock, and you're hoping that he doesn't lose that gunslinger mentality, but at the same time, understand that, first possession of the game, that ball's got to be way higher, so where only Ayuk can get it, number one. And number two, if you're going to throw across your body like that over and over and over again, you got to mix it up. You got to go to the right every now and then. He loves going to the left, and I feel like Jacksonville actually sent a blitzer later on in the game to the left, which ended up forcing the 49ers into a field goal attempt. Look, sometimes you get away with one, and I think he got away with one right there. If you're going to get away with one, it better be a touchdown play. And so he did. Look, I didn't love it, but the result is good enough, and I'm happy for it.
All right, here's Shanahan on that first touchdown pass.
Yeah, that was honestly I can say this because he played well, but that was one of his worst decisions I think he's made since he's been here. And it took me a while to get over it. I thanked him for the touchdown, but that was not a good decision, and he was fortunate with it. He made a lot of really good plays, and if you are going to make a bad decision and it's still a touchdown, in the grand scheme of things, he can tell me it was a real good decision, but I know we can't. He knows that. He knows what he did wrong, but Ayuk made him right.
All right, the sound was just getting lower and lower. What's going on here, man?
No, they faded that. We love our people who cut this audio over the weekend. It's a very thankless job.
Just so I know, who was it?
I don't know.
No, it's just
No. And shout out all the producers coming in on a Sunday.
We're not going to do that.
Shout them out.
I want to give them a little love.
No, you don't.
It was like Darth Vader was force choking Kyle Shanahan.
Here's Shanahan on Brock Purdy's touchdown to Kittle.
I kind of like it.
It was the look we were hoping for. It just takes a while. And BA's running the in route, and George is running the out route, and it takes a little bit of time to get down the sidelines with the leverage that I believe at 33 had on him. Yeah. Brock just tried to wait for it and waited as long as he could. I was so pumped he got it off, but he had to throw it with some anticipation and didn't know if George was going to be able to get to it because he had to bow around a little rub of man coverage. But beautiful touch on the ball. George has the skill set to explode through it, and that was a huge second play of the half for us.
Huge second play of the, and that was the game. That really was the game. I get it. I'm with kind of red eye. It should have been 41-3, Should have been
Okay.
53. But well, you know what? We're not
I
gonna.
mean,
I'm not one to
by
nitpick
30.
because I understand this one. I understand this one about football and just about sports. When you have a losing streak and you're trying to figure out a way to win again, there's going to be some hairy moments, and you're trying to get over that hump. You're trying to get over that hump to just get a victory by any means necessary. Just get a dub. Now, you had to play a good football team that had won 5 in a row. You're on the road after the bye week. Baldy said it's just a perfect spot for the 49ers to go away from home, to get on the road, to have some team unity, some team bonding, and get out there and just go dominate. And that's what they did. And look, the defense set the tone with the first 3 and out by out-hitting Jacksonville, by punking Trevor Lawrence. And then you have to give Brock Purdy credit. Now, I know during the bye weekend, people could dismiss this. They could deny it. Whatever. I really don't give a damn. But these 9 games, and now 8, are so big for Brock Purdy because he has a chance to cement himself as the franchise quarterback. You cannot tell me that if he struggles like he did the previous 3 games and he turns the ball over 5 times in 5 quarters, going into these next 9, we had to see it. There's no job cemented here. Not with Kyle Shanahan, not with the 49ers, because we do quarterback controversies better than everyone. So he's got 8 games here. And for game 1 in this 9-game stretch, Brock Purdy was really good. You can win a lot of big football games with Brock Purdy playing the way he was. But he took what the defense gave him. He played complimentary football. He didn't turn the football over. Outside of the touchdown pass, I can't recall many oh-no throws. I'll have to watch it back.
No.
But I didn't see many oh-no throws. I thought Brock Purdy played very good football from the quarterback position yesterday. And with all your weapons, Debo and Ayuk and Kittle and McCaffrey, you could win a lot of big football games with Purdy playing the way he played yesterday. So you have to give him credit.
100% agree. The only 2 plays to me that were up in the air, obviously the Ayuk touchdown. Not ideal. You got a touchdown on it. So not ideal. Don't love the decision making. Don't love throwing back across your body into the red zone on the first drive. Like there's layers of why I didn't love that, but you got away with it. I can accept it. The only other play that really stuck out to me, Bonte, the only other play was the play where he's getting sacked and he's falling down and there's 26 seconds left on the clock.
Yep.
And he throws, this is like the 3rd time he's done it. He just throws the ball. Just take the sack. That's the only thing I say. Just take the sack in that situation. You got all your timeouts, okay? Take the sack. Don't worry about it. You can't have the intentional grounding. And then on top of that, like the way that these reviews are going, you don't even know if they're going to call fumble on some of these. Like we slowed down everything. I have no idea whether his arm's going forward or what. So it's like my only other issue. But like other than that, the guy played a flawless game.
No, he was solid.
Flawless.
Very good. Very
and to
good.
me, the pocket presence was excellent.
He allowed his playmakers to make plays. He made his playmakers made plays.
And he ripped some really beautiful, intermediate, accurate throws downfield to Brandon Ayuk that were just absolutely gorgeous. And Ayuk had a really, really, really nice game. There was a 3rd down throw to Ayuk, which was excellent. Excellent.
Now, here's Purdy on the noise. He doesn't care about the noise because he's harder on himself more so than anybody out there in the world.
When you lose games in the NFL, it's like, there's a standard, especially with this organization. We all demand a lot out of ourselves. And so I was more, feeling the pressure just within myself. Like, man, I need to play better because of, how I've played in the past, And so that's where I was at with it. But, I came into this game with a clear mindset of, man, I got dudes around me, got a great defense, be smart with the ball and make plays, sort of play free in terms of cutting it loose, but also playing within the scheme and being smart with the ball. So that's where I was at, and got to keep playing like that moving forward.
And George Kittle said, hey, we knew Brock would bounce back.
I just go back to this. Brock started like 40-plus games in college. He had highest of highs. He's had the lowest of lows. Like, he's dealt with mistakes. He's had bad games in college. And so his confidence is still there. And that's all I wanted him to, continue doing. He knows how to, bounce back. And I don't think Brock, played poorly the last couple of games. Yeah, sure, there's a throw or two he probably wants back. But if you look at the tape, he's still playing at a high level those 3 weeks that we lost. And just this time, we were able to not turn the ball over, not have penalties. And so we're able to be out there and you can see the type of quarterback that Brock is.
So Brock Purdy, 19-26, 296 yards, was sacked twice, 3 touchdown passes, including that nail in the coffin throw to George Kittle, 66-yard touchdown pass. If you're getting a quarterback rating, he had a quarterback rating of 148.9.
He has the highest QBR in the NFL right now.
Yeah. So I'm not a big QBR guy, but he's playing some good football.
Yeah.
I know. I don't even. Do you know what QBR stands for?
I think that. So like yesterday is a great example. It was 4 of 7 for Trevor Lawrence for 40 yards or something. Right. And they were like, his quarterback rating is, I don't care. He's 4 of 7.
I know.
Like, what are we doing? He's 7 passes in.
And that's not dismissing Brock Purdy. Look, Brock Purdy's playing some damn good football.
Exactly.
Played some damn good football yesterday.
He's going to throw for 30 touchdowns. Right. He's going to throw for close to 4,000, maybe more yards. And you're going to look up and he's going to have a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. At least, like that. Maybe I'm understanding. It might even be 4-to-1. All right, when it's all said and done, that's a hell of a year. You're looking at a guy that's probably going to be one of the top 4 Pro Bowl type guys at quarterback, depending on who represents the NFC.
Boy, in the NFC, who would it be? Jalen Hurts,
Goff, him, Dak. Actually, Dak's been playing excellent. But I think whoever represents, because you would assume one of those teams is going to represent the NFL, the NFC in the Super Bowl, and so. Usually you get about 3 quarterbacks. Maybe somebody declines. I think he'll be a Pro Bowler this year. Whether you think that's an accomplishment or not, the Niners haven't had a Pro Bowl quarterback since Jeff Garcia. Yeah. He's going to be a Pro Bowler if he continues his pace.
15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions on a year, 2,329 yards, a 69% completion percentage. And it was good to see Brock Purdy bounce back. But look, this was a total team win. Defensive line set the tone.
Absolutely.
Fred Warner set the tone. Offense takes the ball. They score on that first possession. Ayuk makes some plays. Debo makes some plays. McCaffrey's doing what he's doing, running for 16 times for 95 yards. And that's the other thing. Before we get back out to the lines, 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. The headline is, this was a complete team win.
Okay.
This is what a Super Bowl contender looks like. But quietly, because we were discussing this last week, the Niners in the previous 3 games, when you take away Purdy's scrambles, had ran the ball 56 times for 203 yards. They were averaging 3.6 yards per carry. They weren't running the football. That's what this offense is built off of, physicality and running the football, letting the run game set up your pass game. Well, yesterday, I thought McCaffrey was special in that department.
Almost
he's not going to get the headlines. Yeah, 5.9 yards a carry, 16, basically rounded up. 16 carries, 95 yards rushing. Overall, as a team, the 49ers, 30 carries, 144 yards, 4.8 yards a pop. Conversely,
I'll take that.
Conversely, they've given up 4.4 yards a carry the last 3 games. They gave up 122 per game. Well, yesterday, they dominate both sides of the line of scrimmage. Jacksonville only ran for 59 yards on 17 carries, 3.5 yards a pop. And you know what, Jacksonville? They quit on the run because they realized early on it ain't our day running the ball or pushing these big boys up front. So you controlled both sides of the line of scrimmage. It opened up Brock Purdy. The pass game opened up Christian McCaffrey. So a complete team win yesterday. That's why I'm feeling good. That was a complete team win.
And did you see who ran a route and caught a pass? Juwan Jennings on 3rd down. That was beautiful.
I thought you were going to say Ronnie Bell.
Well, it was great to see Ronnie Bell. I would have liked to have seen a little Jordan Mason earlier in that game. Seeing Mitchell get a carry was nice.
Well, he got 8 carries.
Was that what it ended up being?
8 carries, 23 yards.
Yeah, so no, I'm talking about when the game was still in the balance. It felt like he was getting carries. No, it was just a really good overall team win. To me, the headline, this defense is back. Right. And I thought that was important. You referenced them stuffing the run. Etienne is an excellent player. Jump cuts, getting to the outside, his ability to catch. He's an excellent player, and they just shut him down.
Yeah.
Shut him down.
Yeah, they did. They really did. Let's go to Manny on the DeBarton Bridge. Manny, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Man, smiles from ear to ear heading into work today, fellas.
Yeah.
There was
as
a lot
it
of
should be.
talking going on last night. That's for doggone sure.
No doubt.
Man, I will say this. We cannot ever afford to lose Trent Williams ever again. It's not no coincidence that run game just all of a sudden popped up when big old 71 was there to solidify the line. And there's no coincidence that Purdy played as damn near a great game as he did when number 71 is there to solidify that line. That being said, man, Purdy has nothing but moxie on his sleeve. That kid can make the throws that I haven't seen in over 2 decades. No joke, guys, no joke. And the reason that I'm super excited to be a Niner fan today is because despite our rankings, despite our ratings, you guys have touched on it. We got our guys back, and if we're going to get Sammy Womack back, we're back on the Super Bowl train, man. We are unstoppable. We are damn near undefeatable if we play the way we do. And the Niners need to just put the foot on the pedal. They cannot have no let-ups anymore, man. They cannot, because Detroit's for real, right? Dallas
Detroit's legit.
is a contender.
Dallas is coming.
Yep. We cannot give up position anymore to these teams that aren't even on our same playing field, man. We got the tools, we got the talent, we got to go get that ring. I have nothing negative to say about this squad today. I'm proud of the guys, man. And Chase Young, thank you for coming, because you lit a fire under 97's you know what.
No doubt.
And that's what we need.
Shasky, can I ask you, and I can open up the good call, Manny, 888-957-9570. And I'm not here to judge how anybody feels about it. I may feel one way about it. You may feel one way about it. The callers in the text line and everybody else may feel. But how much of an impact do you think Steve Wilks had by coming down from the booth to the sideline? Because we made a lot about that. And Steve Wilks had to check us all last Thursday saying, look, man, I think too much is being made of this. I need to communicate with the players, instant communication and whatnot. I'm not sure. Because honestly, in training camp, we discussed this. And it was funny. I remember this at the Hilton Hotel. I said, Shasky, it's going to be a difference. Wilks likes to coach in the booth. How would that impact his team? Now, this is back in training camp. Ultimately, I personally don't think it impacted much. I think players just need to make plays. That's my mindset. Players just need to play better, and the players did play better. But you know what? Maybe it did have an impact. What do you think? Did it have a big-time impact yesterday? 888-957-9570.
Can we start here, like, a process of elimination? Fans aren't the reason Steve Wilks is on the sideline.
Yep.
Fan pressure is not the reason why Steve Wilks is on the sideline. Players and whatever the staff decided. Would you agree?
Yep.
Okay. So if Shanahan and the players are demanding it, there was something to it. Was it the end-all, be-all? No. Did we make probably too much of it? Yes. But clearly, when you see Charvarius Ward and Steve Wilks talking and him with his arm around him in the third quarter and they're going back and forth, there's a tangible thing there. There's clearly something there. I think more the secondary players than the defensive line. Javon Hargrave in the postgame was like, I never, ever, ever talked to the DC during the game. I talked to my defensive line coach, whether I was in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, or with the Niners. He'll talk to Chris Kocurek. I never talked to the DC. But I think Hufanga said the exact opposite coming off the field. He goes, I like the instant feedback and being able to hear a little quip here and there on what I saw, what he saw very quickly. It's different when I got to grab the phone and call up because it's like, is it worth calling up there to like talk to him about some little tiny nuance? So to me, clearly the players thought it mattered a little, and I thought that the results were the results. And is it the end-all, be-all? No. But it helped them 1% more, and I'll take it, man. I think it coincided with them getting right on a variety of fronts, and I think you got to keep rolling with it.
Well, did Shanahan make a decision on what because of the fan pressure, or did he make a decision on it?
No, he doesn't make decisions on fan pressure.
Media.
If that's
I try
the
to make
case,
decisions not based off of having to talk to you after the game. I try to make it on what I think's right for a team. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, but I'm not going to think about you until after the game, so then I can just deal with it.
They're not making decisions based off what Joe Shasky says or John _752 on Twitter or YouTube. Like, come on, Shanahan's too sophisticated for that. But Bonte, forget all like the being on the sidelines. His scheme was better. I thought that his pre-snap, showing all these guys at the line against a young quarterback, not knowing if we were going to be in man, if we were going to be in zone, not knowing which guys were going to rush. I thought that was better. And then the other part was I thought Greenlaw looked way healthier.
Yeah, he did. He needed that bye week. He looked slow in Cincinnati, against Cincinnati. He looked slow. You think about Joe Mixon trucking him in the second quarter. He did not have that same swagger, that same thump to him against Cincinnati. Maybe you're just a tired football team. So, you know what? It's the whole sideline thing. Like, I didn't make a big deal, but I remember discussing this in training camp. I said, look, there's going to be an adjustment here with Wilks in the booth. That's something to monitor. Now, it was such a small thing that we just flew by it. And then it was just hilarious after a 3-game losing streak. All of a sudden, the sideline, oh, we need him down on the sideline. We need him down on the sideline. I was like, well, the first 5 games, nobody was saying anything. So I'm kind of with Steve Wilkes, where he said last Thursday, it's a bit overblown. But you know what? Let me go down to the field to communicate with these guys. I'm still learning this defense, and I think it's a smart move. Now, it worked yesterday, but my big takeaway is the players just played better.
They did.
Bosa played like the guy we paid him to play like.
Yes, I agree.
That's my thing.
But in the last month, didn't it look like the combinations fit better? The coverage versus the pass rush and all that. Like, you could say health. Like, to me, they played a better brand of defense yesterday. Like, what area was really weak yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, they threw 5 screens in a row. Well, then they took that away, and then what did they have?
Right.
They had nothing.
Yep.
Jacksonville really had nothing.
Right. No, they had nothing. And I think it was partly due to Bosa looking fresh. Armstead playing better.
Was that the best
Hargrave.
Bosa game of the year?
Oh, hands down.
Yeah, okay.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Not even close. I mean, it was a more impactful game he had, but Chase Young coming in. I thought Javon Hargrave. Welcome back, Javon Hargrave.
Thank you.
Welcome back, because I thought he got off to a great start on the season. During the season, the first 3 games, he was flying. Pittsburgh. Who was it week 2? The L.A. Rams. He was in the backfield all day long. The New York Giants on Thursday Night Football, he was in the backfield all day long. Then he just kind of disappeared. Now he's back. So I'm happy with the way that front 4, and I just thought the players played better. They tackled better. That was the thing. Steve Wilkes can't tackle for you. And yesterday, they were a much better tackling team.
Yes, Hufanga had multiple plays that were just clean wrap-ups. The only missed tackles that stick out in my head were a couple of the cornerback missed tackles in one-on-ones against big, strong receivers like Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk is a good player. You got to give credit to the other team. They get paid too. We act like they don't get paid. It just felt like their offensive line tried to go one-on-one across the board, and the Niners just beat them up.
Yeah, no, that Sideline Steve. That's what we're going to say.
Is that what we're calling him?
I took the call it on YouTube. Sideline Steve.
Sideline Steve Wilkes?
Sideline Steve
But no, he
Wilkes.
was like, I'm not trying to make it the end all be all, but he was like, they kept flashing to him, and he was in a better mood.
Right.
But obviously, they're up like 25 points, but also, I could see him literally talking to Hufanga and Gibson and Ward and Lenore, and he was communicating back and forth. There is something there for that secondary, and he's a secondary guy.
No doubt. He is a secondary guy. Charvarius Ward played better. Look, this is a good win all around. Who's getting your game ball? 888-957-9570. Are the worries with Brock Purdy gone? Are your worries about Brock Purdy gone? Are your worries about the front 4 gone? Your worries about the defensive coordinator gone? Because I remember a couple years ago when the Niners lost 4 games in a row, and DeMeco Ryans, who's now a head coach in Houston, and they're winning games left and right. I mean, C.J. Stroud, that defense, wow. What's going on in Houston, Texas? I mean, whoa, they got something cooking out there. But Steve, when they lost 4 in a row back in 2021, there's a lot of chatter. I don't forget things. I had a memory like an elephant, Shasky. I don't forget sports tidbits. I don't forget stadium names. And I don't forget trash talk. And I don't forget chatter. I really don't. That's why I keep a chip on my shoulder. Keeps me going every day. Probably not the healthiest way to live, but you know what? We got to do what we got to do to get through a day. There was a lot of chatter about DeMeco Ryans. Oh, man, first-time defensive coordinator. Oh, man, we really miss Robert Saleh. Oh, man, DeMeco's not getting it done. He's getting overwhelmed. And by the end of that year, we're like, boy, DeMeco, don't leave. Don't take a head coaching job. We did it with Robert Saleh. There's a point in time where Robert Saleh's the weakest link. Oh, man, Robert Saleh this, Robert Saleh that.
Real quick on Saleh. He was the head of the worst run defense the Niners have ever had.
They also had no personnel.
I know. I'm just saying.
They had no personnel. You need talent.
I know, but they were historically bad in terms of sacks and giving up rush yards. So continue.
I mean, but they had no talent.
I agree.
You got to have talent.
But like, you gotta have talent. It was warranted because they were historically bad.
You can't have to. You got to have talent. You had no talent. You had no pass rushers, which is why they went out to go get D Ford and why they drafted Nick Bosa. But we did the same thing with Saleh, and we did the same thing with DeMeco Ryans. And it's like we're back in the future again. We're just going back in the time warp. And, oh, man, the defensive coordinator. Again, I look at these last 3 games during the losing streak, and I said, okay, Steve Wilkes wasn't perfect. The blitz heard around the world against Minnesota before halftime was an all-time bad call. It's one of the worst defensive play calls I've ever seen in my life. Been watching football since I was 5 years old. I'm 41 now. You do the math. But Cleveland, hell, they were on the field all day long because the offense had 8 straight 3-and-outs. Against Minnesota, they held the Vikings to 6 points in the second half and gave their offense a shot to win. Not once, but twice. And against Cincinnati, it was a 17-10 game early in the fourth quarter. Now, I get that it didn't look like 49er football. But my point is, Shasky, we do this every year with our defensive coordinators. Oh, man, we should go. And for now, thank the heavens they won and held Jacksonville to 3 because I don't have to hear about that crap ever again about firing a defensive coordinator midway through the year.
I get everything you're saying, but I think we should give more credit to them when it comes to the X's and O's. I thought his scheme yesterday was excellent.
No, my point is the X's and O's haven't been that far off.
Okay.
These guys have been in positions to make plays.
Yesterday was different than anything I saw all year in terms of what they were showing pre-snap versus post-snap. Now, I'm sure someone could break down the percentages of what they've showed. It just felt like they pressed everyone to the front right at the line, and then they were mixing and matching who was going and who was not. And even Richard Sherman said they played way more man than they have in the past. And then the other part is...
I know, people wanted to play zone. Remember, people complained, they're playing too much man. Well, Crocker came on here and said, well, they played a lot of man against the Dallas Cowboys. Nobody was complaining. So we just...
But Bonte, they also made some slight personnel upgrades. When you take Isaiah Oliver off the field, that's an
huge.
upgrade.
That's
when
huge.
you add in Chase Young, that's an upgrade. Like, I know that Drake Jackson had a couple of sacks in one game. I'm ready to already call the fight. Like, Chase is a better football player than Drake Jackson.
No doubt. Well,
right?
Should,
like,
and
so that's an upgrade.
But you know what?
That's an upgrade.
And
so they did some personnel adjustments, and then I thought he was schematically better, and guys played better. It was a combination of all those things.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave in Fresno, what's happening? You're on the Rust.
Hey, guys, great win. I'm not here to poo-poo or rain on any parade. I'm just going to bring up 4 factors I think is important if the goal is to win a championship. You know, great win, though. Look, but I just want to say some things. The screen game, that's been an issue all year. That was their only offense yesterday. Again, we played a great game, but we got to clean up that screen game. When Purdy rolls out and tries to throw the ball away, it seems to be something weird happening, intentional grabbing a sack or those weird picks. So we need to work on that. That's one thing from Purdy. I'm kind of like, whoa, we got to get that cleaned up. Also, the right side of the offensive line, they was getting their butt whipped yesterday. I'm sorry. And that was an issue going into this season. And last but not least, these touches with CMC. I know this has been a weekly topic, but especially at the end, trying to get him that touchdown, I just think that's beneath us. We're the 49ers. This isn't baseball where records are sacred like that. Like that, we didn't have to do all that. Mason is more than capable of getting some of these tough yards. Like I get it, he's durable. He showed he's been durable, but you're playing fire with the devil. You know, when you have all these playmakers and Kittle, Debo, they can all get touches. Mason, Elijah Mitchell. So I'm just saying, going forward, if we're trying to win a championship,
can I ask you something, Dave? Can I ask you something, Dave? How many touches would you like McCaffrey to have per game?
It's not even the amount. It's just like, okay, Shanahan's going to call a play where I want 4 yards up the middle. Let Mason do that.
I'm with him on this. Let me take this over because it's
come on.
You know when we talk about pitch count, like 100 pitches. Well, not all 100 are created equal, right? When I'm watching McCaffrey, this is the word I would use. It's the unnecessary ones. Like, great example. There's 16 seconds left. This is after the intentional grounding by Brock Purdy. They're going to throw a screen pass to somebody. And look, you're not getting a first down and you're not getting a touchdown on this play. This is
You might.
Okay.
You never know.
You're playing the law of averages.
You never know. Those things could pop.
All right.
Things could pop.
It's an unnecessary play to see.
I'm sorry, man.
Well, allow me to say it. It's an unnecessary play that I'm not comfortable with. Seeing CMC get plowed into 5 guys. Then at the end of the game is in hand. The game is in hand, and you throw him 5 consecutive plays, go straight to McCaffrey. That's unnecessary to me. It's not the end of the world. No one is saying that he's going to, have a devastating career-ending injury. It's just, hey, if I can limit the amount of direct blows that my best player on offense can receive in a situation where it's not life and death, why subject him to that?
You guys are so damn scary. You guys ever watch football
being
before?
Smart.
You guys ever watch football? This guy could get hurt on the first play of the game by running up the middle. All right? He get hit by Josh Allen.
You have other running backs. You have Ronnie Bell.
You don't have McCaffrey. You don't have McCaffrey.
They're up 30.
Do you not understand how special this guy is? This guy had 22 total touches. I've said it all year. He needs 20 to 25 touches in a game. I don't care. He's Christian McCaffrey. He's the best player in football. And what do you want to do in a football game? Get the ball to your best players.
But to Shasky's point, though, when you're trying to feed him at the end of the game,
well, I agree with that. I agree with that.
And
I agree with that.
He's at an all-time pace in terms of touches.
I agree with that at the end of the game.
There's a direct line to 400 touches.
I didn't care about the touchdown
next year,
record.
Your body takes a hit.
Well, I'm not worried about next year. I'm trying to get through this year. I might not be alive next year. Or I might not be alive next year. Okay. The end of the game, I don't care. Yeah, that was bad. I didn't like that at all. I didn't care about the touchdown record. But when you talk about a play before the first half and you throw a screen, you know what? Christian McCaffrey, he makes people miss. He makes special things happen. You could throw a screen to Deebo Samuel. The injury risk is still there. This is pro football. All these guys get hurt. Deebo, McCaffrey, Trent, Brock, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. All right? But I'm not here to bubble wrap players in the first half, in the third quarter. Christian McCaffrey, in my opinion, needs to see 20 to 25 touches every single game.
Well, then you're going to hit the 400 mark, and then you're going to have a guy who's not going to be as fresh come January and February when we need him absolutely the most. So, like, I hear you. It's about winning games, but in that game yesterday, when everything was kind of in hand, it was unnecessary, and that's the way I would view it.
I agree with that at the end of the game. I don't disagree with that. At the end of the game, I was not happy with them coming back on the field and freaking trying to score a touchdown to break the NFL record for most touchdowns in consecutive games to break Lenny Moore's record. I was not on board with that. But when you talk about the first half running the screen pass to him, well, you want to run a screen pass to Kittle? He could get hurt too.
Yeah, but that's
you want to run a screen pass to Deebo Samuel? He could get hurt too.
No, but you're missing the point.
No, I'm not
that's a play where, hey, blow through four guys here on the edges.
Well, it wasn't blocked
why
well.
are you doing that to your best player?
It wasn't blocked well. It was a terrible executed play. Things happen. Things happen. It's a terrible executed play.
I just look at it this way.
Get hurt
You've got all
middle.
these playmakers. You drafted a running back in the third round in TDP who never sees the field.
TDP's not good enough.
I agree. But you have guys on your roster for a reason. You have Jennings. You have Ronnie Bell. You have all these guys suited up. Utilize them in certain situations to take a little off of McCaffrey so he doesn't have the unnecessary hits. That's all.
Listen, man. I'm not. It's like the Dallas Cowboys last year. Tony Pollard was their best player. Every time they played Zeke, it was a wasted snap, in my opinion. I'm not into wasting reps. I'm not into wasting plays. I'm not into just to get TDP a touch. I'm not into business. Hey, you know what? Let's get Jordan Mason a touch just to get him a touch because we want to rest Christian McCaffrey. No, I want my best players on the field.
No, but I also want him in rhythm because he provides an element of thump that this offense doesn't have as a running back.
It's obvious that these guys aren't doing it enough in practice. They're not impressed. Shanahan doesn't just not play people just to not play people. You got to impress him in practice. So maybe they're not picking up blitzes in practice. Maybe they're not being good in pass protection on third downs. Maybe they're fumbling the ball in practice. I have no idea. But I'm not in the business to just keep McCaffrey off the field just to keep him off the field. Guys are going to get hurt. That's football. We can't keep, the drop-off between Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason and TDP is light years. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, let's manage Steph Curry's minutes, so let's go ahead and play Nico Mannion. No, you're not going to do that. You're going to play your best players. You're going to do that. Now, at the end of the game, again, I'm not a fan of that, Shasky, whatsoever. I want to make myself clear. At the end of the game, I did not like seeing them in there in the fourth quarter. But when it comes to touches in the first half and running screens or whatnot, my best players got to touch the ball. They got to touch the ball. I'm sorry. That's just where it's football. Guys are going to get hurt. They get hurt. Christian McCaffrey can get hurt without even touching the ball. So we got to stop watching football praying that somebody doesn't get hurt. So let's stop acting scary. It's pro football, dude.
He's the best player on the team, all right? And he's a guy that I know if he takes unnecessary shots in November, he will feel them come December, January, and February. I don't think it's some crazy hot take to say,
they all are going to feel them. Every player in the league is going to feel themselves in December, January. Chasky, what are you talking about? Jalen Hurts is not going to be. Nobody's 100%
and they
when
don't
it comes
want
to
him
January.
running, and they're trying to reduce the amount of times he runs between the tackles for a reason.
Okay.
That's why you're trying to keep your guys upright.
He's a running back. Running backs get hit. Come on, man. This is pro football. Running backs get hit. Jordan Travis, Florida State. You don't think those guys are not 100%? Nobody's 100% at this point of the season. This is the most physical time of the year. I'll let it go. Ambry Thomas. Robin wants to talk about Ambry Thomas. Robin, what's up?
Hey, you guys, y'all done got all serious. Let me say this, though. I get both of you guys' point about, utilizing McCaffrey wisely. But I will say this, that, I hear a certain bias towards McCaffrey, like, we need to preserve him, he's not being used wisely. But then at the same time, I hear folks say, Debo, he don't play wise. He don't play, and they play the same style of ball. So, that kind of bothers me. I'm just going to let that go. I called you guys to say this. Our defensive backs are slow as hell. And we were cracking up in my house at Ambry Thomas. Okay, first of all, nobody knew that he hadn't been touched. But he was so damn slow that her father had to push him. And then he fell out in the damn end zone, and we was holding in my house. I said, I can't wait to talk to Vontae about this, but y'all done got all serious.
No, you know why? Because now we're going down the stretch here. It's Tampa Bay, Seattle, Philadelphia, Seattle, Arizona, Baltimore, and then you got who do you got? The Rams after that. Oh, and Washington. So now we want to lessen the load when we're going for a number 2 or number 3 seed and trying to win a division? Now it's not the time to be lessening loads for your best players. You're just coming off a damn bye week. You got Deebo Samuel back. We're going to start preserving guys now when the games are getting tougher? That ship is sailed. It is sailed. Now it's the time to lean on your playmakers. Sure, McCaffrey's going to be tired. They're all going to be tired. This is pro football, man. Come on.
But you have 3 games in 11 days, and so you just got to be you're trying to reduce the unnecessary amount of wear and tear. That's all. It's about being risk averse. Could you get in an accident walking out your door? Absolutely. You still wear a seatbelt in the car, right?
Deebo Samuel literally got hurt on the first play of the game against the Cleveland Browns on a jet sweep. He got hurt. He got hurt on the first play of the game. On his first touch of the game. Now we want to lessen the load for these guys? What are we doing? We just had a good win. Josh Jacobs yesterday, you think he wants rest? Zamir White came in the game for 1 snap, and Josh Jacobs was like, get your ass off the field. And then, this is my team.
And then on the very next play, Josh Jacobs fumbled.
He fumbled, but that had nothing to do with wear and tear. He fumbled. The Jets made a great play.
But they're not playing in January.
The point is, Josh Jacobs wants to play. They think they're playing in January. Don't look now. The Raiders are 5-5. They're in the race. You may not think they're playing in January. I don't think they're playing in January, but they are 5-5. And Josh Jacobs does not want to leave that football field. These guys are gladiators, man. It's one thing for us to say, hey, taper back on them. But Christian McCaffrey does not want to come out of a football game. Deebo does not want to come out of a football game. Guess what? That's football players who are ballers. They never want to come out of the game. That's what they do. He got 25 touches yesterday. That's about where I want McCaffrey. We're not going to bubble wrap this guy. It's too late for that. It's November. It's our best player. The drop off between him, Mitchell, and TDP. That's why we traded for McCaffrey in the first place, to keep Mitchell, TDP, and guys like Jordan Mason off the football field. That's why. And guess what? He's not injured. Gosh, when a bubble wrap, I don't agree with McCaffrey playing at the end of the game, but bubble wrap, man. Deebo Samuel literally got hurt on the first play of the game. Remember a couple years ago, let's limit Deebo's touches. He's wearing out. Well, damn, without Deebo Samuel, we're not. Anyway, man, that was a scary accident in Tallahassee Saturday. Miami Hurricanes quarterback Emory Williams suffered what is reported to be a compound fracture to his left non-throwing arm. He got hurt on the 4th down late in that football game. I thought the young man was playing tough, the freshman for Miami. He kept him in that football game against Florida State, but his season's over. He suffered the injury while diving for a first down, and they were going for the game-tying touchdown. Of course, he was carted off the field, and everybody at Doak Campbell Stadium breathed a sigh of relief, and everybody clapped for him when they were able. Of course, Florida State were able to escape the win, but everybody clapped him up for him, man. That was a scary, scary situation for Emory Williams. I like the young man. Oh, all right. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Maybe they'll bubble wrap Shasky and I so we won't get hurt on the microphones for yelling at each other. We're going to talk some 49er football. 888-957-9570. Niners win 34-3. 34-3. Niners win. Niners win. They're back on track. Who gets your game ball? That's coming up on the Morning Roast.
I want to pick a fight.
All right, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. 888-957-9570. Let's get straight into it, man. No, we're not going to waste any time. That was the biggest win of the season. Biggest win of the season. Niners are now 6-3, snapping their 3-game losing streak. They dominate the Jaguars. 34-3. Front four, pressure on the quarterback, check. Forced turnovers, check. You forced 4 of them. Brock Purdy, how would he bounce back? How'd he look? Check. Look great, 296 yards, 3 touchdowns, including a 66-yarder to George Kittle. How did Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams look? Check. They look damn good. All right, Christopher McCaffrey, how'd he look? He looked fresh. Brandon Ayuk, boy, he made some plays on yesterday in Jacksonville. He looked good. The DBs, check. Steve Wilkes coming down from the booth to the sideline. Check. Shanahan's game plan. Check. Niners are back, and we want to talk about it. 888-957-9570. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union and the Comcast Business Text Line. Shasky, check. They checked all my boxes yesterday.
Yeah, they held on to the ball. They got a bunch of turnovers. They got a bunch of sacks. They were in the backfield. They were, going sideline to sideline. I thought that the linebackers just looked so much fresher than they had in weeks past. Seeing Greenlaw and Warner out there making plays early and often, just tone setting, getting a stop early. That's the thing that they've always been kind of like the hallmark is we're going to give you the ball. We're going to force a 3 and out. We're going to get it, and we're going to march it down your throat. And we're going to look up, and it's going to be 7-0. And they did exactly that. Yep. And it was just one of those games where it felt like they were in complete control the entire way. We could nitpick, and they should have scored 60. I mean, it's the NFL. The other team gets paid too. I thought the Niners were excellent in this game, and I loved seeing the utilization of all of their weapons and having Trent Williams back. Boy, he was moving so well, considering that I thought he was going to be 50-50 heading into that game.
Well, he said so himself. Here's Trent Williams.
Yeah, I wasn't. Like I said, it was truly questionable. And I know a lot of people say that, and, over the years in my career, every time I've been questionable, I pretty much end up playing. So I know it's what you guys expected. I wanted to play, but like I said, Thursday and Friday went okay. It didn't go as well as I expected. So it was truly questionable. I had, long flight, a couple of days. Friday, got some rehab. Saturday, got some good rehab. And, today I decided to give it a go.
Seeing Big Trent pull out must be a DB's worst nightmare. Like number 31 for the Jaguars. Let me pull up his name here. I got their depth chart up here because he turned around and ran when Deebo Samuel scored that touchdown. Darius Williams wanted no part of Trent Williams. It must be a scary, scary sight to see Big 71 pulling around. But I thought George Kittle had the line of the day. Hey, we just played Niners football today.
When you can sustain longer drives or explosive drives, whatever it is, and you don't have penalties on first and second down, you're not turning the ball over, yes, that's Niners football. We usually do a really good job protecting the ball and not getting penalties, and that's what you guys saw today. In the last couple of weeks, that's all I've been saying is as long as we don't turn the ball over a bunch and we don't have penalties on first and second down, we're going to score a lot of points. And you kind of saw that too in the first, second quarter, whatever it was, where we had to, I think we kicked the field goal and we had to punt because we had penalties on first down. As long as we can eliminate those things, our offense has enough really, really good football players to get yards, stay on the field, and sustain long drives.
And they're up 7-0 with a minute and a half into the game. A minute and a half into the game. And when you get a quick 3 and out, you get the ball down, we scored like 4 or 5 plays, whatever it ended up being. You're going to score early and often. And I thought that set the tone and it just kind of calmed everything down. And it allowed these pass rushers to just cave in those tackles all game.
Oh, violation on me. No,
That's
you're absolutely
move.
Right. That is stole your move. George Kittle, you're absolutely right there, Shasky, to set the tone there a minute and a half within the game. And I like the way they closed. So you set the tone by starting off fast. Your defense sets the tone. Jacksonville could do nothing in that first half. Nothing. They got the 3 points. They moved the ball a little bit, but you're going to get yards in this league. It's set up for the offense to get yards. We say that all the time. But the way they finished, I thought the way they finished was like a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
The way they said, you know what? Let's put this game away. So you come out of the locker room. You got a chance to double up. The old Bill Belichick double up. You get the ball before halftime, you score, then you get the ball coming out of halftime. Jacksonville doesn't touch the ball for like 40 minutes. You know what I'm saying? 40 minutes in actual time. So now they're out of rhythm. You score in the second play of the game by identifying the blitz, identifying that, hey, they have men across the board. And I think that's what teams are going to find out against this offense. You cannot go man against this offense. They have too many guys who could beat you in one-on-ones. Whether it's Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. You want to play them one-on-one and then leave McCaffrey on the linebacker out of the backfield? You're asking for trouble. And that's what happened on that second play of the game where Brock Purdy, give him credit, stood in the face of that pressure, didn't flinch, stayed in the pocket, gave his receiver a chance to make a play, threw it outside the numbers of George Kittle, and boom, 66-yard touchdown. Game's over. And then they went ahead and said, you know what? Let's add some style points. Let's get Juszczyk involved. Let's get Deebo involved.
Juszczyk play, he was wide open.
Wide open. So
wide open.
So, that was a business-like win for a team that I consider a Super Bowl contender. It was good to see.
Well, having Deebo back, you could see it right away. They utilized him on the jet sweeps and throwing him in the backfield. You could just see the entire defense, account for him and move over into his direction. And then it's boom, CMC one-on-one, which CMC one-on-one, to your point, is wide open.
Wide open.
That's wide open. It opened up the running lanes. Deebo put so much pressure 5 yards within the line of scrimmage, to the short stuff. Like, he put so much pressure on the defense. It just opens things up downfield. Brandon Ayuk had way more room to operate. Clearly, McCaffrey had more room to run through. I thought the offensive line looked really good because, look, no Banks in this game. Yeah. And you're thinking, like, what's it going to look like?
Didn't miss Banks.
Feliciano looked good.
I didn't miss Banks. There was not one time during the game. Now, the right side of the line, they had their issues.
They had a couple nice runs to the right.
Yeah, they have their issues at times.
McKivitz dropped to a knee, and I got real worried. Right. I said, oh, boy, here we go. But he bounced right back up.
But look, you're not going to play perfect, right? We're all looking for a perfect football game. We're looking for a perfect show. We're looking for a perfect day. Perfection just doesn't happen, especially in a game of football. Like you said, they get paid too. Josh Allen gets paid. Trayvon Walker gets paid. They got a lot of ballers on that defensive side of the football. But you know what? I thought for the most part, I look up, I said, oh, I forgot Aaron Banks wasn't playing.
Yeah.
Because that's how well they ran the ball yesterday. They got back to running the football. The previous 3 games, the Niners had averaged 3.6 yards a carry. They just couldn't sustain anything on the ground. Yesterday, they averaged 4.8 yards a carry. That's 49er football right there, and that set up the play-action pass where you get the dump off to Deebo Samuel, get him to Brandon Ayuk. And quietly here, George Kittle, with this big game yesterday, he has 559 receiving yards. We have 8 games left. Is it possible that you get 2,000-yard receivers? Now, the Niners are not built like that. Because Ayuk is at 675.
They're not?
Yeah, they're not.
Well, I would say they quietly are because of how well they're running the ball. Because, look at right now, like at Brock Purdy, yards per attempt, number 1 in the league. Completion percentage, he's top 6, top 5 in the league. Touchdowns, top 8 in the league. Interception rate, top 5 in the league. Quarterback rating, number 1 overall, right? 20-plus yard plays.
Right.
He's 4th in the league, 3rd essentially right now in the league in 20-plus yard plays, 40-plus yard plays. Bonte, 40-plus yard plays, top 6 in the league right now. So I know that we say that they're not some passing offense, but because of how well they run the ball and the deep action shots that they're taking, right now Brock Purdy is giving you really good production in the passing game, and all the receivers are stepping up. I think they're going to get 2,000-yard receivers.
That's crazy, right? That is crazy. I mean, they don't,
we don't think of them that way, but Bonte, the results are there.
No, it's there. It's there. They're what, 30th? They're in the bottom of the league when it comes to pass attempts. They're very selective when they do it. When they get a lead,
their efficiency is incredible.
When they get a lead, and that's when the play action pass is humming.
Yes,
and they get the play action pass, and you get your playmakers out, in the flat or whatnot. I mean, this was a total team win. This was good for my soul. I needed a win, and honestly, Shasky, I'll admit it. Now, you may have thought differently.
What?
But when it was 7-0, in my head, I was like, this game's over. I swear to God. I swear to God. I was like, you know what? This don't look good for Jacksonville. When you come out and you go 3-and-out like that, and the Niners come right down to score, and then you get punked again on your next possession, I said, the Niners might be back. And yeah, it was 13-3 at the half. I said, just give me one more drive. Now, Jacksonville may try to make a run, but the game was over. And then it was really over once George Kittle went 66 yards. So I was just like, hey, there was not, it was one of those games for me where before, like last week, we're thinking, playing Jacksonville, 3-game losing streak, this is a tough game by any means necessary. And then when the game started, and you saw the energy, you saw how fast they looked like Cincinnati, that team looked slow.
Well, the Niners looked like they had stewed over the Cincinnati loss for 2 straight weeks, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Back to real quick, like the statistics and stuff when it comes to this team, it is kind of mind blowing. Purdy has only 16 sacks this year. That is a credit to him, that offensive line, play calling. But to me, like Purdy has evaded so many sacks that would be sacks for a less mobile player. Zach Wilson, pretty mobile, I guess. Right. I think I would say he's got 33 sacks on the year. Okay. And CJ Stroud's been sacked a lot, but he's overcome it. He doesn't have a great offensive line. 16 sacks. That's bottom of the starters that play all the games. That's like bottom of the league, meaning he's not getting sacked a lot compared to his contemporaries. And then I look up Christian McCaffrey, number 1 in rush yards, number 2 in overall rushing touchdowns. Like, they've got a team full of dudes that are at the top of the charts in all the offensive categories right now.
Christian McCaffrey, 153 carries on the season, 747 yards. He's averaging 5 yards a carry. This is why I got to keep filling that guy. Hey, I got to keep feeding this guy, man. He's too good with the ball in his hands. He averages 5 yards a carry on the ground. He averages another 9 yards per catch. This guy has over 1,000 all-purpose yards. He's in the MVP conversation, at least in the Offensive Player of the Year conversation. Let's get to the Lions, though. Let's get to Vincent in Columbus.
He
Vincent,
absolutely
what's
is
happening?
in the MVP conversation.
That's Chris McCaffrey. He's a baller. Vincent in Columbus, what's happening?
Hey, guys. What's up?
What's going on?
I'm doing good. I just had a question. I wanted to know how you guys thought about Hufanga this season overall. I feel like he's had a pretty solid year. He has missed a couple more tackles than you'd like, but he's been in the right spot to get picks. But I was just interested, too, just because, like, as a Steelers fan, like, I know Polamalu mentored him, so it's kind of what makes me a big fan of him.
I think his season's been a little up and down. There's been times where he's looked like the old Hufanga from last year in terms of playmaking. I believe he's got 2 or 3 interceptions this year on tip-type plays like he did yesterday. But I don't know. I think the secondary as a whole has been up and down because I don't just look at like individual safety play. Like how do you play in coverage with other guys with you? Or are there blown assignments? There aren't necessarily huge blown assignments. It just feels like he was missing a lot or over pursuing or whiffing on tackles that I expect him to make for about a 4-week period.
Yeah, that was my biggest takeaway, the missed tackles, especially in Cincinnati. It was alarming. Ducking his head, missing tackles, not wrapping. That was my biggest issue. I think he still has an ability to have a nose for the football. He's always around the football. I don't think there's, I wonder when we talk to Baldy tomorrow if there's ever a drop-off with Hufanga's play from last year to this year. Obviously, last year he's electric, but towards the tail end of the season, we started to see some kinks in the armor there with, what is that? What was that?
I thought we were doing a bit where we say I wonder and I pause.
Oh.
If you guys are,
I wonder.
I love that.
I do wonder. I didn't hear it. I thought it was like some Disney music coming up. By the way, I got the Elsa soundtrack or the Frozen soundtrack stuck in my head.
Bangers.
It knocks.
Bangers. Love is an open door.
Is that
Love is an open door?
Is that you singing that to Brock Purdy or?
Yeah, I am singing.
Is that an ode to Purd or is that an ode to sideline Steve Wilkes?
It's an ode to everybody on the 49ers. Love is an open door. It's an ode to all of them.
They needed that win so bad to just kind of flip the season and get right. Because right now you're looking at they got Tampa Bay, then it's a short week, and you get Seattle. Like that's why to me it was a huge win because you got so many games compacted in a short period of time here. You got to start stacking some wins.
Let's go to Alicia all the way in Toronto, Canada, my favorite city in the world, Toronto, outside of San Francisco. But I love the Six. Oh my gosh, Hockey Hall of Fame. What is it? What's the chain up there? What is it?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
What is it? Was it Hortons or Norton's, Alicia?
I come from a diehard 49ers fan family, so we love you guys. We've already actually been up there to watch games, and we're excited. We're excited about the season, but I wanted to know your thoughts on our size, like the 49ers size, and how they're actually leveraging that. When we look at the Giants of Philly, we have Purdy, who's small, but then our treasure, C-Mac, he's petite, and they are not, like, using him sparingly. He has the good numbers, but what about Mason? What about Mitchell? They have to use Mason more. He's a big guy. Give him a break. I'm afraid for C-Mac. in the end.
So
I love you, Alicia.
No, I'm with Alicia on this, and it's not about.
Of course
It's not necessarily about CMC worrying about him. But I know that like last year in the Dallas game, Elijah Mitchell came in as a change of pace back and helped flip that game. If you look at the stats, they shut down CMC in that playoff game. And Elijah Mitchell did some really good things. It's really hard to go cold turkey off the side and go, hey, you've got no touches for weeks on end. Go out there and ball. Have there been guys that have done it? Of course there have. I just think it's really difficult. And you want to acclimate yourself and start feeling good and understand the cadence of setting up blocks and getting rolling. And I think that Mason in particular, more than Elijah, gives them a totally different running back look from what CMC is. CMC is a lot more spry. He is tough, but battering ram, bowling ball type, I love what Jordan Mason can bring to the table. And I think that he can give them an added element as an offense that makes them a better team.
I hear all that. But to that I say, this isn't a charity. You're not just handing out touches just to hand out touches. Say, ooh, here's a touch. Obviously, they're not doing nothing to earn it in practice. They're not doing enough on the practice field. They didn't do enough in the preseason. Never done enough to warrant those touches. And Kyle Shanahan right now is in love with Christian McCaffrey. He just is. And I can't blame him. I don't blame him. Christian McCaffrey's that dude. He's one of the best players in football.
I think he's a top 5. He's probably the only non-quarterback that I would put in the MVP conversation right now.
So you're in a situation where you're playing for a divisional title. You're playing to try to get a number 1 seed. You're playing to try to get a 2 seed. You're playing to get into January. So I'm going to take one of my best chess pieces off the board to play other guys who may not have earned it. You've got to earn it to get on that football field. And Shanahan, we know this with Shanahan. Brandon Ayuk was dogging it in practice. He didn't play. Now, we all kicked the screen saying, what's up with Ayuk? What's up with Ayuk? Why is he in the doghouse? Well, come to find out, he didn't earn it. He didn't earn those reps. So, obviously, something that TDP, Mason, and Mitchell are doing, they're not earning those reps. Now, we saw a little bit of Mitchell yesterday, especially in garbage time. He not look good.
No, I just
he
don't
run
think
the ball well.
He's had a lost season. I don't think they know what he is right now. He was a speed power back. Sure. Now I'm not sure what the heck they're doing with him.
So Christian McCaffrey,
he looks tentative too.
Sure, he's a bit petite, but he runs so damn hard. He breaks tackles. He's always falling forward. He's a tough SOB, and I get it, the touch thing. I'll say this clearly for the people who didn't hear this. The end of the game, I thought was a joke. I thought it was a joke that Shanahan played McCaffrey at the end of the game. I really did. It was a great game. And I get you want to get up the touchdown record. I thought you showed up the other team a little bit. I thought you risked Christian McCaffrey. Now, that's a position where I think, all right, do you need to play him for a touchdown record? Keep him out of the game. The backups are in. Don't let him play with the backups. But throughout the game, you take away those last, 5 touches, right? He had 5 touches at the end there. You take away those 5 touches, that would have put McCaffrey at 21 for the game, which is where I kind of want him. 20 to 25 touches a game. 21 is perfect. So, we could say we want to see these guys and give them a carry here and there, but they got to earn it.
Well, I mean, there's been times that I've had issues, and it was just a great win, so I don't want to get boggled down into the negative of how they allocate playing time. But there's been times that I've disagreed with roster decisions when it comes to Shanahan. I mean, case in point, Tevin Coleman, who I thought was, not as good as Shanahan thought for a long time. And then they finally made the switch to Raheem Mostert, and Raheem Mostert ended up popping. And you could say, it happened at the perfect time. I would say maybe they could have used him a couple of weeks prior. So all I'm saying is I would like to see them use Jordan Mason. Again, I don't see what's going on in practice. None of us see. But I just think he adds an element to this offense that can make them even more explosive. The other thing is, with the return of Debo, now you're limiting the amount of other running back opportunities in general, because they are going to pitch Debo them little tosses and pitches, which we all want to see, because we know you got to maximize Debo, and that's what makes him Debo, and you got a touchdown on one of them. So, I just look at the unnecessary hits. I don't want to take any unnecessary hits with someone who I believe to be the most valuable player on the team in CMC.
I hear that, but an unnecessary hit could come on the third play of the game. They could come at any point of a football game. So that's just my stance on that. It's like he could get hit on the 5th play of the game, the 5th carry, he could take a woo hit, Like the Dallas game, he took some loose shots in the pass game. Wouldn't even run to the football. He was pass games.
Purdy took 3 big hits yesterday. And
But it's football. This is a physical sport. You're going to get hit. You can't. The other team gets paid. Like we keep saying all show long. They get paid too. So hits are going to happen. Guys are going to get popped. That's football. That's pro football. Let's go to Rhea in Lancaster. Rhea, what's happening?
What's up, Rhea?
Good morning, my guys. Love you guys. You're on fire this morning. Joe, your face when Bonte goes off is hysterical.
Well, Rhea, look, man, this is big boy football now, Rhea. Let me. You know what? I may even have to put you on because I want you to get your full allotment of time on this show, Rhea, because I love when you call. But you know what? It's November. All right? This is when the cream rises to the top. This is when your ballers need to play. All right? Come on. Come on now. You need your ballers in the football game. Like, Shasky's best friend, Rocco's texting us right now, Rhea. And Rocco out there, I love Rocco. But he's like, look at the Colts. Zach Moss was having a monster year. I watched the coach yesterday run Jonathan Taylor 5 straight times. Ain't nobody in Indianapolis complaining saying, oh, we need to give him some rest. No, you get your playmakers the football. All right? You can get hurt on any single play, Rhea. That's all I'm saying. This is big boy football now. Go ahead, Rhea.
But let me say this. Yesterday's game, to me, was like a symphony. It was beautiful music. And I want to start by saying 68 on the Jags, they better find him because I watched him kick Eric Armstead's knee on purpose, and I was livid. But anyway, I want to give a round of applause to that D-line. This is what you do to keep yourself fresh, to keep yourself less injured, is by getting off the field, making plays. This is what I need you guys to do so you can be ready for January and February. You help yourself stay healthy and rested.
There it is, Rhea. It
was great to see Chase Young already start to pay some dividends because I think that starting off positive is a big thing for this team. Like, they're a very momentum-driven team, and to see things start to go their way early on with that, I think that really exudes more confidence. And to see him, I don't think he didn't play on the first drive, and then it felt like he played the whole rest of the game.
Yeah,
Chase Young,
no doubt. And that's the one I want to get into because we're getting into the minutia of whether this guy should have a carry and this guy should have a carry, who's earned what. Let's talk about the win. And the front four was back. Welcome back, Nick Bosa. Welcome back. Welcome to the squad, Chase Young. Welcome back, Javon Hargrave. Welcome back, Steve Wilkes. Welcome back, 49er football. It was good to see Purdy sling the rock around, and let's do that, man. 888-957-9570. We're not doom and gloom this morning. Niners won 34-3. They're back, baby. They're back. And I expect them to smash Tampa Bay and get ready for a showdown against Seattle on Thanksgiving evening. So, Niners win 34-3. Let's talk about it. 888-957-9570 was your big takeaway. Mine was the defensive line. It starts in the trenches. It ends with the trenches. They want to get to January. They want to get to February. It starts with those boys up front. That's my takeaway on that one. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you could do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by AC Transit. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Woo! Niners look good, baby.
Absolutely incredible.
Third down and 10.
And really challenging those A-gaps. Last time it was Chase Young and Nick Bosa.
And they're going to get there again. It's the second sack in as many possessions. Bosa and Hargrave both got there.
Joe Davis on the call for Fox Sports. Moose Johnson right there as well. Of course, he's a three-time Super Bowl winner with the Dallas Cowboys. Niners registered 5 sacks for the second time this season. Again, they did it in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh game felt like it was 2 years ago. 5 sacks in Pittsburgh.
It sure did.
5 sacks yesterday, second time this season. And again, for the 36th straight game, the Niners have not allowed an opposing rusher to reach the 100-yard mark. They shut down Travis Etienne. I thought similar to Dalvin Cook in that playoff game in 2019 when Nick Bosa smacked Dalvin Cook and Dalvin Cook was like, yeah, I'm good. This ain't the game for me. It's not going to work. I felt like Travis Etienne had a little tap out yesterday. And I love Travis Etienne. But Fred Warner met him in the hole, smacked him, and then started crawling on the grass, swimming on the grass. And I said, oh, yeah, they're done. It was just all 49ers all day long. What a performance by this defense yesterday. It was good to see the defense back. And whether or not this, and I want to know from fans, honestly, I do. And I promise you, I won't be condescending. I won't get in. I just want to hear from fans. How much do you think it had to do with Steve Wilks being on the sideline? How much did that impact that defense?
I don't know. I do know this, though. Schematically, we saw some things that we've never seen. When have you ever seen two defensive ends for the Niners line up in essentially over the center?
Yeah, it's been a while.
I can't think of really any time I've seen that. We saw that on one of the first drives. You saw Chase and Bosa lining up over the center in the A gap, and then you saw Hargrave on the opposite end and Armstead on the other end, and they ended up getting a sack on that play. When was the last time you seen Bosa play with that kind of emotion? Now, I'm not saying that he doesn't have passion on every play, but he doesn't show it. And he was showing a lot of emotion. Like, he was rah-rahing the guys and helmeting. And, he made a play on a deflection. He doesn't have a lot of deflections in his career. He deflected a ball. He chased Trevor Lawrence out of the pocket, which forced a bad throw, which created a turnover on an interception for the 49ers. He clearly had multiple sacks and quarterback hits. I thought Bosa was in his bag. That's the vintage Bosa I've been waiting to see.
Yeah, Bosa was really good. Javon Hargrave registered 4 tackles, a sack and a half. He has now 4.5 sacks on the season, 42 in his career. Clelin Ferrell got in on the action. He even picked up a sack. He's got a sack and a half on the season. So it was good to see Bosa, Chase Young split a sack on Trevor Lawrence, meeting at the quarterback there. And now you see Bosa moving up the ranks. He just passed Dana Stubblefield on the franchise leader board when it comes to most career sacks in a 49ers uniform. Nick Bosa now with 47.5. Dana Stubblefield had 46.5. Up next, Ahmad Brooks with 51.5. And I think Nick Bosa will get to Ahmad when he's got 8 games to get 4 sacks. I believe he can do that. He'll be number 3 all-time if he can surpass Brooks this season. Pretty good company there for Nick Bosa. It was good to see this defense being back. Good to see them hitting Fred Warner again. He had a pick, his 3rd pick of the season. He still is playing. Yeah. We kind of tailed off of Fred Warner being the DPOY this year because you realize that TJ Watt is doing what he's doing in Pittsburgh. You realize that they're 6-3. Their defense playing at a high level. Myles Garrett is playing at a high level.
That was a great game.
But Fred Warner continues to play the best linebacker in football.
Well, I think he got away from it because he looked exhausted.
Right.
Like, quite frankly, he didn't look the same kind of Fred. He was like a step slow, at least the 3 weeks prior. And wear and tear, matchups, I don't know. I don't know what it was. Indecisiveness, not being in the right position. I don't know. He just looked totally different this week. And then, obviously, I thought Dre Greenlaw quietly had a really good game as well. Him and Hufanga wrapping up in space individually and gang tackling. They did a much better job gang tackling in this game than they had the 3 weeks prior. It was a night and day effort-wise.
Yeah, Talanoa Hufanga, 7 tackles, 1 pass defense, 1 interception to Trevor Lawrence. The third interception of the season. So even if it's in a down year, he's got 3 picks. Hufanga's playing some good safety, and Jair Brown can't touch the field because Hufanga's still playing at a good level.
He touched the field.
He touched the field a little bit, but in terms of his starting capacity.
You didn't see it? No, he touched the field when Ambry Thomas was running down the sidelines. Him, D. Winters, Jalen Graham, Kyle Shanahan, and the rest of the team were all on the field as he's going down the sideline. I think everyone thought that play was done.
Yeah.
And so everyone jumped out onto the field. That was pretty funny. I had no problem with the team getting all hyphy and going on the field. Like, I know, people were losing their minds. I wasn't that mad because it looked like the play was blown dead.
They scored a touchdown on a possession anyway.
Yeah. It worked out just fine.
Did you guys think it was a little, that tackle at the end of that Thomas from Trevor Lawrence, was that dirty at all to you?
No, I thought it was a great effort from Trevor Lawrence.
I thought so too. That's immediately what I thought. But people thought he was trying to be dirty because he went.
There's people who think it's dirty.
Really?
I think that was
that's a quarterback. I respect a quarterback when a situation like that happens. Like, there's a saying, if you're the one who throws the pick, you better go make the tackle. But he had nothing to do with that play, and he hustled on down. I think I don't know. I didn't come out of that game thinking any less of Trevor Lawrence. He got pelted.
Trevor Lawrence had a bad day, and that's a credit to the 49ers defense.
Exactly.
The defensive line. They made him look abnormal. 4 turnovers. 4 turnovers for the Jaguars. They couldn't get anything going. They're going to want to just kind of burn the film on this one. Nothing went their way. Offensively, defensively, special teams. Nothing went their way yesterday. So I didn't think it was dirty. It's just like, I don't know, man. Maybe we get into this later in the week. But Sharon Moore, the offensive coordinator for Michigan, who had that interview after the game, he was like, I freaking love you, Coach Harbaugh, and freaking love this team. And there were some people who thought that was over the top. And I felt every second of it. To me, when I saw people coming at me say, oh, man, that was over the top, and people just nationally saying that was over the top.
Talking about the Michigan coach.
The Michigan coach.
Okay.
To me, that signaled that, you know what? I don't think you've ever played a team sport before. When you get ridiculed and your accomplishments get questioned and you're getting called cheaters left and right and you lose your head coach with less than 24 hours before a big game in Happy Valley, no, I don't think it's over the top. I feel like that's his coach having his back. And those players felt like that. So, when it comes to Trevor Lawrence and the dirtiness, I'm with you. I was like, damn, look at Trevor Lawrence not quitting on a play despite this game basically being over.
We're breaking down people crying. We got Caleb Williams. We got the Michigan coach. How dare you cry?
This is the problem. I'm convinced that everyone has to be the cynic on everything on social media, and this is why I've tapered back my social media consumption.
I don't.
Like the fact that people want to criticize that is ridiculous. It's like the Brock Purdy throw to George Kittle. I'm sure someone online somewhere is going to say that's a bad throw
that was
for
a great
X, Y, and
throw.
Z. That was a brilliant throw.
That was a great.
It was a brilliant diagnosis
was?
pre-snap. He hung in there like an absolute stud. Did a beautiful pump fake to allow his guy to get farther down the field, and then threw the ball to the inside, allowing his playmaker to make a play.
You know what? That's a defense. That defensive formation, that's something we're going to see down the line here in the playoffs. Because teams in the playoffs like to get desperate at times, especially if they're trailing. And the Niners get that same look. Brock Purdy's going to have to make that throw again. And you know what? He can make that throw. That's a championship-level throw is what that was.
Yes.
To sit in that pocket, knowing that the pressure's coming, you pump fake it, you throw it. Now, I saw somebody hit me, was like, well, the ball only traveled 27 yards in the air. And I said, please lose my number. Somebody texted me that. I said, please lose my number.
Yeah,
we're not nitpicking.
I'm going to start not acknowledging those.
Yeah, no, it's just stupidity. It's a great championship-level throw that Brock Purdy made on the sideline, seeing that I have George Kittle one-on-one. Let me give my all-pro tight end a chance to make a play.
Yeah, exactly.
And he did, and George Kittle did the rest. And he walked in for 66 yards.
The only feeling that I had was, man, if they had to throw to George Kittle more often, not that they need to, but I'm saying if they had to, imagine the numbers he would put up in a pass-happy offense.
Yeah.
I mean, he barely got used yesterday, right? Not that anyone's mad. I'm just saying, he barely got used yesterday, and then you see, throwing downfield, he could be an absolute stud.
Well, think about how he's been used this season. And you look at his game logs.
Got a lot of touchdowns.
Well, he's got 4 touchdowns on the season.
I guess the Dallas, they had 3. So
remember, we came out of the Cleveland game, 2 targets for George Kittle, 1 catch.
Yeah, that wasn't
yards.
enough in that game.
But you look on the season, and what do you know? 35 catches on 47 targets. He's got 559 receiving yards. So 8 games left. There's a chance George Kittle gets to 1,000 yards.
Well, to me, he looks physically the healthiest he's looked in the middle of a season in a long time.
Yeah, he looks good.
Usually he's laboring at the middle of a season, and it's he's got to take a couple games off and get himself right for the playoffs. He looks really good. I mean, his legs look really fresh.
Now, it's good. You can't have all things, right? As I yawn here, Vegas trip getting to me. Listen, can't be perfect, right? When we went into the weekend, I'm seeing a lot of Warrior texts, and I appreciate all the texts on the Comcast Business text line and all the comments on YouTube. And we'll get to the calls in just a second. Hang tight. But going into Friday, we were like, boy, we feel so good about the Golden State Warriors. They're 6-3. Niners, they got to win this game. Boy, if they don't win this game and everybody's all nervous. Now we come in on a Monday morning, and we're all good with the Niners. And the Warriors are 6-5 after losing 3 straight games and 2 at home on the back-to-back over the weekend.
Well, do you know about Paul Simon?
Not really.
He's Simon and Garfunkel. He's also a solo artist.
Yeah.
You have no idea who I'm talking about.
Anyway, I've heard the name.
Okay. Paul Simon, Training the Distance.
Did he have a song with Michael Jackson?
He had lots of songs.
And Michael Jackson?
Well, that's Paul McCartney.
That's Paul McCartney.
Yeah,
the
you're
girl
totally
is mine,
confusing genres.
Mine.
Yeah.
The girl is mine.
Not Paul.
You've probably heard from Simon Garfunkel, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." All the memes. When it's just, sad memes.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Point being,
anyway.
"Train in the Distance" is one of his songs.
Okay.
Train in the Distance. Father Time is that train in the distance for the Golden State Warriors right now, and it's hard to not look at right in the face. Also, Andrew Wiggins, a milk carton doesn't do you justice. I don't know what
we're 11 games in.
You are gonzo, my friend.
We're 11 games in. I said I wouldn't be concerned until game number 14.
You know what his nickname is?
But that theory's starting to get tested after what I saw that past weekend.
Two-way Wiggs is out the door. My guy is Wilson Wiggs. He is Wilson on a beach somewhere, marauded. I mean, what is going on with Andrew Wiggins? His shot, to say his shot looks broken is an understatement.
Yeah, it's not. It's not good. Well, all the shots are broken outside of Stephen Curry. This is what was alarming, and we didn't get into it because everybody's feeling good, and we want to be positive. You can't bring up anything negative. You can't critique anything. But again, I subtly mentioned it, and even the pushback I got on it was like, oh, well, hold on. The Denver game, although it was a good loss, to me it was like, boy, when it comes to size and athleticism, we're too slow. We're a little slow right now. So how do you create open shots? And what was alarming going into the game Saturday night against Cleveland, the Warriors were 21st in field goal percentage, 17th in three-point percentage, 15th in free throw percentage. So what that tells me is offensively, they're not creating enough space. They don't have enough shot creators. They don't have enough guys who could break it down off the dribble. They're struggling. And point of attack defense, Garland and Mitchell took their lunch again on Saturday. So we got some problems to go to St. Warriors, no doubt. Are we panicking? No. But tomorrow,
I'm starting to get there.
Well, of course,
size matters.
Well, I mean, Bonte, two of their top four highest paid players aren't off to great starts.
I hear you. Well, who's that?
Well, Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins.
Klay Thompson had 2 bad games, back-to-back bad games. Well, he had 9 good games. Come on, we can't just say he's had a bad year after 2 bad games. When we're praising him for the first 9, I mean that's not fair. Wiggins hasn't showed up, but that's not fair to Klay. I mean, Klay's slow and he can't create anything off the dribble. I get all that, but we were singing his praises after the Denver game. After 2 games, he's having a bad year. Let's not do that.
Was he having a great year?
He's having a solid year to start.
Unlimited possibilities.
I'm not going to let 2 games erase the first 9.
Well, you have 2 guys that are making a bulk of your salary cap, and they're just not having the kind of impact that you need. You need one of them to play better.
All right, let's squeeze in Coach Hall with the Warriors, and then we'll get right back into the Niners. Coach Hall, San Diego, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy Monday. I was giving it 10 games because I called after the Phoenix loss, and I was like, okay, I'm high on Kuminga, but I just don't see a path where Andrew Wiggins is going to turn it around, and even Klay. And I don't think it's fair for us to expect Klay to go back to what he was, so I give him a little more grace. But what are we going to do, man? Like, do we really see a path for, Wiggins to turn back into two-way Wiggs? And if so, I still don't know if we have enough, size to even be competitive in the playoffs.
Yeah, they've got to get him going. They've got to get him going by any means necessary. Now, Steve Kerr mentioned Saturday night he's not drawing up plays for Andrew Wiggins. He's got to attack the glass. He's got to be more aggressive. That's where it comes from, his energy, his aggressiveness. He's fighting it. He had a very good story and some good quotes in the Marcus Thompson piece over the weekend about Andrew Wiggins. And the headline was, the fans want Wiggins to get out of the slump, but nobody wants it more than Andrew Wiggins. So he knows. I saw him Saturday night. We chopped it up a little bit. He wants to get going here. It's not for a lack of effort. It's just not going his way right now. So the Warriors are 6-5. We can get back to them tomorrow when they play Minnesota in the second game of the in-season tournament. Group play. And Steph Curry, he mentioned it great last night. You guys don't understand it? How about you just read through it? There's 6 groups and 2 wild cards. The winners of the groups and the 2 wild cards play the knockout tournament, and then therefore you get to the Final Four in Las Vegas, and then that championship game doesn't count against the regular season. We should be able to get it by now.
Well, they're just in a really tough spot, and we'll get right back into the Niners. They're just in a really tough spot because one of their better players this year has been Chris Paul, but you're at a disadvantage when you play certain lineups, Chris Paul and Steph Curry. There's just not enough defense and there's not enough length. And, I mean, you even saw in the Denver game, like, Chris Paul had multiple turnovers, which were very uncharacteristic, forced by size and length, and him being asked to do too much because they don't have other guys around him playing well enough. They're in a tough spot.
So Draymond Green's shooting 45% from 3. You got Steph Curry shooting 44.5% from 3. Then you get GP2 at 36.4. Klay's down right now at 34.7. Moses Moody's at 34. Dario Saric is at 33, but then this is where it gets ugly. Jonathan Kuminga, 18% from the 3-point line. Chris Paul, 60% from the three-point line. Andrew Wiggins, 15.4% from the three-point line. So we'll get back into the Warriors tomorrow. But they're struggling right now. They need a day off. Maybe they need to shoot around. Who knows? But boy, oh boy, they are struggling, including Mr. Andrew Wiggins. And Klay Thompson did not have a good weekend, which, you know what? To his credit, he acknowledged it. He didn't duck the smoke Saturday. He went to the podium and said, I sucked. Is that what you want, or do you want more? I don't know. By the way, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join them at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Habs Law. You've been wronged. Habs Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habslaw.com. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene in Oakland, what's happening?
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna offer an idea. It's gonna make me sound a bit like a Debbie Downer after yesterday's game, but I want to preface it by saying, look, I was thrilled about yesterday's game. We stay healthy, keep our quarterback upright, and I think we're on our way once again to get to the Super Bowl and maybe winning it. So, but as with you once again, Joe, I'm still worried about that kicker. All right, he's got a natural shank. All right. Reminds me of why I gave up golf, because every time I hit a drive, I hit it in the next fairway. All right. So, but ironically, strangely, when he kicks from 50 yards or more, it looks beautiful. So here's my idea. Okay. And you can laugh it off or whatever. Call me an idiot. Bring Robbie Gould back and basically platoon him. Listen, guys never missed a playoff kick. And he's nailed from 40 yards in. You get to 45, 50, you put the kid in there, all right? I know it's a nutty idea. I don't know if it's ever been done before, but I just don't want to keep grabbing my heart every time I have to rely on Mr. Moody to win a game for us.
Gene, I love you. I do. Yeah. I love you. If they platooned, Farhan's head he'd be so happy. Could you imagine how happy if the Niners came out we are going to platoon based on distance the kicking spot?
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
That's hilarious.
You're not going to
I love you, Gene.
Waste a roster spot on another kicker and carry two kickers and a punter. You're just not going to do that. And then if you platoon it and Robbie Gold's making everything for 45 yards in, now you're really putting pressure on the kid to make 50-plus yard kicks.
Specialist.
Yeah, that's not going to go.
When does that crack?
I'm a specialist. I will agree with him, though. Look, everything's going great, and he did hit the field goals. I get a little anxiety. Actually, I get a lot of anxiety.
I get that with every kicker.
That's fair.
I bet on sports, on football, pro football. I don't bet on basketball.
Doesn't that cloud your anxiety, though, or make it enhanced?
No. But I see a lot of kickers blow kicks. Even when I'm not betting, I'm like, oh, that kid, that cost somebody. Missed extra point, missed kick, block kick. Yesterday, Baltimore, Justin Tucker, great kicker. Got his kick.
Great, all-time great.
I get nervous when he kicks.
Maybe the greatest ever.
So kickers always make me nervous. Always. Because why? I grew up watching Mike Cover. All right? And then during my teenage years, young adulthood, I had to watch Jose Cortez. All right? So I'm not...
For like a year.
I'm never going to be comfortable with kickers. But platooning a kicker, that's a wild idea, Uncle Gene. Hadn't thought about that
You did get to watch Florida State legend, though, Sebastian Janikowski, first-round pick.
Well, that was, he was okay. Who's the other guy who got drafted by Tampa Bay?
Roberto Aguayo.
Roberto Aguayo.
So,
they said he was going to be the greatest kicker ever, and then just what a whiff.
Well,
that man is a different name.
Well, I watched him.
Kicked in New England.
Yeah, well, I watched him at the Rose Bowl against Oregon miss a kick before halftime. I was like, yeah, this kid ain't got it. You missed the kicks on the Rose Bowl.
One kick.
I was like, yeah, this kid ain't got it. And what happened? He didn't have it. It's just like sometimes you just know. Sometimes you're wrong. Sometimes you're right. Platooning a kicker. 888-957-9570. That would be interesting. We got Sea-Legs Clay. We got platooning a kicker. What's next?
I'll tell you what's next is I really like the Chase Young acquisition. I mean, I really do. I mean, coincidence, perfect timing. I don't know. Is there something to it? It doesn't matter. He looked really good yesterday. He paid immediate dividends. I thought it was great for them to get off to a great start with him. Clearly, Bosa and him are buds. Like, they are boys, no? Like, they're talking about it on the sideline. They both have their helmets off. I mean, they're in a bromance. I love everything about Chase Young and Nick Bosa right now.
Here's Shanahan on the pass rush.
When I saw there, it seemed like he had a big impact. I know watching him and Nick there on that same play, I'll see when I watch the tape, but just having him out there and allowing our rotation to go, and from what it looked like to me, I thought we rushed collectively the best that I had seen. I'll tell you guys tomorrow after I watched it on the plane, but just watching it live on the sidelines, it seemed collectively our group had their best game yet, and that's the goal.
Jags empty it out here. And Lawrence is going to get sacked for the third time, and it's Chase Young and Nick Bosa together. And the ball is out, and the 49ers have it.
All those Niner fans down in Duval County, they travel so well.
Did you see the end of the game?
Yeah, it was all red.
I couldn't believe how many Niner fans were there.
It was basically a Niner home game.
That's been the story on the road this year.
Right, yeah, they travel. Now, we'll see what happens in Philadelphia because Eagle fans don't really sell their tickets.
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed I can't make that one. But Chase Young, the big deal. And we heard from Adam Schefter earlier Sunday morning that the Niners ran on Montez Sweat, J.C. Johnson, and Patrick Surtain, Jalen Johnson and Patrick Surtain from the Denver Broncos. Who is he tonight against the Buffalo Bills? So they were looking to make a move.
Yeah.
And the fact that they had to make a move for another defensive end, it said a lot about where Drake Jackson was.
Well, and so what's interesting is, I was thinking about it, I like the Chase acquisition, and you kept saying, well, what about Montez Sweat? You'd have to give Montez, $65, $75 million in guarantees. I don't want to do that. And the other thing is, from the Bear perspective, the Bears were giving up a high second rounder. So your second rounder is going to be more in the 30s, which is like the 66th overall. So from Washington's perspective, it's much more valuable to get that Chicago pick.
For me, I just wondered, why did Chase Young go for so cheap? The Niners they had 12 picks entering the NFL draft in 2024. I was like, wow, you get Chase Young with just a third round. What's going on with Chase? Were there not more teams on Chase Young? I think it was reported that Philadelphia and Miami may have been on Chase Young.
There were multiple teams.
Right, multiple teams. But
the same thing could be said for the Christian McCaffrey trade. Like the Christian McCaffrey trade, looking back on it, after his touchdown streak gets snapped, everyone should have been in on CMC.
Oh, sorry. With the Chase Young thing, I think I read over the weekend there were some concerns with his medicals or something like that. They weren't sure how healthy he was, and that kind of knocked the price down. I think one of you guys shared that story in our thread, and I don't know, maybe that plays a role into why Chase Young, goes cheaper. But I mean, he looked really good yesterday. So
I thought he looked good too.
I thought he looked good. Yeah, no, I thought he looked
He's
good.
a monster.
The situational pass rush. This pass rush got deeper. Now I want to see Drake Jackson get healthy. I don't want to quit on a young man, but boy, he had every opportunity opposite of Nick Bosa to get the one-on-one, to beat the one-on-ones. And now Chase Young and Randy Gregory are going to get those opportunities. And now you can play a lot more games. Wait till they start stunning and looping and blitzing and moving them all around like they did yesterday. I think this defensive line and just the synergy, to see Chase Young walk out on the football field with Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel and be right there with the Boombox boys, vibing. That's what I love to see. I said, okay, the vibe. And that's where the juice. We talked about the energy on the sideline and all that stuff. Deebo and Trent now playing. We underestimated the energy that they just bring walking out of the tunnel the boombox.
Did you see it yesterday?
Yeah, Chase Young was with them.
Right at the front.
That's what I just said.
Right away. No, but I'm saying the whole energy of the entire sideline was better.
Yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Now, how much did it have to do with Steve Wilkes being on the sideline? 888-957-9570.
You don't even believe what you're saying when you say that.
I don't know how much of an impact it had. For me, watching the game, I said, players played better. Bosa played better. Chase Young played well.
Well, I saw a bunch of DBs run toward him on multiple occasions because the camera kept cutting to him, and you could see they were at least conversing in between plays, and he was giving them immediate feedback. So there's clearly something there. Now, look, if they lose next week, it'll go back to being it meant nothing or whatever. But I don't know. For 1 week, it worked.
Yeah, no, it did. It did. The defense. And you know what? Again, I don't think the defense played that bad the last 3 weeks. No, they weren't great.
They were pretty bad in the first half against Cincinnati. I mean, they were really bad.
It's a 17-10 game.
Quarterbacks completed 92% of their passes over a 2-week period.
I get it. They also gave up 6 points in the second half against Minnesota. Despite all that, Minnesota scored 22 points. Not like they lit you up for 40. So, I thought they played okay against Cleveland. They played okay. But you know what? Hey, that's in the rearview mirror. And you heard Fred Warner yesterday in the locker room said, it's about one game at a time. We learned our lesson. We looked ahead. We started reading our press clippings. We were feeling ourselves after beating Dallas 42-10. Now we're getting back to business. And getting back to business is sacking the quarterback, putting heat on him. You hit him 10 times yesterday, the quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Wow, 10 times.
Even Kinlaw got in on the action.
Right. Well, he's really a freak, though.
Well, no, he actually, shockingly, him and Givens and that second defensive line unit, which I know it's about the top dogs, but like Randy Gregory made plays. Cleveland Farrell made plays. Like this entire defensive line showed up.
No, they did show up, and that was a welcome sight. And the secondary played a lot better. 888-957-9570 is the phone number as we continue to break down 49er football. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day at our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It's a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com and shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. It's a big-time win. It's a big-time win for the 49ers. Now the goals are attainable. Now we're back in business, boys and girls.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The guy who's having a monster year that no one's talking about, like he's been really good this year. Like if you just look at the advanced numbers, Jake Brendel has like shockingly been really good. I can't believe I'm saying that.
I don't know how good he's picked because...
Well, the rate, I'm just going off the PFF ratings.
Because, well...
I know.
You pick and choose when you do this, Shasky. That's why one week we can't... Jake Brendel was getting punked by DJ Reader.
In that game.
In Cincinnati. So I don't know how good of a season Jake Brendel's had. If we want to reference PFS, sure. I guess, Pro Bowl for Jake Brendel.
You got to Google it.
I don't know.
Where was he yesterday? Not one shot of Trent Baalke.
Cleveland.
Not one shot.
Cleveland and Cincinnati really pushed that pocket up the middle. So I don't know how good Jake Brendel is. I'm not going to lie to you.
Those are two of the better defensive lines in the league.
So, but these are defensive lines we're going to have to see moving down the stretch here. We're going to have to see Philadelphia sooner rather than later. We're going to have to see Seattle sooner rather than later. So
get two. I can't wait. The two sandwiched in between with Philly. I mean, that's why you got to handle business this week against Tampa. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We're reacting to yesterday, but that's why yesterday's win was so big because you got that 3-game stretch, and I know there's more after that, but that's just like Seattle, Philly, Seattle.
Yep.
I mean, that looms large.
Here's Deebo Samuel about coming back after the bye week. Crisp, fast.
I think so. I think everybody's just fresh coming off the bye week, and, we lost 3, and we're just trying to get back on track, and that's what we did. Felt good, like being a month away and just, not getting those wins that we were supposed to get, and just come back here and just see like we went in on all phases, just come out with a big win.
Now the stats won't pop out at you, right? Deebo Samuel, 4 catches, 30 yards on 4 targets, 3 carries, 29 yards, a 23-yard touchdown. It's only 59 total yards, but I thought his impact and him just being on the football field, it makes a huge difference within this offense.
Watch the first 2 plays of the game. I mean, he goes into motion in the backfield, and then boom, let me hit McCaffrey on a short one. He goes into motion again. Boom, here's a 7-yard run by CMC. Like, just everything opens up as he moves.
And so where Deebo is, healthy, running fast, just his presence. And it's like the old Warriors. When Draymond used to be out and it's just Clay and Steph, they would lose. Or if Clay is out, Steph and Draymond, this just weren't the same when all 3 was. Go back to the triplets with Michael Irvin and Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith. When one of them was out, they just weren't the same, right? And we see that with the 49ers. Although we expected some players to step up, Deebo is so essential to this offense. It makes everything easier for Brandon Ayuk. I'm not saying anything that's earth-shattering here. I'm kind of stating the obvious. But to see Deebo's impact and to see why he's paid the money that he's paid right now and to see why Shanahan loves this guy so much. I don't care if he's a running back. I don't care if he's a wide receiver. He's a playmaker. And having that playmaker back on the field just spaces out the field for everybody. The gravity, not only of Christian McCaffrey, but the gravity of Deebo Samuel is very underrated.
So they were in the huddle, and, Deebo had made a play early in the game, and Moose Johnson, we're trying to find the audio because they won't let us record some of the audio off of the YouTube page. But Moose Johnson gets great information from Brock Purdy, and he says, and I'm paraphrasing, Brock Purdy told me that when he's in the huddle and he just sees 19 in there, he gets completely relaxed. And when 19's not in the game, Deebo Samuel, and he's not in that huddle, things just speed up for him. And he feels like he's not as comfortable as when Deebo's out there. And he was basically echoing all the things that you were talking about for 2 weeks. Like, Purdy is telling you Deebo is the most important guy for me. Now, I know McCaffrey, and it's like pick your poison. They're all great players. But there's something calming to the quarterback about having Deebo Samuel out there.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Even if he's not targeting him over and over and over and over again. So I thought that was a very powerful statement by Moose Johnson, relaying what Purdy was telling him. It's like, man, that told me a lot right there.
And defenses tell you how they feel about your team by the way they defend you. They tell you how they feel about your team by, hey, let's bracket Deebo Samuel. When he's going in motion, make sure we're alerted and who's on him, 19, find him. Deebo Samuel's a problem. And he's another guy. Again, I need him to get 7 to 10 touches a game because special things happen with the ball in his hands. And special things happen when he's in motion. And it opens it up for Christian McCaffrey. So having 19 back, having Big 71 back, and of course, Darius Williams for the Jacksonville Jaguars, he didn't want that smoke with Trent Williams. Remember he had his back turned on the Deebo Samuel touchdown run? Here's what Trent Williams said about that.
It's kind of weird because, 31 turned around and ran. I ain't never seen that. So, but yeah, I knew he was close because I could just tell the reaction of the guy in front of me, but anytime I feel so comfortable with 2, 3, or 19 out there in the open fields, like I just got to get in the way long enough for them to make a decision. And once 19 gets ahead of steam, it's really tough to bring him down.
It really is. And Trent Williams, kudos to him. He could have sat this game out. We all would have understood it. The ankle's not right. And let Trent tell it. It was a true game-time decision.
Yeah, I wasn't. Like I said, it was truly questionable. And I know a lot of people say that. And, over the years in my career, every time I've been questionable, I pretty much end up playing. So I know it's what you guys expected. I wanted to play, but like I said, Thursday and Friday went okay. It didn't go as well as I expected. So it was truly questionable. I had, a long flight, but a couple of days. Friday, got some rehab. Saturday, got some good rehab. And, today I decided to give it a go.
It felt like the pull game with Trent out there.
Right.
All the sweeps, the tosses, the pulls, screens, everything comes back into play when you have him out there. And him moving out in space as well as he did with the ankle injury was really surprising.
Yeah, very encouraging, too. He looked good moving out there. Now he gets a week off, rehab that ankle, probably won't practice much this week. He'll be limited. But that's a good thing to see big Trent Williams back out there with Deebo Samuel. And it kind of tells you how much this game meant to this team. They played desperate. They were desperate to snap this 3-game losing streak.
They were.
That was un-Niner-like. Now, they had the 4-game losing streak 2 years ago. Of course, last year they had some hairy moments. They were 2-4, and we're just talking about Operation 4-4 going into the bye week, and they got that done. Then they didn't lose a game. They took off. And we've seen this before under Kyle Shanahan, these second-half surges from this football team. Are we on the precipice of another second-half surge for the 49ers? Is that on the horizon here for the Niners as we move deeper into November, where the weather gets a little colder, the hitting gets a little harder, it's tougher to get yards? Playoff football starts, I believe, in November because now teams are starting to jockey for positioning, right? NFC, AFC, got a lot of teams here. Seattle's on their necks. I thought it was a good win, a desperate win by the 49ers, and they reestablished who they were.
Yeah, a big, physical, strong team that's going to dominate both sides of the line.
Exactly.
And I think having Trent and obviously Deebo back offensively helped you establish the run, and it felt like you were just much more powerful in that 5-yard, behind or ahead of the line of scrimmage. And then defensively, when you get to the quarterback as fast as they did and as many times as they did, look at how many turnover-worthy plays there were. You even saw, if you want to get real, optimistic, you even saw Charvarius Ward. I think it was the second best play he's made on a ball in the air this year. He did one in the Dallas game near the sideline. The one in the end zone was a beautiful breakup by him. He had multiple breakups in this game, but that was a dime by Trevor Lawrence. And I thought Charvarius not only locates the ball, makes a play on it at the last second. That was very encouraging.
No doubt. So it was a lot of encouraging signs. The biggest two for me, the biggest signs for me that was encouraging, Brock Purdy won his shook off the turnover buck.
Great.
5 turnovers in 5 quarters. He threw the first touchdown pass to Ayuk was an interceptable ball. There's a couple plays here and there you can nitpick, but I thought Brock was back. And that was very good for my soul. Okay, the quarterback is back. He's throwing dimes. He's controlling the offense. He's playing with the lead. Brock was fine. And the other concern that I had going into the game, would this defensive line finally show up? The highest paid defensive line in football. What's it going to do coming off a bye week? Well, you know what they did? They sacked Trevor Lawrence 5 times and hit him 10 other times. They played great. So Brock in the D-line, I'm good. I'm good.
Brock's stats right now, he's the number 1 quarterback rated, number 1 in QBR, number 1 in quarterback rating. I mean, you're looking at a guy who's going to throw, he's on pace for, at least this year, 30-10 with 4,500 yards. Is that a good year? I don't know.
You tell me.
I mean, I think that's an excellent year. He's on pace right now because of the 17th game. He might break Garcia's single-season passing record in terms of overall yardage for a 49er quarterback.
That would be great.
I mean, I know we dilute the numbers because it's 1 extra game, but to me that matters.
Right.
Like, we've been allergic to the forward pass for 20 years. We haven't had a Pro Bowl quarterback for 20 years. We haven't had a guy come 30 touchdowns in 20 years. He might break all of those things.
That's a great sign. That is a great sign. By the way, some breaking news coming from Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers training staff checked Baker Mayfield's thumb this morning. There are no issues. He'll not miss any practice time, and he is set to be ready for Sunday's game against the 49ers. But Baker's got a thumb issue here.
Baker.
He's got a thumb issue. It's not good.
My number 1 thing when we talk about Brock Purdy, and I can't talk enough about it, his ability to negate the sacks has been unbelievable. His pocket presence, scrambling around. He only has 16 sacks this year with this offensive line, which has had some up and down games. I think that's very important.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls. 888-957-9570. We got another segment here. Your biggest takeaway. And if you know what, I'll invite people. If you want to talk some Dubs, I'm not opposed to it. I know it's a 49er Monday, a Monster Monday, but I'm not opposed to talking about what happened over the weekend at Chase Center. Warriors are 1-3 at home. We got some issues, no doubt. They got to figure some things out. Who's going to be that secondary scorer for the Golden State Warriors? Who's going to be another guy? Yeah, I don't know either. But the Niners, they rolled yesterday at Jacksonville 34-3. They are now 6-3, and life is good again. When it comes to the red and gold, life is good. It was a happy flight for them, no doubt about that. All right, that's coming up on the game presented by BMW.
Now through November 30th, during the BMW Road Home Sales Event, lease an all-electric...
the ball over, whether it be Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, Brock Purdy. That's a big part of why a team will lose. Now, there's other elements of it. Obviously, the defense needs to play well. They had lost 3 in a row. They needed to win by any means necessary, and they did that. CMC looked like himself. Trent was back up and blocking and plowing guys. Deebo Samuel looked like Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk getting downfield. And let's get to the defense, because to me, seeing the defense suffocate Trevor Lawrence like that, my God, I needed that. Dre Greenlaw running around the way he was, Fred Warner, it was awesome.
It was awesome. It was awesome to get a win. Victory Mondays are always better.
My bad.
Victories Mondays are always better. My bad for being late from break.
I do it every time to you.
Talking about Steiny, talking about the Dubs, and, it's just, you think like the Niners defense, they're fast, athletic, point of attack, they're beating you up on the line of scrimmage, strong. The Warriors, on the other hand, right now, they can't stand in front of nobody.
Outside of Philadelphia, who has a, right now, stronger, physically strong, push the pile defensive line besides Philly? Because I think Philly's number one.
Baltimore, Cleveland.
Good call. Baltimore's very good.
Cleveland. And by the way, the Browns coming back and winning that football game.
It was incredible.
Pittsburgh's front seven.
After their kicker missed a field goal.
Quietly, Pittsburgh is 6-3. Quietly, they're 6-3.
Outgained in every single game they've played.
And you know what? Just win, baby.
So they're a top. Right? We would agree. Top 5 then for the Niners?
Oh, yeah, of course.
In terms of D-line strength?
For the money here.
I'm talking about physical strength.
Well, I don't know how you measure that.
Just by looks.
That in the weight room.
Getting off the bus.
Right. Because they were giving up a lot of yards on the ground. Baltimore's defensive line looks sick. Cleveland's defensive line looks sick. Looks really good. But, top 5, that's fine. But what I expect from the 49ers in this defensive line is to play at an elite level, no matter where you rank.
So that's my point.
No matter where you rank.
They needed to start playing like it, and they were early, and then they got away from it. And so if they want to go where they want to go, CMC's got to be himself. Obviously, you're going to have the weapons of Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo. Purdy's going to keep playing the way that he's playing, and that defensive line needs to resemble the same defensive line, more so of yesterday than the 3 weeks of losing.
Yep. No, they finally stepped up, and that was good to see. That was good to see. Let's go to Jesse in Roanoke Park. Jesse, what's happening?
Great morning. I love the palate cleansing, the energy. I had a little bit of. It's not something to be worried about now, but something to think about. Maybe when we get around to the Seahawks. And Pete Carroll's super clever. He's so, over the years, right? Had they spoiled some of our seasons? Yeah. He's a smart guy. And so I see this and first, I want to say something positive. Brock Purdy, he's like Nightcrawler. He just disappears. It's like, that Marvel studio character. He disappears and reappears. Yeah. He doesn't look particularly mobile, but he just contorts his body, and then the guy misses, and he's throwing touchdowns. I don't know what's going on.
I love that name. So, not the Nightcrawler from that movie where the guy would show up late to an ambulance scene. Nightcrawler from the actual comics.
Yes, thank you.
I love that.
And so here's what I noticed at the end of the first half. It looked like they had too many men in the box, and there was a run called. It was 12 seconds left. And Purdy was looking like Tom Brady for a moment there. He was pointing. He was moving people around. He was audibling at the line. And it didn't look, what happened was, and I was excited about it. I was like, okay, here we go. This is next level. The evolution's about to occur. He's going to become the next stage. Shanahan called a timeout. Just thoughts on that going forward.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like Shanahan trusts his quarterback, and at some point he's going to have to let that bird fly.
Well, that's been a knock on Shanahan throughout his tenure with the 49ers. Let your quarterbacks just play. Let them just play.
In that sequence that he's referring to, it was 3rd and 16, and what I would think is they were just looking to get positive play, to not get a negative play, to take away from a field goal attempt before the end of the half. So it's I understand what you're saying. To me, as the coach, that's why you're there, and that's why you have a timeout, is to all right. We got to make sure we come away here with 3. So Jesse, I'm not mad at Shanahan for that.
I know Jesse wanted to get to the point where it's Shanahan just needs to loosen up a little bit and trust the quarterback a little bit. If they're not going to trust Brock Purdy, then who the heck are you going to trust? I do think he trusts Brock Purdy. Now, the audible thing gets
But it looked like the clock was ticking down, though. No doubt. I didn't think they wanted to go 3rd and 20. They don't want to lose field goal range. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it. I thought it was the right call by the coach.
Well, my thing, too, is yesterday, the penalties got up there. If there's anything you want to clean up, it's the penalties. 7 penalties for 90 yards. I think they were aggressive. They're one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to penalties. But you negate that. Why? Because you force 4 turnovers. The Jaguars were creating all kind of turnovers. 11 interceptions. They were creating fumbles. They were +5 in that department. Now they wake up, they're only +1. Why? Because the Niners forced 4 turnovers with the defense playing well, playing with their hair on fire. So you shut down the run. You run the football. For the most part, you played a clean football game, sans the penalties. I like the way they played yesterday. This was 49er football. You ran the ball. You controlled the line of scrimmage. You shut down the run. You controlled their line of scrimmage. You tackled well. You made plays. You got the ball to your playmakers, McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk, and they made plays. This was a clean, good win for the 49ers on the road against a team that had won 5 in a row. And all of a sudden, I'm feeling good again. All of a sudden, I'm feeling good again about Brock. All of a sudden, I'm feeling good again about the defense. And all of a sudden, Tampa Bay looks like chopped liver on Sunday. They look like they're in for a long day at Levi Stadium. And then we get to the meat of the schedule. Seattle, Philadelphia, Seattle, Baltimore on Christmas Day. But right now, it's time for big boy football. By any means necessary, go out there and win a football game.
Yeah, there was one penalty in particular where they converted to Juwan Jennings near the sideline, and it gets called back for a Trent Williams hold on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. And that was a really nice play by Purdy. He spun out.
Yep.
He stepped up. Boom, he rifles one to the sideline, called back. And then on the next play, he got sandwiched.
Yep.
The ball barely, got off of his arm. It could have been a fumble. I'm glad they didn't call it that the arm was going forward. But, yeah, that wasn't good. That's one in particular situational hold that really set them back because they were going to drive there.
408 here, Comcast Business Text Line. My number one takeaway from the game, and this is something I saw right away. I was with Big Dog City. I was like, yo, Big Dog, we're running 5-man fronts now. 408, he's on this. You're so spot on. My number one takeaway from the game was that the Niners 5-man front, where we used to call 52 defense, is superior, and they should stick with it. Great linebackers, 5 incredible guys right in front of them. Hargrave at nose tackle. I do like the 5-2 front. Whether it's Kinlaw, Armstead, Hargrave, and then you got Bosa, Chase Young on the edges, or if it's Gregory on the edge. Philadelphia did that to the Niners. They do that a lot on 1st and 2nd down, 5-man fronts, and it really shuts down the run. It puts pressure on your quarterback. We saw the Bengals do it at times against the 49ers out here at Levi Stadium a couple weeks ago. I like this 5-man front that they put out there yesterday. That was a new wrinkle from Steve Wilks or whoever, Chris Kocurek. I want to see that wrinkle more and more down the stretch here. I love that 5-man front.
Yeah, you didn't reference Givens. I thought he had a really good game yesterday as well. They love to rotate those guys in and out, probably too much for me, for my liking. I'd like to see our stars play a little more, but I get why they do it because it's about conservation and being ready for January. But yeah, B, when you throw that early and then you got Bosa and Chase Young, basically over the center, early in the game, I was like, well, there's a bunch of stuff that I've never seen them do before.
No doubt.
That was really cool.
No, it was really cool. All right, let's get a little, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say that. Let's go to Oakland.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
All right.
The vibes are good right now. And whenever the caller calls in.
I'm like, where are we going?
The vibes are always good when this caller hangs up. It is Tony in Oakland.
All right, here I am again. Isn't it fabulous to win? And the song that comes to mind is that song by Belinda Carlisle, Ooh, Heaven is a Place on Earth, right? Now, what's interesting is they must have been listening to your show because I was saying, the coaches are like rocks and they got to give some. And the brother that came after me, that you picked up, anyway, he said that the defensive coordinator had to get his butt out of the box and come down. And so he was on the sidelines. And he is sort of rock-like because, people hire people like them. So Shanahan sort of picked a rock. But at least he hugged a guy. But what they have to do if they want to win going forward is they have got to get an ex-player or a coach on the sidelines that can give them something. The reason why is they're facing Carroll and that Italian Philly coach. Oh, my God.
Sirianni.
And not to mention the Baltimore coach. Okay, so Carroll, he has the joy of a child. I mean, he could get a rock moving. Maybe Shanahan should have a get-together with Carroll to get his button gear. Okay, and then the Philly coach, I mean, he gives them so much stuff. He's an Italian. And then we got, I mean, if you compare Shanahan, the reason why he plays McCaffrey in the first half on everything is because he's fearful of losing. He's not connected with his heart center at all. He doesn't feel the zone, so he's playing it safe. And then in the second half, you see how the dude says, okay, Purdy, you can throw now. But the dude doesn't have it, so they need someone to light the fire. They got the great players, like you were saying, Tiberius. That was a great touch in the end zone, wasn't it? But they don't have anyone there. They're coming up against three dudes. And see, the problem is that most people, they're sort of not like me and you guys. They can feel who has it. And Shanahan wouldn't even know that someone has it more than he does. But this is what they've got to do. You know what I mean? Because these other coaches have it big time.
So you want Shanahan to show more juice on the sideline?
Yeah, he's always, if you look at him, it's like he's studying for a test. He's always looking down at his notes, listen to what is in his ear. He's never, like,
it's kind of working
other coaches, and they're in with the players. They're seeing what's happening on the field. I mean, he looks like, when I went to Cal, I never studied. He's like a bookworm.
Tony, can I ask you a question?
Were you on the Dean's list? You said you never. Tony, you sound like one of those people.
Win.
Are you
Tony,
micro-streaming?
Tony, you sound like one of those people who didn't study but still got an A on the test.
I did, because you know why? I think I told you in one of the first one or two things when I called was, if you've got the stuff, I was an English major, and I didn't read any of these, I had read them a long time ago, and I go in, and you can take from the room. It's a field general.
So you were stealing answers.
Not stealing. Is that stealing when you're getting creative?
Did you have someone on the sidelines like Harbaugh? Is that what you were doing? You had a guy dressed up, stealing all the signs and the answers?
No. You know. You're a coach, aren't you? What do you do, Shatsky? How do you get your players motivated? You sit there and look at your notes, or are you saying, come on, let's go?
No, well, that's just who I am. When I step on the field, I start playing catch with a level of enthusiasm unmatched by man, just like Harbaugh. Like Harbaugh, I'll wear cleats at practice. Yes. We were out at West Sunset yesterday, 2 to 5 o'clock. We were getting it in. It was beautiful to play ball as the sun was coming down. Lower Sunset. Oh, it was great.
Tony in Oakland, everybody. Tony in
I did not study, though,
Is it cheating
ever.
or is it being creative? I love that.
Oh, man. She didn't study, but still got an A on the test.
The Italian Philly coach.
The Italian Philly coach, Nick Sirianni, in case anybody's wondering. People were Italian.
I was high when I
think I saw
called
somebody
in.
say, thank God she didn't say the black coach.
Did she say brothers?
Oh, I don't
Brothers.
even, I'm trying to keep up when Tony calls. I should start taking notes. My favorite is she says, it looks like Shanahan's getting ready to study for a test.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
They're calling her Super Mario Brothers because she's on so many mushrooms.
Niners win 34-3, but I'm not going to go there. Get Tony in studio. We have COVID protocols.
Her new nickname's Toad in Oakland. Not Tony.
I'm not going to do that.
Well, Toad also was doing the mushrooms.
That's mean.
They're all doing the mushrooms.
That's mean. That's mean.
It's called Super Mario Brothers.
That's mean.
He was an actual mushroom toad.
Was he?
Yeah.
Well, I thought Toad was a toad, like a
No, he's Mushroom
little frog.
Kingdom. He's one of the mushroom hats.
I was thinking about our boy Yogi when I was at the game. Yogi calls
So
in.
you're
He's a
just
big Jets
casually
fan.
thinking about it?
With the Jets. I was looking at the Jets and I'm like, boy, they got Zach Wilson at quarterback. Boy, life comes at you fast. And I thought about Yogi. It's like, damn, you can't beat this Raider team. Woo! Anthony Edwards. Real quick, because I know we're talking a lot of football, but Draymond was barking at Anthony. Draymond had himself quite the weekend.
Oh.
He had himself quite the
I had
weekend.
a front row seat for it.
Saturday night, playing the Cleveland Cavaliers, he gets tossed with 6:23 left. And look, the officials, a lot of people are making a big deal about the officials reviewing a play previous to the one Donovan Mitchell. I didn't like it because then it's like, well, what about Wednesday against the Denver Nuggets? How come you can't replay the goaltend? How come you can't look back? So it sets a bad precedent. But he gets kicked out and he goes full WWE for the Chase Center and all that stuff, and the Warriors lose. And then yesterday, I'm watching at the airport and I'm watching on my flight, and Anthony Edwards is going off. And, Draymond Green, they're talking. What you going to do about it? And Anthony Edwards came in, dunked all over Sarge, and it was like, what you going to do about it? And it was like, here comes. So now we're losing games. Wiggins, is struggling. Klay Thompson had a poor weekend. Outside of Steph, it's not, not a lot to brag about here with the Golden State Warriors after that last weekend. Then you get Draymond Green. What did you think of his weekend, Shasky?
What did I think of his weekend? What kind of question is that? He had a horrible weekend. I mean, we all love Draymond. I was sitting. I had great seats. The company hooked it up, and I was right behind the Cavs bench.
Say that.
What?
You should have probably just said I had great seats.
I'm not trying to.
No. Just say you had great seats.
Oh, must be nice.
Because now everybody's going to be asking.
Great. Okay.
And once I don't get those seats, and I'm going to raise
Been here 5 years. I've never gotten anything. All right, I got one time. It was very nice. Me and my wife, we were very lucky and blessed. And thank you to the squad. So I'm sitting behind the Cavalier bench, and I was right there. And let me tell you this right now. Draymond and Garland were going at it, and Garland was getting anything he wanted, okay? No one could guard Garland. And Garland's sitting on the bench next to Tristan. Now, even in pre-games, Draymond and Tristan were jarring at each other. Tristan is talking the whole game to his own team, to Draymond, back and forth. I told Tristan Thompson. And Draymond is like chattering with Garland, and Garland's like, you're weak. Like, this is, again, my layman ear being right there, listening to them going at, like, you ain't doing nothing. And Draymond's going at him. Well, Draymond gets a couple of bogus fouls with ref number 46. I don't know what the guy's name is. He's the short ref 46.
I think it was Ben Taylor.
He's young. I've seen him. We've had issues with him in the past. Draymond was barking at him to a level. It was like, all right, Dre, you're trying to get kicked out of this game. Like, to me, he was going out of his way to get kicked out of the game over a very stupid call. Like, whatever. It was wrong. Like, let it go and move on. Curry had to hold them back. And then, like, Draymond's jarring at Garland as he's sitting on the bench unnecessarily, and he's calling them all kinds of words, Draymond is, and he's going at them. And I'm just like, what is going on? And then him and Mitchell are going at it. I thought Mitchell, Dre hip checked him earlier, which was kind of weak.
It was.
I thought it was weak. And then Mitchell came down and didn't make a play on the basketball.
But he pointed back down there. Was like, hey, you did this, dude. That's not cool, man.
Well, they were
We're
both
just playing
wrong.
basketball.
They were both wrong. But, like, to me, like, I thought Draymond got a raw deal on the throw out, but he had earned it leading up to that point. So anything that happens after that, I was like, yeah, you deserve to go. Draymond had a horrible weekend. And then yesterday, he's like screaming and yelling and talking. I'm like, can we just play basketball?
Yeah,
there's on some level, I know everybody loves the fire and brimstone from Draymond, and I get all that. Can you just play ball, though?
Well,
there are certain nights I need you to just play because he got thrown out of that game and we lost our edge.
Well, no. Well, the Cleveland game, I actually thought they started to play better when he did get kicked out.
They did.
The Warriors actually took the lead.
But they needed him in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but they actually took the lead, and then Karis LeVert had a tip in at the end of the third quarter.
That
but the
was
Warriors
a doozy.
got back into the game because when he got kicked out, they were down 10. They were down 10, 76-66, 6:23 left in the third quarter. He was intense. The defensive intensity definitely picked up with Draymond Green in there.
That's all I'm saying.
It picked up, but he got kicked out, and they were able to erase that 10-point deficit, and they actually took the lead. And then Karis LeVert tipped it in at the end of the third quarter. So the Cavaliers are actually up one going into the fourth quarter. They started to play better.
Well,
they started to play better.
It just felt like they were lethargic. And then,
I didn't think they were lethargic at the end when he got kicked out.
Yeah, I agree. There was a little bump.
At the time he got kicked out, 6:23 left. The Warriors outscored the Cavaliers 17-7 the rest of the way in the third quarter. They had some fire. They had some juice. In the fourth quarter, Cleveland took it to the Warriors.
Well, I thought
they opened that fourth quarter at an 8-0 run, and they go on a 20-9 run overall. And their size and athleticism and way they're able to blow by anybody, the Warriors, their point of attack defense right now is not good. Mitchell, Garland combined for 55 points
and
14 assists in the first game last Sunday. And then, of course, Saturday night they did their thing. They were efficient. Here's the biggest category, though, to me. When it comes to dribble drive penetration and breaking down the defense, the Cavaliers, in their season series sweep over the Golden State Warriors, they scored 108 points in the paint. They outscored the Warriors in the paint 108-62 in the two combined games. Think about that.
They've got four guys that would be the biggest player on the Warriors.
On
the Warriors.
But part of that is the creation of Garland, and Mitchell.
No, it's
breaking
all
down
that.
the defense, and Karis LeVert breaking down the defense and throwing the lobs up and giving the dimes to Mobley and Allen.
And adding what's his face from Miami was a very good acquisition. He spaces the floor really well for them.
So,
he's a good player.
108-62 was points in the paint. in the season series sweep of the Cleveland Cavaliers. They outscored the Warriors 108-62 in the paint. That is
we
just
can talk about size all we want, which is true, but you referenced something there at the end. And look, there's an element of size. There's no doubt. They've always been at a deficit in size. CP3 got kind of bodied in the half court in those matchups because of the length.
Yep.
Who is the guy who can blow by anyone on the Warriors?
Outside of Steph Curry, nobody. And that's your problem.
Oh, there you go.
Nobody can create their own shots.
That's my point.
Clay had a possession Saturday. He got the ball.
Oh, poor guy.
He got the ball with 13 seconds left on the shot clock, and he goes one-on-one. Everybody stops moving. He's dribbling, gets his shot blocked. And I'm just like, all right, he cannot create his own shot. First of all, he's never been great at that. And I don't even like to disrespect Klay Thompson, but he doesn't have that speed. Now, he's still a knockdown shooter.
How is it disrespecting by saying that's not one of the strengths of his game?
No, I just, I don't, because they could do it a lot better than me. That's why. I understand they're better basketball players than me, so I don't want to get into that.
I think that Brad Pitt's a great actor, but he's had some stinkers.
But I'm shutting down that argument just because I already know what's going to happen after I say something. Listen, Klay Thompson had a horrible weekend. He admitted it Saturday.
Well, he's not the only one.
But he's not the only one. When you look at those numbers, CP3 shooting 18% from three. Kuminga's in the 18% range. Andrew Wiggins shooting 15.4% from the three-point line. They don't have anybody else outside of Steph hitting shots. So what was alarming to me? What was alarming? And we didn't get into this because we're all feeling good about the loss. It's wow. Now that I think about it, we're all feeling good about the loss of the Denver Nuggets. So I didn't even want to bring up anything because I didn't want to ruin the mood. Because it felt like, when we say certain things, it ruins them. Anyway, they went into that game in Cleveland, and it kind of flew under the radar. And we showed the stat right on the pregame show. The Warriors entering that game against Cleveland, they were 21st in field goal percentage for offensive numbers. 21st in field goal percentage, 17th in three-point percentage, 15th in free throw percentage. Despite being 6-3, they were not shooting the ball well at all. And it's caught up to them now. Now they're 6-5.
I mean,
and
CP3 hasn't shot well. Kuminga keeps splitting free throws or missing both free throws every time. Wiggins can't find the right side of the barn. Obviously, Klay's had some struggles. I thought actually, again, he's had some really good games, I thought, in terms of discernment, just within the fabric of it. My biggest takeaway, you watch the final 5 minutes of last night's game. There is a huge difference between the young, hungry dudes and some of the older guys. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if Moody's some starter on every team in the league. I don't know. I don't know where Kuminga falls in. I just think they need to rely on some of these younger guys a little more, and they need to indoctrinate them into the fabric of the rotations because they need to be more athletic.
Well, I don't.
And they might not be ready. They just might not be good. I don't even know if Moody's any good. But I come away from every game going, I think I need to see more Moody to make a decision on whether he's good or not.
Well, Klay, obviously at this point of his career, can't guard at the level he should guard at. There was a couple possessions against Darius Garland and wasn't even close. Darius Garland saw him, just blew right by him, pulled up, boom, jumper. Andrew Wiggins right now is not guarding at the level he guarded at 2 years ago. I don't know what's going on. You see it in spurts, but you don't see it consistently. So he's got to guard better. And that's the thing. When Klay was rolling before the injuries, he'd be on Mitchell or Garland, snuffing that out.
Yes.
Now he can't do that. It's not even close. Every time he gets switched out on one of those guards, it's a bucket for them. Or it's dribble drive penetration and get a foul call. Andrew Wiggins, point of attack defense, not there yet. So his offense is affecting his defense. Since his offense isn't rolling, Wiggins is not guarding the way he needs to do on the defensive end. Got to do something here. Kuminga, look, I like seeing Kuminga. He's taking a lot of shots. Sometimes he's looking for his own shot. Sometimes he's playing really good team ball. But he's got to play through the mistakes. If the Warriors want to get to where they need to get to, they need a little bit of Kuminga and as well as Moody. But I don't know if they're ready to start on a team that wants to be a top 4 team in the Western Conference.
Yeah, but they're not with their current roster. Right. So, something's got to give, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, there's some give and take here. That's what I'm saying here. There's some give and take. You're not going to just all of a sudden switch out the lineups. You're not going to do that. Let's get through this run.
Well, what is the lineup that you want to see out there?
I just want to see the starters play better. If you're going to roll out this lineup with the starters, you got to play better.
Well, Looney hasn't had a great start to the year either, and I love Loon, and he's not. Seeing him up close and personal, he looks even more sluggish than I thought, and it's really he looks like a huge size disadvantage against a team like Cleveland.
This just may be the team that they are, and no matter what you do in terms of lineups or combination, this just may be the way it is. But again, we're 11 games into the season. But again, after the Denver game.
But it's year 3 for Kuminga and Moody. Or are we just going to let them? They're just going to have to wait their turn.
No, they're not. They're playing. But at times, Kuminga's taking too many shots.
No doubt. Kuminga's not perfect, but Bonta, you got to kind of live with the development in real time. I personally don't think 16 minutes a night is enough for Moody. Now,
I don't either.
Are 26 too many? I don't know, but I think they owe it to themselves to find out. That's kind of where I'm at. They kind of owe it to themselves.
And I think they are getting some leeway here. I'm seeing Kuminga get the consistent 20 minutes.
That's true. I have seen that.
He's getting the consistent 20 minutes. Now he's got to keep himself out of foul trouble. He is getting to the free throw line. I thought it was very impressive. He got to the line Saturday night against Cleveland, going 8 of 11. Moody, I want to see him a little bit more. He's got to be more aggressive. But right now, the starters got to play better. It all starts with them. The big money players have to play better. Klay Thompson had a horrible weekend. Draymond Green had a horrible weekend. Andrew Wiggins has had a horrible start to the season.
Looney.
That's the biggest thing to me. Number one, how do you get Andrew Wiggins going? He's the most important player on the team because he may be your most athletic. He doesn't look strong right now. He looks a little frail. I don't know, man. Maybe you don't have the answers on this current roster. It just is because after the Denver game, I saw some things in that Denver game, and I saw some things in the Phoenix game, and I saw some things in the first Cleveland game where I thought, ooh, triple drive penetration is killing these guys.
But that's kind of why I want to see Moses Moody a little more. He's one of the few guys that can stay in front of a guy on the perimeter.
Yeah, but it's when you're playing these starters, and you're playing against the Donovan Mitchells, and you're playing against the Devin
when are they
Bookers,
ever going to be ready to take a bigger role?
Oh, you could try it out there, and then when it
the guys that are out there aren't working, and so you owe it to yourself to try out different guys on the roster, or at least other combinations to give it more time. So Saturday night, I thought they waited way too long to get to TJD. I wanted to see him play earlier in that game. Will he get baptized by fire?
No.
Probably, but he'll be better for it come April.
When it comes to Klay Thompson. Because I get what Klay
it's not
Thompson.
just a Klay conversation; it's Wiggins as well.
But when I hear people
primarily
say,
Wiggins.
When I hear people say Klay Thompson's chucking, we were just praising him after the Denver game. 2 games ago, we were just praising him for his shot selection. He wasn't taking a lot of shots. He was passing up shots. His shot discernment was very impressive. Now, did he chuck a little bit yesterday? Sure, but somebody's got to shoot the damn basketball. If Wiggins is not going to shoot it and not be aggressive, and Looney's not going to shoot it, and Kuminga's going to be unsure of himself, and if Moody's not going to shoot it, then somebody needs to shoot the damn ball.
I don't have a huge issue with him shooting because, to your point, no one else is shooting. My biggest issue just when I look at this roster right now is there are not enough perimeter defenders out there. And so I'm looking at my own roster of what I have, and I go, all right, I think Kuminga at times can guard on the perimeter, and Moody can as well. How can I incorporate them more into the lineup? So guys have to evolve their roles, and I think when you have CP3 and Steph out there and Klay, and you don't have Wiggins closing in the lineup, it puts a lot of stress on those three to defend.
But maybe those guys just may not be ready.
You're talking about the young guys?
Yeah, maybe
that's
what we practice.
But
maybe they're just not ready.
Yeah, but I also know that the old guys aren't good enough to stay in front of dudes. So you have to try other units.
So it just sounds like we got problems right now.
No, I think we do.
We got problems right now. It just sounds like so. In-season tournament.
But before you start trading people away, my thing is always, I don't know, I'm just saying roster, see what you have first before we look outside the building.
Well, by the way, Zion Williamson admitting that he's trying his best to buy in with the Pelicans. What does that mean? Well, if there's a chance to go get Zion
that means
Williamson.
I'm in.
Right, exactly. So, look, Klay and Wiggins have to be better. Draymond Green has to be better. He has to control. Look, Draymond's going to be Draymond, but it killed the team.
Yeah.
It killed you.
I'm with you on that.
That can't happen. And then the trash talking to guys like Anthony Edwards, it's just not helping your team. It's not helping your team.
Well,
so we got
he needs
problems.
to stay on the court. This team needs him on the court, and stop, losing your mind with the referees. Yes, they're bad. We all agree they're bad. But on Saturday night, him getting thrown out of that game, I found it to be way over the top from him. He was cruising for that.
888-957-9570. Final thoughts on the 49ers win over the Jacksonville Jaguars. They win 34-3 down in Duval County. Warriors will be back on the floor. And don't forget, we got a lot of things going on in the city. Obviously, the All-Star Game announcement last week, but also this big APEC event. All these people coming in. Hotels are booked left and right. Business is going to be booming for us in terms of the economy in San Francisco. All these hotel rooms are booked, but there's going to be a lot of traffic. So whether it's today, tomorrow, Thursday, when you want to get to a Warriors game, you want to get downtown, I suggest taking public transportation, especially for the Warriors game tomorrow night. It's going to be a bitch to get into the city.
That's a good point.
It's going to be tough. So give yourself plenty of time when traveling to the arena. Leave early. Again, the Warriors play Tuesday and Thursday. It's supposed to rain. We got the APEC this week. Get to the city early. Please do it.
Who? Just a quick question here. Who ideally should be their second leading scorer? Because I'm seeing a lot of conjecture about that, and I'm like, I don't even know if I have the answer for that.
Maybe they don't have it.
I think in my mind it should be Clay, but I also don't want, I don't know.
They need a secondary scorer. Bad. They needed a secondary playmaker.
Like, if you were building the hierarchy, how would you want it to go?
I don't know. I would think Andrew Wiggins, but right now Andrew Wiggins is in a funk.
He's just not consistent enough.
And for Klay Thompson, you have to create for Klay at the stage of his career as opposed to letting him create for the offense. That's just who he is right now. So forget the money. Forget what he's getting paid. We know he got the contract before the Achilles injury. That derailed everything. It's a sunken cost in terms of that. You're not going to get your bang. If you're expecting Klay to play like a $43 million player, then you're just dumb. All right? That's not going to happen at the stage of his career. But can you be... can you sacrifice some shot selections? Can you pass it around here? Can he just give you good moments and spurts? Can he play down on the block at times? Maybe. I don't know. But you got to get Andrew Wiggins going. But if you can't get Andrew Wiggins going, and if he's going to play like this, then you got no shot to make noise in the Western Conference. It is what it is. So you have to create shots for Klay Thompson. You got to get Chris Paul going offensively with his jumper. I think his jumper will come into play. And you got to get Kuminga and Moody to be more consistent.
That's just
the way it is.
They're way too reliant on CP3 Saric to carry them for long stretches. Other guys have to step up, and that's why I just think that we need to stop seeing things through. There was always this clear hierarchy on the team. We're the OG grizzled vets, and y'all are the youngsters. And I think that everybody needs to take a little off and meet in the middle. And it's like, hey, if you guys want to stay winning or at least try out different things, guys have to take lesser roles and allow some of these younger players to take bigger roles. And even then, we might get 2 weeks in on the younger guys getting bigger roles, and they just might not be ready. But at least you've done the service of seeing it out a little.
It might not be.
I don't even know what the combinations
I feel like they have given it a chance though. Now, if you're saying see it as a starter, is that a lineup change?
I don't.
Are we talking lineup changes? Are we talking changing the starting unit?
Well, the starting unit does not look good.
They have not played well.
So right off the rip, I'm saying okay, maybe small ball Dre at the 5, and maybe I try to get Moses Moody out there and have Looney come off the bench. I don't know. I'm thinking outside the box. Maybe it's Wiggs or Clay is the guy that comes off the bench, and you're starting Kuminga or something like that. I'm open to anything, and I think you kind of owe it to yourself to tinker.
Here's a kicker, though. Playing with Stephen Curry, it ain't easy.
No, it's hard.
So you don't know his movement. So if Kuminga gets lost out there, and all of a sudden we got people yelling at Kuminga, he doesn't know when to screen for
then maybe it's Moody,
and I don't even want to put him in that position. I don't know what you do here, but I do know I got some numbers after Saturday night. After Saturday night's loss. Now, I don't know what happened. Well, obviously it's going to look a lot worse, but individual plus minuses. Now, I don't like plus minus whatsoever, but when you see a number like this with the starting unit.
Yeah.
So Steph was a +4, Looney was a +2, Draymond was a -5. Clay was a -10. Andrew Wiggins was a -61 when he's on the floor.
That's impossible.
Now, I got these numbers.
A -61?
Yes. I got these numbers. Got these numbers from my boy Daryl with the Golden State Warriors. He sends me the stats every single game. I got the text right here. -61.
That almost feels impossible. Wow.
This was after the Cleveland game. So I don't know where he's at right now after yesterday. I haven't done the math yet. But it's not good.
It just feels like he's never gotten back since the injury absence of last year. It's just been, wow. When you're watching it, it's bombs at 3. Let me attack the lane. Oh, I bricked. A little effort. Oh, let me go. I got my hand on a deflection, but I couldn't get the steal. He's just a step off, a shot off. Everything's just slightly off.
So, yeah. The Warriors, all that good juju from
that's
the road trip. They're now 1-3 at Chase Center.
61.
So their bodies aren't moving. They may need to shorten the rotation to get guys in more of a rhythm.
How much longer do you wait if you're Dunleavy?
Well, you may have to shorten the rotation. That may be a thing. But right now they look slow. They look a little old. It's just look at it. It just doesn't look good. It does not look good for the Golden State Warriors in terms of their age, their athleticism, and these teams are bringing it. Minnesota's a problem. Minnesota's taking Sacramento and Memphis' place. Minnesota's a top 5 team in the Western Conference. Bank on that. They're here. They're legit.
And Nasri didn't even have one of his signature Nasri games, and he was still good.
He was still good. You better believe he'll be ready to go tomorrow night.
Anthony Edwards those jerseys for them, by the way.
Man.
I love those Wolves jerseys.
When you're slow, you're old, you're unathletic, there's nothing you can do about it. Father Time is undefeated.
I love the young people.
So, we'll see. We'll see if the Warriors can bounce back. But we do know the Niners bounce back. That's for sure. That's for sure.
He's an Italian.
I'll start us off. Chase Young. Look, I'm jumping the gun, and I know. I'm freely admitting this. I'm jumping the gun. I'm almost thinking about trying to find a way to re-sign this guy to a team-friendly deal before he has any more impact on the season.
You want to sign him before Ayuk?
I don't know about signing him before Ayuk, but just some sort of a smaller extension. Ayuk will get his. You still have the franchise tag in your back pocket. I'm not worried about it. Like, take care of both guys. But when you make a move like this and clearly Bosa's all in, he looks like he's all in, I think this is going to be a great trade for the Niners. I know I'm way ahead of myself. It's one game. I admit it all. I like the Chase Young acquisition, and I think it's going to continue to bear out more fruit.
My final thought is the Las Vegas Raiders hit a home run with their stadium. I was in Las Vegas last night, got back late last night. Allegiant Stadium was deafening. My ears were popping. It was loud. It was 65-35%. It was a lot of Raider fans. It wasn't no home road game for them. They got it right with Allegiant Stadium. They hit a home run. That baby is sweet. It is nice. The black seats, the crowd, the acoustics, everything about it. I was like, damn, Super Bowl's going to be great here. It gets loud at Allegiant. Kudos to the Raiders, man. That stadium is amazing. Go ahead, Spadone or Lubman.
Guys, I don't know about you, but growing up, I was brought up to believe that when the quarterback goes down in the end zone, it's a safety. But apparently, the geniuses at the ACC, they don't understand that. Jordan Travis goes down in the end zone, but he's down at the 1. Make that make sense. ACC refs always looking for new ways to screw Miami over. Bonte, congratulations on your win, but you know what?
Are you going to cry?
Did you really think I was going to win that game?
No, never a shot.
It's a rivalry game.
It was still a safety. I'm so mad about that.
It was a safety.
It's unfortunate to see Emory Williams go down like that after
Florida State would have figured it out.
Making such an ultimate sacrifice there.
They're a second half team.
But
go Noles.
We're all in pain today.
Go Noles.
Somebody has to say it. How about Jimbo Fisher, huh? $77 million buyout. Must be nice.
That must be nice. Must be nice to be C.J. Stroud right now.
Oh, my God.
As a rookie, he's getting MVP consideration.
As he should.
Not just, me or you say. This is Adam Schefter. This is Ian Rappaport. Big shot saying C.J. Stroud, Rookie of the Year and MVP. The only player to ever do that, you guys know?
Well, that was in Major League Baseball.
As a Rookie of the Year.
Doc Gooden.
Well, NFL.
Oh.
Only one player.
I don't know.
Jim Brown.
Oh,
wow, I didn't know that.
I was going to say.
Didn't know that.
Rookie of the Year and MVP.
I know that Doc
C.J. Stroud do that as
I think Doc did it, right? Doc Gooden in Major League Baseball.
MVP,
I think 86.
Cy Young.
Yeah, Cy Young and Rookie of the Year.
Unbelievable. Shout out C.J. Stroud. Let's relax
you know
on Bryce Young, too, because I remember a young Carson Wentz was in MVP consideration once, and we were dogging Jared Goff.
That's a good point.
And look what happened.
Although I
think CJ's yeah, exactly.
Well, D'Amico, CJ Stroud, they might win that division. He's to Texas. They might win the division. The
Already
AFC South.
smoked the Jaguars earlier this year, too.
They did. In Jacksonville. That knocked me out of my survivor pool. That was 5. Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
Italian Philly coach.
In order for
know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Goo, we went into the weekend feeling pretty good about the Warriors and worried about the Niners, and now it's Monday morning, and I feel pretty good about the Warriors. I mean, sorry.
Oh, my gosh. I was like, who are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I missed you. We had a great show Friday, Steiny.
3 seconds in, I blew it.
It's the beauty of, I got your back. It's the beauty of sports, but you're right. It's been a seismic shift. But the Niners go out there. That was Jamie Lee Curtis in the movie Perfect. Tell me, what I mean, we'll get into it, Steiny, but the Warriors the Niners had their swag, and good God, Debo is everything. We'll get into it. But, man, the Niners are back. I ain't afraid to say it.
I think so. I mean, we're halfway through the season. They're 6-3. They're tied for first in the West. That was their first kind of adversity game where it absolutely, positively needed to be a win.
Okay.
And it was a no-doubter. From
the gate.
The 49ers going to Jacksonville and just handle business. And just a couple things that I thought of.
Yeah.
One is that I do, Brian Baldinger earlier last week said that he thinks a convincing win eliminates the 3-game losing streak. I feel like that's the case.
All right.
I feel like, okay, the 3-game losing streak is over now. They beat Jacksonville. Again, they're 6-3, and now they come home to play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I mean,
I appreciate the honesty. And they're healthy. You know, we get caught up in it, at least I did, Steiny, of them not having Trent Williams, them not having the threat of Debo Samuel. And we'll get into the most important Niner on offense because my answer has changed. No shade at anybody, but Debo in motion to me is everything. The backside of opposing defenses, they stress out. And early on from the opening drive, Steiny, what about this? Kyle wins the toss and puts his new defense on the field. Shout out Steve Wilks. 5 sacks, your unit, 4 takeaways. They defend, and Trevor Lawrence, Steiny, nobody could say, oh, you didn't play anybody because they were the flavor of the month, 5 in a row, coming in. They were at home, and he was scared, football scared from the gate, and the Niners come out with 5 defensive linemen. I don't know if you peeped that, but that's what Cleveland did. That's what Minnesota did a little bit of, and the Niners come out with 5 D linemen to start the game, and they set the tone. And that looked like the Niners. And I got to be honest, partner, I watched that game like, oh, I'm waiting for a Purdy or a Niner or McCaffrey, no room to run. And the fact that Debo was back there, here goes Ayuk, 20 yards. Wop, wop, wop. And the Niners look back. And if Baldy said that, because I just heard it, I agree. That win yesterday to me wiped out the 3 weeks.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers win 34-3 over Jacksonville. As convincing a win as the Cowboys game, but it might have been more important than the Cowboys game. Because when they beat the Cowboys, the 49ers were rolling. And they were playing good football. They needed to prove they could play good football again yesterday against Jacksonville, and they did just that.
No turnovers, Steiny?
Nope, and they forced 4.
Gosh, Lee.
Boy, my guy.
Uh-oh.
My guy Harry is really.
Hey, what up, Harry?
Yeah,
he's happy.
Oh, he's very happy because the 49ers won, but he's disappointed in you.
The show just started. Did you get a text already?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, Harry, we react to new information, bud. That's the job. But go ahead. What'd he say? You can read it.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. Tell Guru Trevor Lawrence had 2 interceptions yesterday, just like Purdy's last game. Both Trevor Lawrence and Purdy now have 3 losses. Both had 5-game winning streaks. Lawrence has more interceptions this year than Purdy has. I want you and Guru to be consistent and discuss whether Lawrence should go to the bench and have his backup take over. Why not? That's what you did to Purdy. And that's when I got off. That's when I said, resend, and I said, I never mentioned Sam Darnold.
Yeah, that was if there was
Defend
a bad
yourself.
game tomorrow. Yeah. Hey, if I can't approach the bench. That was if we saw another stinker. We didn't see a stinker. And he had all his weaponry, Harry. The Niners
But what
look
he
good.
would say is Brock Purdy has not had a stinker.
Oh, okay. All right, I ain't mad at that, but I disagree because I'm judging Brock against Brock, and he had set the bar so high. But when you talk about Trevor Lawrence, Harry, and Brock Purdy, take this and I'll end it. Trevor Lawrence is their Trey Lance. So he was gifted the keys, and he showed some promise. Brock kind of came out of nowhere, mystery relevant, shocked the world. But this ain't about Harry and I, Stoney. This is about the Niners, like Stella, got their groove back. And, I mean, right now, here we go. Here we go. And Dada, Guru is a man of no conviction and easily shaken. Please, shut up. I'm giving credit where credit is due. Niners got their groove back. Damn. Don't act like I was only one. I was curious. I was football curious. And, boy, how about Chase Young and that Niner defense, man?
All right, so let's finish up with Harry.
Okay.
He said, so I'm going to tune in today. You guys talk about Lawrence. Okay. The quarterbacks throw interceptions. It doesn't mean they're not a good quarterback. There will always be interceptions. I guess what bothers me is you guys, you and me, don't even qualify Purdy's interceptions. One was tipped. That would have been a touchdown. The other thrown at the end of a game against 8 defensive backs when he had to try to make a play. Anyway, wrong about Purdy.
This is it, and I'll leave your boy alone. Dirty Harry, Clint Eastwood. Take this for data. The head coach on a touchdown pass from Brock Purdy, his first one to Ayuk, still bothered the coach to the point to where even after the game, we got the touchdown. But we can't live with you making decisions like that, Brock. So you take that for data. Harry, the coach called his decision-making out on one play because you cannot throw across the field. But I'm not here for that, Harry. You take that up with Kyle.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on a Monday morning.
Yeah.
Niners 34, Jacksonville 3. And you feel like that win solves any of the problems you thought the Niners had? I mean, this to me is kind of what it's all about. This is what's so much fun to talk about as far as I'm concerned. We left here on Friday, and the Niners were coming off the Warriors were coming off a nice loss, if you will, to Denver, and there was enthusiasm and everybody was encouraged. And then the Warriors get demolished over the weekend, essentially, and now
it's concerning.
It's absolutely concerning. So
they have no scores. I'm sorry, bud.
So my question for Niner fans is, do you feel like that puts the period or the exclamation point at the end of that 3-game losing streak, and now we're ready to roll again? Or do you still need to see more from the 49ers to consider that they're still in, let's say, the top? They still in the top 3 in the NFC?
Oh, there's no doubt.
I think you'd have to say after yesterday's game. But you tell me what you think at 888-957-9570. On the other side, we'll also get into putting McCaffrey back in the game and whether you had a problem with that or not.
There's no wrong answer to that, and I know we'll get to it, Donnie. It's interesting. I want to hear your take. But the last thing about Harry, I got to give Brock Purdy credit. The 66-yard pass or bomb to George Kittle, Stoney, he hung in there until you could hang. It was like, that was impressive. The throw, the catch, but the fact that the pocket was collapsing and he hung in there, got hit. But, man, that was an explosive play. He had a few other to Ayuk, but Brock Purdy, Stoney, he got back on his horse, and his ledger was clean, man. Good game all around.
Let's go to Kyle Shanahan. Give us your thoughts on yesterday's victory, Kyle.
We overcame a bunch of stuff. I didn't think we played perfect ball by any means. I thought, which you never do, but I was just happy that the mistakes that we did make, we always overcame. I was real disappointed, getting those first 2 turnovers and not scoring on either of them, having a punt. Then when we get the third turnover, actually score ourselves on defense, but we have to call it back, and that was strategic so we could let the offense do it. So finally we were able to do one, and then being able to get that fourth one was cool. Let's play complementary football. It took us a while, a little bit back and forth, but once I thought we were playing both well on both sides, that's when the score became what it did.
Kyle Shanahan.
Man.
Not perfect, but he's happy that they were able to overcome all their mistakes.
Yeah, only giving up 3 points. I get what he's saying, Steiny. He's looking down the road, but these last 3 weeks are not indicative of who the Niners were, but I wondered, my mind did, and Trent Williams, you got to give him credit. He was out. Steiny, there was a play, Trent Williams was out trying to just pancake or block anything in front of him, and one of the Jag defenders said, I don't want the smoke, act like he went out of bounds. I don't know if you saw it, but 71 was doing his thing, and 19-2, and I'm talking about Deebo Samuel. But this is the Niner team that was 5-0, and Steiny, you asked, are they top 3? Yes.
In the NFL or the NFC?
In the NFC.
Steve Wilkes, he got a game ball yesterday, right? He should have.
Now that I didn't see.
Well, I didn't either, but he should have.
Yeah.
I don't know if he did or he didn't. But
good Lord.
Everybody's saying, panic. Steve Wilkes. Okay. So now he's down the sidelines, and they held Jacksonville without a touchdown.
Yep.
So it worked.
And they turned.
So everybody that was saying that's a sign of a problem, well, they got defensive coordinator problems. But do they?
I'll say, how about this? 5 sacks. And your boy Bosa would have active. Did you see the one him and his buddy from Ohio State got to the quarterback at the same time?
I did.
Yeah, Stoney, that was a hell of a move. And I mean, man, this is all you could ask for. Now they were 1 of 4 in the red zone. That could have been better. But at the end of the day, you scored 34. And again, now we're looking at, they're so pretty now. When before I was like,
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Super D is in San Francisco. What's up, Super D?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Talk to us.
All right. So let's talk about the return of Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel. I mean, to kind of talk about what Guru was talking about, it really wasn't indicative of who the 49ers were over the period of the last 3 weeks. When you lose Trent Williams on your left-hand side of the line and you lose Deebo, let's not forget, Deebo's the number 1, but Deebo blocks. And Trent Williams blocks too. So when you lose those 2 guys right on your left, you have to move George Kittle over to the left to help block for Brock Purdy. And you lose your number 1 receiver, you lose your number 1 tight end, and now you're also weak on your left side, and you reduce you become what do you call it,
one-dimensional
focused team. Yeah. One-dimensional, exactly. You become one-dimensional. You become Brandon Ayuk, and you become Christian McCaffrey.
Wow.
Okay, and the defense stays on the field way too long. So that's the only reason why the defense was giving up so many dang touchdowns, because you lost Trent Williams, because you lost Deebo Samuel. The team looked a whole lot different without those 2 guys. It went from 12 cylinders to 8.
Yeah. Look at him.
Okay, we still hot, but we 8 though. We 8-12. We brought those 2 guys back, man. Brock Purdy looked confident. Did you see him screen to the left and with complete confidence that he can run to his left and Suge Knight's out there laying fools out and throwing back across his body, knowing he's got an elite number 1 and 2 to pull his shit out, to pull his pass out the air. I mean, come on, man. They were humming yesterday. The Big Red Machine was running on all 12. I'm happy. Shanahan's scripted 12. It looked like the 94-95 squad, and it's good to see the guys back, man. They were humming yesterday.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
appreciate it, Super D.
Yeah, engine talk, Steiny. I mean, man,
The other thing is if you're a 49er fan today,
talk to me.
You could boil it down to, well, they're 6-0 when they're healthy, and they're 0-3 when they're not healthy. And the bottom line is if they don't have Trent Williams and they don't have Deebo Samuel, you could say, well, they're not going anywhere anyway.
You know what, man?
But now they have them back, so they have a chance. When they're at full strength, I think the 49ers can beat anybody.
No doubt about it.
But if they're not at full strength, then they're just a good team that can be beaten.
Yeah. And he laid out the reasons.
I mean, why not? Isn't that really what we're talking about here?
It's no doubt about it. And it's almost like if you take Draymond Green or some other, a couple other Warriors out the lineup, and I got so caught up in 49er mania in the bar that they said, Steiny, I'm the guy, and I check my own self. Oh, Debo's expendable. This thing is so high octane. But Debo blocks. Debo stresses the defense out. He gives McCaffrey more room to operate. So how dare I say, oh, Debo's expendable? But you're right. You just said it. They were missing two big components of their offense, and all of a sudden they come back, score on the opening drive, and now it's all good in the hood. So shame on me, man.
Again?
No, I'm the only one.
We do this too much, though.
Hey, buddy.
Well, you do.
I need you to have my back. I need you to say, Goo, I appreciate that. I'm not the only one. The world was... Come on now. The world was, who are the Niners? What's going on? But 71-19, added up, you got 90. But, I mean, they are a big part. They're the ones that come out with the boom box. And the boom box was back.
Well, the boom box was back, but you ripped the boom box for 3 weeks. So the boom box is fun when they win, but when they lose, it's the reason they lose. CJ in the city. Hey, CJ, how you doing, man?
Steiny, what's up, Goo?
Hey.
I hope you guys had a great weekend, man. Thank you guys for taking my call. So, in my opinion, this was a good win. It wasn't a great win. I heard a lot of talk about the Jaguars were 5-0 coming into this week. The Niners were like 1-point favorite or something like that. First off, the Jaguars to me did not look like a 5-0 team. The Niners look like the 5-0 team, and the Jaguars look like what Steiny said, the 0-3 team coming in. Given that, I wasn't stressed at all because during the first half, I think the longest pass attempted was by the wide receiver. So at that point, I was like, yeah, this is game over. And I think we need to give a lot more credit to the defense than we are giving the credit to. They deserve all the credit for the game yesterday. That was all the defense. Brock made a couple great throws, sure, but that's all the defense. They set the tempo. They set the vibe. And also, I want to point out that Kyle Shanahan missed an opportunity to kind of redeem himself because there was a play very similar to the same play that killed us against the Eagles, that first drive where the ball touched the ground and they kind of hurried up and rushed the play. The Jaguars did the same thing in the first quarter. Sure, they didn't score, and we were up 7, but that was an opportunity for Kyle to kind of, redeem himself or kind of just use that as an opportunity to challenge a play where he doesn't usually do. And the last thing I want to do is ask you guys a question. So let's say like Brock Purdy is due for an extension this year. What would y'all pay him considering that he's not as good without the fully healthy team and he looks like this when the defense is on and when everybody's playing? Thank you guys.
I'll let you handle that one.
They don't have to worry about that for a couple of years.
Yep.
I mean, I'd pay him 20 right now if I had to.
He'd take
25. Not a lot more than that though. But that's just me.
Well,
that's just me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jimbo on the YouTube chat. Man, if you can't see the Niners are special, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, well, they can be.
Yeah.
That's what I always say.
Hey,
they can
you know
be.
what? I think you set the tone when they're healthy. I didn't give enough credence to the fact that your boy was out and Debo was too, man.
The 49ers go to 6-3. We'll talk about McCaffrey, too, on the other side, getting put back into that game and whether you feel like that was the right move or not. But the 49ers, they get great performances from Purdy, McCaffrey, Bosa, complete win. The coaching staff, at least Steve Wilks, isn't going to take any heat this week. Let's go to Daniel in San Ramon. Daniel in San Ramon.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
That's a good win, but This is the one thing I'm a little bit worried about. That secondary, the DBs, they still kind of scare me because they look like if we don't get that rush, they look like they can't hold their own at all. And sometimes you're not going to be able to get that rush all the time, you know? I feel like we should have done something. I know we tried, but I feel like it's going to come back to bite us in the butt, y'all. I just want to get y'all thoughts on that. All right.
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, the defensive secondary is probably the weak part of the 49ers.
And that's why they went out and enhanced the D-line. I mean, that's a secondary, his best friend. And you saw the adjustments, Donnie. I don't know if you caught it, but they moved Amory Thomas, nickelback, inside, and moved Lenore inside and moved Amory Thomas outside. He was making plays. I'm not telling you it's the best secondary in the world, but when you add Chase Young, your whole goal is to make UI and Evan and Spadoni better in the secondary by getting after the quarterback. And again, Jacksonville couldn't get in the end zone. But I'm not telling them, Ronnie Lott's back there and Dwight Hicks.
Right, you're covering all your base.
No, I'm telling you the pass rush will make them better. And that's what we saw yesterday.
888-957-9570 is the number. Stein and Guru with you on a Monday morning.
Victory Monday.
The San Francisco 49ers, you feel like that win yesterday kind of eliminates the 3-game losing streak. They're now 6-3. They got healthy yesterday. Deebo Samuel back, Trent Williams back. Is that the biggest reason that the 49ers lost 3 games in a row? Is the biggest reason they lost 3 games in a row Deebo and Trent Williams? And if it is, does that just mean that if this team's healthy, they've got as good a shot as anybody? Or is it deeper than that? Is it deeper than just losing those 2 guys in the last 3 games that led to that 3-game losing streak? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. John Dickinson is going to join us at 1 o'clock.
JD.
He was he in Jacksonville?
No, he was here.
Okay, he didn't go to Jacksonville. That's right. He did some Warriors last night. But, of course, he was on top of it like he always is. And the San Francisco 49ers get back on the winning track.
No, I love it. And I'll just tell you this. Listen, it's not about you and I. I know it's our show, Stoney and Goo, but you just got me, you hit me in the chest with that, how I went Helen Keller on what they were not playing with. And now you look at the defense, they got a sack before Chase Young even ever got out there. They set the tone. We saw teams having success. And Jacksonville had a couple runs, some screens, Stoney. But, man, your boy Trevor Lawrence didn't even pass for 200 yards. They held him on the ground. Jacksonville 17 for 59. I mean, I don't know what else a 49er fan would want from that game, and we'll get on it. We'll get into it on the next segment. But yeah, you wanted the McCaffrey record, okay? But you got your record. You're 6-3 right now, and you're reminded the NFL. You took a week off. You got healthy, and Steiny, I don't know who can say or look at this team right now and say they're not back.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Goo with you on 95.7 The Game. And the San Francisco 49ers, they improved to 6-3 yesterday with the win. And they look great doing it. There's absolutely no doubt that they looked as good as they've looked in the past month. Yep. Obviously, because they had been 0-3.
Seattle almost lost, Donnie. That would have been perfect.
Seattle,
they won on a field goal.
Yeah. 5 field goal game winners yesterday.
Oh man,
most in NFL history.
How'd you do in fantasy? I'm out. I need Russell Wilson to get 32.
I'm mad. This was a scheduled loss for my
you
team.
Lost.
It was a scheduled loss because I had all my great guys were on a bye the same week.
No, you had Watson.
And the other, who'd I play? I don't even know the guy.
You hate to see it.
He had freaking CD Lamb.
Mary had a little Lamb.
Finally had his one good game.
CD going off.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking more Niners on the other side. And did you have a problem with McCaffrey coming back into the game? We'll talk about that and all the other aspects of the San Francisco 49ers victory on Sunday. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And don't forget, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Kruger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place.
Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
Stein and Guru, let's go. You heard the man. I don't know who sent. Oh, Paul in Alameda. This has nothing to do with anything except the Warriors. Maybe Steph Curry should be called the Splash Orphan.
I'm going to give it to. Hey, did Evan just yell at me?
I don't know.
Evan went Bobby Knight a little bit on his boy.
Well, you ever hear the way Lubman talks to the morning guys?
Oh, no. What's this? You know what?
I don't.
Okay. E-Dog. We had real quick before we get back to it. I just want to commend you and Evan as a show. We had a great Friday in the cafeteria, so nothing like brotherhood, man.
You had a great Friday.
We all did. Yeah.
I got home in time.
What's that shirt, Rocky?
You know, yeah. Denver Nuggets mascot.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Best mascot in the NBA. Let me know when we can play that Baldy sound that I want to anchor this segment.
What fraction of Niner fans, before we get that ready, Steiny, do you think are not going to be, they're still a little worried. They're not a Snicker bar. They're not satisfied with yesterday's win. Like, to me, that negated like a bottle of Raid the last 3 weeks. I'm really there.
Well,
and the health thing you just hit us with is a big part of that. Now, I haven't forgotten.
Well,
because it's still on the ledger.
What is?
The 3 losses. You're
three
chasing
losses.
Philly. 2 behind Philly. You got them in a couple weeks.
This is what Brian Baldinger. No, we don't have that yet. Okay, hold on. We'll play that in a sec. Let's go out to Tony in Union City.
My town.
Tony, what's up in Union City, buddy?
Hey guys,
doing well. What's up, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Great game yesterday, fun to watch. You know, it just kind of shows you that when the defensive line is applying pressure, it just takes the pressure off the secondary and it lets them be better. So that was the big difference in the last 3 games that they lost, was that the defensive line did not apply pressure and the other team had time. The quarterbacks, especially Kirk Cousins, he chewed them up. He diced them up.
Yep.
And, you know, part of the reason for that is I believe they were out-coached. They got out-coached those 3 games.
You know what
That's interesting. Wow.
I mean, I was talking to Evan before the show, and he's like, wasn't it just a matter of the defensive line played better? Bosa was better. He got to the quarterback. I want to ask 49er fans if now, after the victory, they believe what Brian Baldinger said. Take a listen.
It's probably a good thing that they're going across the country to Jacksonville and playing one of the hottest teams in the league. Nothing can kind of bring you back to your winning ways than beating a good team on the road. Because when you beat a good team on the road, you get 6 hours with each other on the plane ride back. Like, you're watching videos together and you're playing cards, and it's just, it's just a camaraderie that's just built, especially if you're like, you go and you beat one of the elite teams and an AFC team that's won playoff games and they got everything going for them, and you go into Jacksonville and beat them, like, you're like, we're back where we belong.
Right.
And in one game, you could restore what we saw the first 5 weeks of the season. I just think this is a perfectly timed matchup, considering the Niners hadn't won a game in a month. And, Jacksonville's done nothing but win in the last month. It's the ultimate test right now for him.
Damn, Baldy.
That was Baldy last week.
He hit that out the park, Matt.
Well, there might be, you can still disagree with him.
Oh, no, and there's a lot. I think we got some callers that still seems, I'm going to call it nitpicking, But again, they got Tampa Bay coming in. We'll get to that later on this week. But yesterday was about stopping the 3-game losing streak. You're healthy. You got your new weapon, your new toy on defense. They hit Trevor Lawrence 10 times. They had 10 quarterback hits, Steiny. Like, they were in his grill.
Scott's in Monterey. What's going on, Scott? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Happy Victory Monday.
Sure.
Hey, so to give my opinion on Brian's take, no, I think it's a fantastic take. I think the team needed that victory. I think it's a great dress rehearsal for the team. They're going to be facing a very hot Eagles team come December, and it tells the team, hey, we can fly out to the East Coast, early morning game, and we can win. And so I think it's a huge confidence boost for these guys. The bye week couldn't have come at a better time. I think when you were watching the last 3 games that we had, the team just looked tired and beat up, and they were just missing. And I think the thing with the defense, the missed tackles. I mean, we're just missing tackles, and the team just kind of really lost that energy. And so they had a week to kind of heal up, regroup. Obviously, adding Chase Young, that doesn't hurt at all. And in fact, I was thinking about, I was watching the game yesterday, and Nick Bosa and Chase, they were lined up on the A gap. And I'm like, I can't imagine being Trevor Lawrence looking across there and seeing both those guys. But,
yeah, they got some pressure on him yesterday for sure.
And let's give our guys some credit, Stoney. The maestro, Wilkes.
Now he's a maestro.
How did his first?
Now he's a maestro.
How did his first?
You can't call him that if we've been ripping him all.
How did his first? We haven't ripped them all year because after they were 5-0 and demolished Dallas, it was great.
But the last 3 weeks,
it was a mini crisis.
The last 3 weeks have been.
But you feel good for him. His first game on the sideline, his unit, they stepped up and had his back.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. I'm going to amend my take a little bit
on
the 49ers being totally back. I'll actually need to see a win next week for me to say that. And here's why. I think there's some games in the NFL over the course of a season where it's not quite a scheduled loss, but it's a game where the team that needs it more is going to win. The team with the greater sense of urgency is going to win the game. That's what I thought about for this game, and it never left my mind all week, was that the San Francisco 49ers have lost 3 in a row, and they're really good. They're a good team. Mm-hmm. We know that. Jacksonville's won 5 in a row. They're a pretty good team. But I'm sorry, part of the whole psyche of the NFL is the fact that Jacksonville knew it had 5 straight wins in its back pocket, and the 49ers had 3 straight losses in their back pocket. And whether we like it or not, that is a factor in the way the game plays out. I really, really believe that. I know it's a cliche, but you know what? The Niners wanted that game more. They needed that game more, and they played it like those 2 things were true. So I look at that game yesterday, and yes, they needed to win that game to get back on track, but I do want to see them build on it next week against Tampa Bay, because I do think that Jacksonville was maybe resting on its laurels a little bit.
Yeah. I ain't mad at you. You feel how you feel. I disagree because I feel like the Niners were injured. We saw Dre, no excuses, Dre Greenlaw on one wheel. You don't think that week off helped them? But the fact that they were the Niners, Steiny, even the coaches, they hear what everybody's talking about, how you go from the penthouse to the outhouse, and all of a sudden you get a week off, you get a new player, and I don't expect anything short of them trying to do the same thing to Tampa Bay. I'm not saying it's going to be 50-0, but health is wealth, and that's what I believe was the main reason that the Niners showed up yesterday, is they had all their weaponry.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they go to 6-3, 34-3 over the Jacksonville Jaguars. They got 5 sacks. And the question I have the 49er fans is, do you feel like they're back on track? Do you feel like they're back to where they were after week 5? Now, of course, they were 5-0 after week 5. That's not exactly what I mean. But do you feel as good about this team today as you did after they beat the Dallas Cowboys on that Sunday night to go? Was that the one that made them 5-0?
Yeah.
The one that made them 5-0.
Their last win up until yesterday.
Gotcha. Let's go to Jordan. Jordan's in Cali. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about y'all?
Doing well.
Thanks for having me on. Hey, I just wanted to talk about Bosa. How is it that he goes from 18.5 sacks last season, starts this season, and he's maybe got, 4.5, if I'm not mistaken? Then he needs Chase Young to come in, and he comes out looking like he did yesterday, or yesterday came out looking like he did last season. What's going on with that? Why is it that he needed his old teammate to kind of hype him up? I mean, he's supposed to be. He is the highest paid defensive player in the league right now, and we're paying for him to only get 4.5 sacks. I mean, I love him. I think he was one of the best choices the Niners made, but it kind of baffles me, man.
I don't know why he wasn't getting home.
Well, I think until further notice, the narrative is going to be he had a great year last year. He had a contract holdout. He missed all of training camp. He got signed, made big money. Not that that matters, but came in. He wasn't in great football shape. Had a slow start to the season after first 4 or 5 games, and let's see if now he looks more like Bosa of last year. And if he does, then you say, well, you know what? He didn't have a great first third of the season because he held out. And then everybody says, well, he didn't play great because he held out. How come he didn't play? He held out. Why would the slow start for Buzz? He wasn't in great shape. And then that just becomes a story, and he takes off from there.
Yeah, DC Down on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat says, why did Bosa need Young to play better? I almost want to say who cares, because the byproduct of the acquisition means without injury moving forward, Bosa and this defensive line is going to have the luxury of adding Chase Young to it. And again, Bosa don't need me to defend him, but he got a half a sack, him and Armstead, or I forget who it was. They got to the quarterback without Chase Young. So Bosa was active, but Steiny, you would think what you just explained is what led to his slow start when you talk about sacks.
Les is in Sacramento. Les, how you doing, man?
Good morning. Happy Monday, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
What's up, Guru? How you doing?
All right.
Hey, so back on what you guys were saying, I'm gonna go back on Steiny with the sense of urgency.
Yep.
I think that had a key point to do with it, but also 4 other things I'm gonna go back with as well. I'm gonna say that pass rush and playing man to man, right? If you kind of look at that Cincinnati game in the 3 games that we lost, the pass rush just almost got there, but we were playing more of a zone. We didn't jam the receivers. That 1 second delay changes a lot on that back end. So I think they kind of made an adjustment with that. The health did have a big thing to do with it. If you look at Deebo Samuels yesterday morning, the first 4 plays was him in motion.
No doubt.
It was set up for that the third quarter, the fourth quarter. They're going to run this. All right, wait. Okay, let's see what the defense says. Let's see what the defense does. Boom, hit you. And they set that up. That was good coaching. But another thing, not too many people think about is the last 3-4 years, we've had our bye week, and I say we like I'm a Niner myself, but we've had our bye week 5, week 6, compared to years in past, week 9. But since Harbaugh, I would say like week 5, 6, early bye weeks. And I think we got tired. If you kind of look at it, we were mentally used to having that bye week 5 or week 6, and that kind of caught us. But now I would say, are we totally back? Oh, no, until we beat Philadelphia, then I say yes. But, being a realistic Niner fan since 81, but all those things had a big factor. It's still not, the jury's still out in regards to where we feel that we need to go, where we can go. Other than that, last but not least, Guru.
Yes, sir.
Guru made great plays yesterday against me on fantasy football. This dude at the last minute going to stick in Geno Smith in the Seattle defense, and he ended up getting that W against me. So I'm going to give you them props, bro. Other than that, y'all have a good Monday. Talk to y'all later.
Who's that?
My guy. I put Geno Smith. I'm in 5 leagues.
So you don't even know who that guy is?
No.
You didn't even know who you played yesterday in one of your leagues?
No, I do.
Who?
I didn't know his name.
Apparently it's Les.
Oh,
and he lives in Sacramento.
Sacramento's, Donnie.
You got to...
Don't get mad because you lost.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Still 6-4.
Yeah, let me do. Are you 6-4?
It was a scheduled loss yesterday.
Hey, the Debo impact is everything, but I got to say something because you got me thinking about if they wanted it more. But didn't we start this season saying it was about home field advantage and it was a 2-team race, regardless if you liked it or not? It was about the Niners keeping up with Philly, Philly keeping up with the Niners. So they had if that's what they were playing for, Steiny, no days off, no weeks off.
So you don't think there's anything to it? There's nothing to the fact that Jacksonville was sitting on 5 straight wins and the Niners were 3 straight losses. And they knew.
I can't say there's nothing.
I think you don't think sense of urgency is a big thing in the NFL.
I think if Jacksonville would have won this,
well, they didn't. They would have never won this game.
If they would have won 6 in a row and beating the Niners, we'd be talking about them in Super Bowl.
Right. But now we saw the game yesterday and we realized that was never going to happen.
Or the Niners are better than Jacksonville, which we all thought going into this season.
Right. Sense of urgency, recommit to executing. Recommit to being physical. Purdy gets back to being himself. It's just, their concentration was better. The stakes are getting higher. Jacksonville was playing with house money.
And so you weren't worried coming into this game?
No. Remember I said, well, first of all, I said to me, the 49ers are fine. If you look at each of these 3 games individually, there were reasons, not that the reasons were acceptable, but okay, there's one. I've had some injuries. Purdy's hitting a little dry spell here. Big deal. The kicker misses a kick that could have won a game for him. And I'm thinking, you know what? Go down to Jacksonville, beat Jacksonville, and you're back on track. And
the Niners needed it more than
Exactly.
That's a fact.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
And I think as a show, we all picked the Niners.
I thought they were fine if they lost too, though.
To Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I know I did.
You were the one who brought in Friday. If they lost, they'd lost 4 in a row. And
yeah, that's what I believe. But I'm saying...
No, I said if they lose to Jacksonville, then yeah, they're in trouble.
But Jacksonville is a good team, though. Like that is a game you could lose.
Right, but I didn't look at it. I didn't look at... What was Jacksonville coming in, 6-2?
Yeah, they won 5 in a row.
Okay, I don't see them as a 6-2 team. I'm not saying they're not good, Evan. But what I'm saying is...
Well, no, I'm just trying to emphasize that's a quality. That's their best win of the season, the 49ers.
Well, because of the circumstances, right? Because of the 3-game losing streak.
No, Jacksonville on the road is the best opponent that they've played on their schedule.
No, Dallas is better than Jacksonville.
But they got them at home.
Yeah. Well, you're right.
No, I'm not. I think 2 things can be equally true. It can be a big win and a needed win, but I think we all thought they were going to do that, right?
Because of what transpired the last 3 weeks, which are losses. And just mathematically, Evan, they couldn't afford to lose 4 in a row to whoever it was.
Well, mathematically, they could. I mean, right. the NFC is not that good. But what I'm saying is, it just sounds like you expected them.
I picked them to win. Well, not roll, but I picked them to cover the Niners, and so did Vegas. I thought they were going to
win the game,
and so did Vegas. To be honest,
I thought they were going to win the game.
If Jacksonville was all what you're saying, Evan, I'm just saying they would have been favored at home. They weren't. So the Niners still had that respect of, yeah, you guys are hot, but we still believe this team will not lose 4 in a row.
Well, that's the strength. That's what I don't get, Evan. What I don't get is, how did the Jacksonville Jaguars win 5 in a row? The Niners lose 3 in a row, and Jacksonville's got a better record than the Niners. How are they not favored at home, Jacksonville?
Because they beat the Steelers, they beat the Saints, they beat the Colts, they beat the Bills, they beat the Falcons. I believe a lot of people went to the schedule, the powers to be, and I believe you are who you are on what you were supposed to do at the beginning. And Jacksonville did make the playoffs. I'm not saying they're weak, they're not, but those 5 games weren't world beaters. Those 5 teams that I just mentioned.
Jacksonville was 6-2 coming in.
And underdogs at home.
On a 5-game winning streak.
Yeah, underdogs at home.
Okay.
And how'd that play out? Now
Right,
just went in there and spanked them.
Okay. Yes. Do you think Jacksonville, how good do you think Jacksonville is?
They're
I guess
a
is my
playoff
question.
team.
Yeah, I mean they're better than probably every team except for Philly, San Francisco, and maybe Dallas. Like that, I think they could beat the Lions.
Really? Are they that good?
Chargers almost should have beat the Lions. Sorry.
You hate to see it.
I'm feeling a lot better. The state of the Niners, according to the 510 on the Comcast Business text line. Them shutting down a quality team yesterday. Nothing is for certain, but I'm confident about next week. The true test will be on Thanksgiving Day. As a fan, I've been disappointed on more than a few holidays. Beating Seattle on Thanksgiving and owning first place, that would be perfect. That would be a good that'd be a good week and a half,
yeah.
Tell you the truth. 49ers play Tampa Bay next week. 888-957-9570 is the number. And let me hear it, 49er fans. We're an hour into this show. They snapped their 3-game losing streak. They beat Jacksonville. I don't know. Is that a game that you thought they should have won and then they did win? I kind of felt like that, even though Jacksonville was at home. I mean, I keep coming back to, well, if Jacksonville, why was 3.5? Jacksonville was given 3.5.
Yeah, but
I mean, it tells you what, to me, tells you what an objective entity thinks of these teams. And objectively, somebody or Vegas thought this team was better.
And I came in all week. You and Evan could back me up. Goo, why are you excited? I'm excited because I can't believe, 1, that the Niners are on a 3-game losing streak, and 2, Jacksonville is hot, and they're a pretty good team, but I didn't come in thinking they were on the level as the Niners. But I'm like, could this thing get so out of hand for the Niners that we're talking about 4 losses in a row? And obviously they had, the Niners, the benefit of getting guys back before this game popped off, but I did not see 34-3, but I did feel like I just can't live in a world, we can't live in a world where they're going to lose to Jacksonville, and that would be 4 in a row after starting 5-0.
I mean,
man,
the way I was thinking of the game is that because, like, it is just, and I could be wrong, but let's say Jacksonville had won 4 in a row and lost last week. Then I think it would have been a better game. I do. Because then Jacksonville would have been coming off a loss, and they would have had a little more sense of urgency, and maybe they would have given the Niners a little bit better of a game. Like, that is the way I think a lot, or not a lot, but some NFL games, that's the way they go.
But, Steiny, we're talking about 4 takeaways, 5 sacks. It was domination.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't have anything to play for, really, Jacksonville. They just won 5 in a row, sitting pretty. 49ers came in desperate, hungry. Jacksonville just played.
2-2 at home, by the way. Now 2-3 coming into that game. Maybe Vegas knew that, too.
Maybe. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they raised their record to 6-3. And my question for 49er fans, 2 things. One is, what did you think of Kyle Shanahan putting Christian McCaffrey back in that game with 6 minutes left yesterday? And then what'd you think of his reaction when asked about it? I'll talk about both on the other side as it relates to the San Francisco 49ers. Don't forget, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 1 o'clock, John Dickinson will be with us. On the other side, we'll take your calls. Did Kyle Shanahan really put Christian McCaffrey back into a game where they were up 31 midway through the 4th quarter? How are we feeling about that? 888-957-9570. Talk about it all on the other side.
Victor McCaffrey on the boot. Kittle's in the end zone, but he's covered. Purdy keeps it alive and floats it in there. Touchdown. Threw it up for grabs, and it somehow found Brandon Ayuk for the score.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. 49ers, they beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 34-3 yesterday.
Smoked.
And in that game, Christian McCaffrey was out of the game with 12 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Sam Darnold was in the game, and Elijah Mitchell was in the game for Christian McCaffrey. And on a fourth down with 6 minutes to go, Kyle Shanahan put McCaffrey into the game to try to set a record for consecutive weeks with a touchdown. So he put Christian McCaffrey back in the game at 34-3 with 6 minutes to go.
For a series. Yeah.
You good with that, 49er fans? Here's what Shanahan had to say.
18 games in a row is a big record. So, I mean, if we had a chance to do that, I was going to try to do it for him. And it's a little nerve-wracking. Last thing I want to do is get him hurt. But once it was big time for Elijah to run the ball like that to get us down there. Brock and I think Ronnie made a huge third down throw, I believe, that gave us a chance. And once we got close, we told him to stay loose because we were going to try. And got close, wish we could have done it for him. But I think that was a pretty big accomplishment just to do it for 17 games straight. So.
That's a coach wanting to do right by a player. How you feeling about that?
I'm the guy that likes the company meetings, our weekly meetings, and this may be a bad analogy. I like camaraderie. Steiny, if he would have got hurt, I'd be the same guy saying, I can't believe he put him back in. But the fact that everybody seemed to be fired up, they wanted to break Lenny Moore's record, and they all were watching. What I don't understand is why he wouldn't have put Brock Purdy in. He didn't get hurt, and he didn't get the record. But honestly, and I was talking to Shasky, he didn't like it. Bonte wasn't feeling it. Don't sound like you're feeling it. I like that they all were trying to look out for their brother and get him this record. And he didn't get hurt. So no harm, no foul.
I see both sides. But you're right. I mean, but here's the thing. McCaffrey gets hurt on that play, and that's all we're talking about today. That's all we're talking about today is McCaffrey getting hurt, trying to get a record that the reality is very few people have actually heard of.
But now he's still part of the record, so maybe that's why he shouldn't have been out there when somebody ever comes down the road trying to break or gets to 17. It's going to be Lenny and McCaffrey, Stoney. They're tied, so it ain't like he just is gone bye-bye. So I just never felt like he was going to get it because they were extra trying, if that makes any sense.
From the 408, if it's okay for the Cowboys to have their backup quarterback throwing 20-yard passes up 42-10, it's fine for Shanahan to try to get McCaffrey the record. Yeah, I think you're missing the point, 408. It's not about whether Shanahan's trying to rub it in or not, or whether Shanahan can. It's about what happens if McCaffrey gets hurt in a game where you're up 34-3 with 6 minutes to go.
And he was out there a series, Stoney, not a play, so he could have got hurt. They were trying to give it to him.
Yep.
He wanted it too, and I get it. But, all right, let's say this. Are you going Michael Strahan when he sacked Brett Favre, and a lot of people say that's BS because Brett fell down and kind of made it easy for Strahan? Strahan don't care. He's got the record. He's in the books. My point to you is, would that record have meant as much him breaking it the way that they went about it? Because it wasn't natural.
I don't even remember that. I mean, I just remember he set the record. But
like if McCaffrey got in on the last series, would you have been like, you know what, that's some BS?
No. It would have still been 19. But, I mean, the thing I don't get is...
Why risk it?
Well...
hey.
But that's kind of why I don't get where you're coming from on this one, because whenever there's an injury or something, it's always got to hold the guy out. You know, Deebo Samuel can't play until he can play.
That's me. I'm with you.
So I just don't know why this would be different if you're one of those people that are worried about health.
But I guess a part of it, Steiny, is watching the Niners come together, and that's what I feel like they were doing, all for their brother to get the glory.
I'm sure that's what they were doing.
Yeah, no.
But okay. I mean...
And again, I
just don't tell me you're worried about injury then, is all I'm saying. If you're going to put a guy back in a game at 34-3 for that record, and he can say, oh, that's a big record. Nobody even knows that record. That's not a big record.
But it was big to them,
it's a great feat. It's an achievement.
If you look at who was O.J. Simpson and who are all the other guys that were behind Lenny, it's a big deal.
Let's go to Pete in San Rafael. What's up, Pete? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys today?
Doing well.
A victory Monday is so much better than the pain we had these last 3 weeks, is it not?
You can hear it in your voice, Peter.
Anyway, in answer to your question, that's got to be a tough one. Being a head coach in NFL is not an easy job, because to get a record, I mean, how many years ago was Lenny Moore's record? And to be able to break that, are you kidding me? You want to give the guy a chance, but yes, he'd have been in the doghouse if McCaffrey got hurt. But to that point, you guys touched on it earlier. I think the big shift I saw yesterday is Lynch loves that defensive line, and I think Chase Young's a great ad. And being a defensive back, Lynch can see the value in that. But Shanahan likes to run the ball. And when you can get Trent back in the lineup and you get Deebo back in the lineup, it opened up everything. I mean, McCaffrey got shut down the last couple of weeks. All of a sudden, the offense is clicking, and it's easier on Purdy. So I got to believe that the health absolutely matters, and I think Wilkes is going to get it on defense. But if they keep playing like this with that intensity, that's the key. But I think it's up for grabs whoever's going to win the Super Bowl this year. Nobody's really totally dominant.
No, not yet.
Lost one game.
Not yet.
And Steiny, I know they got Philly in a couple weeks, but again, I'm not going to forget our conversations. This was about the Niners, if they do get to the NFC Championship game, having home field, and this losing streak has put them 2 games behind Philly. So, I can't believe I didn't understand or had forgotten the impact of Deebo Samuel before the ball is hiked. Steiny, he has to be accounted for, and that gives everybody else more room to work. And also Brock Purdy knowing he could just drop back, boom, give it to Deebo, get some momentum that way, and then hit you downfield. So they looked like themselves yesterday, and you look at the score, they dismantled a hot Jacksonville Jaguar team.
Let's go to San Leandro Mo. Wants to talk about McCaffrey and Jake Moody. What's up, San Leandro Mo?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Appreciate you taking my call. I got 2 things. First, to answer your question, I feel like if Shanny was, really worried about the record, he could have and would have got CMC the touchdown earlier in the game. But that's just me. And then second thing, do either of you remember, I believe it was Moody's second field goal, the one where he nearly missed.
Right. It went in, no, but yeah.
Okay, so what was up with that? So he kicked it 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. He kicked it first, and then Peterson called a timeout. He kicked it again, and he I don't know if he made it or not, but the TV, the crew didn't explain it to the audience what happened then, which led to his third kick, which he nearly missed. Did you guys catch that? And if you guys can harp on that. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on that one. You guys know? Moody took 3 attempts. One was a timeout that was
granted.
Tried
to ice him.
One was a timeout that was granted. Were there 2? We'll check into that. We'll check into that. By the way, here's what Shanahan said. Hey, you think it might be dangerous to put, I don't know, best running back in football back in with 6 minutes to go of a blowout?
I try to make decisions not based off of having to talk to you after the game. I try to make it on what I think's right for a team. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, but I'm not going to think about you until after the game, so then I can just deal with it.
All right, so he doesn't care what the media thinks.
Yep.
Rightfully so.
Well, obviously, he went for the record.
Tony's in Pacifica. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, Steiny?
Hey.
Hey.
So you want to know what the mystery was and why the Niners were able to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, right? I'll tell you. Because Jacksonville didn't put that 5 and 6 big men up there on the front on first and second down, so they were able to run the ball. So if anybody who watches football should have already realized that Jacksonville didn't come in with the same game plan as the last 3 teams did. So that's why the Niners won.
And the last 3 teams didn't have to worry about Debo, too, so that was a big deal.
About Debo. No one's worrying about Debo, bro. He ain't all that.
Wow.
Somebody doesn't like the Niners out there.
It's all good. Missed me with that. They missed him. And the Niners used what Cleveland and Minnesota did with the 5 D linemen to start the game. But, Steiny, the backside of a defense, man, you cannot sell out knowing that Debo might get the ball any way, any type of way. You got to play him honest. And you can't tell me that dimension, not having that, didn't affect him these last couple weeks.
From the Comcast Business Text line, 510. Hey, Steiny, every time you break a record from a guy who no one has heard of, it means that the record is so old that breaking it is a huge deal. That's Roy from the Stack.
Oh, our guy Roy.
Well, listen, I just said I did not have a problem with it. I see what he was trying to do. The thing I find interesting is all the people that are super duper conservative about never playing a guy if he's not 100% and keeping guys in bubble wrap and making sure that they don't get put in harm's way. It's like,
but you got to understand what's at stake, Steiny.
What is at stake?
Like the Dallas 42-10, you could say that was stupid. What are you doing? Just trying to get stats. My point is, this was a record. And I think that's what Roy is saying.
Okay.
This was prestigious, a record, So just padding stats, I guess you could live.
Of course it is. That's exactly what it is. It's padding stats. It's padding stats in a big way.
Well, you're going into history books.
I just don't.
He would have had this record solo dolo. And that second kick, Steiny, was a TV timeout, it looks like. Scheduled TV timeout. So it wiped it out.
Okay. So we figured that one out. Players get hurt in practice. They're non-contact injuries. I'm not worried about CMC going for the record. It's team building.
I love.
Well, then if I'll tell you what, if Trent Williams is not at 100% at any point the rest of the year, and you guys go, hold him out.
Well, what record's at stake then?
That's not a reason to get a guy hurt.
How can you make that getting a guy?
Because it's not a record.
No, it doesn't.
Because it's not a record.
There's a record involved, and you're dismissing it like it's for a regular play.
I am dismissing it.
So records mean nothing to you.
Let me once again be clear. I don't have a problem.
It sounds like you do.
I don't have a problem with Christian McCaffrey going back into the game. I have a problem with the same people who want to hold guys out left and right because they're scared that they might get hurt. All of a sudden, now it's okay. It's totally okay because he was going to set a record, more of an achievement.
So that's what I want to ask
you. So you're okay with getting him hurt
if
it's for padding stats.
You need to know how you sound. I'm asking you. Records mean nothing to you.
Absolutely nothing to me.
Okay, well, now
put up against a player's injury. Put up the possibility for a player's injury. I'm just saying, again, it's Kyle's decision. I see why he did it. I see why people wouldn't want it done. But I'm just saying, I don't understand the same people who beg for guys not to get hurt or not to play if there's a chance they could get hurt down the line, now going for some, and I'll say it, meaningless record? that very, very few people
it's meaningless
have heard
to
about.
You, Stein.
No, very few people in the world know about this record.
Well, but my point is the team wanted him to get it, so they risked.
They
took the risk.
Right. And I'm surprised that many are like, yeah, it's fine now. It's fine. Well, it could get him hurt. Well, that's okay. He was going to get a record. Oh, okay. Well, then it's okay. Then it's okay to put their season at risk, I guess. And listen, again, I'm just arguing.
People agreeing with
I'm
you.
just arguing with them. I'm just asking the people who are always on the other side of this argument why this one is one where they'll say, now this is okay. This one I understand the risk. Because quite frankly, this one I don't understand the risk. But
because
I get why he did it.
Because of the record.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that much to you.
No.
Right.
Well, is that record more important than having McCaffrey get a chance to get hurt?
I would say the Niners' answer and the head coach would be yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I would think that many of the same people who
McCaffrey wanted that record.
Great. And does that matter when a guy wants to play but he's not 100%? No, we say sometimes you got to save somebody from themselves. Of course McCaffrey wants the record. I get it. It's not a double standard. It's if a guy can get a record, then risk it. I mean, I don't think.
It was worth it.
No, he didn't get it either.
He didn't come close.
So
he didn't come close. That's why I asked you, would you had a problem had he got it the way that they went about it, like it wasn't natural? Because why didn't you put Purdy in and everybody in to enhance maybe his chances? Not that Darnold cost him, but I was perplexed. But I was like, what did the guy say? We had a team building. That's what I thought it was. I was like, you know what? This is cool. If the coach is going to say it and it means something, because your boy McCaffrey was trying to get in there, Steiny. You could tell he wanted it.
I mean, when Evan was telling me about this situation before the show, I said, you know what? I said, this is where I think we, meaning the media and the fans, we don't really get it. And Evan's like, what are you talking about? And I said, okay, so this record for McCaffrey, Kyle wanted him to get the record, and he puts him back in to get the record. I mean, we've seen some coaches do that with guys to get a triple-double in the NBA. And I said to Evan, I just don't think we get it. Like, if a guy's healthy, you play him. And, yeah, they were up 34-3, but McCaffrey probably said, all right, I mean, if you can get me enough, I get a chance, that'd be great. And Kyle's like, okay, you know what? We got a chance. He's healthy. Let's give him a shot. He didn't get it, but the reality is I don't understand why they would like, I just don't understand why people who freak out about injuries wouldn't be super, super pissed at that. That's all.
Well, Enrique Rivera agrees with you. He says, celebrate the good road win, not chasing records.
Exactly.
But do you think the same people that you speak of, and I'm included in that the record was worth if he would have got hurt going for it?
There's nobody on planet Earth who would say, including Christian McCaffrey, if he gets it, it's worth him getting hurt.
Well, that was the risk that he had, those 3 plays that he went out there. That came with it. They just blew past it and got lucky he didn't get hurt.
Right. So for all those people that think that don't have any problem with the 49ers putting McCaffrey back in that game, I'm just saying I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Oh, we got to keep this guy out and this guy out. And what if this guy, that's not.
But what if a record's at stake, Steiny?
I don't care, Goo. I don't care about a record. And especially, I'm sorry, we're not talking about touchdowns in a season. We're not talking about sacks. We're not talking about 2,000 yards.
But the most consecutive games?
Nobody even heard of that record before McCaffrey got to like 12 or 13.
Okay. But you agree to you, but obviously to everybody involved with the team and the coach, they thought that the record was a big deal.
That's fine. So acknowledge, Goo, that if there's a record at stake, fine. If a guy gets hurt, so what? There was a record at stake.
Okay.
I
think that would
that's dumb.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's dumb.
Be, but still, I would have different energy. Like, well, what were you? Well, I was going for the record. Still, I feel I get where you're coming from, but you don't do us like, oh, it's 2 minutes left in the game. We're running them back out there just to run them back out there. There was something that they thought was precious and worth. They wanted their guy to have, and he didn't get it.
He'd come out of the game, and the backup quarterback was in the game. And you know what?
What you got?
I'll tell you what I got. Stop trying to convince me that that's an important record. Nobody even heard of Lenny Moore coming into this season except me, because I happen to know he's from Reading, Pennsylvania. But nobody coming into this season after McCaffrey got 3 touchdowns in the first 3 said, he's going to get Lenny Moore's record, baby. Let's shoot for that. Nobody even knows who Lenny Moore is.
But you're not the record police. Who are you to tell somebody who the record means?
Nobody knows. Just don't tell me it's an important record.
I'm telling you it is. If
to
the
whom?
Team, the
to
Niners.
Lenny Moore and Christian McCaffrey.
And his team.
Was it worth losing him for the season?
I'm not saying that.
No, but
I know what you're saying, but you can't put what you feel and go against what the team just showed you. It meant something to them. That's all I'm saying. Right. I know you're saying
so there are circumstances where you throw out all the criteria you use as you manage your football team during the course of the season. I'm just pointing out the hypocriticalness of it. That's all. Because I don't like you either it's all about the team or it's not. It's all about the team or it's not.
And it was a blowout game. Everybody's feeling good. They got a long plane ride. They tried to throw their boy a bone. Was there risk? Because some call it stupid. Had he got hurt, he would be in hot water. But he didn't get hurt, and he didn't get it.
See, like, I don't. Well, we got to go. Anyway.
No, you got 2 minutes.
Evan, how do you feel?
You had 9 drives to get him the record.
Oh, boy.
I'm just saying, like if you
brought to you by ACCO.
Like, also too, if Shanahan really did want to get him the record, why was Sam Darnold throwing him the ball?
Now, Steiny, had you said
is the quarterback more important than the running back, or vice? I don't know. I just think it's what I saw from the end of that game was interesting, that they chose to try and do their boy solid, but there was I don't know, like that. Just felt unnecessary.
Would it have? I'm being real, Evan. I asked Donnie this. Would it have felt tainted had he got it the way that putting him back in? It wouldn't have. He would have had it, but it would have been kind of like, wow, y'all.
Nobody would remember it 4 weeks from now. Just like nobody knows what the record is in the first place. That's what I think.
Yeah, if you want to get technical, he already has the record. He just shares it with somebody.
Well, there you go.
He just would have been in sole possession of it. I don't know.
Well. If the record was so important, why not just let Christian McCaffrey get in early in the game instead? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. 49ers, they raised their record to 6-3. It is a Monster Monday, and it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Since first opening its doors in 1964.
3rd down and 10.
And really challenging those A-gaps. Last time it was Chase Young and Nick Bosa.
And they're going to get there again. It's the second sack in as many possessions. Bosa and Hargrave both got there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game.
Yes.
It is a Monster Monday. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 49ers win yesterday big over the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're talking about all the different parts of that game yesterday. And here's, and we can either continue to talk about this or we can let it go. Whatever the listeners want. But I will say this. There's another aspect of McCaffrey coming back into the game with 6 minutes to go, up 34-3. And maybe 49er fans don't care about this, but that's fine too. But let's keep that same energy in the future. How do you think Jacksonville felt about McCaffrey coming back into a game down 31 for a guy to get some achievement?
I'm going to pull one of your moves. I don't care.
Okay. So next week, if Baker Mayfield throws 5 touchdown passes and the Tampa Bay Bucks are up 30-3, and there's 5 minutes left in the game, and Mayfield comes out and they're throwing to try to get his 6th touchdown to set some kind of record, I don't want to hear it from Niner fans.
See, that's amazing. You know me. I'm like, stop him. You know me with that type stuff, and I was wondering if Peterson was going to be upset, but he went and shook hands and had no problem with it.
Here is Doug Peterson on what happened yesterday.
You touched on San Francisco being ready out of the box. How much of that do you discount in terms of your performance, in terms of they had lost 3 in a row, they had been itching to get back on the field and show that they were the Super Bowl contenders, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably something to that, and obviously we had some momentum as well, and it's disappointing to play like we did, but I'm sure, for them, I'm sure the message was pretty simple. We have to play better, on their side, I'm assuming. And they did. They played an outstanding football game, and they got after us today. And we got to look at this film and make corrections.
Doug Peterson.
Yeah. Steiny, we don't got to be careful. It's our show. But I'm not even trying to go down this rabbit hole. But to me, a team like Jacksonville, the last thing you need to be worried about or offended about is a record. You need to do just what the coach said, see why we lost and got our ass kicked at home by 31 points. That's what I would be concerned with. No, they're running it up on us.
Double standards here, unbelievable. Okay. Devon in Oakland, what is up?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing, man?
Doing well, man.
Yeah, so I watched the game. Big win for the Niners. I think that's a good confidence booster. So congratulations to Niner fans for that. In regards to the Christian McCaffrey thing, man, it is, when it gets the blood flowing when you're a teammate, you do want to see that, and I did get that thrill, that sense of that thrill. But you do got to think about it, man. I know earlier in the season, people were talking about him getting so many touches, whether it's rushing or receiving, and it could have been, I'm glad it didn't happen. Don't wish any injuries, but I want to know how Niner fans would feel if he got the record but missed the rest of the season. Would they be okay? And would that suffice? Is the record better than the Super Bowl potentially? So that's why I called. I just wanted to hear you guys' opinion on that.
I appreciate it. That's certainly what that would be the biggest worry, that he would have gotten hurt going back into the game. I think it's interesting too, because I think it says something about Shanahan. And for the 8th time, I'm not saying that he made a mistake by I am not even saying he should not have put McCaffrey back in the game. I actually understand why he put McCaffrey back into the game. I'm just talking about the people who always say to rest the guy or be safe with a guy. This one they're okay with, even though it's like an individual record. But my bigger point with Shanahan is, I was thinking about this. We kind of think he's arrogant, and we kind of think that he sometimes uses players up and he treats them like robots. Isn't this a sign that Shanahan's like a player's coach? That this is why 49er players, especially their skill position players, like playing for him? Because he gets them the ball in great spots. He helps them get their numbers. And if Christian McCaffrey as a player and as a star in this league told Shanahan, you know what? I'd love to get this record, Kyle. Don't mess with the game plan, but yeah, I'd love to get it if all things are equal. And Kyle Shanahan says, you know what? I'll see what I can do if the game's going the right way. And he did. So that's going to earn Christian McCaffrey's admiration and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, or do you look at it and say, well, yeah, Steiny, that's the height of Kyle Shanahan's arrogance right there, that he could put Christian McCaffrey back in that game for an individual record when we have a Super Bowl that everyone cares about. I'm interested to hear what 49er fans think about Kyle and the decision to put McCaffrey back in that game and what it says to you as the kind of coach he is. So what did you make of, forget whether you liked it or not, what do you think, how do you, when you put the Kyle Shanahan puzzle together, and I say, yeah, you put McCaffrey back in that game to try to get a record, why did he do that, do you think?
Because they like playing for him. He understands it. But I go back to Steiny. This is not the first time this has come up. And I appreciate anybody in life being consistent. Matt Mayoko asked Kyle Shanahan about Christian McCaffrey on pace to touch the ball 400 times. I'm paraphrasing. Kyle said, I didn't even know that. And he also sent the subliminal to me, I don't even care. So I know this team has endured a lot of injuries, but Steiny, Kyle ain't like I think he is in a room with the lights out worried about it. So last night, I thought he was really trying to do a solid for his player, their relationship and their bond. But Steiny, I'm telling you, this Niner team and the way Purdy and everybody was watching, now you could say on the flip side, some were watching this could be train wreck because they really didn't believe was the coach going to really run them out there to get hurt. But it looked like they were unified. They just kicked Jacksonville's ass. We're in the midst of putting the finishing touches on it. So I would love my boss or coach to give me some action and going to break a record so that would strengthen our relationship and what I think of the coach. And some may say, who gives a damn about that? But that's how I feel, Steiny. Like, I would love playing for that man. Because it wasn't everybody's record. It was one particular record that others had to help him try to get. And they couldn't get it.
You have a great phrase. Oh, that's right. You're telling on yourself, which is fine.
Tell me how.
You're telling on yourself because you've acknowledged that there are times where if a guy gets hurt in pursuit of an individual record, it's kind of okay.
Oh, man. I told you.
And I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm the guy
I'm
that would be blasting it. See,
I'm just saying don't be the guy. Don't be the guy who wants to. I'm not saying you, but this is like, to me, this is.
But I'm not mad at you or anybody that didn't want any part of that. Like 49er Frankie, diehard Niner fan. He hated every part of it.
Yeah, I get it. I get why people would hate it.
He hated it.
I get why people didn't mind it. And I'm going to say something. When we'll get off this. I have a problem with people saying it's okay.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Tell me what you give me for this. We rip Russell Westbrook for throwing himself a rebound or an assist or whatever. We all saw it to get to triple-double. That's what this would have been.
I know.
That's what because it wasn't natural.
415, what if this was spoken about beforehand and it's what Christian wanted?
Well, he would have got one before the game was over, like Evan said.
But I think he did. I think that was discussed. I think it absolutely was discussed. It might not have been discussed before the game, but I think it was discussed.
Then why'd he come out and have to go back in? Because it was discussed.
Because that's when it was discussed.
Oh,
that's what I think.
I'm saying before the game.
What do you think? I don't think it was discussed before the game.
That's what I thought you were saying.
I don't know. I could be wrong.
Well, it's probably innately discussed because McCaffrey's the biggest part of the game plan. Like when he scores a touchdown, they're probably going to win.
No, like if he had 40 carries, it should have been this game to try to get this record.
Yeah, maybe this is just being snarky. But if his teammates really wanted him to get that record, how come Kittle didn't go down to 1?
Yeah.
How come Juszczyk didn't go down to 1?
I just want to throw my papers in the. Hey, Steiny, answer that. That isn't, hey, come on, man. So, yeah.
Let's go to Bay Rob.
Oh, boy.
What's going on, Bay Rob? How you doing, man?
Go down at the 1.
Hey.
What's up, Steiny and Goo?
Talk to us, baby.
Man, what's up with my guys? Monday. The win was a win. I was expecting them to do that. I'm not too impressed about that. I don't think he should have went back in there. If it didn't happen during the Florida game, he shouldn't have went back in there because one of them players could have got dirty and took it personal and said, you know what? I'm going to get a foul. I'm going to get a foul play on this game and get rejected for this game and hurt dude. So that he shouldn't even went back in there. That was a waste of time because he didn't get it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't happen during the Florida game, and I'm not impressed by none of that. They better keep this focus because with me, it's Super Bowl or bust. I'm serious. They better keep this focus that they got. I'm dead serious.
Or what?
I was expecting them to do this to Jacksonville. So this wasn't nothing like I was all surprisingly about. I'm expecting them to do this from here on out, especially since we got Chase Young on that other end. There's no reason for us not to do it. So I hope they acting like they're about that action. They better keep that action. That's all I'm saying.
That's Bay Rob.
Yeah.
I wish he would have. They better keep that focus. I wanted to say or what?
Well, there is no or what because your boy re-up. Kyle's going nowhere. But
no, I'm saying for Bay Rob or what?
Yeah. He'll be nowhere. He'll
what
be
if
back.
they don't? Bay Rob. What if they don't keep that focus?
Man, Steiny, you were really passionate about that.
About what?
About the record.
Not the record. I'm not passionate about the record. I'm passionate about people who want it both ways,
but
who are hypocritical flat out. That's all. I don't have any opinion on what he did. None.
But I feel like you're missing for the people like myself that are saying if a record's involved, I'll take out my eraser.
That's fine.
And I even called it hypocritical.
Okay.
But you understand that's way different than just run like what Dak was doing, throwing touchdowns for no reason at all. Like that's stupid.
I don't think it's way different.
Okay.
I just don't. That's me. You can think it's way different, and you're not wrong. You really want to just play that sound because the guy went blah, blah, blah?
Let's hear it.
We just did it. It's on Doug Peterson.
Yeah, Doug wasn't mad.
What'd you say about blah,
blah, blah.
Kittle coming back into the game? Kittle won. Get Kittle back in? Or
Oh, no, I was saying, Kittle had the 66-yard touchdown, right?
Correct.
Well, he walked into the end zone.
Right.
He could have just taken a knee at the 1. Just saying.
I never thought of that.
Or Juszczyk.
Why did Juszczyk have to get that meaningless one?
Dude, that
he doesn't score at all.
Did you hear Brock Purdy say, I kind of forgot about McCaffrey on that. Like, we could have got it to him. Well.
That's too bad.
They won the game, and they needed to. They got a new toy. Defense pitched a shutout in regard to touchdowns. All good in the hood right now for the Niners, Tony. But it's about to get real in the field.
What are you talking about?
They got Seattle twice, Philly, and I don't want to look past the Bucks. This was one game. They took care of business.
Oh, Guru, you mentioned him. How do you guys think Brock Purdy did yesterday?
I mean, no turnovers for me. That was my biggest concern.
What about the touchdown pass?
Can we hear that? You got that sound? Let's hear Kyle. This is why I respect
By the way,
Kyle.
my guy Harry emailed about this. He said you misquoted Kyle. If you're gonna, he said if you're gonna rip him 24/7, then quote him. Get it right.
Let's go.
All right, hold on.
This was about the first.
Okay,
touchdown.
here we go. Brock's first touchdown.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was honestly one of, I can say this because he played well, but that was like one of his worst decisions I think he's made since he's been here. And it took me a while to get over it. I thanked him for the touchdown, but that was not a good decision, and he was fortunate with it. He made a lot of really good plays, and if you are going to make a bad decision and it's still a touchdown, in the grand scheme of things, he can tell me it was a real good decision, but I know we can't. He knows that. He knows what he did wrong, but.
Wow, that's like Norm. Even when something happened positive, he didn't like how it went down, and I can appreciate that, Stoney. Just saying you can't do that. That'll get you beat more often than not. You got the TD, you got the tug.
Are you going to? How often will you cite that for the rest of the year?
No, I love a coach saying when something went their way that it's bigger than just the play.
I know, but this is what it now sets everybody. It sets everybody up for. Okay, next game, Purdy throws an interception. Well, he got away with that first one last week.
Why do you spend time thinking like that?
Because
that's not healthy, man.
What do you mean? It's not healthy to.
It's Monday morning quarterback. But it's too much.
That's what you do.
No, I do after week 8, week 9. I watch what I respond to what we watch.
Okay. Yeah. And how do you feel about Darnold these days?
He'll be sitting until there's an injury. Yeah.
Well, we talked a lot about him last week.
Well, I did. Not a lot of people did. A lot of people hate that I brought him up. But we didn't know what was going to go down, and Brock played his ass off.
Kerr taking Clay out when he had a 60-point game. He could have scored 100. Kerr kept him in there, and hindsight, Clay. Talking about kind of the same.
Kind of wish we had that, Clay.
Well, the bottom line is we know how Steve Kerr would have handled this. He wouldn't have. He would have kept his player on the bench, as Eric Musselman would say, irregardless. How many fourth quarters could Steph have gotten 50 or 60 or whatever? You could have concocted some kind of reason to put him back in a game. You're up 18 in the fourth quarter. Nah, that's not what we're about here in Golden State. They do that down in Santa Clara. I'm kidding. But Kerr has taken a stand on that for the most part. He doesn't like to put his guys back in.
Let me throw this at you before you get to the phones. I told you guys last week that there were so many questions, important questions about both sides of the ball, offense and defense. Were you impressed with one more than the other yesterday? Because to me, it was flat out the defense. The offense balled, the Debo impact. So that was just injury related. The Niners defensively didn't have any injuries in regard to their porous play. They were tired. They were hurt. No excuses. But Steiny, I'm telling you, man, now I'm looking at this defense with the inception of Chase Young. Like, they're back to being a problem and a bully again. And I know we got JD at 1. I'll ask him. But I was more impressed with the D keeping Jacksonville, the 5 wins in a row, Jacksonville Jaguars, out the end zone at home.
Mike's in Hayward. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I listen to you guys all the time.
Oh, thank you.
I don't always agree with you guys, but I would like to say about the putting him back in the game to get that touchdown. That's like blowing out. That's like having a birthday party, blowing all the candles out except one, and you got to go blow it out. I don't think Shanahan would do it again, but I think he felt the team wanted to do that. So the team, he kind of felt like the team needed to do that. And Shanahan, he's not really a big rah-rah guy, so he came out of himself and he was in the moment and he just went on and did it. He normally probably wouldn't have done it, but he just felt like that the team probably wanted to see him get that extra touchdown, you know. And I think McCaffrey wanted that touchdown too.
Oh, he did. He wanted it.
Yeah, so I think that's all it really was. You'll never see him do that again. But anyway, because that's kind of how Shanahan's personality is. He's kind of like, he's not a rah-rah guy, but he said, we're winning the game. I'm going to let him know how much I appreciate everybody. Okay, we'll do it just this time, one time for you guys. Okay, boom. And I think that's why he did it. I mean, he thought it was probably good for the team, but the team probably wanted to see him get it. That's probably the only reason why he did it.
Fair, Mike. Appreciate the call, buddy. George Kittle.
3 for 116.
Won't walk into the end zone again. I want to hear that.
You know, it's really difficult to get that open. I saw the guy. I saw him fall, and I was like, I knew it was man coverage too. I was like, well, I knew the safety went to the other way because he's covering someone else. So, just had a little, have some fun going into the end zone. I probably won't ever walk in again because I'm going to get yelled at for that. But at least I didn't drop the ball before I got into the end zone.
And he did it with swag. He did the Dion on his way in. Steiny, kiddo.
What was the Dion?
Kick up the legs.
Good.
You really don't know what the prime dance is?
I thought it was this thing.
Well, it's showboating, yeah, but
I thought it was when he puts his hand in
it is that
Dion
with the
dance.
legs, yeah, but he just didn't do that part.
Now Dion originated the high step? Is that...
No, like when you get into the end zone,
Yes.
you go 1, 2, 1, 2. Like it's kind of a dance.
Great catch by Kittle, by the way, and speed.
I've got okay. That's fine. I don't know what you meant. That's all.
I'll show it to you in the break.
You're going to show me a celebration?
What about Purdy again? 19 for 26.
Yeah.
And he only missed 7 passes.
Yeah, but he stunk the last 3 games.
We were talking about yesterday. Only missed 7 passes.
I know. So
3 touchdowns.
This is what I'm
What's
talking.
Harry got to say about that? We're not talking about the last 3 weeks. We're talking about yesterday at Jacksonville.
Harry says,
but this,
let me guess.
Harry is Steiny.
It's actually not.
Yeah. But, dude, good game. Perfect game to me, except your boy didn't get the record. And I know that don't count, but
I think what Harry would say to you, Goo, is that Brock Purdy in the 3 losses, or no. What he's saying is he's quarterbacked 9 games this year. He's 6-3. He has been essentially the same quarterback in all 9 games. He hasn't had 3 bad games. He would tell you that Brock Purdy over 9 games has been excellent this year.
Well,
excellent.
All right, that's Harry. That's
Okay.
great for him.
What do you think?
Anytime you throw 2 interceptions and 1 in the red zone,
That's
when
one
you're down,
game.
I don't
One
care.
game,
I'm
Goo.
telling you, he threw 2 interceptions.
But one game.
So that ain't a great game, Harry.
But that's one
That's not a
game.
great game.
No, he didn't say great.
It's a game. I
He
don't
didn't-
care what
he
the
didn't say
number you
great.
put next to it. He had 2 interceptions.
Right.
So that thought process is stupid to say he was good
So is
when I could just go to the last game
Kurt
at
Warner
home
dumb?
where he threw 2 interceptions.
Is Kurt
no,
Warner
you're talking
dumb?
about Harry. We ain't talking about Kurt because I
Warner said he-
dispelled Harry's myth about he played good last week. So quit saying Harry.
Kurt Warner.
He had a bad game last week, Steiny. He threw 2 picks. That ain't a good game. That's just one of the 3. So to hell with Harry.
I want to talk about Kurt Warner.
Now you see, when I beat Harry, I got to go beat Kurt. I can't beat everybody.
Well, they both said the same thing.
Oh, now it's no. You
what are you
just said
talking about?
Harry. Now you're adding Kurt. Come on. What do you say?
I don't think he has played as badly as you thought he played in the last 3 games.
So 2 interceptions is okay.
One
last
game!
week, but it was last week, a game that you
One
lost.
game!
All right, so we're giving passes. Okay, I got it.
Oh, yeah, we're giving passes.
All right, I got you.
One game.
We're giving passes.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected.
second down and short here. Purdy has one-on-one. George Kittle, goodbye! Heave-ho and a touchdown!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so I'm getting conflicting information. All right, so he high steps into the end zone.
The Dion.
Okay. But there's somebody on the YouTube chat said what he did in the end zone was the Ickey Shuffle.
That's once he got in.
Okay, so
Dion
he did
used
both.
to start prancing, before he got in. The Ickey Shuffle's when you're in.
Okay.
And you do the little penguin.
All right, so Evan, that little dance is actually originally called the Ickey Shuffle. Just FYI, youngster.
Possibly.
Steiny and Guru wrestling in the break? No. What gives people the thought
Harry's
that
been
we're
retired,
mad?
though.
No,
he's done.
be.
He's done.
It wasn't about
I'm using Harry. First of all, Harry is a real person.
I know, and
I'm using I'm using Harry. I'm using Harry in the wrong way.
No,
no, I am. I am,
dude.
Harry's got nothing to do with anything.
But you've been you've been in you've been in a bad mood.
But I got stuff going.
But yeah, no doubt.
Not that excuse.
And that's why I love you. Leslie Schrader saying I need high blood pressure medicine. I'm yelling.
Why would they say you do and not me?
You've been screaming all show. I love you, man.
I appreciate that.
Say it back.
I appreciate it.
Say it back.
He was supposed to say, I love you too, boy. You're cold.
What do I have to say?
Blah, blah, blah.
Don't even worry. Yeah, there you go. Give me the yay. Let me hear Steiny the good move if I can.
Yay. Love you too, Goo. I just said it now. Love you too, Goo.
There it is. All right. Steiny, I think they're back.
Who's they?
The Niners. This is what I wanted to see. Right. And I'm going to tell you, I omitted or didn't give enough credence to the fact that they were without Debo and Trent Williams.
All right, you know what? Let's talk about that for a second.
I'm just being real.
See, I don't necessarily think, forget Trent Williams. I'll give you Trent Williams. He's obviously, he's obviously a great offensive lineman, one of the greatest of all time. So when he's out, they'll feel it. As for Debo Samuel, here's what I want to ask 49er fans. Because Guru said something, and it's not that I disagree with him, but I think there could be many answers. And it's Guru's kind of saying that he just realized Debo is the key to this offense. And if he's not in there, there's a dimension lost, and they're not even nearly the same team. And that's why they lost 3 games. My question is this. Are we sure it's Debo in particular, or could it be McCaffrey sometime else if he's not playing, or Ayuk, somebody else if he's not? Like, would they have a similar problem that they had the past 3 weeks in their losses? Let's say if McCaffrey missed the next 3 weeks.
That's a phenomenal question. And let me just tell you, I'm going to turn it into you because it's nuanced. Now, obviously, the offense with Christian McCaffrey has taken off. It went to Jupiter because it was that sick when they brought him in. But what I'm telling you and the fans is, Steiny, before McCaffrey was ever even in a Niner uniform, this offense was different. It was sophisticated. It was confusing to defenses. So I don't forget that. I got caught up in this offense predicated on McCaffrey being the engine, and there's nothing wrong with that I thought Debo was less important. So to me, Steiny, when Debo, like the caller said it, the 4 first plays, he was in motion. You didn't know if he was going to get the ball, the bubbles, the jet sweep, whatever. To me, that's stress, and a defense has to be honest. So for the caller that called in and said they didn't have 5 men in the box, well, let me tell you why they might not have had 5 men in the box, because Debo was out there on the chessboard to be accounted for. So I don't want to get into, and we can if you like, because there is no wrong answer, who's more important, because they got a plethora of answers. But Debo, if you're listening, man, you make this offense go in the unique style that you are. And we saw Kyle take a Debo-led offense on the road in Dallas in the playoffs and win. Almost winning the NFC Championship game against the Rams, where he got that touchdown, and Green Bay in the frozen tundra. So that's all, Steiny. I don't have that answer, but I just know it's like you removing Steph off the Warriors. They're going to be easier to guard. Well, that was a
well. That's no.
That's too soon for that one.
Well, no. I mean, look. Let's say the Warriors lost Steph. That'd be a big blow, obviously. But it would be a big blow if they lost Draymond, obviously, right. Or even Clay. Well, so they have McCaffrey. I guess what I'm saying. Okay, so they've taken Debo out the last 3 games, and the Niners lost the 3 games, and their offense didn't look great. Here comes Debo back. They look great.
And McCaffrey has room.
So I guess what I'm saying is Debo the key of those 4 guys, McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle, and Ayuk. If you were to remove Kittle, Ayuk, or McCaffrey for 3 games, like Debo was out for 3 games, do you think the 49ers would have skipped the same kind of beat as Debo Samuel, or would they have been able to manage better because it's not Debo Samuel? I don't know the answer to that. I don't like, to me, the 4 weapons are what make the 49ers special.
Yeah.
And if you take one away, any one, I just don't think they're the same. Can they win it with? I don't know. I don't know. But I think if you take anybody off, or if any one of those 4 misses the game, I kind of think they're still in the same boat, no matter who it is, in a way. But I don't know what the answer. Like, you see what I'm saying there?
I totally get it.
What happens if we find out McCaffrey's going to miss the next 2 games? Will their offense look the same as it did during the 3-game losing streak, better, or possibly worse?
And I got to put respect on his name. They would hit some turbulence. But my thing is, when you line up and you have Debo and the way Kyle likes to use him, it's so unique and different, Stoney, that I feel like he has more of an impact to keep the defense honest. Now, I love Ayuk. I called him a 1. Okay, he's doing some stuff, but, I mean, his route tree, I could easily see Jennings or Bell coming in there to do that. So it would be McCaffrey, Debo, and Kittle, third. But, again, this is just an apology to Debo Samuel, because now you saw yesterday, and I know McCaffrey didn't run for 200, Stoney, but he had a lot of room, more than he had before.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners go to 6-3 with a blowout victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars. So for me, if you say, okay, Stoney, who's the most important, best offensive player? Okay, it's McCaffrey. All right.
And I ain't mad at that.
So if you take McCaffrey out and you put Eli Mitchell in, would you rather have that, or would you rather have McCaffrey in and Debo out? I'm just trying to. I'm asking 49er fans if they're of their 4 weapons, is any one of them more important than any other one? Kittle, McCaffrey, Debo, and Ayuk. Do they need all 4 of those? Or can they afford one? You know what I'm saying? Can they afford one guy go down?
I really need you, and I'm giving you the license to do this, not that you need it. Tell me if I'm taking the cowardly way out. I've said to you and the masses that McCaffrey is MVP. He could be MVP. But will you let me just say Exhibit A is Kyle Shanahan was in the Super Bowl without McCaffrey, where it was Debo-centric. So to me, I feel like they could, if they had Debo out there after these 3 games, to where I've seen the light and I know his importance is grown, I think they could manage without McCaffrey. Could they win? Probably not. But now that I've seen Debo gone and 5 D linemen saying we're about to cut these running lanes off, let's see what you got, Brock. I don't know if you can do that now if you got Debo out there, because the backside of defense has got to account for what you might do with them in so many different ways, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat. You can do without one of those guys as long as you have Trent Williams.
Wow. Steiny, who was trucking yesterday? And when I say trucking, leading the guys were falling down or acting like making business decisions.
See, here's where I would love to talk to Kyle Shanahan and ask him this kind of question. All right, so McCaffrey on a normal day touches the ball 25 times.
Yep.
Let's say Debo touches it 8 times. Okay, so obviously McCaffrey's more important or responsible for more yards. But what I would want to ask Kyle is this whole thing with Debo in motion. Like, how much does that?
Go ahead.
That might maybe the fact that he goes in motion and impacts the defense is more important than McCaffrey's yards.
And
like that's why he gets some yards. I don't know.
Minnesota didn't have to worry about that. Cleveland for most of the game. Just think if you're a back, you're linebacker, or man, and again, it's why they paid Debo. Bastani, you might say, Guru, you're being a prisoner of the moment. Am I saying that Debo came back and this Niner offense looked more like itself?
I mean, it did. It did.
And Debo only got it 7 times, all combined.
And Trent came back too. Trent Williams. Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Oakland. Hey, Gene.
Hey, fellas. What's her name that you just quoted? Yeah, she kind of stole my thunder.
Lori.
Because I believe Lori, excuse me. Yep. So, yeah, no, I think the most important member of the offense outside of Brock, of course, is Trent. I mean, you lose him, you lose your run game, then you're forced to pass, and on and on. But, almost as an equal in terms of importance, even to the offense, is Bosa, I think, because we basically lost him for 3 weeks, and look what happened. So, if we're allowing the opposing quarterback to have all the time he needs to complete passes and score and then put us behind, that changes our offense significantly. But as far as the offense, no, I next to the quarterback, I put Trent Williams as the most important, then maybe McCaffrey, Ayuk or Debo, Kittle. There's a lot of guys that are very important. If we lose any one of them, I think we go from being an exceptional team to maybe a very good or even good team, depending on who we're talking about. But without Trent, I think it changes everything.
Hey, Gene, before you go, can I ask you a quick question about the D-line?
Yeah, of course.
When it was announced that the Niners got Chase Young, what you saw yesterday, did that supersede what you thought it can be? And I know it's only one game, and the reason I ask is that's what I expected it. And I'm not saying it was all Chase. It could have been something else, but it superseded what I thought they were going to be able to do. How about yourself?
Well, we talked a week ago, I think, just when they had made the trade, and I thought, he could be a significant I thought he could be a game changer. So, and for one game at least, he was. So now he's taking a lot of pressure off Bosa. Of course, they got rest there. They got they got well. But no, I'm loving what I'm seeing from him, and he may be a keeper moving forward.
Wow.
Thanks, Gene. Good stuff.
I was just curious, Donnie, because that went further. That D-line was, I'm not saying it was all Chase Young, but I got to, why was Bosa more active? Was that just he had a week off, or is it a coincidence? And it's no bad answer, but they wreaked havoc.
All right. Here's my question to 49er fans, because here's what I'm hearing now. And, I don't know how else to phrase the question, so it may sound a little negative, but it's not really where I'm going. Let's look at the 49ers offense. All right, we know they got 4 playmakers. Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, and McCaffrey.
Yep.
Let's put Brock Purdy and Trent Williams in that group to make it 6. I'm putting Trent Williams in there because it seems like everybody thinks he's hugely important. Okay. Right. So let's just say there they are. They're the 6 most important offensive players. Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, and Trent Williams. Okay? Okay. They're all 6 of them. They're
loaded.
They're the top 6. Which player could you, are you telling me that if you were to lose one of those players, it wouldn't be Trent Williams. In other words, if you have all your weapons, but you don't have Trent Williams,
that's problematic.
Is that good enough? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not. Because no doubt about it.
I guess what I'm asking is, you want to win the Super Bowl, and you're the San Francisco 49ers. You've got 6 key offensive players. Who can you lose and still win it with? Purdy, Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, Trent Williams, McCaffrey. I'm trying to kind of put a pecking order on all those guys. And I know people are going to say, to me, who's the guy you could most afford to lose? Doesn't sound great. But my question is, who can you least afford to lose of those 6? Like, make a list.
All right. I'll tell you
who's number one, the number one offensive player of the 6 guys. I'm not mentioning. Okay.
We got 7?
92512 to put use check in there. Right. I'm not going to do that.
We got the 7th. All right.
650 knows what I'm getting at. He says the answer is Ayuk.
As far as the one you could mostly afford to lose.
I think so. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
That's interesting.
Boy, I mean, yeah. I know Trent Williams is incredible.
This is a battle of superstars. Where are you going?
I might say Trent. Because
even after what you saw, and much as I'm giving Debo all the credit, I know Trent is I've admitted my wrong, but you still feel like they could get it done without 71. And they had no banks yesterday either. We hadn't even talked about that.
I feel like if you give up one of their 4 weapons, then they are kind of just like every team in terms of the weaponry they have. I just think they're dynamic with the playmakers they have. If they lose one of their playmakers, they become absolutely less dynamic. But I get it. I get it with Trent Williams.
So
I would just hate
top
to
3
give up one of my.
Yeah, you know what? I'm getting a headache. I need some aspirin. I'm going to go Debo, C-Mac, and Trent Williams. That would be my big 3. Who would you get? You ain't got to know what, just 3.
McCaffrey.
Okay. You going Purdy?
Trent Williams. And
we got the same list. It's okay.
Who's your 3rd?
Debo.
I think it's Brock Purdy.
All right. That's interesting.
Another way to phrase that question is to say that Shanahan could not figure out how to compensate for losing Debo. Could he find a way to compensate for losing the other players? Come on, you know what I mean. Of those 6 offensive players, who do you think stinks the most is what I'm asking.
Which one is paid the most?
Relax.
Do you hear what Evan said?
What?
Which one's paid the most?
That would be.
I am ready to go.
Debo.
Oh.
Debo.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. A little bit of sunshine. What's going on, Antonio?
Yeah, that was an incredible win. Chase Young, he showed that why they got him in the trade, man. Because he's so strong, even when he gets blocked, he still goes through the guy, man. And Bosa, they were rejuvenated Buckeye boys. But as far as the offensive player stuff goes, it's got to be Purdy, man. He touches the ball every play, and he gets the blame when we lose, and he gets some praise when we win. And he played remarkable yesterday. So I don't really trust Sam Darnold in a playoff stretch, or if we got to play Eagles or any great team that he can win. But I will trust Brock Purdy, man. So quarterback position is the most important.
Appreciate it, Antonio.
I ain't mad at that.
I got him in my top 3. You know who we're getting. Most people are saying. Well, not much. I mean, It's not like 650 Ayuk, because they're a run-first team. 2, McCaffrey, because the run system worked without him. Interesting.
Well, when we say that, we just say that they've reached the heights of a Super Bowl and a couple NFC Championship game. Well, NFC Championship game without him. Not saying he wouldn't be missed. When Mitchell was healthy, he was sufficient enough.
415, average offensive line, it's bad without Trent. Trent is the most important. 408, Ayuk meaning is the least important. The 707 says it's Purdy. This team is not going anywhere without Brock Purdy. The only chance we have is with Brock Purdy. Yeah, I mean, I can see a variety of different answers on that one.
What's Harry's list?
He's done. He's been retired.
He's not.
Oh, Priest. Priest is in Palo Alto. Why don't you ask Priest what his...
Well, first, let's see what's on his mind.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's talk about
Priest?
49er fans, I guess. Hey, Priest.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's up, baby?
You know what's always irritated me about the 49ers and the fan?
Give it to us.
The fan. It's called a team. The team that goes through the attrition of the season and wins the Super Bowl. Every championship in every sport is won and aided and abetted by another team's injuries and their lack of ability to play with them. Every championship is accomplished that way. So I'm just saying, I hate whining and crying about injuries. Shut up, go play. The Raiders won a championship with their backup quarterback. The Philadelphia Eagles won a championship with their backup quarterback. The New York Giants won a championship with their backup quarterback. Go play. Stop whining. Stop crying. Just go play. Since you're a great team, go win with whoever you put on the field. They're in a 49er uniform. If you can't win with those players, then you ain't that great. Period. It's sickening.
Thanks, Priest. Let me ask you this.
He's going Jeff Hostetler and your boy Nick Foles.
What do you think triggered Priest? Because this hasn't really been a complaint about injuries.
I got an answer.
What?
That he's hearing too much of, the win streak it was all about who wasn't there. The 3-game losing streak.
Oh, yeah, I think you're
I think that's what's triggered him, Steiny.
Well,
because
again,
you know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
I said it.
No,
I feel different now when they're healthy.
Yeah, but like
if you're not?
the way I phrased it was, if you're a 49er fan and you want to look at it a certain way, you could certainly just say, "Hey, we were great for 6 games, and we had 3 games that weren't great in the middle." But in all 3 of those games, we didn't have Debo and we didn't have Trent Williams. Those are facts. Those are facts.
Love Priest. Because if we do it to the Warriors, and I know it's basketball, but if we said Clay and Dre were out, nobody would argue with us. If we said, why didn't the Warriors get to where they wanted to go? If Kawhi and Paul George, you know what I'm like, that's good enough. So, and maybe Priest is hearing too much of, the Niner fans, they only lost because of Debo and Trent.
Well, I see what he's fighting back against, for sure. And
so he's saying win those games. Well, you could have if you
saying
had a couple kicks with
injuries happen to every team.
They do in sports. But Philly won a Super Bowl, and so did the New York Giants. With a backup on the fly. And the Niners almost did it.
Well, had they not gotten beat 31-7.
What? You're burying the lead.
I am.
Had Brock not got knocked out of the game that they lost 30.
You know what? When did Brock get knocked out of that game?
In the first quarter,
you know what?
The second drive.
Right. And if he didn't get knocked out in the second drive, he was getting knocked out in the third or the fifth.
I wish you had control over knowing that. Then I'd say, what are the lotto numbers?
Well,
and we wouldn't see.
He better stay upright week. When do they play Philly? 13?
It's coming.
Week 13? Something like that. 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco 49ers, they beat Jacksonville 34-3. And that game was yesterday in Jacksonville.
JD at 1.
JD, 1 o'clock. We will talk to him about the Niners and maybe touch on the Warriors a little bit. We got plenty of Niners, though. We'll sprinkle in maybe a little Warrior talk at some point. But it is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. That segment brought to you by Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines,
Third and short. Nothing there at first. And it's intercepted. Talanoa Hufanga comes up with the pick. It was Bosa that got to Lawrence.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson with you. Coming up in a half hour, we'll have John Dickinson, our 95.7 The Game reporter, to talk some Niners football. And they beat the Jacksonville Jaguars last night, I should say yesterday morning, our time, 34-3. And everybody was top-notch for the most part. Everybody was dynamite. The offense, the defense, Brock Purdy. The 49ers put together a complete ball game. And the question for Niner fans is, do you feel like they're right back to where they were after the Dallas game? And I get that they've lost 3 games, but they're now healthy again, like they were the first 5 games. And now, how do you view the 3-game losing streak? Is it completely in the rearview mirror? Or is it still lingering? 888-957-9570.
That's a good question, but I'll just tell you this, Donnie. I had 3 major questions. We talk about the 2 scoreboards, which Brock Purdy and this Niner offense. And again, yesterday, they just go out. Brock Purdy throws no turnovers after a couple against Cincinnati. He missed 7 passes. He threw a 66-yarder, which impressed me because he stood in there and got popped. He got hit on another pass attempt, Steiny. I was like, oh, my gosh, I hope that don't jar anything. But that 66-yard touchdown to Kittle, you weren't wide open like you said. Your boy put enough air under it, saw you, stood in. I'm talking about Brock Purdy, and 66 yards later, you're celebrating the end zone. So Brock got off the mat, if I can say that. The defense forced 2 interceptions, 2 fumbles, 5 sacks. Okay, Wilkes is on the sideline. Check. Chase Young, he was disruptive, but so was Bosa, so was Armstead, so was Hargrave. So, Steiny, I don't know how not to look at this game and how anybody, a 49er fan or just a football aficionado, could not look and say, okay, it's 4 quarters, but the Niners aren't back to where they were the week after they beat the Dallas Cowboys, when Dallas was looked upon as a top 3 NFC team.
Well,
all those answers. Well, tell me if I'm looking at it wrong.
According to Evan, maybe you're looking at it wrong.
Tell me how.
Because
oh
shoot, I lost my train of thought. But you had a really good point before the show.
Well, I mean, I had like 6. But
Dr. Shoot,
J.
It was
might have been 8.
Something about the Niners. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Okay.
It'll come to me. I was
thinking about Leroy.
I just had it
I understand it's hard
on
to
my
pick.
tongue. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? Hey, Goo, I was thinking about you too, man. I'm gonna be over in at Chaplin this Friday. But listen,
I might fall through.
I just want to say this.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall through, Lee.
I'm gonna be there in the evening.
Okay.
I just want to say, Steiny. So I just want to go back to some of the points I have been making, earlier in the season. And one of my things was, you guys know I'm a big 49er fan. And one of my things was I was the fan that I'm waiting to get back to the NFC Championship game. Like I was there. So I'm like, okay, hey, we're going to make the playoffs. We're going to be good enough to make the playoffs. What are we going to do in the playoffs? Because we got to get over this NFC Championship hump. And so I had us there. So, I predicted that, hey, we would probably go 4-0, and then we would start, having a little trouble. And we did, and that was okay. And my position have always been, and I'll wrap it up with this. You guys know, I always thought that Armstead should have been traded instead of Buckner, because my quote to you guys was a long time ago, we are an inside pass rush away from not just being good, but being great and elite. And I thought that, us not having a pass rush, it kind of exposed our DBs a little bit, but it was mainly those guys in the inside that wasn't getting no pressure. And with the addition of Mr. Young, Mr. Chase Young, wow, he's just opened that up. And now, Goo, I heard you mention Armstead's name. I haven't heard anybody mention Armstead's name all season. And all of a sudden, he starts getting off. And it's with that addition of Mr. Young, thank you 49ers for going get him, but he's opened up that inside pass rush, and I've always just felt like that was the only thing that was missing.
And you saw him and Bosa in the A-gap too, Leroy, like Wilkes was in his bag.
Yeah.
I'm just
oh
saying.
My God.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. So everybody's getting off now on that defensive line. And, again, I always thought that was the position that we were lacking at. Like, that was the only weakness, was that inside pass rush and stopping the run, because teams were able to run inside on us. Now they can't do that anymore. So look out, Lee. Look out.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate the call. Guru, would you say that the 49ers, after their 3-game losing streak, they go into Jacksonville, they win 34-3. Would you say that yesterday the 49ers checked all the boxes?
That is it. It's everything I've been trying to articulate. Yes.
Okay.
And can I add one more box?
Sure.
The new toy, the impact they got from the new toy was on display too. So they got health and they got a new weapon on defense. And now Wilkes is able to do different things with different people on the line. We saw Furl get in on some of the party, getting after the quarterback. So, Steiny, I think they checked all the boxes. Now, am I front running when I say that, or can that Jacksonville team had won 5 in a row? They were hotter than, you like this, fish grease.
Take over, Evan, please. I won't even have to do this one.
I was being a little facetious before the show, but the boss and Steiny were talking about the game, and it was incredible. It was a perfect game, right? 34-3, they absolutely kill him. They say he's checked every single box. Brock Purdy's checked every single box. And I just started to think, well, technically, no, they didn't, or he didn't, because there was a box he wasn't allowed to check because he never trailed in that football game. The script went exactly as the 49ers needed it to go, which was also the exact same script that helped them jump out to a 5-0 record. What they have not yet been able to answer, nor were they allowed to yesterday, was what happens when the chips are down.
That's phenomenal. But what I'll say is what Norman, my father, used to say to me, Evan, if that question wasn't on the test, I can't answer it. So you want to get off to a good start, and that they did. So all I can say to that is, in regard to that part of the script, Steiny, we got to wait till next week to see, or the week after that, to see when they're down. But all you could do yesterday is control the controllable. And I don't want to say unfortunately, but fortunately, you were never trailing. So wouldn't that box be
what?
That box wouldn't even be checkable because it wasn't attainable.
I could easily come here as the host of this show and say, until Purdy brings this team back in the fourth quarter, they ain't winning it.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Because they ain't going to be able to play from ahead the whole playoffs.
During this 5-0 run, fellas, and all the time we saw Brock before, how many games did he trail? Remember how we were waiting for that because we weren't used to it when they were
3.
healthy.
Oh, the 5-game streak?
No, even last year, the Raider game was the only game they trailed. So we haven't saw a large portion of that on display even when they were, high octane. But, I'm not mad at that, but I think with the addition of Chase Young and health, Evan, and I know you got some hard games coming up here, but, man, are we going to see a lot of that as we saw in the 12 quarters without Debo and Trent and a tired defense? Because they looked refreshed yesterday.
Well, no, I'm 100% with you. But, honestly, Guru, you were the one that had me thinking about this because a lot of your concerns have been when – in the last 3 games when they've been trailing in the fourth quarter, and Brock, and I don't want to single out Purdy, but the offense did not respond the way that you would have liked them to, and those concerns haven't really gone away. Like we still don't know what's going to happen the next time they're there.
I'm going to take a page out of Snoopy's book. Remember Linus? He had his blanket, And now Purdy in those 3 games didn't have his security blanket, which I believe just the threat of Debo, his left tackle, and Evan, now those guys were back. So he's showing up to the fight now with Big Brother.
Yeah, and I think that helps him get ahead early.
All right. No, I feel you. I feel you knocking.
There is an NA next to a lot of boxes. That means not applicable.
Wow.
But he checked all the boxes he was asked to check yesterday. Like Goose said, the rest were not on the test. I had this thought this morning, taking my friend to the Niners, and they completely resemble a modern NBA team, whereas I'll let that. Purdy did lead them back in Cleveland. Moody missed the kick.
He also threw a pick that should have been caught on the first.
Speaking of which, guys, Moody's kicks, this is nothing, right? Stotty, they're barely squeaking in. That to see, right? I'm just asking. Somebody brought it up earlier. Did he kick one? It went in. What do we do?
When Steph Curry banks in a three-pointer, we don't say, get him banking in the three-pointer.
Well, that's because we've seen enough swishes forever. With Moody,
okay.
I hate to do that to the kid. Jake, you made it, but I do wonder, like, boy.
Okay, so
barely evidence.
Okay, all right. So,
but like,
so now
for
you
example,
you can rip Moody because he couldn't hit a game winner, and now you rip him because his field goals are not good enough.
I feel like I'm being taken out of context, E. I'm just bringing, like, when you saw that kick, like, okay. But later it might not. That could have easily went left.
Well, in practice, if he's off, then that might be something. But look, in the game, he made it. It counts. He's perfect. But it was just interesting listening to Kyle Shanahan talk about, for example, the first touchdown throw from Purdy, which is the classic rolls out left. He could have ran for the first down.
Why didn't he?
Well, because apparently Ayuk was down there somewhere in the end zone. He wanted to throw it to him. But Shanahan said that was maybe the worst decision he's ever seen him make.
Man.
But it turned into a touchdown.
I hear what you're saying.
So he can't really critique him. Like, that's why I think, to Harry's point earlier, not to bring up bad blood.
No, but Harry's part of the
Brock
show
Purdy
and family.
Very similar to the last 3 games. I just think he had all of his guys back.
George Kittle on playing Niner football.
When you can sustain longer drives or explosive drives, whatever it is, and you don't have penalties on first and second down, you're not turning the ball over, yes, that's Niners football. You know, we usually do a really good job protecting the ball and not getting penalties, and that's what you guys saw today. In the last couple of weeks, that's all I've been saying is as long as we don't turn the ball over a bunch and we don't have penalties on first and second down, we're going to score a lot of points. And you kind of saw that too in the first, second quarter, whatever it was, where we had to, I think we kicked the field goal and we had to punt because we had penalties on first down. As long as we can eliminate those things, our offense has enough really, really good football players to get yards, stay on the field, and sustain long drives.
That's Niner football.
That's what he said. And again, it goes back to what Evan and you got me thinking now, Stoney. They can obviously win up 30 or 20-3. Can you come down from 7? Can you come back from 17 to 14? But the thing is, the sample size on the platter, when they're healthy, they're hardly ever behind.
True.
Does that Cincinnati game happen last week? If Debo and Trent's there, and I woulda, coulda, shoulda, if it didn't, but they kicked ass yesterday. So I'm focused on yesterday. I just don't know what you don't like, except to Evan's point, and I keep going to you, Evan, they were 1 of 4 in the red zone. The D was turning them over, giving them great field position. They were 1 of 4. Now, some can say, oh, Goo, you're nitpicking, but if you want to, I'm not going to sit here and say they were an A+, and I'm not blaming Brock, but as a whole, 1 of 4 ain't good.
Yeah, I was really encouraged by the defense and the fact that they didn't have to blitz yesterday to get pressure on the quarterback, which is something we've been wondering why hasn't been happening. Like they got 5 sacks.
Yeah.
Pressured him 50% of his dropbacks. They even had, I think it might have been the one that Bosa recovered the fumble. They rushed 3 on that play.
And 2 got to him. Him and that was the one Chase got to him, and your boy took the ball from him.
I was encouraged by the defense.
Yeah. And again, Steiny, I'm not going in on your boy. Trevor Lawrence is a good young quarterback, but I felt from the gate he wasn't seeing ghosts, but he knew the Niners had some bullies on that D-line.
Here is more George Kittle. How'd you feel coming into the game about Brock Purdy?
I just go back to this. Brock started like 40-plus games in college. He had highest of highs. He's had the lowest of lows. Like, he's dealt with mistakes. He's had bad games in college. And so his confidence is still there. And that's all I wanted him to, continue doing. He knows how to, bounce back. And I don't think Brock, played poorly the last couple of games. Yeah, sure, there's a throw to he probably wants back. But if you look at the tape, he's still playing at a high level those 3 weeks that we lost. And just this time, we were able to not turn the ball over, not have penalties. And so we're able to be out there, and you can see the type of quarterback that Brock is.
There's George Kittle on Brock Purdy. Purdy was terrific yesterday, as were all the Niners for the most part.
Except the one decision where he got rewarded with the touchdown that his coach called out, not me, Steiny.
Yeah,
I don't know why I appreciate a coach being that real. Like, okay, you got away with it. Almost like a parent telling your kid, you got away with something, but if you do it again, son, it's going to come back and bite you. And I appreciate it.
Isn't that what Shanahan did to Steve Wilkes? Talk honestly.
Now, what if I told you that's about locate? Well, you're talking about that said play. But yeah, okay.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
650. I'm with Goo. It's a problem.
Oh, the red zone 1 of 4.
Oh.
But Jacksonville's got a pretty good defense. Now, if they came in thinking their stuff didn't stink, Stoney, like you said.
What are the 49ers, like, where do they rank in red zone percentage over the course of the whole year, I wonder?
I think they're like middle of the pack.
All right.
They also have one, if not, like they're top 3 in terms of trips to the red zone. So
yeah,
that's true. Everyone, I put more pressure on myself. So nobody asked Purdy about the throw. Nah, it's too bad.
He spoke on it though.
Here's his
they were
pass to
playing
Kittle.
man, so I knew George just needed some time to get outside, one-on-one with that backer. And so knowing that, and then seeing the safety sort of cut and take BA over the middle, I was all right, this is George one-on-one. So yeah, I had some pressure and stuff, but I just got to give George a chance, and George did a great job getting underneath it and going all the way with it. It was sweet.
He stood in there. He's tough.
Evan often provides information that I wouldn't normally have. According to Evan, on social media, some are saying, might have been the best throw of Purdy's career to Kittle. Is that correct, Evan? Some are saying?
That's what I was seeing a lot of people point out yesterday.
I ain't mad at it. I couldn't believe he got it off. And, Stoney, that would be your ear to the street. That's what Evan would be. Because you told me you ain't on X as much.
Says 530 says Niners are 6th in the red zone, touchdown only. Meaning, I guess, I don't know if he's right or not.
Well, you want 6. You'll take that. But what's he mean by? Because the field goals count as.
Well, I think what he's saying is if you take out field goals.
No, you can't.
Well, you can if you want. You can say it's just the Reds. What he's saying is the Niners are 6th in red zone scoring touchdowns.
They're 6th in red zone percentage.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
When they reach the red zone and score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Right.
Field goal, you don't get credit for it.
Well, in that particular stat, I believe. But red zone does include the field goals, just the normal.
Because 3 will get you beat.
You think that's right? Do you think that's I got that right, Evan?
Yeah, but it's important. However many times you're in the red zone, you want to capitalize with 6.
707 says, no. Brock's throw to BA, Brandon Ayuk in Pittsburgh, was one of the best. The one to Kittle yesterday. Brock's throw to BA in Pittsburgh was one of his best.
Okay, I got
the one to Kittle yesterday surpassed it, according to 707.
What about the one to Debo against Dallas, where he just threw it in the bread basket? You guys remember that one?
No.
For a touchdown?
No.
I do. Yeah.
He threw what was the pass he threw the other? Was it to Ayuk?
Cincinnati? He hits Ayuk in the middle of the field. They start off just like Steiny. He ain't throwing no little Rudy Poo throws. He's 25 yards, 30 yards. Like he's getting them down the field. Ayuk's longest yesterday was 55 yards. Debo was 30. Oh, that was total. But the longest was 38 for Kittle, 18 for Ayuk, and 7 for Debo.
888-957-9570 is the number. Stein and Guru with you. and the 49ers back on the winning track. Let's go to Miles. Miles is in Hayward. Wants to talk about Brock Purdy.
Miles.
Hey, Miles, how you doing, man?
All right. You know, I was just kind of wondering what you guys thought about it. Seemed like the passes that Purdy tries to put pressure to put like right on the money, like the one he threw at Yayu, which is not really normally a good pass. He seems that he's still driven to get the ball in there, right? And so I think he kind of like was trying to do that. Only pass the ball when people is open, right? But he always tries to push it in there, right? I think that's the kind of quarterback he is. So I think you live and die with him. But like I said, he shouldn't have thrown that pass. But he has a tendency to throw those kind of passes when he's trying to be aggressive, right? And so I was just wondering what you guys think about that, because those passes are the ones that he's had trouble throwing with in the games that they lost. So now he's back to throwing one of those, but not a lot of them. But he did throw one of them, right? But he's lucky he didn't get intercepted. But I was wondering why you think he does that.
I think because he thinks he can make that play. He thinks he can make that throw. I think that he is more of a risk taker than Jimmy
Gunslinger
Garoppolo.
mentality, Steiny.
And
Brett Favre had it.
He decided to throw that pass.
And he got the touchdown.
Yeah, he did. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Daryl the Guru Johnson and the San Francisco 49ers. They snapped their 3-game losing streak with an easy 34-3 win against the Jacksonville Jaguars. McCaffrey was terrific. The only thing he did the only thing he didn't do was get into the end zone. But Purdy, 3 touchdown passes, no picks, 296 yards.
You get your game ball too.
Steve Wilks.
Damn. That's who I was giving it to.
Okay, I won't then. I'll pick somebody else.
Who was second on your list if you runner up?
Purdy.
Possibly.
Purdy.
I ain't mad at you.
Or
he had to have a bounce back in a way, Harry.
Maybe it's Chase Young.
I
don't know. Yeah, we're going to get to, I see Dr. Hustle, I see Grandpa Daddy, I see
we got JD coming up, Donnie.
JD coming up at 1 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. But the Niners back to their winning ways. By the way, do not miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. I know. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. It also is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I see Dr. Hustle. Oh, I see Grandpa Daddy. And I even see Zacharuni on the other side. We'll get to your calls on 95. I'm sorry. We'll get to your calls after John Dickinson on the other side.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to.
On the end around, here comes Deebo Samuel. Blockers in front. Williams is one of them. And Deebo Samuel's in. Touchdown, San Francisco. One injured player back, leading the way for another. And it's 26-3 49ers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Joe Davis, Fox Sports, calling the Deebo Samuel touchdown run. All right, let's welcome in John Dickinson, 49ers reporter, Warriors reporter. He was at Chase Center last night, but we're going to talk to him about the San Francisco 49ers. Let me start out by saying hello, JD, and what was the biggest difference you saw in the Warriors yesterday as opposed to the previous 3 weeks?
The 49ers, right?
Bad,
yeah, the Niners. Yeah, no, that's all good. Yeah, the Niners, and yeah, yesterday the first game that I didn't cover in person among all of the games to this point, with the Warriors obviously having the heavy weekend. Looking forward to be back in Seattle on Thanksgiving when the Niners are going to be there. So just throw that out there right off the top here. But biggest difference offensively, Kyle Shanahan had all his chess pieces, and we got into it after the game in Cleveland as I was coming back and after the game in Minnesota, just about the fact that things look a little bit different when you take even one skill player away. And, it was, Deebo obviously being out. I think McCaffrey was less than 100%. He may still be less than 100%, but he's closer to 100% than he was, I think, in the Minnesota or Cincinnati games. Going back to the last two. And then you get Trent Williams back as well, which I think just opens up so many different things that the 49ers can do, in particular in the run game. I thought Jalen Moore did fine when he filled in for Trent Williams, but Trent Williams is a dominant run blocker, and it really helps set up everything that the 49ers like to do, knowing that they have him as somebody that can get out and lead on those big runs, like the one to Deebo Samuel that you guys played the highlight of from Fox coming in here. So to me, offensively, it was all the chess pieces were back, which allowed, and forgive me for saying this because I hate this term, it allowed Kyle Shanahan, but I'm going to say it anyway, it allowed Kyle Shanahan to get in his bag again, right? Because he had everybody. And so offensively, it's almost, and this is how I'm going to look at him moving forward. When they have all their guys, and I know, Steiny, you said something similar earlier, when they have all their guys, then it's an elite offense. If you take even one away, then we're going to have a conversation given that week about whether they can even be a functional winning offense. So it's kind of extremes, but I think that's what they've proven to this point. And then defensively, it was just they looked fresher. I think Chase Young being on the team looked like it lit a fire under Cleveland Ferrell, who'd been absent. Nick Bosa looked reinvigorated, and they were doing a lot of 4- and 5-man rushes, 5-down linemen or just the standard 4-down linemen, and they were getting home. I mean, that was the thing. It wasn't you getting close and they're getting rid of it. They're getting home. They're sacking the quarterback, and I think where the offense and defense work together, the complementary football, Niners come out, they get the lead, they get a couple stops, they start forcing turnovers, and this is, for this year to this point, fellas, a front-running team. They're front-runners. They need to get ahead. They need to play from ahead. Haven't been as good when they get behind and they have to go score late. That just hasn't worked out for them so far this year. But they got back on schedule yesterday, which I think was the biggest key. And, it really started with, I think, having all the players back on offense and then the defensive line dominating the game like we've seen the 49er defensive lines be able to do it as they've been making these runs toward being championship contenders. No doubt, Jay. You just covered it all, and I agree with everything you said. I got to be careful here because I got to let you know I called out Wilks in the sense that I thought it was a bad look that his coach or employer would tell him to come on the sideline. But I'm trying to divvy out credit because he deserves it with how his unit played. But, JD, do you think there's any coincidence, the fact that he was on the sideline and all of a sudden they got after it? Or is it just what you said? They were rested. They had a new toy in Chase Young. I saw him come out with 5 D linemen, which we saw Cleveland and many do to them. But they hit Trevor Lawrence 10 times. To me, this has to be sustainable, and it's kind of, you tell me if I'm off, it's kind of wiped out the last 3 weeks if they remain healthy. Yeah, I think it has. I mean, we've seen the 49ers be a lot worse than 5-3 after 8 games and still by the end of the season think they're pretty damn good and a championship contender, and they've proven that to be true even though they've come up short. With the Super Bowl loss and the 2 losses in the NFC Championship game the last couple of years. So I don't think there's any doubt that this team can get back to that level where we're all talking about that maybe today or in the coming weeks or once we get to January. I think the Steve Wilks component of him being on the sideline was coincidental. I mean, I don't know what type of impact it had other than, I go to when Fox had him. Ambry Thomas makes maybe the play of his career, right? And forcing that turnover, and it looked like he ran it back. And he did have the big interception in that Week 18 game at the Rams when the 49ers clinched at the end in overtime to salt that game away. But right up there, if it wasn't that play, it was the play yesterday, the play of his career. And to see Ambry Thomas showing emotion and showing love to Steve Wilks and that conversation that those two were having on the sideline, I don't know that it mattered tactically, but it seemed like it mattered just in terms of the optics. And, because Wilks is a fiery guy. Like, it's not like Wilks is somebody that, likes talking to players and so maybe just having him down there and the defense being put on notice, basically, that the reason he was put down there was because things weren't working out, had everybody flying around and playing at a different level. I don't know, just a theory. I tend to think it's more just coincidental. You add a guy like Chase Young to the mix, everything looks better. I think they simplified their game plan a little bit. defensively. There was less blitzing, more timely blitzing, and they just got back to the basics that the 49er stalwarts, the guys that have been here for a long time, like to do. So I think it was more about that than where Wilks was. But, Wilks being able to interact maybe more one-on-one from an emotional standpoint with those players, maybe it had some benefit.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our 49ers reporter. We've just been batting this around, JD, a little bit, and it's the idea of, okay, the 49ers have 4 big boy weapons, Deebo Samuel, McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk, and we all agree that if you take somebody out of there, it just doesn't look the same. Let me just, what if you have everybody on this team healthy except Trent Williams? Then what? You know what I mean? I'm just trying to gauge the value of a skill position guy versus an important lineman. Would you rather have all your weapons but miss a huge offensive lineman, or maybe miss a weapon but have Trey? Just try to gauge the importance of all the players on offense.
Yeah, I think you need Trent Williams in the run game. I think Trent Williams helps make the 49er run game more dominant. I think in the passing game, they've shown that they can get by without him, but getting by without him doesn't make you good enough to where you're going to be a contender and win the Super Bowl, right? Because I think we'd all agree in the games that Trent Williams missed, the last 2, because he gutted it out and finished the game in Cleveland, the games that Trent Williams missed in Minnesota and Cincinnati was his absence to the naked eye, to the casual football observer, was his absence noticeable? I'll just ask you guys, because I'll give you I don't really think it was. I thought I thought Jalen Moore held up. I thought the 49ers were able, there's things you can do with the tight ends and bring help and the way you kind of block certain plays. I thought, but at the same time, it makes the 49ers more ordinary, I think, offensively to not have him. I don't know. What did you guys think about that? You can get by, but are you really the best version of yourself?
No, that's a good call, Jay. But again, like the Cincinnati game, for example, I thought they took advantage of Trent not out there, and that pocket was collapsing. Whether you were trying to, not many holes for McCaffrey to get through, and when he dropped back to pass, Purdy.
You need everybody, Goo. Yeah, that's what it is. You need everybody, and you need 71. Because here's the thing about 71. 71, Trent Williams has an attitude, right? He's a hell of a nice guy off the field. He's smiling. He seems affable. But on the field, the dude's an absolute monster. I mean, he just is. He's a killer on the field. He's a monster. I think he helps establish their physical identity. We're just going to get up and we're going to knock you on your ass mentality. And I think having Deebo back helps that mentality as well.
JD, no doubt. I want to ask you about Brock Purdy. He needed to bounce back. Not that the losses were all on him. 19 of 26, 296, as you guys mentioned, 3 touchdowns. But what I took away was the fact that on the first touchdown to Ayuk, he could have ran it where he rolled out left, threw it back across the field, got lucky touchdown. Why did I like Kyle going public just with the toolage of, it took me a while to get over that? Because I felt like that is something that'll stay with Brock, who had a good day. But what did you think of Kyle doing that out loud?
I loved it because in the moment, I thought to myself, and I love this when you're watching a game because it makes you feel like you're not crazy. That's always the way I put it. I'm watching the game like we all were, and I thought to myself, that's one of the worst decisions he's ever made.
Right.
Like, that's one of the worst plays. Like, you talk about a would-be pick or a should-be pick or whatever, and I texted a couple people. I said, my God, he got away with one there. And, it was kind of mixed response, right? Some 49er fans are like, well, that was, what would you say? Mahomes does stuff like that, or these elite quarterbacks they do stuff like that, and everybody thinks it's great. So when, Brock does it, it's like, well, wait a minute, he should tone it down and not do it. And I said, well, he's not one of those guys, number one. Anyway, so to hear Kyle Shanahan after the game just so bluntly say, yeah, that was one of the worst decisions he's ever made, I think it's great. And, yeah, Brock Purdy needed a bounce-back game. I think we've seen, not to be redundant, probably at this point needs to play from ahead most of the time. Doesn't mean he can't come back against some teams here or there. And the whole thing looks different when everybody's in the right spot and the running game's there and you can throw the short passes, and then he can make the off-schedule plays that he's so good at. Again, it's not an indictment on him. It doesn't mean that I don't think Brock Purdy's this or that or whatever. It's just when the whole thing is locked in, he's able to play at an elite level. When it's not completely locked in, then he looks more pedestrian, and if he's more pedestrian, then the 49ers, I think there are some question marks as to whether or not they can get to and win a Super Bowl. But for yesterday and for those first 5 games, they basically had everybody, and he looked elite. But no, I loved what Shanahan said because selfishly it was what I was thinking, to be perfectly honest.
Kyle Shanahan put Christian McCaffrey back in the game with 6 minutes left to try to get him an achievement that only Lenny Moore had done prior. They had scored. What'd you think of that?
I hated it. It's just me talking. I hated it. I like, and again, I get that everybody loved it and fans love it. And McCaffrey was appreciative of trying to get me the all-time record. And they're showing the sideline and everybody's laughing and everybody knows what's going on. I didn't think in the moment that the Jags knew what was going on. Like until it got right down to their inside the 5-yard line, and then maybe they did. And I think that worked to the 49ers' benefit. I will give Kyle Shanahan credit in the sense that, they had a 4th and 5 and he was in the game and they went for it and they ran a running play. So I got the impression that Kyle Shanahan was trying to get him the record. Obviously, we all know that, and they addressed it afterwards. But I felt like he was also trying to be respectful about it in the plays, the types of play. Like we're going to go for it, but I'm not really going to trick it out the way that I would if we needed this touchdown to win the game. But that doesn't change the fact that I personally hated it. I know I'm in the minority. I know 49er fans are probably screaming. But, I mean, could you imagine if he gets hurt in that situation? Or could you imagine, and here's the thing, when you do something like that, and I don't know that the Jags knew in the moment, but when you do something like that, you run the risk of somebody taking a cheap shot on a guy that's going to put him out and put you guys in difficult position. And, if I was a Jags player, I'd have been really pissed. I would have been really pissed. And
well, you know how to stop him, JD, is keep him out.
No doubt. Okay. No. And I'm not saying pissed like I'm going to complain about it.
Okay.
I'm saying pissed like I'm going to knock him out.
Dirty play, okay.
I'm going to knock him on his ass and maybe twist him up a little bit. So, like that, and again, that's the heat of the moment, JD. Right? And I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but the heat of the moment, JD, can get a little angry, and the heat of the moment, NFL player can get a little angry. And so, again, all I'm saying is the 49ers run the risk of somebody among the 11 players out there, or a coach maybe telling those guys to do it. They can run the risk of something happening to their best offensive player or best offensive skill player in Christian McCaffrey. So I understand all sides. I didn't like it. I understand why they did it. I understand why the fans love it. I understand why the media yucks it up with the players and the fans about it. It's like all one big, oh, yeah, all right, it's all funny, blowout. I get it. I get it. But I personally hated it.
Wow, Jay. Tell us how you really feel. I love it. Hey, last thing about Purdy. Evan, Steiny, and I were talking about this before the show. There were a couple times he got hit. He got leveled. And I was like, man, this dude's tough. Jeff Garcia-like. But he hit Kittle for a 66-yarder. And, Jay, I saw it. He stood in there, took the hit, and we were talking about, do you think that's one of his most impressive throws of his young career?
Yeah, it was a good throw. I mean, I didn't think I'll be honest. I thought it was a really good throw. I didn't think it was there was nothing all time that popped into my head at one. I'll give you the short answer on that one. I thought, yeah, good throw. Kind of jotted it down on my iPad as I'm taking my notes, but there wasn't something all time great or historic or anything about it. It was just good quarterback made a good throw. Touchdown. The play was there. Hell of a call. I'll tell you what. I thought the Niners, and you guys have probably talked about this. I thought the Niners won the game with the start that they got off to, but I think they won the game into the first half, beginning of the second half. They hold the Jags to a field goal. They go down, they kick a field goal to match. Basically, it rendered anything the Jags had done just completely useless. And then they come out with that first possession, and they hit the big ball to Kittle for a touchdown from 10-3, and feeling like, because that game did have a little of that feel like,
oh, it did.
Hey, the Niners should be up more, and they're not.
They
and
got
all
the
of a sudden
fumble.
All of a sudden, it's going to be 10-10, and the Jags are a comeback team themselves. So the end of the first half, holding them to a field goal. Yes, the fumble before that, for sure, because the Jags looked like they had action. But then coming out and hitting the big ball to Kittle, 10-3 turns into 20-3, and I thought at that point, at 20-3, I thought it was night.
Hey JD, let me get you out of here on this. I was thinking about this weekend and walking out of the office here on Friday, and I think everybody was encouraged about the Golden State Warriors. A lot of people liked that loss against Denver, and on Friday everybody was kind of biting their fingernails about the 49ers and their 3-game losing streak, and it feels like now the Niners look fine, and the Warriors look like they're a team in a little trouble. What'd you make of the Warriors weekend?
It was a bad weekend. I mean, bottom line, bad weekend. Couple good defensive teams, couple teams with length, couple teams with size, and the Warriors got handled, I thought, in both games. And they got to figure out, though, first and foremost, to me it wasn't even so much about the size in terms of the 7-footers. It was more, I thought, the length and the ability of both the Cavs and the Timberwolves to attack. To me it was more wings and guards just putting their head down and getting to the bucket, which was something that Oklahoma City did to them a week prior. And the Warriors ended up winning the game at the end, but Oklahoma City was having their way. So I think that's one part of it. But to me, the issues are offense, and we've discussed it. It's even when this team was winning, where's the secondary scoring going to come from? Is Klay Thompson still a legitimate number 2? And TBD. Right? I mean, he hasn't been to this point. I mean, nobody has been to this point. All eyes on Andrew Wiggins. I know, Goo, I've heard you. This was maybe a week or so ago.
I was listening to you last night, too.
It's where is Wiggins? And the problem, though, is, and that's fair. I mean, I think those are the two guys that are going to get singled out that the Warriors need more from, because they're starters. They're guys that are getting paid. They're guys that in the past have been the number 2 option for the Warriors, or the 2 and the 3 option for the Warriors offensively. And look, the Warriors were getting by because their bench was dominant, and the bench the last 2 games was not dominant. They still won the battle of the bench points, but they weren't winning it 40-15 like they had been in some of these other games, which was allowing Klay Thompson to be solid. Because I really think Klay's been solid up until the last 2 games where it hasn't gone well, and it's allowed Wiggins to be, for the most part, absent. But I don't think there's any, to go back to the point I was going to mention about what you were saying, Goo, there's no other option other than those guys have to play better. Like, it's not like Jonathan Kuminga is playing great, because he's not, right? He's had some halves where he's been an A. He's had halves in the same games where he's been an F. So, at best, Kuminga's been a C player. So you're not replacing a C player in Kuminga with Wiggins, even if you make the case, and I think you can make the case, that Wiggins has been worse than a C-level player to this point. But you don't if Wiggins has been a D and Kuminga's been a C, you don't make a switch, because now if Kuminga had been an A, then all right, we can start having a conversation. So the point I'm getting at is they get those 2 guys, Klay and Wiggins, and I think even more Wiggins and Klay, have got to get going. And I think the Warriors need to start trying to get Wiggins involved. Like, is he hurt? Is there something going on? Did he not have the offseason that he wanted to because there were other things going on? Like, I think all those questions are going to start to continue to pop up. But as I talked about last night on Warriors Wrap-Up, this is the team. Like, this is the team. But maybe they make some moves down the line, but this you look up and they're healthy right now, and this is the team. So for the next 3 months between now and the trade deadline, which is 3 months away, February, they got to figure it out with what they have. I I lean in a little bit on what Steve Kerr. They weren't when they were 6-2. Were they playing great? No, they won a couple of close games. Maybe stole the game against Sacramento. Were they? Are they the worst? Are they now one of the worst teams in the West because they haven't looked great the last couple of games? No, I think it's somewhere in between. But the one thing that I am going to say all season, when this team's healthy, they got to be better than 6-5 because I'm still worried about what it's going to look like when they're not healthy. Because there's the two types of depth, right? You have and I think the Warriors have the depth where you have everybody in their place and, you want to play Trace Jackson-Davis a little bit, fine. You want to play Podziemski a little bit, fine. The bench for the most part's beating other teams' benches. You like that. I think they have the quality depth that you like when you have everybody, especially if Wiggins and Klay Thompson were playing to their capabilities. What the question is, what kind of depth do they have when you start taking a starter or two away?
Man.
And that I don't know. And I know Warrior fans are thinking, well, I hope we don't find out.
Right.
But if you're 6-5 and then you start losing key guys, you're kind of looking at being maybe in the same position record-wise that you were last year, where you're fighting and scratching and clawing and you're trying to, save your season to just get into that 6th spot, which they ultimately did. I think the Warriors believe they have a better team than that. But so much of, we talk about the bench and Chris Paul and the young guys and how's it all going to fit together, and Steph is still phenomenal, all of that stuff. But the price of admission stuff in the plan for the Warriors to be contenders was, Wiggins is going to be closer to what he was 2 years ago, and Klay Thompson's going to be a more consistent version of what he was last year, and they're 0 for 2 in these first 11 games with those two top to bottom.
Man.
All right, JD, great stuff.
Thanks.
And we'll be listening tomorrow when the Warriors take on Minnesota at Chase.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Ballast Point Brewing Company tomorrow, by the way.
I'm going to come by and see you. I'll be out there, Jay.
6 o'clock, Warriors Live at Ballast Point. Stop by, have a brew, get some food. I'll be out there. I'll be out there before 6, getting things set up. And, walking distance to Chase. Looking forward to it. Goose, stop by.
Play-in tournament.
We'll have one. Yeah, it's the in-season tournament game. Big in-season tournament ramifications tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thanks, JD. Appreciate it, buddy.
You got it.
All righty. That was John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter. Don't forget, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market.
So to hell with Harry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny Guru with you. A half hour left. Niners go to 6-3. 34-3 win over Jacksonville. And the Warriors with a tough weekend. We can spend a couple minutes on the Warriors here, but let's first go. And I find this very interesting.
What did I do?
Not you, believe it or not.
Oh.
You know, we've had the honor of meeting Grandpa Daddy.
That's our guy.
From Hayward. And he makes it clear every time the Niners win that he's got a bet on the San Francisco 49ers to go all the way. Interestingly, we haven't heard from him in the last 3 weeks, but here he is, Grandpa Daddy, sure enough, fresh off a 49er win. What's up, Gramps?
What's up, gentlemen? How you doing? How you doing, Goo?
Hey.
Love you guys, man. I'm driving up and down the freeway, listening to you. You guys are spot on, man. JD was good.
Yeah,
I like that. He said it all, man. And Steiny, you got a good point too. You know, are they really? You know what I liked? What you said, Steiny, was that they were hungry.
Yeah.
They lost 3 in a row. They had to win. And what is it about a team when you're winning? You don't really have that. Oh, I got to get her done. I got to get her done, Brown. you don't really have that in you. But when you're losing, you're like, man, I gotta get her done, Vern.
Love it.
Grandpa, you feeling good about your bet now?
You know what, Steiny? I'm still. You guys haven't heard from me because I got a lot of projects going on. I haven't been able to call in because I've been up and down. It just so happened. Well, actually, I got in a car accident going down to 80. Oh, God.
Oh, man. You're all right.
Terrible, bro. I was in my Sprinter van, 2,500, one of those Sprinter vans, and I was just doing 50, and everybody locked up their brakes.
Oh.
And then I put on the brakes, and, oh, God, it was a disaster, but that's why I haven't called in. Okay,
get well.
Yeah, get well.
Get well. But I waited to see you guys again, and I just wanted to say something. Purdy, he has a few bad games, but he bounced back, and I'm proud of the young man for bouncing back. And you know what? Yeah, you're right. Shanahan, you don't really put him in there just to get a record, but Goo, I hear what you're saying, bro. Who knows? Maybe CMC said, Coach, I really want the record, man. Send me back in, right?
Or, hey, thanks, Grandpa, Daddy.
I love him.
Or he said, you try to get me that record or I'm walking.
No, please. But he's
Think the Warriors will be able to bounce back? Like Purdy?
You mean, can the Warriors put it in the hole? Anybody but Curry. Stoney, their shooting is just awful. And that's my one worry about Poole getting out of town, but I won't even go there for what I've been seeing. So don't tell me it's just about Langdon. If you hear Fitz on the broadcast, Stoney, he's concerned about it.
What?
They can't shoot.
That's stupid.
And I got a baby rat. That would be a mice.
Yep.
I know, and JD just did it. It's not natural for Klay Thompson to play this way. Klay's a gunner. He's a shooter. And basketball's already hard enough. And I'm not saying he's out here thinking these things, Stoney, but if he can't go eat the whole enchilada, I don't know if that's the best version of Klay.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
And I feel like, I don't know. And Wiggins is just, Draymond's outscoring you. And then Draymond's getting ejected. Telling Ant what you going to do of fighting everybody in the arena? I'll wait for tomorrow.
That was a vintage Draymond Green weekend.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Just a classic Draymond Green weekend.
And an IG post.
Ejected Saturday under strange situations. They're all strange with Draymond.
But he's going at everybody.
Then he goes on Instagram telling everybody they're idiots.
He's the victim.
And they lose that game, by the way. They lose to Cleveland that he gets ejected in. Nothing to see here. And then, oh, by the way, let's get Anthony Edwards riled up.
What did Evan say? You woke a lying dog, sleeping dog. Man. And then did you see the clips where he was giving the Warriors that work after that?
Yeah. Anthony Edwards went to work. At school.
Do you know the Warriors, this is why I'm going to give them love? They lead the league in second chance points. So they're hustling. The fact that they lead the league in second chance, you're missing a lot. Stoney, is this just nothing to... You said, Steph's Guru, you said you wanted his minute usage down. But he is... The minutes he's playing are too hard. He won't last this way. It's too stressful on him, Steiny. It just is, man. They got no athleticism. Kuminga has to... JD said he didn't think he was playing that well.
Well, you do.
That well in the grand schema, who can do something and get fouled? He went to the line the other night 10 times. I'll take that.
What about his 2 for 11?
Well, what about Wiggins? MIA. Steiny.
They're
6-5. I left you. It felt like
6-3.
Okay.
They've only lost 2 in a row.
Only?
Yeah. Well, 3, but.
Yeah.
But the Denver game was a win. The Denver game was a
that's what
morale.
threw me off.
It was a moral victory.
You can't. Don't start that.
No. Really.
It's 3 in a row, bud. Steiny.
Blah, blah, blah.
And this the one thing
I thought everybody was super encouraged after we lost to Denver, but we made it a really close game. What happened, everybody?
We played better
2 games, and all of a sudden now we stink.
No, it ain't nobody saying we stink.
We're super. How do you go from super encouraged to they got problems?
Turn on the last 2 games.
Okay, well, So when we're talking about the Warriors, and I say, well, look, they're 6-3, but let's take a look at the games and really see how it happened.
Monte said it too.
Hey, you can only play who's in front of you. That's right. You can. And that's why the NBA put 3 good teams in front of you since Thursday, and you're 0-3. So it matters.
And it's not just 0-3. The 2 teams took their starters. They went hockey substitution, had to put them back in. But, Steiny, these things were just like, it was clear cut. I know Lacob ain't happy. I know it's early. I'm trying not to panic.
He was happy here. He said he loved the team.
Clay, but that was before Clay and Wiggins. I don't know.
I'm sure Lacob loved the team on Friday.
Can I just point out one play that stood out to me?
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Clay went right. He rocked right with the dribble, rock left, turn around. Then he was going to do the turnaround fadeaway and got swatted. That was me at the gym when Lil Daryl and them be on me. And my stuff is left. So, Steiny, I don't know, man. I would tell him, I know you're going to throw something at me. Hey, Clay, just be Clay, man. Because we're not, nobody else is giving us anything. And I'm not telling you, as much as I love Pajinski and TG, that's not the answer. And Chris Paul, it's different when you need him to score in the sense that dribble, get everybody involved, but can nobody get the side of a barn? Now we need you to shoot. So, it ain't his fault. It's just, oh boy, the structure of this team is scaring me. The structure. You can't throw it to nobody
and that
in the
all
post.
happened in just 2 games.
I'm going to give you a
2 games.
I'm going to give you a
now, Kuminga stinks, Wiggins
Nobody said none of that.
Change over next.
That was
my fault. Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G.
Victor McCaffrey on the boot. Kittle's in the end zone, but he's covered. Purdy keeps it alive and floats it in there. Touchdown! Threw it up for grabs, and it somehow found Brandon Ayuk for the score.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you, and this is the crossover with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. What a throw.
That's more like it. That's more like it. What a throw. Listen to you.
How about Wilkes? Yeah, 3 points.
They look great. The defense was absolutely
5 sacks, 4 takeaways,
fantastic.
10 quarterback hits.
Yeah. I don't know. And again, from a personnel standpoint, it didn't make sense that they don't look like that all the time. And I don't know. Time will tell if that's just Chase Young, rest. I don't know, but that's more like it.
Man.
That's what that group should look like. And if they look like that, all is forgiven.
Dibs, they started the game with the 5 D linemen like in Minnesota and Cleveland did to them. They came out like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You hate to see it.
Other one.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Other one. There it is.
How about we give credit to Steve Wilkes for
No,
a minute?
how can you not?
We bury him all week, all bye week.
Yeah.
And how about Steve Wilkes made the adjustment? And how about he figured out how to unlock this defensive line?
Yeah.
Let's start there.
Bo said your boy in the A gap, so he was moving him around.
Yeah, Bosa moved inside. They went 5 D linemen. They mixed it up. The first possession on defense, they went 5 D line. They went 3 linebackers base. They went 2 linebackers in the nickel. They
Ambry
mixed it up.
Thomas,
Yeah.
switch him and Lenoir.
And you can see Trevor Lawrence was confused. They
From
had
the
10
gate.
on the line in one play.
Trevor. I mean, like,
go ahead,
I'm not going to come after Trevor Lawrence. That, again.
Well, dude blocked somebody.
Well,
his O-line blocked no one.
Right. But, some of the decisions, even the Hufanga pick where he hucked a 90-mile-an-hour fastball at his running back who was 4 feet away from him. Richard Sherman came after Trevor Lawrence pretty hard on Twitter last night. Yeah, he said he's just like this generational talent. It hasn't measured up. They're winning because their defense creates turnovers. It was an interesting take. I really like Trevor Lawrence, but he never had a shot yesterday.
Okay, real quick before you go, Steiny, him and I talked about why Vegas was not buying into Jacksonville to the point of where they were favored. They were not favored in this game, even though the Niners were on a skid, but nobody knew Jacksonville. I never had them in the Niners category from the gate, and that's why the Niners were minus 3.5.
Yeah,
a lot of people
and it was the most bet favorite of the entire weekend in the NFL.
Guru now 2-2.
Yeah, I didn't think you did.
2-2 with your locks. Let's keep it honest.
The whatchamacallit, the Sharps.
Yeah,
the Sharps felt like they knew.
Okay,
and they were right this particular time. They're not always right, whatever. But yeah, this like Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville's a very, very good football team. They're somewhere in that, like, I don't even call them 1A. Like, they're in the next group.
Yeah, because they made the playoffs.
They're not. Yeah. Well, no, they're going to win that division. I still think. Now, Houston's interesting, but
they are.
But when we talk about the Philly and the Niners and the KCs, Jacksonville's not that. They're in the next group. It's a hell of a win, 31-point win in their house off of a bye for them too. Man, that was really good stuff.
I have a question, and maybe it's all because of where the money comes in. But why were the Niners favored by 3.5? Okay, so Jacksonville's won 5 in a row. Maybe the Sharps realize that Jacksonville winning 5 and the 49ers losing 3 favors the Niners, because they'll have more sense of urgency. What I'm getting at is, well, what if the Niners were 4-4? Let's say they started 4-0 and were 4-4. Do you think the line would still have been 3.5?
Yes.
What about if they'd won 3 in a row? No, seriously, like,
well,
I'm asking somebody to explain it to me.
No, but it's more circumstantial than what you're saying. Like, as if, well, the records are this and this is the streak they're on. It's circumstantial. They're bringing into account, well, like they're always ahead. Vegas is always ahead on injury news. So maybe Vegas is setting that number going, Debo and Trent are back. Both teams are rested. Who does that help more? And then somewhere along the line, it whittles down to what the Sharps think is just the better team. And I don't think anybody, even with the circumstances going into yesterday's game, would have thought Jacksonville's the better team. We would have thought if everyone plays their best, Niners win, right? Wouldn't we have all thought that, even with the circumstances?
No doubt.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it comes from.
I'm just curious. Like, what would have had to happen leading up to that game? I guess was there going to be any circumstances where Jacksonville was what if Jacksonville was undefeated coming into that game?
Well, then they'd be a different team than they are.
But they were 6-2.
Yeah, they're good.
I guess
good.
what's the delineation there?
The origin is before the season.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay. If it's before the season,
to me that means that's
fine.
A lot of what it ain't. Oh, they won. They're cute. They won 4 in a row. It's like, who are they really?
Okay. How about this? If the Niners next week they're playing Tampa Bay, I don't know what's the line right now.
10.5.
Oh my God, it's 10.5.
What if the Niners would have lost yesterday? Would that still be a 10.5 point spread?
No,
probably be 7.5.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Well, you look at Jacksonville and you look at the home field advantage that we always say is 3 points. Well, it's not 3 points when half the crowd is Niner fans. So
is that part of it?
I think so. Yeah. And you look at Jacksonville's 6 wins and you look at 2 wins in England, one of which was completely hokey in that they got to stay. And was it Buffalo, Mark, who came in the second half?
Yeah.
So they had a 2-game homestand in Europe, and they had a humongous advantage, and they beat Buffalo. So their 6-2 is a little inflated based on their European stay, and the Niners off a bye, probably better than Jacksonville off a bye. And so you look at all that, and that kind of mitigates the 10 a.m. factor, which is what Mark said last week, where normally a 10 a.m. game is tough because your whole week lead up is going to be a little bit more difficult, but off a bye, you're coming off the couch.
Or off the offseason, which was their other 10 a.m. game this year, and they looked fantastic in that one as well. So, yeah, I just the word that keeps popping in my mind when you ask these questions, Steiny, is circumstance. And it's what I think Vegas does better, and it's why Vegas builds houses and casinos and we pay for them.
That's what you mean.
It's why they do that, is because they understand the intricate circumstances. They've got people inside the buildings who are telling them, hey, here's what the outside world doesn't know about our situation right now. And maybe it's just Trent and Debo, or maybe there is some sort of a fatigue factor. Maybe there was an adjustment they made during the bye, what have you. I think Vegas knows these things, and that's why sometimes when you see these spreads and you're like, why the hell is that the spread? And then the game plays out and you go, oh, that's why the spread was what it was. These things that look like they should be easy, and they're not. Like, why did Joe Burrow look like that yesterday? I don't know. Cincinnati had gone through.
But D'Amico Ryan's got his unit playing.
Yeah, although it's not like the Bengals didn't score a bunch of points. They scored a bunch of points.
One guy dropped a touchdown to give him to win the game.
He did, and that would have won the game. Yeah, that would have won the game.
But
Tyler
they do
Boyd.
drop them,
Dibs. Yep, it happens. But, Baltimore. Look at Baltimore yesterday. They had a week of, hey, maybe they're the best team in the NFL.
And the guy doing the Niner game goes, that's the best team in the NFL. I want to say, no,
second he said it, here come the Browns.
Big win for Deshaun Watson.
So, there's really maybe only one team in the NFL this year who hasn't shown some sort of at least like a 2-week period of warts. And it's the Eagles. And we're about to find out on the Eagles because they go Chiefs, Bills, Niners, Cowboys.
And that's Monday night.
That's right. That's right. That's their next 4 weeks. And if they can do that, even 3-1, I'll bow down and say you're the clear regular season best team in football.
The 49ers are the 4th team of that group?
Third.
Gotcha.
They start at Arrowhead next Monday night, a week from tonight.
Go through them again?
Chiefs at Arrowhead, home to Buffalo, home to the 49ers, at Dallas. And if you want a cherry on top, they're at Seattle the following week.
Man.
Well, it's a hell of a run. It's a hell of a gauntlet. But they have already been in a bit of a mini gauntlet. Miami, Washington, Dallas, and they're 3-0 in that run since their loss to the Jets. So, they've got the crown right now, and that's fine, but I like, if I'm the Niners, I'm not giving up on the 1 seed at all. Philly loses next week at Kansas City, boom, it's right back in the Niners' hands.
Exactly.
And acknowledge that Detroit is there too.
Sure. Niners more fixated on winning the West right now than they are the number 1 seed.
For sure.
Big win for Seattle.
Yeah.
I was thinking this is going to be a perfect weekend for the Niners.
And then you got Seattle twice in the next, 4 games? Yeah. You got Tampa, Philly, Seattle twice. So you're not really worried about the 1 seed. You're worried about trying to beat Tampa, and you should beat Tampa at home. But this whole thing, as we have to rediscover every year, the NFL's about matchups. Because you watched Dallas yesterday, and I know you did.
Yeah.
Dallas looks like the best team in the history of the NFL. And then you realize, oh my God, they played the Giants.
No doubt.
And then you remember Dallas against the Niners, and it was completely reverse flip mode squad. You got me all in check. Woo-ha, woo-ha.
I'll give you 2.
Thank you. I'll take it. It's Monday. And it was a completely different game. The Niners were Dallas, and Dallas was the Giants. So
not just the Giants, though. The Giants with a quarterback who's still living with mom. That's, I mean, like
DeVito's son.
What was the spread in that game? 17
17.5. I took it.
Good play. Good play.
You didn't go reverse devil tongue?
Nah, that was one of them. But go ahead, son.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Willard, you don't like this, but it's to a player. I'm issuing an apology. And the apology goes to Deebo Samuel. And the reason it's Deebo Samuel is I got caught up in this Niner offense and the fact that McCaffrey was still MVP candidate, to where these words came out of my mouth. Partner, I said, you know what? Thinking about the future, Deebo might be expendable. But I believe a quarterback's best friend and what a coach wants on his chessboard is what Deebo provides. And the first umpteen plays, Deebo's in motion. That means the backside of the defense has to account for that.
It's Aretha.
And Purdy, I would give 3. Purdy didn't have that for 3 weeks, man. That is a weapon in itself.
No doubt.
So Deebo just be the silhouette of Deebo means something, and McCaffrey had more room. Not that he ran for 300, but you could just tell they missed just the thought or threat of 19.
I'll take you before the plays even get called. I mean, I hadn't thought of this very much, and I don't want to be all, this isn't supposed to be like rah-rah, but Deebo and Trent are the two who lead this team onto the field. And that boombox situation is worth something. It's not worth a touchdown, but I just think that those guys mean something to this offense. It doesn't mean that if they're not there, you just give them a pass and it's like, okay, we can't even function. No, it doesn't get to work that way. But I hadn't thought of the fact, I was thinking about it from X's and O's, and I hadn't thought about it in terms of just what's in between.
Jimmy's and Joe's.
Yeah, in between the rib cage. You know what I mean? Like that. Those are the guys that lead you out onto the field. And I thought coming off of a bye and Chase Young
was in front
injected into that situation. He said he had never experienced anything like that in his career. And so I just think energetically, for whatever that's worth, the Niners came out absolutely on point. And they needed to. Very, very pivotal weekend for them.
Any issue, you guys, with McCaffrey coming back into the game with 6 minutes to go?
What did you think, Dibbs?
No. I mean, no problem as long as you don't get hurt. I mean, if you get hurt, then I have a problem with you.
But I thought the same thing.
What was the point?
To break the record.
Right.
It meant something to him and the team.
Sure. And yet they go to use check? I mean, the use check touchdown already happened. So we're going to get McCaffrey the ball because we want to break some record. It's not like we're trying to break DiMaggio's record. This is a record that's not,
but to them, it was that, though, obviously.
Then get him a touchdown earlier.
Evan said Kittle should have went down at the 1 yard line.
I mean, play the game.
No thanks.
Play the game. Yeah, can you imagine? Like, that was right out of the gate in the second half. That game was not in hand as of yet. So here's what sort of got me about it, though, because I noticed it, and I forgot. I forgot it was the record, because at first I'm like, what the hell is he doing in the game? And then it was like broadcast takes over. It's like, oh, they're trying to get him to I go, right, the record. So then you go through the emotion of, okay, like you said, Dibbs, what if he gets hurt? then you're really opening yourself up for criticism.
Right.
But if it mattered to him, he really wanted to go out there. Okay, so there's that conversation. But here's what actually bugged me about it. What bugged me about it is you're taking injury risk, and in a way, to me, the record really only means everything it could mean if it happens within the framework of playing the actual game.
All right.
So in other words, Strahan's sack record.
I brought that up.
Favre, if you fall over on
brought
purpose.
it up, Steiny. Tell him you heard it.
It's not that it doesn't count, and this would have counted too, but it wouldn't have counted.
Some people remember.
Yeah, it wouldn't have counted the same way.
Cal Ripken Jr., the only reason why that record exists is because they flooded their own field.
I know.
So if you want to talk about like records are records.
But you just brought it up. So things like
right.
I'm not saying it wouldn't count.
I'm going to say that this record is not really. I mean, it's a record, sure, but we can pull anything out of the ether and say, oh, most field goals from 40 to 42 yards consecutively made.
But
in
what
history.
about it's bigger
a
than
record.
that? What about the relationship? Don't you think McCaffrey respects Kyle for putting him out there trying to do a solid for him?
Sure.
That's what, like I was trying to tell Steiny.
Would he turn against Shanahan if he didn't put him back out there? Would he be like, all right, Kyle, you're dead to me? He had his chances. He got the ball. Now, he didn't get the ball as much as he normally does, but it's football, and you had other things working. So, I don't know. To me, if you're talking about a real record,
like Steiny.
You're going to break the rushing record, or you're going to break the catches record, or you're going to break like a real record, like most touchdowns in a year.
It's been around forever.
You'll remember this. You'll remember this. Was it Shamiqua Holtzclaw? Who was the person in women's basketball, collegiate?
University of Tennessee.
She was going to be the all-time scorer, and then she
ACL.
Yeah. ACL. So what'd they do? The next game out, they all left the court.
They limped her out there.
Limped her out there and let her put a bucket in. Now, do you get the record? You get the record. I'm not here to be captain.
She get the record?
Yeah, I'm not here to be captain cynical about this, but the record,
I like this. I like this, Mark Willard.
Feels better if it's within the framework of what we're here doing. Not some okay, let's all go out there to get the record. Wait a minute.
kind of dirty.
I'm going to Google who it was. I'm hoping it was
Shamiqua.
I thought it might have been Diana Taurasi, but I'm going to Google
one
it.
of them.
I'm going to pull it.
And is that the record all-time scoring in,
I think
in
so.
women's
in
basketball?
A career, yeah.
In
a
collegiate.
Career. Yeah, and I'm with you in terms of that. But for me, this McCaffrey record, sure, it's a record. And if he wanted to break the record, then go ahead and go back out there. But everything is risk-reward. Steiny's a golfer. If you hit a tee shot and you have to hit your second shot over water on a par 5 to try to reach the green, and you're not sure if you can do it, and like the 14th hole at Metro with the big chasm.
Yep.
I can't hit my drive far enough anymore to really comfortably get over. So sometimes you got to lay up, and sometimes you have to take a player off the field and say, you know what, we're up by 5 touchdowns. You don't get a chance to get the record, son.
Nikisha Sales.
Oh, there you go.
Nikisha Sales.
Connecticut.
Yes,
also
sir.
UConn.
Yep.
I had the right school, wrong player.
And wrong injury. Achilles, not ACL.
That's same thing.
Whatever, right? Same two.
Yeah.
Uncontested basket during a game at Villanova on Tuesday night so she could break her college's, I guess it was just UConn's.
Gotcha.
UConn's scoring.
And if you watch the replay, she actually travels on the play. I'm just kidding.
Look at my guy.
I'm trying to,
How amazing would that have been if they called it? Wave it off. We're going the other way.
Oh, my God. That's so funny.
So Nikisha Sales. That's what I'm thinking of.
And not even a NCAA record, just a school record.
Just a UConn record.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
what?
Willard, can you do me a favor?
Always.
Get Curry some help. Last time we saw each other, everything
what about
was...
the Splash Brothers?
His brother,
he's in a contract year.
And no, he needs to go back to playing the way he plays. I appreciate he's trying to do the right thing. This ain't.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
They got him in a straitjacket. And, Clay's playing the right way.
So you want him to start gunning again?
Well, I mean, if you got something.
New Jack City?
I don't know, man.
That's a 4.
I don't.
Give me an answer. And Wiggins, Dre's outscoring you.
Yeah.
Dre getting thrown out, fighting everybody in the gym.
I don't think, do we need the Warriors to have someone who scores north of 20 just because?
Help or hit a shot.
Yeah, right.
40% collectively as a team at home.
That can be anybody. That can be anybody. That doesn't.
Will it be? So there's just a
Man, if only you had a young scorer who you could just put in there.
I knew that's where this was
If
happening.
he could get to the free throw line.
In a world where you could have a young player who could actually get you buckets in a day when nobody else can get buckets,
Turns out he's only averaging 17 a game, too. So
I mean,
what about
Clay
Draymond
dreams
getting
about
ran
17 a game
on a replay that they didn't go replay? They replayed something else, and they said, "Oh, foul! We can go back. You fouled him. You're out of here."
That was.
I've
odd.
never seen.
Did you
that.
know that, Dibs? Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Okay.
But when I saw it and I saw it all play out, I thought, you know what? Good for you, officials. That's a dirty play. He straight up pushes a guy in the back, Guru.
Yeah.
If somebody does that to you,
No doubt, man.
in the Yoon outdoor, imagine this. You're off of Mission Boulevard, somewhere down there past Hesperian.
Gotcha. You won foe.
Yeah. And, we're playing, it's 9-8. And you go down for a layup,
get that.
and some individual two-hand shoves you in the back,
But the
and you
way that
spill
they
into
found
the play
out about
structure.
it, Dibs, I'm talking about the Zebras. That was
all
wrong.
within. No, it wasn't wrong. It was in the rules. If you go to replay and something presents itself, then
That was
I
incredible.
didn't
it's
know
not
that
like
you
they
could go
made
back
up
and
a
play.
rule.
Oh, no, I'm not saying
But
they
you know
did.
what? You know what's
But to
interesting here, though.
enforce it.
Yeah, I think we all knew that you could see something that developed on a previous play, but a technical is a judgment call. It's not just like a shove in the back is automatically a technical. A shove in the back is a foul. Sometimes it's a technical. Like there's something.
And they knew he had one.
Right. There's something involved with a ref where they're like, there's a buildup for a technical. Like I've had it and I've warned you, and so now it's a technical.
His first one.
So right. So to do that after the fact feels a little funny because it's like, well, but a tech has to happen in the moment. That has to be like you've had your moment, you've had your warning. Now I'm teeing you up. So
It doesn't have to happen in the moment.
No,
it really doesn't.
There's no rule, obviously.
Right.
But to say, hey, I saw a technical on tape is making it sound like you saw a bug fly across the screen. It's not a fact. It's an emotional response. And so to see
What's
that
a
on
judgment call,
right?
And
but
when you look at it on tape,
that's odd.
Now that would
That's odd. To me, that's odd.
I didn't find it that odd when I saw it on tape because that player was nowhere near the play. And the backstory, you realize what happened about, 90 seconds before where Donovan Mitchell got to him. And so now in the very next play, I'm going to push you in the back, two hands, and shove you toward the baseline. To me, it was pretty obvious. It was a pretty easy call.
I mean, and I'm the same as I've been for the last couple of years. It's like, was that fair? Did Draymond deserve? Doesn't matter anymore. He got thrown out of a game. He got thrown out of another game.
Well, yeah.
But this is like this is kind of what I mean about everything's fine this year. Everything, all Jordan Poole. All right, well, Dre did the same thing he does 4 times a year on Saturday, and you know what? Last night. Last night he's getting
Willard. What you gonna
Last
do
night he
about
turned on Anthony Edwards.
he did.
He turned him on. It's just like I don't know. I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at him. But
what you gonna do about it?
But he's
And
he's got
Kuminga
some
turned
good.
on Nas
He's got
Reed.
some good and he's got some bad.
No,
every single game.
He's the most classic athlete.
Tell me.
Can't live with him, but even more so, can't live without him
400.
than I've ever seen in my lifetime of watching sports.
Wow.
You're 100% right. You're going to have to live with all kinds of stuff you don't like. Last year was the best example of that we've seen in his career. And the power that he has is he just smiles and knows, but you can't live without me even more.
He put that to IG.
Yep.
He
He got a 4-year deal for $100 million.
Yeah, that's the one thing
Because they
I
can't live without him.
I keep looking. Like I kept watching that game last night. Not that he was bad, but I was like, 4 more years.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen.
Tremendous.
We'll be listening.
Yeah. Have a great show, and we will see you tomorrow.
The they're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, they're back. They're back. And everything's just fine. I mean, isn't that it? They're back, and everything's fine. I said going into the weekend, it is time to sound alarms if they lose, but if they win, it's all good. And they didn't just win. They won like that. And so my feeling is that the conversation today is sort of about this. I wonder what you would say. I think we know on Mondays, it's a What'd You Think Monday, so you can fire this up as quickly as you want. You're the guest today, 888-957-9570. The 49ers are back. I know that sounds almost like I'm doing it tongue-in-cheek, but I'm not. The 49ers are back. And so the question becomes, with everybody out there, maybe save the Eagles, having shown some sort of warts so far this year. It wasn't just the Niners. It was like the Bengals and the Ravens also doing what they did yesterday and tripping up and having bad weeks. If everybody is at their best, we presume their best, then who's the best?
Well, it comes down to matchups.
Okay.
It's always about matchups.
That's an answer. Yeah.
To me, that's the answer. And you saw it last year, Niners at Philadelphia, NFC Championship game. They were better. The Eagles were better. And if they prove themselves by being better, by physically removing your quarterback, both of them, from the game, then, well, that's part of football. And that's the way that game went. So you had the Niners knock out Brock Purdy, and then they knocked out Josh Johnson. And this year, Sam Darnold is better than Josh Johnson. I think we can all agree to that. But if you get to that same point this year, well, you have Brandon Allen, and they might knock him out too. Philadelphia
I'm already upset that you're bringing up backup quarterbacks' names.
What
I don't even want to think about that.
Is matchups is what this all comes down to. And yesterday, and I had it wrong. I thought the Niners would lose to Jacksonville, but what I didn't realize, what I should have thought about more intimately and in a more detailed fashion, is that it comes down to matchups. And when the Niners are right, that defensive line is as good as any defensive line this side of Philadelphia. And yesterday, they were fresh. The D coordinator was on the sideline. You made a defensive substitution. You varied your packages. You put 10 on the line. You put 8 on the line. You rushed 3. You had them confused. And even when you rushed 3, you still were able to get a sack and take the ball away.
I tell you what, it was like, for a 49er fan, what a Disneyland moment when Chase Young and Nick Bosa meet at Trevor Lawrence. Like, are you kidding me? There's one thing on a Friday that I could have asked for in this game. Hey, Chase, meet me at the quarterback.
Totally.
Dude.
They talked about it.
Meet me at the quarterback. And for those guys to get a half a sack with each other is absolutely the best thing a 49er fan could have hoped for in this game.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
Yeah. So anyway, beautiful, beautiful music from the defense. You're certainly not wrong to say it's about matchups, but I would respond by saying not totally, because in other words, when the 49ers play like that, I think that there's only, what do you think, 2, 3 teams that could even hope to match up with
2
them.
or 3.
Yeah, like that. Like, yes, it's about matchups. I think it's also about circumstance. And that does not mean it's an excuse, because I mean this for every team in the NFL. For every team, we cannot remove circumstance. Circumstance can be travel. It can be injuries. It can be matchups. It can be all the other stuff that could fit under there that we can't even think of, which might be something like what Andrew Wiggins went through at the end of last year, which we don't even know what it was. But like, there's stuff going on inside a locker room. The reason yesterday for me was so great is that the 3-game losing streak brought to the front of our minds, maybe they're just flat out not who we thought they were. And maybe this is going to be one of those groups that's bigger in name than it is in execution. They weren't for 5 games, then they were for 3. And we all know the stories in sports of teams that get put together and you're like, man, it's just an all-star roster.
Right.
And then it just doesn't work. And for 2 weeks, I'm like, geez, is that where this is heading? And yesterday, for me, was a firm stamp that no.
Of those 3 games,
that's not where this is heading.
I get that, but of the 3 games, only one was a classic beatdown.
Agreed.
And you mentioned it in our show meeting where the Cleveland game was going to be won if the kicker makes a kick that's an 87% certainty, and he missed it. And Minnesota, the one play at the end of the half was a little bit odd, and that game kind of went a little sideways, and you lost. Cincinnati just flat beat you. And they beat you because of where they were coming off a bye, and you were at the long end of an 8-game stretch where it was really a 12-week stretch because you had 4 preseason games, and you had camp before that. You had no break all the way up into that moment, and then they came in, and they beat you up. They knocked you around. They dominated you. That's fine. It's kind of like last year when you went to Atlanta on the second game of a 2-game road trip, and Atlanta kind of did the same thing. They did it on the ground. And you were injured, and same thing here. You had injured players, and Cincinnati got you. So now you get refreshed. You get Debo back. You get Trent back. You get Dre Greenlaw back. For the most part, he was in and out a little bit based on sub packages, but you go to Jacksonville, not a road game, off a bye, and you look great in all 3 phases. That's the kind of game that makes you feel like, okay, maybe Vegas again.
Looked great in 2.5 phases. Let's just a quick
Which one
aside.
are you going to disparage?
Well, I'm sorry. There's no way that any of us feel comfortable with Jake Moody kicking the ball. Period. Did
he have a miss that I missed?
Dude, he put a 30-some-odd yarder an inch. The one at the end of the buzzer at the half.
Did it go in? Did they only get 2 points because it was close?
I didn't rip him. I simply said there's no way you feel comfortable.
Oh, I feel great about Jake. Jake's back.
No, you don't.
Moody's back.
No, you don't. I don't feel comfortable. You don't feel comfortable.
He didn't miss a PAT.
No.
And he didn't miss a field goal.
The man is 0 for 1 in the super duper it matters on this kick moment.
Agreed.
And on some of the other ones, he's wobbly AF.
Wisnowski, a punt to the 1-yard line.
Oh, great.
No kick returns allowed.
Yeah, that's why I gave him a half.
Yeah.
2.5.
That's overly harsh, which is not normally your lane.
2 3/4. I'm just pointing out that if I'm going to walk away from that game and I got one thing where I'm like, it's Jake Moody.
How about your guy throwing balls up for grabs?
Yeah.
And
my gunslinger. That's my gunslinger.
Ayuk getting away with a push off in the end zone.
I don't think that, but
it was pretty minor. But he pushed off.
It was a questionable decision at best. Questionable decision, but it worked out, and so it worked out. You know what I mean? But I'm with Kyle Shanahan. That's a much more worthwhile conversation if the rest of the game didn't look like it looked. The rest of the game looked fantastic. The throw to George Kittle, by the way, you will not see a higher degree of difficulty situation, I think, in NFL.
He had all day to throw that.
Oh, my gosh. But it wasn't even just
That's my fantasy player.
George.
Kittle, yeah.
Oh, that had to feel good. Did you get a dub?
It's not over.
But you're in line?
Your boy's 1-8.
Come on.
And I'm going up against an expatriate.
An expatriate?
Yeah.
Who this?
Alan Stiles.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like
no.
He had a player who used to play for the Patriots.
The actual expression of expat.
Yeah.
And I love Stiles, but God, I need this win.
You do.
It's a must win for me, Mark.
At 1-8, it might not be. You might already be playing for next year.
I might, but if I can go to 6-8,
if you go to 6-8,
my point total is such that I would win most of the tiebreakers.
I do feel like you're gonna have to be 7-7. Maybe even 8-6 to get in, but who knows?
We have 6 teams of the 14 to make it. If I get to 6-8, then at least I can think about having a chance.
Yeah.
5-9, no chance.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
I'm rooting for you. I got a probable tonight as well. against JT. I got a probable. I think he needs Javonte Williams to score like 25 or something like that to beat me. Possible, plausible, unlikely. Anyway, there's your fantasy update for the day.
Thank you.
I think Jake Moody was my kicker, so maybe that's why I got a little extra.
Okay.
No, but it all worked. I got all the points, but good Lord, you're looking at him like, dude.
Never in doubt.
Are you...
I got McManus, and he had his first field goal was like looked like me off the tee at number 5 at Berkeley Country Club. 4 right.
But it went through. Well, Moody's did too. There was clearly some wind.
Crying.
There was some wind heading that way.
Counts.
There in the first day. Yep,
Let's go.
count it. But beyond that, look, they looked absolutely fantastic. And I threw this question out to Kyle Rudolph last night, and I was kind of leading him to water. I figured he'd drink. We've now been talking to one another for 10 weeks, and I figured I knew how he was going to answer it, and I was correct. I said, Kyle, talk to me. Everybody's got warts, and maybe even if the Eagles don't, let's see what they're about to do in this next month of action, because it couldn't be harder. It could not be harder what the Eagles are about to try to do. If they can go through that 3-1, I'll, as they say, give them all the flowers that we can give them. But if we just presume, because largely when you get to the playoffs, you're going to get everybody's best effort. I don't know if everyone's going to be fully healthy, but you're going to get everybody's best play calls. You're going to get everybody's, you empty the kitchen sink. So if you presume everybody's at their best, who's the best? He did not even pause that long. He said the San Francisco 49ers.
He's pandering.
Why would he do that? Guy's sitting in the state of Florida.
He's pandering to you.
Talking to me. Why would he pander to me?
Because he's still trying to get to know you and curry favor with the guy who does radio in the Bay Area. That's what I'm hearing. I didn't hear the bit.
Yeah, it wasn't a bit. It was just a straight-up question. Right. What do you think? It's the San Francisco 49ers. San Francisco 49ers. When they've been at their best, it's hard to argue that looks like the best. Nobody's at their best every week. But if I had to say, give me the most dominating, impressive performances of the year by any NFL team, I actually think the Eagles and Chiefs largely get left out of the conversation. It's Baltimore's 2 wins.
It's Dallas.
Well, but those aren't against good teams.
No, but those are dominating. But they're against pro football players.
But dominating performances against good teams. It's what Baltimore did to Detroit. I forget who's the other team that went in there and absolutely got canned. Who got just totally canned by the Baltimore Ravens? They've done it twice. I'll look it up. But anyway, the Niners' performances against Dallas and Jacksonville have to be up there in terms of top 5 performances of the year by any team, I think.
Okay. I mean, you talk about Dallas beating the Giants 49-17. And the Niners had to struggle to beat the Giants.
Tommy DeVito, you're leaving out the quarterback situation, which is rather large. They were 17.5
and
point
Daniel
favorite.
Jones is a guy who you've derided ever since he got that contract. And when the Niners, they didn't struggle to beat him, but it was a bit of a scuffle early on.
Yeah, that wasn't their greatest game.
I think it's just matchup related.
The New York Giants are 1-8.
You could look at any game, anytime, any matchup, and that to me, it comes down to situation. And it comes down to matchup and locale. And I'm kind of waiting for the Niners to go to Philadelphia, and then we'll see exactly what the Niners can do in a spot that is difficult. A road spot against a team that'll be playing for the number 1 overall seed. And I know they've got Kansas City and Buffalo before that. So it's going to be a difficult lead up for Philadelphia.
It's going to be fun.
But they're coming off a bye, and the Eagles they're in control of the NFC.
They are for now. Yeah, although they're only a game ahead of Detroit. Don't leave them out of this. Detroit looked really good. By the way, it was Seattle. Seattle's the other team I was trying to think of that went to Baltimore and just got totally outclassed. We're sponsored by the Golden State Warriors, and we're ready to get in there with you. Here we go. 888-957-9570. What'd you think Monday? And if at their best, who's the best? You can answer that question as well. You're our guest today. We're talking 49ers and taking your calls all afternoon long right here on Willard and Dibs.
It's that time.
McCaffrey on the boot. Kittle's in the end zone, but he's covered. Purdy keeps it alive and floats it in there. Touchdown. Threw it up for grabs, and it somehow found Brandon Ayuk for the score.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, that was Joe Davis on Fox. Be honest, and I will too. When he did that, were you like, great throw, right over the hands of the defender? Or were you like, dummy, got away with that one?
Yeah, the latter.
Okay.
The latter. I mean,
in the moment, it was jump out of the couch, and I'm like, that was an amazing throw. And then they showed it again, and I'm like, ooh, that defender just got locked in a moment where he wasn't
pushed.
Well, no, he and Kittle were locked up, and he couldn't get off the ground. If he could get off the ground at all, he's picking that thing off.
There were two defenders.
There were. One of them was not really in the
Kittle
line of the
was locked
throw.
up with the one, and then the other one was kind of there, and Ayuk gave him just a little bit of a nudge before he could jump. But my immediate thought was, oh, my God, he got away with that one. And then, when you hear Kyle postgame talking about, how, I'm going to paraphrase, but like, don't do that again, basically, is kind of the hilarious part of that.
He said it was among the worst decisions he's made since he got here.
Yeah.
That covers 2 years.
Yeah.
He's been in the building for almost 2 full seasons now, and that might have been the worst decision that he's ever made.
Touchdown.
Touchdown
49ers. But and I don't know where the play was originally supposed to go, but he buys time and he gets out of the pocket, And that's one of those classic moments where you want him to just maybe tuck it.
Just run.
Get 3 or 4.
Yeah.
You had
Or
room
who
towards
knows?
the sideline.
He's quick enough. He might, and I don't want him getting in the open field and taking hits, but you never know. He might have juked the guy. He might have gotten in. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, go just get down to the 5-yard line and
sure,
you know
get
what I mean?
what you can get and live to fight another day. But instead he rolls left and just and it was not exactly on a rope. That thing was floated.
No, and it was back across the field. Like,
oh God, terrible. Throw.
Don't do that. He did that in the game against Cincinnati. It's more forgivable because you're like, dude, you're down 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
Exactly.
Mess around. I think it might have been 3rd or 4th down. Mess around, see what happens. Don't do that on the opening drive of the game.
When you're driving.
Right. Here's Kyle.
Yeah, that was honestly one of, I can say this because he played his ass, played well, but that was like one of his worst decisions I think he's made since he's been here. And it took me a while to get over it. I thanked him for the touchdown, but that was not a good decision, and he was fortunate with it. He made a lot of really good plays, and if you are going to make a bad decision and it's still a touchdown, in the grand scheme of things, he can tell me it was a real good decision, but I know we can't. Yeah, he knows that. He knows what he did wrong. But.
Yep, there's the same line that he used on Steve Wilkes a couple of weeks ago. He knows
he can't do that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, my God.
And he did. Look, that's going to be the honesty of Kyle Shanahan, and I've grown to actually appreciate it a little bit. I'm not going to turn around and suddenly say I'm glad he said what he said about Steve Wilkes 2 weeks ago. That felt a little over the skis, if you will. But I also will add this. I think too often in sports, we say, stop with the cookie cutter answers. Stop telling me, oh, we do one game at a time and we're on to Cincinnati. You're boring us to tears. And then when you get someone who will actually be honest and direct with you and say some things, we go, oh, don't say that. You're not allowed to say that. Don't say that in front of a microphone. That's rude. Somebody may not like it. So we got to pick our poison here. Give me the honest Kyle Shanahan who will step in the mud once or twice a year over Bill Belichick, who never gives you anything.
It doesn't have to be all or nothing, though. It doesn't have to be black or white. And
no.
You can give honest answers like that answer he gave to Brock Purdy. It's great. It's honest. And, many of us who saw that throw thought the same thing, which is like, that's not a good throw. And it resulted in a touchdown, which is good. Touchdown's good, interception's bad, but you don't want to have him get in that habit of making that throw. What he said about Steve Wilkes was unnecessary in terms of turning all of our attention on a defensive coordinator where it otherwise would not have been on a defensive coordinator.
I agree with that. Yeah. And again, I'm still more surprised by it than sort of angered by it, and it makes me wonder what else was going on in there. But as you know, you go out there on the road and beat somebody by 31 points, ain't nobody care about anything anymore.
Right. And now that Steve's on the sidelines, problem solved. So, I mean, that's all it took, Mark. That's all it took.
Until Sunday. Until a new chapter gets written in the book. And then we'll see what we think then.
Well, the fact that was a story as opposed to the real story is, hey, defense, play better. And they're fresher. And you got Chase Young and Dre Greenlaw felt better. And you took one of your defensive liabilities off the field.
Yes.
And so you put better defensive players on the field who were well rested and ready to go. Forget where the defensive coordinator is standing or sitting.
It's not about where he's standing, and that's my point. The comment that he made, I think, suggested that there were some things where there were disagreements in this pairing, and that's okay. The bye week may have helped that. It feels to me like Shanahan went in there and they tightened some screws on some things and maybe got on the same page a little bit. You're referring to Isaiah Oliver, who only had 3 snaps out there. They got him the heck off of the field. Well, Isaiah Oliver, according to reports, was somebody in the preseason and the offseason who Steve got on a table and said, this is my guy. That's who we want. We want Isaiah Oliver. And it has not been a good move. So I don't know if Kyle stepped in and said, actually, we're going to do Ambry Thomas and move Lenore. And it's not like they were perfect either in this football game. You're coming down to the sideline. Oliver's going to the bench.
He's going to the booth.
Yeah.
They traded spots.
That
Mark.
where Oliver was?
Yeah. Steve to the sideline. Oliver to the booth.
Perfect. Yeah. Whatever. That works better. And we're also going to acquire Chase Young. It's like anything else, man. There's no one thing that caused that. There are a bunch of things that caused that. But the comfort level as a 49er fan to look at that and go, okay, that's still in there. That's what you're going to look like when you're at your best. That calms everything. I don't ask for perfection from a season or from players. But when you're at your best, that's you got to be dominant. And they were. That, to me, puts them right back. I don't care about the Super Bowl right now. It just puts them right back on the pedestal, on the plane, as one of the best teams in football.
I don't think they've ever left that.
Probably not, but they needed to show it. They needed to do it once a month.
And to your point from last week, if you lose to Jacksonville, does it inject questions about whether or not you belong on that pedestal? I think it might have. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean you panic, but at 5-4 with 4 straight losses as opposed to 6-3 with a good post-bye road win, and that's a good win. Even though you didn't get a chance to rest Christian McCaffrey as much as you probably would have if he wasn't going for the record. And first and goal at the 10, you give him the ball 4 straight times, or you tried to anyway.
Yeah, throw it to him, whatever. Yeah.
First and goal at the 10, he runs it. Second and goal from the 9, it's a pass to him. Third and goal from the 3, he runs it. And fourth and goal from the 5 in a 34-3 game, instead of going for the field goal and letting Jake Moody feel good about himself, you go back to McCaffrey one more time to try to get him the record. Dicey.
Yeah,
it's dicey.
Yeah, I mean, the game was in hand. It's not like they were going to
so you're trying to run it up. You're trying to rub Dougie P's nose in it.
I don't think that was that at all. I think Dougie P probably would have done, knowing him, he probably would have done the exact same thing.
Little Philly special.
You take care of your guys. And I would bet that Kyle, on the handshake after the game, was like, that was a Christian exception. They're not throwing the ball into the end zone up 34-3 if it wasn't a special circumstance. Right. And I'm sure every coach in America would understand that. What I didn't love about it was not, oh gosh, he got hit again. He's a football player, he's going to take hits. What I don't love about it is that you took the risk, and I would have. It's like, oh gosh, is that the same as if he had actually earned the record within the framework of regular play in the second quarter? Because let's be honest, what you just said, they're not calling those plays if it weren't for those circumstances. So then it's not within the framework of regular play, and that takes a little something away from it. For me, like you made it all about the record, but the record is actually about doing it within the framework of football.
It still is in the framework of football.
Yeah.
This is different than, bringing an injured player on the court to make a basket with no one guarding them. That's a different story. This is still football.
Yeah, but if they had done this every week in order to get to this point, you wouldn't love it. Like, if they've won a lot of blowouts.
Yeah.
But at the end of the game, they're like, okay,
he needs one.
The last 5 minutes is Christian time, and we're going to play Christian ball. Forget all of this other stuff. We're just going to give the ball to Christian McCaffrey no matter what. You'd be like, this is hokey. What are we doing?
Well, I already don't love it because you had Eli Mitchell in the game, and you were resting most of your other starters, and then you're going to bring Christian McCaffrey back in and risk his life and limb for this record, which I guess it's a record, but it's not a hallowed record.
That's a pretty interesting record.
It's only interesting because we have a player going for it.
Well, but it obviously mattered to him. It obviously mattered.
Sure.
Or else they wouldn't have done it.
Right. And I'm sure, what matters more to him, the Super Bowl or this record?
I would hope the Super Bowl. Super Bowl.
I would hope.
But I don't think their mindset is such that I'm going to go out there for 4 more plays and it means I'm going to miss the Super Bowl.
You might risk your entire season. It's football. You're the one who says it all the time.
No, I know, but
you can get hurt on any play.
Right, but that's why they don't think that way.
Right.
If they thought that way, they wouldn't play football.
But Kyle's supposed to think that way.
I get it. Believe me, there's no doubting. There's no doubting that if he had gotten hurt on one of those plays,
right?
Oh my gosh, it would have been our whole show. It would have been our whole show.
What if he gets hurt and scores on the same play?
They were willing to take that risk.
Sure.
By nature, they are risk takers.
Big time.
Would I have done it? Probably not, but I am running the damn show.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Doesn't bother me because it worked out.
He didn't get the record, but he stayed.
Don't care about that.
He survived it.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Let's take some of your calls. 888-957-9570. Hey, Jonathan, what's up? What are you doing?
Hey, man, just having a late brunch. I just want to say, man, I don't know which one's which, but is it being able to high-five your defensive coordinator or the addition of Chase Young? I think it's the addition of Chase Young. What a beautiful, beautiful, strong first impression. If this is the guy that unlocks the potential of the D-line, man, it's time to build on that win. I would like to see an encore this coming Sunday and just keep getting better and peak at the right time. I'm so excited, man, because this team is going to go to the promised land, but the D-line is the one that has to lead the way because defense wins championships. Let's go Niners.
Jonathan, thank you. I've been saying it over and over again. Whether you agree with it or not, there are a number of ways to build a football team. The 49ers have decided to build it from the defensive line out. That, to them, is where they want to be devastatingly talented. And so I think the addition of Chase Young has actually been underrated because now if they're going to be fresh, if they're going to be healthy, and I know there are more than just those four guys, but mainly those four guys. If those four guys are going to be at the height of their powers, I would love to see which NFL team is going to handle that. That was devastating. You can't double anybody. You can't do – I don't know what you can do. Maybe the Eagles will have the answer. We'll see. Their offensive line's amazing.
Yeah.
But to watch those four guys work together and look like that in Chase Young's first effort out there, incredibly encouraging.
Very encouraging. Yeah. And, fresh off the bye, which is definitely a part of it. And you add Chase Young, so you're right. You can't double everybody. You move Nick Bosa inside on a couple of plays. You went 5 defensive linemen right away, opening snap on defense. You went 5 D linemen, which I think is an interesting look that they've seen on the other side. And I wonder if you might not see that more from this Niner team. You can play a little 5-2-4. You can still play Greenlaw and Fred Warner, and you play your 4 DBs. And then they went into a couple of sets where they had 5 D linemen and 1 linebacker, and then they had the 5 DBs behind that. I think it does give you a little bit more versatility without sacrificing your frontline guys. You can play Chase Young and Armstead and Bosa and the Gravedigger, and then you can maybe even throw in another guy in there, Kinlaw in the middle, or you can put in another edge if you want, and you can do a lot more diverse things with the D-line.
Yeah, I thought this was among, and maybe, again, this all works in concert, but Hargrave was fantastic yesterday.
Yeah?
He was fantastic. I thought maybe his best game as a 49er. But yes, as it always does, it all works in concert. We love to point at individuals, and football doesn't work that way. We love to go, Brock Purdy's not doing this and Nick Bosa's not doing that. Wah, wah, wah. But it doesn't work that way. The whole thing is a concert. It's actually the beauty of football. Looking at an all-22 and watching it's concerto. The whole thing is it's unbelievable the way it all works together. And if pieces of that are not working, the other ones won't either. I don't care who your quarterback is. Don't block for him. Have a good time. Brady and Montana can both be back there, and you won't get a throw off. So it's all got to work together. And for me, I'm not even just talking this year. Last handful of years of 49er football, that was among the best defensive line performances I've ever seen.
It was nasty. You had 6 different guys get a QB hit. 6 different ones.
Dude, they were incredible.
You look at Bosa, and he had a sack. He had a pass batted down.
Second half.
He had a forced fumble and a fumble recovered on the same play.
Yep.
And so all the talk about Nick Bosa, where's he been? He was incredible. And even on plays where he didn't get home again, you had Armstead get a sack, and Cleveland Ferrell got one, and Hargrave in the middle got some, and Chase Young got a half, and everybody was getting to be a part of it. And there were plays where they had 10 guys on the line of scrimmage, and other plays where they had 7 up, and it looked like they're going to rush 7, and then they dropped 4 out of that, and they rushed 3, or they rushed 4, they dropped 3. Trevor Lawrence was confused, and the O-line was more confused, and that's why they were able to pressure on almost every passing down.
And we talked about stopping the run, and ETN was a complete and total non-factor. I know the screen game got the Niners for a little bit. They're feeling like in the second quarter, but outside of that, You just could not do anything. Calvin Ridley never even got started in this game. Christian Kirk had a little bit, but nothing was over the top. There were only, maybe 4 or 5 plays all game long that the Jags conducted where you were like, come on, no, stop him, that lasted more than 2 seconds. These plays were just, they started and they were over. So total dominance.
Yep.
Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Let's keep hearing it. Rich in Fremont. Hey, you're next up. What's up, Rich? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm at work. Basically, I work for Atco Pest Control. I want to chime into my inner Dan Dibley. Look. I contacted Steiny and Guru last week, and on Thursday told them that this game was had by the Niners. I told them it was going to be 26-10. Okay, I was off on the score, but I knew the Niners were going to win that. And I know I had no proof, but I do know that I did call in, okay? So my point is this. The pass to Kittle, that was just brilliant, okay? That was absolutely brilliant. And once again, what are we looking at? We're looking at a resurgence of Brock Purdy. Why? Because if you guys remember, I called you. I told you about when you're making a dish, you got to have all the ingredients. Okay, and they had those 3 losses. They didn't have all the ingredients. Now in this game, they had all the ingredients. Plus, they added agreement with Chase Young. So now, what do you have? Now you have a resurgent team that's been rested, and that's the reason why that game happened the way they did. And by the way, shout out to Ambry Thomas. You know, the referees took that away from him. But I tell you something, this kid, in my opinion, has just improved year after year. I remember when he first came in, he wasn't looking that good, and everybody was doubting. But hey, he grabbed that interception. If they don't call that penalty, that's the interception, man. Okay? Nice job by Ambry Thomas. Thanks, fellas.
Yeah, thank you, Rich.
Let's be fair, Rich. The refs didn't take it away from him. Kyle Shanahan took it away from him. Stay on the sideline, coach. There are pro football players doing pro football things. That's why the flag was thrown.
Yeah, you're talking about the fumble. He called an interception. That was a fumble recovery. Yeah,
exactly. So the refs didn't take it away from him. The fact that half the team was on the field is why that was a penalty.
Although I will say, sometimes stuff like this happens and it's situational awareness. I'm not ripping anybody here. The whole reason the play happened that way is because the Jags thought the ball was out of bounds also. So did the Niners. Everybody on the field, save about 2 or 3 people, thought the ball went out of bounds and was a dead ball. There were a couple of Jaguar players standing right next to him. And they're just like, okay, we'll walk off the field. That's the end of that. So I'm not going to expect the Niners sideline to have that awareness because the people on the field didn't either. So my only question was this. Maybe you can answer it. If you're going to call the penalty, doesn't it nullify the entire play? And I know that you're going to say, well, that's sort of, it's post-change of possession.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that, you don't normally see that unless it's a dead ball foul. In other words, unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's untrue.
Yeah,
that's untrue.
Well, okay, explain.
So if there's an interception and I'm returning it, and Dre Greenlaw comes over and cracks back on somebody and goes helmet to helmet and throws a block.
But that's after the change of possession.
Exactly. So was this.
Not really. The Niners ran out on the field because they thought the play was over. The ball is just now being picked up by Ambry as those players are on the field. You still see them out there as he returns. I'm just saying, that's a gray area whether possession had actually changed when the Niners came on the field.
Normally when a ball is loose and the play is stopped for whatever reason, they will award the ball to the team that picked it up anyway. You know, you see this a lot when a ball is caught and then fumbled, and then they have to go to review.
Well, if there's a whistle, there has to be a clear recovery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in this case, there was no whistle to stop play.
Because the refs knew.
But there was a penalty to stop play, but it didn't stop play, but it was a penalty. So because change of possession was going to happen anyway, they just instituted the penalty or initiated it after the fact.
Trevor Lawrence was hilarious on that play, by the way. Give that kid a little extra something for that hustle. But it was like, dude, you hit him 6 yards into the end zone.
Totally.
If someone had done that to Trevor, they'd have been thrown out of the game. But
That's what we do.
Just want to put that out there.
Sure.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Nobody wants to talk about the backup QB anymore? No?
I thought he looked good.
Anyone? Well, I mean, incomplete to McCaffrey. Hello. Get the record if you're so great, Sam.
Catch the ball, Christian.
Nobody wants to talk about the QB anymore? Is that where we're at this week?
The QB, your guy, other than the jump ball that he got away with, he looked pretty damn good.
He looked pretty damn good. You know why?
Throw to Kittle, because he's good.
Because he's pretty damn good.
It's
he's a top-rated quarterback in the NFL.
It's better if it comes from somebody other than you.
That's true.
Because you've already been a Brockistan. You're the president of Brockanistan.
Well, I do have a statement to make about him, though, that many have not heard yet. We'll do that next. We'll keep taking your calls. Diego, you're first up. Stay where you are, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Black Friday is coming.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Third down and 10.
And really challenging those A-gaps. Last time it was Chase Young and Nick Bosa.
And they're going to get there again. It's the second sack in as many possessions. Bosa and Hargrave both got there.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, meet me at the quarterback. Yo, meet me at the quarterback. You got it. Yeah, the defensive line's not just Nick Bosa now. And you could see it yesterday. What a complete effort by that group. And as that group goes, so goes the 49ers. I know they got a lot of different moving parts on this team, but I defy you to find a time in the Kyle Shanahan era when the defensive line played great and the Niners didn't win by double digits.
Or if the defensive line didn't play great and they still were able to stop the opposing defenses.
Right.
Because they're not built that way. They don't have a lockdown secondary. Their linebackers are great, but their linebackers are especially good when the D-line does its job. And yesterday, they were totally dominant from the first snap on.
Yeah. Just a warm bath of a performance. A total warm bath of a performance. And may I just briefly, Dibbs, if I may, I know that I'm addressing what you would call potentially the lunatic fringe. I don't think that there are many people listening to our voices that ever bought into the idea of Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold? How many games away are we from Sam Darnold? I don't know how many of you even bought into that talk. I want you to think about it this way. Forget Brock made a mistake talk. Forget how good or not good product of system. Forget all that stuff that you may think about week to week with Brock Purdy. And think about it solely through the lens of finances. Just think about it through finances. And then ask yourself, do you know how bad Brock Purdy would have to be to not only finish this year, not be the starter again next year? Do you know how bad he'd have to be? Because this Niner brass would have to decide, not only do we kind of want a different quarterback, we kind of want to lose 4 more players too. That's what we think. We think we have a quarterback who's so much better than Brock that he's 4 players better than Brock. The whole thing's been built on Brock making about $1 million. So by Ayuk, certainly forget about Chase Young. You're not even getting into those conversations. And probably at least 1 more player as well off of the roster so that you could exchange Brock Purdy for a different quarterback. That's why I said what I said last week. I know this. I know that they can't even talk about an extension with him until after next season.
Right.
But you can lock it in right now unless something happens injury-wise. Go ahead and lock it in. Brock Purdy's not just your starter this year. He's your starter next year, too. That's a done deal. So you could, just forget it. He's the top-rated QB in the game. You can have all the opinions you want about it. The finances, if the stats don't do it for you, the finances should. That's the guy. This year and next year, then we talk. That's how this is going to go. That's how this is going to go.
And it's been that way ever since he ended last year the way he ended it and went into the playoffs and did what he did in the playoffs. It's been a fait accompli. It's been a done deal. And I said that last week in terms of all the criticism you want to levy his way, it's pointless to me. And so the conversation of is he or isn't he, should they or shouldn't they, and all the rest of it, it's meaningless because of what he makes. Now, if you want to start to look at things like, I don't know, how he plays, go ahead and watch him play yesterday.
Right.
And I was watching the game again this morning. I'm on
you
morning
watch
duty.
It twice, don't you?
Yes, I do. Baby girl went down about 10:15.
Out of bed.
I was happy. She gave me about an hour and a half. And so, you speed through it. And today, actually, in my rewatch, I was really focused on the defense, just to watch the majesty of what unfolded and how they went about it and when they used 3 linebackers, when they used 2, sometimes they used 1, and all the rest of it. But I'm watching Brock Purdy, and I was just mentally grading his throws. And on a scale of 1 to 10, and it's like, man, that's a 9, that's a 9, that's an 8. And even incomplete passes, it's like, that's an 8. He threw one to McCaffrey early on that was behind him. It was almost an intentional incomplete, but it was like, that's a good pass.
Oh, I think I remember the one you thought.
He leaked out to the right.
Christian took off. There was a little miscommunication sensation.
But he could have forced it ahead of McCaffrey, but there were defenders there.
I can't remember any, I guess if you want to put the touchdown pass to Ayuk, outside of that, any turnover-worthy throws?
I don't think so.
I can't remember any that looked like a Jag had a shot at it.
There were a couple. There was one where he rolled left and there was a miscommunication and he got sacked. He pumped and then he rolled again and he got tripped up and you could see he was a little frustrated.
Oh, Debo was running free in the end zone, but he couldn't get it to him. The defense got to him first.
And so that was a frustration. But you look at the throws he made, the Kittle throw and, the use check touchdown and all of the various throws he made, and you watch the game, and you don't watch it through the lens of should they or shouldn't they, is he or isn't he, will they or won't they. Just watch him play. The dude makes throws. He stands in, and he makes throws under pressure. He slides in the pocket. He knows when to run or not run. I don't even know if he ran much at all yesterday.
Not much.
And you just watch him play. He's got moxie. His eyes stay downfield. He runs the offense. He doesn't, find his way into, false starts or delay of games because he's frazzled or he's late. The dude he's a real one.
No rushes.
Right.
No rushes. But he buys time.
Yeah.
And
he got sacked, twice, I think?
The Jags defense.
The one was the intentional grounding that they called because he underhanded it. And that one that's one where, you can't really fault him for it because it wasn't going to be an interceptable pass, but he got tripped up and then he threw it underhanded. Turned out he was down and the whole rest of it.
Although, no, they called it, they said that the knee
was down.
No, they said it was not down.
Oh, so it was intentional
they kept
grounding.
it as grounding, yeah.
Even though I thought he was down.
The knee was probably down.
It was pretty close.
But I get on review, it was like, how many blades of grass did touch his knee?
Good old review.
Yeah, good old review, which got us nowhere on that one. But anyway.
But you look at Brock's day, and, most of the throws he made were on time and on point. So what are we talking about?
I don't know. We're
not doing that.
It's the top-rated quarterback in football. They're
6-3.
Stop wasting your time.
Yeah.
That's the 49er quarterback. It's going to be the 49er quarterback for a while. We can get to February 2025. Let's talk. Okay?
Yeah.
Is everybody good with that? Unless he gets hurt, let's get to February 2025, and then we'll open these lines and we can talk it all out. Okay? We'll see what we see then. You have all kinds of evidence. Either win the Super Bowl, 2 Super Bowls, no Super Bowls. Let's talk it out then. It is a non-convo till then. Diego and Marin. Hi, Diego. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hi, guys. I just like to say that I think Purdy's reckless throws are a good thing because they force all the receivers to always be thinking about they might get the ball even if they possibly are covered because Purdy is accurate and smart and able to throw them open sometimes. But really, I'm calling about that. I think the Niners are going to end with the 1 seed because I don't see the Eagles winning out. They should definitely lose at least one before they play the Niners and lose to the Niners, and that'll take care of them. And Detroit should easily lose one of the last 3 against Minnesota twice and Dallas once, and that'll take care of them. So if the Niners can win out, they're going to be the 1 seed. My only fear is how everybody else will line up in terms of who their opponent will be in the divisional round, if it's possibly the Eagles, if they lose the division.
Yeah, so Diego, thanks so much. For me, that conversation we're just not there yet. I mean, even if the Eagles do, let's say the Eagles do lose one of the next 2, Kansas City or Buffalo. Let's say the 49ers do beat the Eagles. Now they have the same record and you've got the tiebreaker. What's decided? Nothing. They've just still got
home field if you face them.
No, but you'd still have to beat them in the regular season in terms of your record, and there will still be really hard games to go. You still got to play Baltimore. You're still going to have to play Seattle.
You got to play Seattle on the road on a short week.
We're just 1 seed talk, the only thing I'll say today is it's not been decided. Like the Niners, this idea, I do hear some people be like, well, now they're in a big hole. Yeah, they're in a little bit of a hole, but the 1 seed is not gone. Not even close. And don't leave the Lions out of this conversation because their schedule stinks. Their division mates stink. They get to keep playing the Bears. Like the Packers, the Lions are going to be a factor here for sure. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. You're the guest today. 888-957-9570. What'd you think? And when at their best, who's the best? Now that we are through week 10 in the NFL schedule. It's Willard and Dibs.
In order for small...
Jags empty it out here. And Lawrence is going to get sacked for the third time, and it's Chase Young and Nick Bosa together. And the ball is out, and the 49ers have it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was Joe Davis on Fox, and his voice was music to our ears all 3 hours long because every time he talked, something good happened. Honestly, this is one of those games. It very much, this felt like Cowboys light, didn't it? You walk out of there, and I know I brought up Moody. Moody was fine. He just makes me nervous. That's all.
Yeah.
It makes me nervous. But this was one of those games you walk out, and it's like, if I go, all right, what'd you not like? You better at least sit there and think about it. And
well,
you probably should answer nothing.
Deommodore Lenoir. Well, but it didn't really cost you much.
Right.
They scored 3 points. But you talk about a couple of blown assignments and a couple of missed tackles. That's about it. End of list. And the thing that I maybe enjoyed the most, especially in my rewatch today, and I watch it like it's a comedy, it's Trent Williams in space. Because
the guy running the other way was unbelievable.
Well, beyond that, but every time Trent Williams gets out in space on a screen or a toss or any play where he's able to get off the line of scrimmage and start running full speed, it's hilarious because A, big guy running fast, and B, yes, people are getting out of his way, and I don't blame any of them. And the poor sap on Jacksonville who's getting crushed for getting out of his way.
Well,
smart man.
I mean, of course, yes, you and I can think about it that way, but you're not supposed to do that in the NFL. Trent Williams said he'd never seen that before in his life. He's been playing football forever.
Yeah.
He's never seen someone like, you don't think that way when you're in the NFL. You think you're the biggest, baddest you-know-what on the planet.
And then you see Trent Williams at full speed, and he's, 6'7", 345?
I don't know about 345, but yeah.
Okay, fine. I mean, put whatever number.
300-something.
The dude can run.
He can run.
Too. It's not like Refrigerator Perry, who's, kind of sidling up to the line of scrimmage. This man, at full speed, he's a moving van coming at you.
Yeah.
With no brakes.
I'm just looking. I'm looking at the rest of their schedule from this perspective, and I know that this is maybe unfair, but on a day like today, I'm excited about the defensive line.
Excited.
I don't know if they're going to all be healthy. I don't know if they'll be that productive every single week. But look at this from the standpoint of quarterbacks. We spent so much time talking about Kirk Cousins and Joe Burrow and what they did to this 49er defense, and then it was like, well, now here comes Trevor Lawrence. Well, Trevor Lawrence got turned into somebody who you wouldn't draft. Like, if you saw that tape, you're like, we'll just see if he's still there as a UDFA when the draft's over. He's the number 1 overall pick. And so now I go, all right, well, you know who's coming in next week? Baker.
Yeah.
You good? No, you're not very good. He's fine. But if I were to presuppose that kind of performance from the defensive line, tell me the quarterback still on the schedule who would still be able to function. Now, you have the mobility of Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts still out there. Baker, I give him no chance. And quite frankly, I don't know how closely you've watched Geno this year. He's not last year's Geno.
No.
He's okay.
They win games.
Ish. They're 6-3,
I mean,
yes.
They don't win games ish. They're tied for first in the West.
They're 6-3.
You could say that Tampa wins games ish.
Signature win is?
Doesn't matter.
It does if we're talking
You're
about
6-3.
No, but we're talking about going up against the 49ers.
But I think it's disrespectful to say that they win ish. They've won 6 of 9.
Then go
They're
ahead.
a playoff team.
Then go ahead and call me disrespectful. Playoff team in the
right
NFC.
now, if the season ended today.
No, they're going to the playoffs. It doesn't mean they're good.
They might win the division.
They're not winning the division. In the NFC, dude, the Vikings are going to go to the playoffs with Josh Dobbs.
He looks good.
He's an adult. His story.
He's making plays, kid.
His story this year, just as a quick aside, if I were HBO, forget Hard Knocks. I wish that a camera could have followed Josh Dobbs this year. From going to the team store in Arizona and being the quarterback of the team and having them not have your jersey available, even on a little computer where you can print one.
Turns out they were smart to not have it.
I guess. They knew he wasn't going to be there.
Cutting down on inventory.
There you go. So then he gets the call from his agent the night before the trade deadline. Hey, you might get traded. Really? Yeah, you might. And then that morning, yep, you did. You go to the Vikings. You play 2 football games in 10 days where you're still introducing yourself.
He didn't know where the locker room was yesterday in his first home game.
And he's won them both.
Yeah.
And they have won
5 in a row, I think.
Is it 4 or 5?
5.
Are they 6 and 4?
5 in a row, yeah.
They've won 5 football games in a row.
Yep. Including a win over your presupposed world-beating Niners.
Yeah, but Josh didn't do that. But you're right. Yes, it's part of their 5-game win streak.
Yeah.
No, the Vikings are if you look at it right now, they're a game and a half clear of the next closest team, which is the Bucs, for that last wild card.
For the last wild card, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I will say about the NFC, maybe the AFC too, this may end up, we'll see how it goes. This may end up going down as the most predictable NFL season I've ever seen, which is funny because we sit here going, dude, how are the Niners losing 3 football games in a row? But how often do almost all of the divisions go to the team that we said was going to win the division? Literally, there are only 2 divisions that are a little wobbly as far as predictions, which is the AFC North and the AFC East. Now, we knew Buffalo and Miami were good. We probably would have flip-flopped the order they're in. And Cincinnati was a preseason top 5 Super Bowl favorite. They're currently in last place, even though they've got a winning record.
Right.
They could still end up winning that thing. But we all thought Baltimore was also pretty good.
Yeah.
But Jacksonville to Kansas City to Philly being trailed immediately by Dallas to Detroit to New Orleans with a middling record to the Seahawks and 49ers.
That's the one. The NFC South is.
I thought Saints with a very unimpressive record.
And they've got a half-game lead and a 1-game lead.
Right.
That thing is very much. I thought Atlanta would win that division.
Okay,
so.
but it's exactly like we thought it would be. A bunch of teams that are from 5 and 5 to 3 and 6 or whatever.
Good point.
Like that the top of the NFC is literally exactly what we thought it would be. You don't see that very often.
No, and it's only, halfway through or slightly more than halfway through the season, so there can still be some upheaval, but you look at the West and you think Niners and Seattle, they both probably should be. Arizona stinks and the Rams aren't what we thought that they eventually used to be or maybe one day will be. Detroit, everyone was high on Detroit, and there they are at the top. And Minnesota, even though they lost their quarterback, is still right there. And then the East, you're right. I mean, you thought that maybe the Commanders could threaten, but they're not. And then Philadelphia still is the class of the NFC.
I think the Lions have won 14 of their last 18 football games.
Is that the number? Yeah, it's something like that.
You remember their streak that they went on at the end of last year, and they're 7-2 this year. So I think they finished with 7 of 9, and then they've won 7 of 9, 14-4.
It's pretty
in their
good.
last 18 football games. That is a team, and just keep this in mind for those of you going, Niners, Eagles, 1 seed, 1 seed. Who's going to be 1 seed? Who's going to be a 2 seed? Just take a listen for a second. The Detroit Lions are 7-2, and all kinds of things can happen. But just listen to me run through what it sounds like the rest of the way for the Detroit Lions. Home to Chicago, home to Green Bay, at the Saints, at Chicago. Home to Denver, at Minnesota, at Dallas, home to Minnesota. Like at Dallas sounds hard, and outside of that, you'll be favored in all of them.
Yeah, 4 teams with winning records in there.
I think the Lions are 12-5 at worst. At worst would be my guess. I think that
12-5 is a 3 seed.
That's
in
if
the
that
NFC.
maybe. I mean, listen. I'm not going to presuppose. I love that we all come back today and we're just like, so the Niners are going to win the rest of the games.
I would never say that.
Yeah, well,
I think the Seattle game is going to be very difficult.
But we had the caller who said, well, so the Niners still have the inside track at the 1 seed. I'm like, no, they don't.
No,
they don't. Even if they win all the way through Philly, and that makes them 8-3, and Philly would, let's say Philly loses to Kansas City, and Philly would be 8-3. You still have a bunch more games. And you still have the Lions, who might be sitting there at 9-2 when you have that conversation. So, long way to go. Matt in San Rafael next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Matt. What's up?
Hey, guys. So I think Philly's going to lose to Dallas in Dallas. I think Dallas had that wake-up call when the Niners woodshedded them, and I think that they're playing good ball. I think they're going to be a tough out as much as I dislike Dallas and don't like saying it. But what I was calling about is the Niners, to me, something I noticed yesterday that I hadn't thought of before, one of the reasons why they were struggling is if you see them come out before games, the two guys in front with the boombox are Debo and Trent. And both of those guys were out. And you saw yesterday they had Chase Young out there dancing with them. The guy, they're bringing him in. They're the juice of the offense. Now, Warner leads the defense, and I think Greenlaw does it as well. But on the offense, I honestly don't think anyone but those two guys is a true leader of that team. I think McCaffrey is not a leader of the team. I think Kittle in his own way is, but it's a little bit different, and Purdy isn't there yet. Those two guys were out, and you just didn't have that, I hate to say it again, juice running through the offense. And it's such a complementary team where they feed off of each other that I think that kind of leaked over into the defense, other things. But yesterday was the first time I thought, both of those guys out is a real problem for this team. One of them I think they can get by.
Matt, I agree. And I don't think it's everything, but it is a thing. That is, when we go through the factors, because it would be interesting. We'll see how this season ends. But to look back and let's say that the last 3 weeks were just like some sort of a blip on the radar. I'm not saying they'll win all the games the rest of the way, but let's say they do go 13-4 or 12-5 or something like that, and you go, boy, that really was an outlier. And you go, so why? What happened? What happened during those 3 weeks? I absolutely think one of the answers on the board is Trent and Debo, and Trent and Debo is two answers. There's the football side of that, and then there is the emotional leader side of that. Yeah, it matters. I don't know if it's a swagger thing. It's definitely a football thing. The 49ers, look, lo and behold, suddenly they could run the ball for a good average again. Gee, what changed? I don't know. Best left tackle in football? So it is. It's two things. It's the football side, and then it's the emotional leadership side.
I would put about 90% on the football side, and I'd put about maybe 10% on the emotional side for me. Because
it's a thing.
The football side, when you watch what they're able to do, watch the opening series, and what do you see? When they get the ball back after Jacksonville goes 3 and out, and the opening 3 or 4 plays, it's Debo in motion, Debo in reverse motion, Debo behind the quarterback, Debo here, Debo there. The fact that he's moving everywhere makes the defense be honest, because you don't know if he's going to get the ball, and he got it twice on end arounds, and he got a couple of swing passes as well. So when Debo is doing those things, you have to honor him, and you have to respect that defense in terms of going side to side. And then you watch what they do offensively. When they need to play, they go to the left, and they go Beyonce to the left. Trent Williams is out there. It's a toss left. It's a screen left. It's a swing pass left. And it's not by accident. It's because Trent Williams is out there, first ballot Hall of Famer. So I do think that the emotional lift of having your emotional leaders out there carrying the boombox and all the rest of it. But for me, it's the football side of it, because Brandon Ayuk is able to thrive when Debo's in there, because the defense has to react to Debo and all the play actions.
Christian, 5.9 per carry. Now, Elijah Mitchell got 8 carries, 2.9 a carry. Same game, same offensive line.
8 carries, but 6 of them were in garbage time.
Granted. So maybe
Trent, different offensive
Trent
line.
maybe wasn't in there.
He was gone. Jalen Moore came in.
I look, and Jalen Moore actually been pretty good as a fill-in. He's not Trent, but he's done a nice job. But I there is a question, and I don't know the answer, and it's one of those questions as a member of the media that you can't get an answer to. I would love to open up a bottle of red and sit there with Kyle and go, why doesn't Jordan Mason get in the game?
Doghouse.
What's going on there? Is it? Do you think it's doghouse?
He's in the house, I think. Why else?
I don't know. He's the third string running back, so the third string running back doesn't get in.
Well, the second string running back doesn't get in.
Well, but he did.
Well, in garbage time.
Granted.
And then when you got close to the end zone, it was let's get CMC the record. Sorry, Eli.
Sure.
Gotta go. And I'm looking at the final drive, and you said he had 8 carries, and I believe you because I looked at the box score. They get the ball back, 34-3, they're ahead. Eli Mitchell for 4. Eli Mitchell, no gain. Purdy passes. Eli Mitchell for 3. Eli Mitchell for 8. Eli Mitchell for 4. Eli Mitchell, no gain. Garbage time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some serious GT minutes.
I guess I don't even have that much of an issue with that. My question might be, if it's garbage time, all the more reason to see what Jordan Mason can give you. I know there are plenty out there who are obsessed with this idea of resting Christian McCaffrey. I have zero issue with 22 touches. None's issue. Never. Best player, give him the ball. Best player. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So I have no issue there. For me, it's just more of a curiosity thing. The last time we saw him, he was running the ball in the end zone against Cleveland. That was the last time we saw him. Christian got hurt. The Niners got a pick. Jordan Mason ran the ball in the end zone. The Niners took the lead. And I don't know if we ever saw him run a significant play again.
No, you haven't.
And that was 3.5 weeks ago.
Minnesota, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, 0-0-0 on carries.
Interesting.
He played 3 plays yesterday, and those must have been the kneel downs. Because I don't remember.
Yeah, there were 3 kneel downs.
Then he played 3 snaps. His 3 snaps were kneel.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
to me, that
it's just it's a head scratcher. It's a head scratcher.
It's a question for Bobby Turner, who is the running backs coach. Who Bobby T. He's the one who kind of calls the shots on the depth chart. If he wasn't in the doghouse, to me, he would have at least gotten a couple of those Eli Mitchell carries. Like throw you a bone, kid. You're working hard. We're going to get you just a little taste of the football.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that stuff that goes on behind the scenes that we don't know. You're saying maybe doghouse, pass blocking. That's usually when a running back has a hard time getting on the field. Like, think of the fantasy players the last 10 weeks who have been like, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. What is the matter with these coaches? What the hell are you doing? Well, I don't know. Was Bijan sick? Are they not that good in pass blocking? Are they trying to ease them into their NFL career? Are they idiots? Like, these things are all on the table. The Falcons coach might be a moron. I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know. Bijan got the ball near the goal line yesterday. Guess what he did with it? He went into the end zone. So I don't know what they know, but there's something there because the last time we saw him, man, he was trucking people against supposedly one of the best defenses in football and dancing in the end zone. And then we never saw him again.
Right.
So, head scratcher.
Yeah, that was 5 carries for 27.
Yeah.
And that was coming off of Dallas where he went 10 for 69. Both games he scored a touchdown. It felt like he was trending
in the right
different direction than he was. I did love what Kyle did yesterday offensively. And I'm just going to bore you with personnel groupings for a minute, but
hit me.
A lot of 22 yesterday. 2 running backs and 2 tight ends. He had Brandon Ayuk as the lone receiver. If you look at Debo, he only played half the snaps. He played about 35 of the 62, and part of that might have been injury.
Right. When he comes off injury, they usually ease him into a game. It happened earlier this year, too.
But even when they did it yesterday, they didn't replace him with Jennings or Ray or anybody. They went straight up 22, and they had Ayuk. There was a couple plays. He was the only receiver. They sent out Kittle and McCaffrey as well, but a lot of times they just went semi-max protect and then threw it to Ayuk as the lone receiver, and it worked.
Yeah, when they get that lead on you, that's when it's like, okay, now we're going to let the physicality take over, and we're going to make you grind your way back into the game, and it's incredibly difficult to do. We talk about, and I think it's over-discussed, because when you're down by 2 scores in the NFL, your winning percentage is really bad. I don't care who you are.
In the fourth quarter, yeah.
If you're Kyle Shanahan, is it worse than others? Maybe.
It has to be.
But as Kurt Warner told us last week, if you're going to pick something to be bad at, pick something that everyone's bad at maybe and just be worse. Like if your bugaboo is, well, when we're down by 14, we usually lose. Okay. That's pretty much everybody. I'd love for the 49ers to be better at the drop back game and just come back in a game. But has anyone given the stat of what about when the Niners have the lead? And how often does that get coughed up? I know everyone's going to immediately go to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But that wasn't this 49er team, I'd argue.
This coach.
It was this coach.
Yeah.
It was not this quarterback. But I wonder what the stats are in terms of when the Niners get a 2-score lead and how often do they cough that game up. And my sense is very, very rarely.
Yeah, and you saw Baltimore do it yesterday.
Yeah, they sure did.
Coughed it up and kind of a funky pick six that led to a 1-score game, and then you couldn't get a first down, and then next thing you know, you lose to Cleveland. But 5 games yesterday in walk-off fashion.
Yeah.
And I sent that text to the group earlier, not knowing that it actually was the most in a single day.
Yeah.
Because I was just looking at all the games again this morning, and I was like, damn, it felt like there was a lot of walk-off kicks yesterday, and I counted 5, and it was like, is that a record? And Lucas confirmed that it is some kind of a record.
Sure was, yeah. And then what was the other record? The Cowboys yardage versus the Giants.
The yardage edge.
Was the biggest disparity in the history of the NFL.
468
yards.
Yeah. And it could have been more.
Well, Danny DeVito was playing quarterback. Like, what are we going to do with this?
Latka.
Yeah.
Hey, Riga.
Yeah, they were.
The taxi shout out. Yes, I love the young people.
He and Dak are twins, the same way Schwarzenegger and DeVito were years ago. All right, don't miss the kickoff show Sunday. Kruger and O'Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game against the Bucs. You can join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Delicious food, great drinks, best pregame show in the Bay. We know that. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Yeah, for me, I do walk away from this one feeling like I thought I'd feel, and I actually thought I'd feel this way even if the Niners had won by 7. This was an all-good game. In other words, if that plane flight home comes with a W, hey, I know the last 3 games were really difficult, did not feel good, but it's all good. You go out there and win this way, 34-3, I have a hard time. Maybe this is a prisoner of the moment thought, but sort of getting back to that conversation we had earlier about if you're going to spotlight the single most impressive performances by the good teams in the NFL this year, just spotlight games. Go, that was one of the most impressive performances. The Niners have 2 of the top 10. Maybe 2 of the top 5 with this game and the Dallas game. I'm thinking of what Baltimore did to Detroit, maybe what Baltimore did to Seattle, what Buffalo.
What Miami did to Denver.
How about but Denver's not a good team.
They put up 70 points, Mark.
But Denver's not good. Miami is the definition of
impressive.
But they embarrass the bad teams and can't beat the good ones.
Well, we're not talking about totality of a season. We could look at an embarrassing loss by the Niners to Minnesota.
But again, what I'm looking at is a good team who performed well against another good team. If you want to call out Minnesota, do it. But Miami, for me, that's actually the problem with them, is they don't do that. They beat up on crap and then look like crap when they play good. That's like what Buffalo did to Miami, more impressive to me than what Miami did to Denver, for sure.
Well, what Jacksonville did to Buffalo. And so
that was good, although you point out that was a little unfair.
I mean, we look at the matchup in any given week, this year maybe more than any other week before.
And that was a close game. Like that, the Dallas and Jags games, dominating performances in every aspect of the game. More of your calls next. Dollar Bill, you'll be first. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends.
Second down and short here. Purdy has one-on-one. George Kittle, goodbye! Heave-ho and a touchdown!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Kittle said something low-key interesting about that play. Wasn't it your perception, it was mine, that Kyle Shanahan cruising around in his Yeezys, players coach?
Yeah.
Like, when Kittle goes, I'm going to get yelled at for that, I was like, oh, really? I did not, like, that feels like a Brian Daboll thing. Not a Kyle Shanahan thing. And maybe he's talking about his position coach. I don't know. But I did not have the perception that the 49ers locker room was the type to get on dudes when they showboat a little bit.
Well, I think that that's something in film where, they watch the film and, you play it in real time and then you slow it down for the second viewing and Kyle steps up and says, we don't do that and stuff. We don't,
but we do.
The goal is to get in the end zone and stuff. And I'm a little disappointed, George, that you, decelerated so much and stuff. And, as long as you don't get caught from behind and stuff, I'm okay with it. But, we don't do that here, George, and stuff.
Now, if he lifted up his jersey to show an F Jacksonville T-shirt,
yes,
then I would have had a problem with it.
And in terms of getting yelled at, you win 34-3. And if the coach comes in and actually does yell at a player after that win, after that spate of losses in that spot, well, that's how you lose a locker room. If you actually yell at a guy. Now, if you make fun of him and you're like, George, come on. I mean, and George, so funny. George, I thought you ran a 4.7 40. Sure didn't seem like it to me and stuff. Yeah. And if you actually clock him from the 40-yard line and it takes him 6.9, and then you tease him and you make fun of him. That's the way you do it.
I also think the football world was a little triggered by this. I don't know if you saw this. Did you watch the Washington game on Saturday?
Parts of it, yeah.
Okay, Candy, you know what I'm talking about. I can't forget the kid's name, but this dude had a pick six, dead to rights, and I should remember his name because I freaking updated the stupid thing on the Pac-12 network. I'm already forgetting his name. What was his name, Granny? Do you remember his name?
Oh, I don't remember his
name.
Oh, Washington University of Washington. Oh,
UW.
Gotcha. I didn't see that at all. I thought you were talking about the Commanders.
Locked in a big game against Utah, and it was a little back and forth.
I watched a little of that game.
Yeah, and they were up 33-28 in the second half.
Alfonso Tuputala.
There it is, Tuputala. That's right. I go, it's a fun name. It sounds like a restaurant.
Lucas.
Yeah, Tuputala. So Tuputala's flying down the right sideline, and he's got one man to beat, and he's got a blocker with him. He gets the block, and it's like, oh, baby, the last 20 yards, it's freedom time, and he is waltzing to the zone. And we've seen this before, but maybe not like this. He didn't drop it at the 1. He dropped that thing at about the 2.5.
Oh, God.
He wasn't even close to it. You did not need a replay. It was like, my man, what are you doing? And it was weird. The ball had like Velcro on it. So he drops it at the 2. Ball just goes, and it just stays there at the 2. And his teammates, just like we saw on the Ambry Thomas play, teammates are running right by the ball. It's dancing time at UW. We're up 2 scores. One cat on Utah is like, oh, that's a free ball. And he ran across the field and dove on it. And it's like, we're going the other way. That's Utah's ball. The funny thing was, very next play, Utah's now got 1st and 10 at the 1.5. That's a safety. That running back didn't even get close to getting back to the goal line.
And it's night-night.
So then Washington was up by 7, got the ball, sucked the life out of that game, and won, and all is good. They're still undefeated. But the whole, I'm going to waltz into the end zone thing, I feel like the whole football world was a little on edge because they're like, George, get in the end zone, George. Stop messing around, because they saw that play on Saturday.
Oh, I'm just watching it now. And yeah, he's legit at about the 1.5 for the 2.
It's not even close.
And the nonchalance, and there's 2 Huskies go by it, and he drops it like it's hot, Mark.
Yeah, he did. All right, yeah, here's George after on that play.
It's really difficult to get that open. I saw him fall, and I was like, I knew it was man coverage too. I was like, well, I knew the safety went to the other way because he's covering someone else. So I just, had a little
have some fun going into the end zone. I probably won't ever walk in again because I'm going to get yelled at for that. But at least I didn't drop the ball before I got in the end zone.
See?
That's the reference.
He's referring to what Tuputala did the night before.
Wow, there you go. At least I didn't drop it before I got in the end zone. And he's right.
He's right.
And that was a situation where it literally was a walk-in touchdown.
Oh, my God.
And the play call was genius because Ayuk goes down the seam and the safety has to kind of respect it. So the safety comes over and then Kittle wins just enough and Brock holds it. And I can't believe he even got that much mustard on it because he had no room to step into it.
Couldn't step into it. He's on his back foot. He's already pump faked, and he's got not just pressure, the whole line, both teams.
It's collapsed.
It's like collapsing on him. And he throws it up and just drops it in a bucket. It was an absolutely beautiful play. Did you see Shanahan? Watch the highlight. Everybody, y'all should do this. Watch the slow-mo highlight of that play and watch Shanahan. Because he's right in front of it.
Yeah, he always is on the defensive side of things when he's calling plays.
So that ball gets caught right in front of him, and Shanahan does Tiger Woods fist pump and Steph Curry walk. Like doesn't even watch the rest of the play. The second it was,
I'm gonna have to see that.
It was like
I haven't seen the Shanahan view.
It was like the second he knew it was complete, he's like touchdown. I don't even need to do this. We're walking the other way. Didn't even watch the rest of the play. Walk-in touchdown for Kittle. That was A+ stuff on so many levels.
Right.
Like you just said, what Brock did was incredible, but just also the content, that was it was one of those plays you can watch it about 7 different times and find something new each time you watch it.
Well, now that I know what you're describing about the Shanahan fist pump, that tells me everything I need to know about Brock Purdy. Because Purdy pumps to get the safety to come over to Brandon Ayuk, who is going down the seam, and they all know that it's man-to-man, and so Kittle's got man-to-man on the little wheel route, and he goes up the sideline, and Purdy doesn't put a lot on it, but he throws it in the only place where Kittle, who had a half a shoulder on the defender, he could ward him off, give him that little baby push-off, the legal nudge, and then get to the football. And as soon as he catches it, Shanahan knows it's a 40-yard waltz into the end zone.
That was a really good play. And then there was one other thing I heard a 49er say that caught my attention, sort of, on mic but off mic. It wasn't a depressor situation. It was Fred Warner, who always leads kind of that team celebration in the locker room after the game. And I wonder if you heard what he said. And I'd love for all of us can translate this. This is totally up for interpretation. But Fred, okay, man, bring it in. And he goes, I think we learned our lesson.
Wow.
What do you think he meant?
He meant that, they were probably looking at their press clippings a little bit. And they were probably thinking about what we all talk about. And we can talk about it because we're fans. We're not playing. But the 1 seed and the Super Bowl and home field throughout, and best Niner team ever, and best defense we've seen since, fill in the blank. Is this defense the best defense the Niners have ever had? Blah, 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 blah. All that stuff. And they learned their lesson. And the lesson is you got to show up, and you got to play hard, and you got to know your fits, and you got to be able to execute the defense no matter who you're playing.
That Dallas game, if we could go back and do it again, this is going to sound stupid, but knowing what we know now, I wish the Niners just won by 10. Because I really do think, and again, the list of what happened over those 3 weeks, I think is long. I think it's long. And it starts with just a couple of plays that, quite frankly, I do. I think the Niners are 8-1 right now if you change 2 plays. If Jake Moody makes a field goal in Cleveland, and if Charvarius Ward holds on to a pick, or if Steve Wilks never calls that play, whatever, the play before halftime to Jordan Addison in Minnesota, that's a little bit more of an opinion. Obviously, the Jake Moody one is fact. If that ball goes through, the Niners win the game.
Yeah.
But if those 2 plays change, I think the Niners are 8-1, and maybe we're having a completely different conversation. So, and then there's the injuries, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel. We can have a conversation about 10 different things. But I do agree that what you just said is on the list. The Niners were so incredible against Dallas that I think a little piece of their brains went, oh, we are really good.
Yeah.
We're not just good. We're really, really, really good. And so, okay, the NFL goes through us. We are certified badasses. And then they didn't win a football game for a month. And so I do think that's what he meant. We learned our lesson because they looked like that same team again yesterday. So the message is, don't do it again.
Well, maybe the message is no clever undershirts with expletives written on them.
For starters.
I mean, if you want to talk about like feeling too good about yourself.
That's premeditated, though.
That's exactly right.
Like, that happened before they beat Dallas.
But that speaks to the same idea of, we are it. We're the flavor. We're the sauce. Christian McCaffrey can't be stopped. Our rookie quarterback is amazing. Our team is, both sides of the ball. We got the QB whisperer and the laminated play sheet. We're the best thing going. We're 5-0. We just crushed America's team. And I flashed my clever little slogan on my undershirt. And then you go out to Cleveland and you lose a game that you probably shouldn't have lost. And you have a couple of guys get injured. And then Minnesota happens. And then Cincinnati comes in and shoves in your house. And now you go into the bye week at 5-3 with all these questions and questions about where your defensive coordinator is going to even sit or if he's going to be allowed to sit. All this in 3 short weeks.
Yeah. Get Kendrick on the phone. Stay humble.
Totally.
That's the message. Stay humble. And they know that. Like, come on. That game, every professional athlete says it all the time. This game will humble you. Well, okay, good. They got humbled. And they may have lost something in the process. We don't know yet. They may have. We may absolutely get to week 18 and go, that freaking field goal against Cleveland cost them a seed.
Yeah.
It may.
Well, we talked about last year in Denver and Jimmy wandering out of the back of the end zone and how that might have cost him a seed. And, every little moment when things are this tight and you don't want to go to Philadelphia and you'd rather not go to Detroit and Philadelphia. If you're the 3 seed and Philly's the 1 and you go to Detroit and you win, then you got to go to Philly and win. It's a short list of teams that have been able to go on the road and win 2 playoff games to get to the Super Bowl.
Totally. Although, I guess I was going to say the 49ers would have been one of them, but
they lost to the Rams.
They lost to the Rams.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Willard and Dibbs, and we are taking your calls and talking out Niner football back on track. Dollar Bill. Hey, Dollar Bill, what you doing?
Happy Monday, boys.
Yes, it is.
What a difference a week and a debacle can make. One game of domination, and we go from, let's get our defensive coordinator on the sideline, which I thought was a huge difference in the game, other than the fact that they got Trent Williams back, Debo back, and added a tremendous force on the edge, Chase Young, added to the squad. I think that was the difference in the game, really. But obviously, you're just maybe noticing a little bit of my sarcasm. But no, you know what? It was a great win. It was a great win on all sides of the ball: offensive, defensive, special teams. If I may, I would even say, dare I say, it was a domination sensation.
That's a buck.
It was.
It's a dollar, Bill.
Yes, you dare. Dollar. I think that's completely fair, don't you?
You know what? I just think that now we can go back to Super Bowl or bust train, Purdy for president. And, and it was dominating. It was really, really nice to see.
It was exciting. Yeah. Dollar Bill, thank you so much. It absolutely, now again, there's that Super Bowl or bust mantra.
Oh, we're back, baby.
Well, we are.
Super Bowl or try again next week.
There you go.
Hip, hip, hooray.
Not try again next week.
Or try
Super
next
Bowl
year.
or try again. Just stop right there. Super Bowl. I actually going to get a hat, and it's going to say Super Bowl across the front. But as I walk away, on the back, it's going to say, or try again. as I'm walking away.
You might catch an egg or a rotten tomato in the back of your head.
Yeah, the problem is you can't tell me I'm wrong because it's a factual statement.
Well, of course, they're not going to fold the franchise, Mark.
Well, no. And they're not going to fold any of the people
Super
involved.
Bowl or sell the team is a little bit catchier.
No, we got a different team in the Bay Area that needs to sell the team.
Huh.
But
they got a better chance of winning the Super Bowl than winning the World Series.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, you know what that means. Super Bowl or bust means that
you're going to blow it up.
Yeah.
I'm totally with you.
Or I don't know, somebody's on the chopping block or whatever. Like, no, that does not exist right now. And I've already explained, I've already gone on my rant about how outside of injury designation, you can go ahead and mark down with your Sharpie that Brock Purdy will start week 1 next year. In addition to the remainder of any games that he's healthy to play.
Well, even if he has certain injury designations, almost all of which he could recover from. Look at Calamari, who came back from a torn ACL, and the kid looked good yesterday.
I was a little surprised they did that.
And you notice that when they went to the goal line QB sneak, they brought in the tuna.
Clayton Tune.
Yeah, they brought in the tuna. No. Exactly. We'll go ahead and push you.
Stick your head in there, buddy.
Totally. Calamari. We're putting tuna in and taking out calamari. Seafood for seafood is what that was.
Pretty fishy there because I really thought
that's a 3.
I thought they would play the tanking game. I thought they were setting up to be like, oh darn, Kyler's just not ready.
It's 140 they got to eat.
So
I think 140 million of dead cap.
Yeah, I understand. Like if we may for just a couple minutes on this, there are a few teams where you're like, okay, they stink, and they're going to draft one of the QBs. Hello, New England Patriots. That's what's going on there.
And the New York Giants are interesting.
Yeah, but they are the one that's financially probably a non-starter. Like they've
only got 20 more million that they have to pay Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
and then they can get out.
Right, but to draft a guy early to me is doubtful because of finances. And the Cardinals are another one that's sort of like, it was going to be in the middle. And they sort of tipped their hand when they did that. They leaked all that contract stuff about Kyler. I was like, you're signing him, but you don't really like him. You don't love him.
But they signed him anyway.
I know, because teams feel like they have to.
Right.
They're like, what are you going to do? Let him go and just have Clayton Tune run around out here? You got to have a guy. So they go ahead and sign him, but they're not in love with him. So they were another one of the ones where I was like, I don't know exactly how you're going to play that. And then there are teams where it's like the Panthers, A, they don't have their pick, and B, they just drafted a guy. And then there's the Bears. The Bears are the other like really interesting one because they've got 2 early picks, and Justin Fields is still sitting there in the I'm not sure bucket. I don't know. So there's only one team out there for me that's like, you're going to have a really bad record, and I know you want Caleb Williams or Michael Penix Jr. or someone like that, and Bill Belichick is going to be your coach.
Well, the other sleeper, and this is one to keep an eye on, the Denver Broncos. And I know that they owe Russell Wilson still some money, but they need their future QB, and they need him bad.
They do. I don't know how bad their record's going to be.
They're 3-5 right now. They are. There's only there's only 4 teams worse than 3-5. Arizona at 2-8, Carolina at 1-8, the Giants at 2-8,
and the Bears
the Patriots at 2-8,
and the Bears at 3-7, and the Packers at 3-6.
Well, Denver's 3-5 with a loss tonight. They're 3-6, so they're in that mix.
Yes, but they could win tonight. It's allowed.
Sure.
I know that no one thinks it's going to happen, but it's allowed.
Of course, it's allowed.
Yeah,
it's allowed. But and with this QB draft, and there are 6 first-round quarterbacks.
Oh, I mean, the Pac-12 has got
3 or 4.
They got at least 3 of them by themselves.
Yeah,
they got at least 3 of them. Yes, shout out Bo Nix. Mark is very excited in the other room.
Heisman favorite currently, by the way.
He should be. He's been fantastic. And he's had the fewest blemishes, and his only loss certainly wasn't his fault. They lost 113-112 in a game against Washington. Same thing for Penix. They're there every week. They're fantastic. So, yeah, there's 3 right here on the West Coast.
Sure.
And then, yes, there are more.
So if you're Denver, you don't feel like you have to be number one to get a good quarterback. But I think going into next year's draft, it's interesting, though, because a lot of the bottom feeders are teams that either for sure have their quarterback or think they might have their quarterback. Like Tennessee, are you going to be in the market for a quarterback?
Maybe like Levis is in a real fast.
Levis,
see.
Yeah.
Let's see it. It's been I had a feeling after that. First game,
4 touchdowns.
But he just kept throwing the ball up, and DeAndre Hopkins would adjust to it. And they're like, "This kid's amazing." It's like maybe. I don't think he's bad. He looks like he's got some good field presence, but I don't think he's amazing yet. But it's early, really early for him. So that's what I mean. To me, the Patriots are the only completely clean. We're not picking up Mac Jones' option. We hate him.
Well, the Jets is another interesting one.
Well,
because they are on the hook for A-Rod, and he is coming back, but you want to talk about hating your QB. And the other interesting one, Mark.
Their record probably won't be bad enough. They could trade
and that's
up.
the same thing with the Raiders. The Raiders, they keep winning.
5-5.
Dude, they're a threat. They're a playoff threat.
They're a threat. The threat to do what?
The threat to go 9-8 and completely blow their draft for next year.
I know, but 9-8. Yes, but 9-8.
That's what they're a threat to do. 9-8 is not getting it.
Get you there.
No, but they're. And sorry, Spadoni, and he knows this. They're going to end up 9-8 and have like the 17th pick in the draft.
With how you feel right now, tell me the team that if they were playing the Niners tomorrow, you would favor them to win.
Philly. And I've said it all year.
But is the list longer than that?
I still would put Kansas City there.
You would?
Yep.
Okay.
And then after that, that's probably the end of my list. Buffalo should be, but their defense is injured and they're flawed. Miami, man, if you played that game on an ice rink or a basketball court, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the Niners would score at will against Miami.
I agree with that. And I think about Baltimore as an interesting team. I've watched a lot of Baltimore because I have Lamar Jackson on my fantasy team. So I've become and I like Baltimore. They run a lot of 21 personnel, and they do a lot of the things that the Niners do.
Yeah, that's going to be, of Christmas night, good Lord. It's going to be a hell of a game.
They run their offense in many ways the way the Niners do in terms of sleight of hand. They run a lot of zone read, and their quarterback can pull it and keep it. Niners do more stretch and more play action off of that, but Lamar Jackson's had a good year throwing the football. Not elite, but he's had his best year throwing the football of his career. So Baltimore is another one that I'm gonna wait before I put them on my list, but they're close to my list.
Oh, they're
good. Yeah, they're physical too.
I agree. I think Baltimore is good. I think Cincinnati has the potential to be good if they get everything going. I thought they had it going, and maybe yesterday was just a blip on the radar. C.J. Stroud, man, he can really play. But Cincinnati, their defense was super disappointing in that game, and Burrow made terrible decisions down the stretch.
Yep.
And even with all that, if Tyler Boyd just hangs onto a ball that was going to hit him in the face, they would have won that football game. But be that as it may, they did not. Look, we can't forget Dallas. Dallas is a good team. I don't think they scare the 49ers just because of the history of what's gone on in that matchup. Detroit is a good team. I think there's plenty of good teams out there.
Yeah.
But I'm with you right now. The only game that if it were tomorrow where I wouldn't feel the utmost confidence, I guess has got to be those two teams. But I'd give the Niners, I'm not saying I'd feel confident about them either. You know what I mean? But we can open that up. And
we haven't said Detroit either.
I just mentioned that. I mean, they're good. They're good. Okay. But
yeah,
you'd favor the Niners, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sponsored by BMW. We'll take your calls on that next. 888-957-9570. Chiefs and Eagles next Monday night. Week from tonight. Chiefs and Eagles at Arrowhead. This is Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Third and short. Nothing there at first. And it's intercepted. Talanoa Hufanga comes up with the pick. It was Bosa that got to Lawrence.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Bosa with a sack and a half, but then also a forced interception. I think you mentioned it earlier. He kind of ran the table. All the things you can do as a D lineman. You had a sack, you had a half a sack, you had a forced fumble, you had a recovered fumble, and a forced pick. Is that the big five?
Sackaroonie, baby.
There you go. That's the Sackaroonie.
Everything but the interception,
right,
and or the score. You know, and the safety. There are other things he could have done, but in terms of like checking boxes, big time Sackaroonie. And I think I saw his mom post something on Instagram. I think she had a picture of herself doing the shrug, and the caption was just Sackaroonie. Sackaroonie.
Should we try to get Cheryl back on?
Maybe one more good game.
I don't think Cheryl's going to come on anymore.
Why?
Because I think I scared her. We just got a little bit.
Hey, Cheryl.
You know what I mean? Like, it was like she comes on the show, and the next thing you know, I'm like on IG cooking her breakfast.
Tagging her.
Yeah. Although she gave me, she posted my story to her story and gave an LOL, but you never know. Sometimes that's like a LOL. Look at this freaking guy. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I texted her again and did not hear back.
No reply at all.
But what I was asking a lot of her. You remember when I texted her? It's because we were going to be at the opener against the Giants.
Exactly.
And I was like, come to the Hilton. She's like, all right, invitations to hotels?
Totally.
That's a little much. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
That's a no from me, dog.
Yeah, you barely beat me to that. Dang.
I'm like, I got to be quick.
That's so
be
funny.
quick, but don't hurry.
Invitations to hotels. There might be a broadcast.
Yeah, an omelet is one thing. Take it easy. For crying out loud.
Back it up a little bit there, radio guy. I'm a married woman.
Who are you? Anyway.
That's funny.
888-957-9570. Thank you. A couple notes that might interest you. And then I want to throw something else out there, Niner related, after a Get Back Sunday. Everybody feeling good again about Niner football. Just some things that I saw around the league. Matt Stafford should be back for the Rams coming up this weekend. So keep that in mind as we move into the second half of the season. Feel free to put your Puka Nakuas back into your lineups. If
you're saying the Carson Wentz era is over in Los Angeles
before it even started.
Dang.
Yeah. The early season burst onto the scene guy, Devon Achane, back at practice for the Miami Dolphins. Really, really good Thursday night game this week. Bengals Ravens.
Ooh,
buckle up, Buster.
Okay.
Probably no T. Higgins in that game again.
Yeah.
So feel free to be a waiver wire warrior again if you want.
Yeah, I picked up. I gotta find his name because
his name is Trenton
Davis. Buzz it up.
Not Davis.
Whatever, Granny. I picked him up at about 9:27 yesterday morning. I was so mad.
He scored a touchdown by 10:27.
I looked at my roster and I've got no Tyreek Hill.
Oh, I thought you were going to say good players.
Well, I
Go
don't
ahead.
because I was not in buy hell, but I was in buy purgatory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at my team. It's like, I don't have anyone to play. And I don't want to play this guy. He stinks. I ended up playing Robert Woods and he got a touchdown. Unless it got called back.
No, it definitely got called back.
Yeah.
I saw that one.
No,
that was.
He did all right though, but my team stinks. So I picked up Trenton Jackson
Davis.
Whatever.
Keep trying.
I went to the app and it's like the most added player, and he had been added like 15,000 times.
Yes.
And I'm like, this guy's got to be pretty good.
Trenton Irwin.
So I go and I look at the bio under Trenton Jones, and it's like T. Higgins is out. It's a bit now, Grandy.
And he's playing his part, I would argue.
He's doing great.
Yeah,
he's nailing it.
He's doing his
so
part.
it's like, yeah, Trenton Davis is expected to get all these targets because T. Higgins is out and this and that. I don't even know the guy's name. And I looked about an hour later. He had like 12 points. I'm like, I'm a fantasy genius. I stink.
I've got a report from Bob Nightingale. Want to hear it?
Ooh, the Giants are in on Shohei Ohtani. Give it to me. Bob Nightingale.
Look, just 2 minutes, if you will, and then we'll get back to the Niners. But I think that it's pretty funny right now, and it's totally well-earned. But we're sitting here where any day, like massive free agency news could break in baseball. And so normal stuff is being tweeted by all the baseball people. And the Giants are sitting here with a huge checkbook and a total need to add just everybody. And so their name is going to come up in every rumor. And I wonder if the baseball writers know how that triggers the fan base currently. Every time you tell us, oh, they're in on blank, we're going to go, tell me more.
Right.
About who we're in on. Hey, Farhan. And I mean, within 5 seconds, we're livid. All right. Bob Nightingale says that the favorites to sign Cody Bellinger are the incumbent Cubs, the New York Yankees, and the San Francisco Giants.
Ooh,
that's right.
Okay.
And then Larry Krueger quote tweeted it and said in a related story, I'm among the favorites to be the next to date Scarlett Johansson.
He always goes to Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, exactly. We just whopped you. We whopped you, Larry. Whoop. Yeah. You're right. He might need to update his Starlet, not his Scarlet. But that's the reaction that the Giants are going to get. No matter, fill in the blank. Giants among the favorites to sign Babalu Ferrigno. Yeah, great. Tell me when the press conference is.
Exactly.
Because, by the way, the report that they're going to sign him, that doesn't even do it now. Because everyone's going to go, well, did he pass his physical? Because until he passes his physical, I don't even want to hear
good point.
that you got him. I don't want to hear about your agreement.
I was looking at the offshore odds to land Shohei Ohtani.
Yes.
And the Cubs are suddenly now number 2 on the board. So I don't know what the Cubs are doing. This is from our good friend Jimmy Shapiro.
Really?
And the good people at betonline.ag.
That's interesting.
The Giants, I think, are the 3rd or 4th choice.
Yeah, they're going to be on the board.
Dodgers 1, Cubs now number 2.
Dodgers, a clear number 1.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. More to come in the winter meetings.
Shohei thing, I have heard that could be like only a couple weeks. It's a race to Thanksgiving.
He's going to sign a deal worth a couple weeks or in a couple weeks?
No, the winter meetings are like a week and a half after Thanksgiving, and there's the thought that he may not even get to the winter meetings.
Okay.
Before he does his deal. But anyway, that is worth less than a piece of paper. So, Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. How about this? We talked about it earlier. Here's Kyle Shanahan on trying to get CMC the record.
18 games in a row is a big record. So, I mean, if we had a chance to do that, I was going to try to do it for him. And it's a little nerve-wracking. Last thing I want to do is get him hurt. But once it was a big time for Elijah to run the ball like that to get us down there. Brock and I think Ronnie made a huge third down throw, I believe, that gave us a chance. And once we got close, we told him to stay loose because we were going to try. And got close, wish we could have done it for him, but I think that was a pretty big accomplishment just to do it for 17 games straight. So.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I do get it. I just know when I first saw it, and I wasn't even thinking about the record. In my mind, he's already got it. I know that this was to get it by himself, and that's special. But when you hear that, it sounded like it was Kyle's idea more than Christian's. It was Kyle's idea. Hey, stay loose, buddy.
Yeah.
We're going to get it for you if we can.
I don't know if it was his idea, but he clearly was in on making it happen.
I got no issue with it, but boy, did you open yourself up.
You're playing with fire.
You're really playing with fire. You're playing with fire.
So you get the ball back. You're up 34-3, 11:47 to go, and the first play goes to Eli Mitchell. Now, Brock Purdy's still in the game, and I'm not sure if Trent Williams was at this point. I don't think so. Based on snap count, Jalen Moore played about 14 snaps, so I believe at this point you're going to some of your backups. Eli Mitchell, Purdy to Ronnie Bell on 3rd and 6. That's what Kyle was referring to. That was a huge play that brought the ball to Jacksonville's 45. Eli were your next 5 plays. All that got you to 4th and 5 at Jacksonville's 29, and you give the ball to Christian McCaffrey. 4th and 5 at the 29 with 6 minutes left. McCaffrey back on the field, and he gets the tote. He goes for 19 yards. Now they're at the 10. It's on.
It's on.
It's 1st and goal at the 10. McCaffrey, pass to McCaffrey, McCaffrey, pass to McCaffrey. And that last pass to McCaffrey, incomplete with 3 minutes to go, game over.
That was Darnold.
Right. Sammy D. And Sam must have come in, when they picked up that last.
Somewhere in there. Somewhere on that drive.
Yeah.
He replaced Purdy.
Because Purdy hit Bell for the first down with 10:23 to go, and then the next pass was thrown by Sam Darnold. So I just, you're playing with fire, and I understand that Kyle referred to it as a big record. I don't know how big the record is. It's not to me to judge how big a record is or not. If he felt like McCaffrey wanted a chance to get it and he was okay with it, then go ahead and roll the dice. But if something happens, you're right, Mark, the whole show today would have been, if McCaffrey would have, even if he was going to be out for a game and he didn't score the touchdown or he got the record.
Oh, even if he didn't miss a game.
Right.
But he limped off the field. Oh, it would have changed everything. Again, I know that football players and teams don't think that way because they can't. They just can't. I know we do, but they just can't. You cannot, in my opinion, you cannot spend too much time thinking about saving people for January because it's a fool's errand. Like, there's no way to do it. You can, let's get Christian down to 19 touches a game. Great. You've guaranteed yourself literally, absolutely nothing. Nothing. Nothing's going to protect them. Trent Williams was not 100% yesterday. Sounded to me, based on what I read and the reports I heard, that he had to talk the coaching staff into letting him be out there because he really felt like an emotional boost was necessary and he was the guy to provide it, and he was right. Now, he played hurt once before, and it didn't go well. And it was the game against Kansas City right after Christian was acquired last year. And the Niners got boat raced. And Trent Williams was not very good in that football game. So I had my eyes on him in this one to see, are we going to see that again? Remember, he tried to play through it in the playoffs as well and really, really struggled a couple of years ago. So eyes were on him, and this time it really worked. And now wrap that guy back up again, put him on his couch, and keep him there to Sunday because, 49ers have now 2 more games in the next 10 days. And I don't want to call them equally as big.
I think they're bigger.
Well,
they're NFC games.
They all get bigger as you go. And obviously Thanksgiving is a division game, and you may well be 7-3 versus 7-3. What I mean is, from an energetic standpoint and the competition you're playing, yesterday's game is a bigger deal to me than what this Sunday's game is. 49ers, and we've made these assumptions in the past and we get wrong about it, but the 49ers are way better than the Bucs, and they should win this game. They should win this football game a number of different ways.
Possible playoff preview. Tampa and the Niners.
Possible.
Tampa could be the 4 seed. They're going to either be the 4 seed or they're out because they're not going to be a wild card.
You wouldn't think. Well, I don't know if Minnesota's season's going to go sideways, and there's really no one else.
I mean, Minnesota's won 5 in a row.
Right. So how long is that going to last? And
But you talk about other threats, like, you're just about to say, in terms of like NFC threats.
Yeah, who else?
Seattle, Minnesota, and Dallas. They feel like the 3 wild cards in waiting.
But if Minnesota's season hits a wall, which I don't think is crazy talk, because they are injured and they're not coming back. Like, it's going to be Dobbs the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on what Justin Jefferson is doing. Like, he's healthy. You will not convince me otherwise. It's straight from the book of an agent taking over and being like, we're not putting you back out there on that field without a contract. They did not give him a contract at the beginning of the year. He's the best wide receiver in football. He should get the top contract out there, no doubt. So that means surpassing Tyreek Hill. And he's not going to play again until they get that figured out. But the pressure's mounting on both sides because it's like, wait a minute, now we're chasing the playoffs, Justin. And his response would be, exactly, Vikings. Now we're chasing the playoffs. Want some help? Okay, let's get it done. So keep your eye on that. But if that season goes south, Who's waiting to take that spot? Tampa? Washington?
New Orleans?
Well, New Orleans, one of those is going to win the division.
But it would be New Orleans or Tampa would be the other team. You know, the winner of that division probably going to be 9-8, maybe 10-7.
Maybe, yeah.
But so can Minnesota win 3 of their last 7 ball games? Their schedule's not too daunting. They still have Chicago.
Yep.
They have a trip to Vegas. They've got a number of games against teams with losing records. And Minnesota,
you're talking about Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beyond their quarterback situation.
Well, you're right about what's coming up next, but
you do have Detroit twice.
Yeah, their last month is 2 Detroits and a trip to Cincy.
Tough.
That
final Detroit may be a game that Detroit punts on if they're locked into the 2 seed.
Maybe.
Or locked into the 1 seed, depending on where that winds up. But Minnesota does have some winnable games.
Yeah.
But to the greater point about the upcoming Niner schedule, I do think that these conference games have a little bit more heft to them. And Tampa Bay is an interesting team. We can get into it as the week rolls on because Baker Mayfield, he's been a gamer and he's played better than many people would have thought. They do have a couple of good receivers, a decent running game, and a defense that is more than just a little bit feisty. Now we can talk about who they've played and who they haven't played, and Tampa's been inconsistent and up and down, and the Niners should win that game. But you mentioned it. You've got 3 games in 17 days. Is that the number? You go
Correct.
Sunday, Thursday, Sunday.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's tough, especially with a prime time spot against the 12th man at Seattle.
If they can navigate it, it actually sets up what is potentially the best rest advantage that the 49ers will have all year long. They do not have many of these, but if they can navigate Tampa and Seattle, they will go to Philadelphia with 9 to 10 days rest, while Philly will have come off of Kansas City's short week against Buffalo, turn around and play another game. They've got to go through their whole 3 games in 12 days situation for Philadelphia, and the Niners will be on the back end of that. So, the import on these is high. I just look at the Bucs as a team that if we see yesterday's defense, I don't know how that team consistently moves the ball.
The Bucs,
They're not
no
gonna
doubt.
Be able, they're not gonna be able to. They have a good run defense, so this will be tough sledding for Christian. And maybe it's a Purdy game. It's a
Debo game, too, because the way the Niners ran it yesterday with Debo, just that whole extra wrinkle that they haven't had, the ability to go end around, the ability to fake the jet sweep or give it to him on the quick swing pass, the ability to give the ball to Debo immediately in space is like a run play. When you just get the snap and you pitch it right out to him, that gives you an edge, I think, on other teams that you don't have when you have Debo on the sideline.
So the Bucs are 4-5. That's 9 games. You know how many times they've scored over 20 points in the 9 games?
Oh, probably twice?
3.
Okay.
3 times. Beat the Bears 27-17 back on September 17th. Won at New Orleans on October 1st, 26-9. And then in a losing effort last weekend against the Houston Texans, 39-37. The Texans play fun football games. By the way, if you have fantasy players, not just on the Texans, but in a Texans game, start them.
Yeah.
It seems like the final score is 30-something to 30-something, just about every time.
Yeah.
Somebody gets 38, somebody else has 36, and then everybody moves on with their day. It's wild.
Texans put 39 on Tampa.
Right.
And Tampa's only given up more than 20 or more 3 other times. They held Detroit to 20, and they gave up 25 to Philadelphia. That's the end of the list.
Yeah.
So
CJ's a real deal now. He looks good. He looks really good.
Rookie of the year, and as Peter King will tell us tomorrow when we talk to Peter King, he's got CJ Stroud on his MVP ballot.
Has to.
That's coming up tomorrow.
Has to. I think this is one of the most spread out MVP conversations. I know we're only 10 weeks in. But we're 10 weeks in.
We're 10 weeks in.
And I feel like, again, not I could make the case for and then fill in the blank, but how about how many players can you not eliminate from the MVP conversation? I bet that number is huge. The Niners, quite frankly, have 2. I don't think you can eliminate Christian or Brock from that conversation. C.J. Stroud is definitely in there. Jalen Hurts, no doubt, is in there. Lamar Jackson is obviously in there. Tua is in there. Is Tyreek Hill in there? Might go over 2,000 yards for the first time ever as a wide receiver. Could Josh Allen or even, obviously Mahomes.
Did you mention Lamar yet?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was trying to pull up the odds, and
no doubt,
all the names you're throwing out, it's like, they're all in there.
There's a scenario where that conversation turns to Jared Goff or Dak Prescott. Like, it's not there now,
right?
But it could turn that way when you look at their records. It could absolutely turn that way.
Just looking at the FanDuel odds, and it's Mahomes is first, and then Hurts, and then it's Tua and Lamar, and then it's a big jump in the odds to Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and the rest.
Oh, Burrow, there's another one.
Yeah.
Although they're in last place right now.
Right.
That's
with a winning record.
They're 5-4. But that division is just drunk. That division is absolutely drunk. 7-3, 6-3, 6-3, 5-4. Unbelievable.
C.J. Stroud 20-1 right now.
Yeah.
He's the 6th choice on the board, tied with Burrow. McCaffrey and Brock are both 30-1.
Okay.
Tied with Jared Goff and Dak.
There you go. They're all on the board. And where's Tyreek? Is Tyreek not even on there?
Tyreek, I am not seeing. Tyreek is 50-1.
50-1. I mean,
Mahomes, Hurts, Tua, Lamar are your 4 big favorites, and then there's a big jump to the next group.
He's already over 1,000 yards. Tyreek Hill at the break.
Yeah. And they didn't play yesterday, so 9 of his 17.
1,076 yards already. So just an unbelievable season right now, and obviously that's part of why Tua has the numbers that he does. So anyway, the other thing that we wanted to say on McCaffrey, I just, in a way, I'm almost glad he didn't get it. Obviously, I'm glad he didn't get hurt, but my initial reaction to it was, wow. They're opening themselves up to criticism if something happens. But secondly, it's almost like they're opening themselves up to criticism even if something does happen. Not because of I think this is a tired deal in pro sports. Oh, they're rubbing it in. It's pro sports. Like, everybody gets what's going on here, and you're all getting millions of dollars. If you're bothered by it, get off the field. Like, this is not high school. It's different. But the other side to it is, like, if he gets the record, you force-fed it to him. It was not within the framework of the game.
I don't think that matters. It doesn't matter to me.
I mean, and historically, maybe it wouldn't matter, but, I likened it earlier to like when Strahan got the sack record because Brett Favre took a step and fell over and Mike just tagged him. Okay, you won the record. Well, somebody handed it to you.
That was the career sack record, right? Or was that the single season
or career? I can't remember.
Football records are, mostly not that important in terms of football records. Like, you were just talking about Tyreek Hill, and I had to actually Google who currently holds the record for most receiving yards in a season. I didn't know the player, and I didn't know what the number is.
I don't know that I do either. Is it Charlie Joyner?
No, it's Megatron.
Oh,
Calvin Johnson.
Right.
And it's not even 2,000 yards.
To know. I know
it's
no one's
1964,
I think.
Yeah,
no one's ever done 2,000.
But now that it's 17 games, when Tyreek breaks the record, we're going to look at it and go, 17 games.
Right.
I mean, right. Am I right?
And then we'll forget. And then we'll forget and move on. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. All right. You're the guest today, heading into our 5 o'clock hour, 888-957-9570. You look at yesterday, and is it all good, or do you still have some concerns? Everything taken care of yesterday, yes or no? We'll take your calls. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Considering a home remodel or designing...
And Deebo Samuel's in. Touchdown, San Francisco. One injured player back, leading the way for another. And it's 26-3 49ers.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Felt different, didn't it? It just felt different. And part of this is that we need to reason somehow with the idea that that's the way it works. When I wake up every single day of the week, some days I'm like, let's go. And other days I'm like, ow, my head hurts.
Ow, that really hit me.
Ow, ow, ow. Oh, that really hit me.
Those days come in bunches when you get a little older.
Bro, they tell me about it.
You're starting to get to that threshold, and I hate to see it.
Bro, I had to take Excedrin on the way into the night over the weekend, one of the times this weekend.
Yeah.
Part of it is because I think I've talked to you about this before, like body clock stuff. I don't know what it is. Actually, I do. Multiple jobs and single parenthood.
3 kids and a bunch of problems.
They'll do this to you,
Yeah.
But when I get to Friday, when we finish on Friday,
ladies and gentlemen,
the weekend, it's almost like the body knows. And it's like, oh, click.
You're done.
You're done here.
Yeah.
It's time to go lay down. So if I go do something on a Friday night, then it sets the weekend up for somewhat consistent headaches. All right, we handle it.
Yeah.
By the way,
when you went out Friday night, you did it big.
I did it big. I did have a beer.
You had a beer.
I had a beer.
I saw there was a picture. I think you were holding a beer.
I was gifted another one, and I to the left, passed it right on to a listener who came up and said hello at the event.
That's so cool.
I'm like, here,
I thought you were going to say to your 17-year-old. Hey, Abe, have a beer.
Pass the Dutchie on the left-hand side, and I think his name was Anthony, if I'm remembering correctly. Anthony, if you listen, it was good to see you, and have a beer. But anyway, I hate recommending this now because it's over, so that stinks.
Well, it's going to be back.
But it'll be back next year. That ballpark back 9 at Oracle Park, wow, did we have a good time.
Looked like it.
I mean, oh my goodness. And yeah, you want to see all the golf swings and the angles and everything. It's on my IG, MT Willard. You could take a look at it.
Your kid is sneaky 6'5".
Dude. Every time
you live with him, so you don't realize every time you post
it's another inch every time I post him.
Homie, every time you post, it's like, dude, he's like Wembanyama.
Brother.
He's like Willard Benyama. That's a 2 at top.
No, it's a 3. No, it made me laugh.
Granny gave me a 1.
If it's a legit laugh, no, you get a 3 if it's a legit belly laugh.
When I get a head shake from our producer, our board op, I know that it's a 2 at best.
Dude.
It usually starts at a 2. He's like, that pissed me off. It's a 1.
I'm telling you, man. There's a picture. You can go see it right now. I know you saw it.
Because
one of the pictures.
He's like a sneaky 6'5".
It doesn't matter. When he's standing next to me and he's like, oh, he's legitimately noticeably taller than his dad. That's easy. We ended up in a spot where he was in between me and the lovely Christy. Christy is like at his oblique.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
she's like a tidy 5'3".
She's not a tall
5'4".
person.
Yeah,
not a tall person, but she's not as short as she looks next to Abe.
No one is.
I mean, my God. It's like, dude, stop. Where are you going?
Yeah,
what are you doing up there?
Up and away.
Like, seriously. At a certain point, this is going to be bad for your golf game. I don't know any 6'8" dudes on tour.
Interesting. I was just thinking about that.
Chill, dog. Chill.
It's going to be a no from his bones, dog.
I'm like, my God.
Yeah, no stopping him.
Oh, woo. I knew he was going to be taller than me a while ago.
Got to get him on the coffee and cigarettes. Stat.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Here's some caffeine,
Help
buddy.
the voice, too, a little bit.
There you go.
Be
Seriously.
like that. How you doing?
Get down here. All right, you're not going to be able to do a Bochy impersonation talking like that.
No.
Here's a truly. Drink the whole thing.
Attaboy.
Yeah. All right.
Glad you enjoyed it, though.
No, we had a great time.
I know what you're saying, though, about body clock, because my body clock now is such that I was up for the Fafignugan game at 6:30. Baby girl's got me up, and you have a baby, and so your body clock is her body clock.
That's right.
All these like European games, I've been loving it because I get up and I usually get the morning shift with the baby. So we're downstairs and my girl Mila sports aficionado at 14 months.
I'm not surprised.
We caught some of the Cavs game. We got some of the T-Wolves game. She was watching the Niner game with Daddy. She's into it.
Did she cry during either of the Warrior games? Because
Both.
she should have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both those games.
Yeah. So much for the vibes.
Yeah.
Remember all those vibes? The connectivity?
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Steve Kerr this week. We'll ask him. Steve.
Friday,
did we
by the way.
lose you?
Yeah, Friday.
Okay,
Friday.
good.
We have the text right away. He's like, you're not coming on until Friday.
Yeah, he's going to need a
wait
cooling
until
off
he gets
period.
some wins.
It's funny because last week he was kind of joking about, Draymond hadn't gotten a tee or Steve hadn't gotten a tee. And all of a sudden Draymond has gotten into a midseason form.
Yeah. He's, well, I think normally as is the case with Draymond Green, when he gets something, he asked for it. So I'm not saying I have an issue with it, but it's pretty hard for him to get a tech and you're like, well, where did that come from?
Right.
I mean, my gosh, you know what I mean? He asked for it. I do think it was odd. I didn't know. Like Steve Kersey, I did not know that you could ex post facto a technical foul. I don't think that's a great look. Just personally, I feel like that's a judgment call going backwards, something that you need to experience in the moment. But that's the rule. Them's the rules. And it's not like he didn't shove him because he did.
Right.
So what are you going to do about it?
I didn't know that you could go back. Because like in football, it's like you see these guys rush up to snap the ball so they can't review it. Oh, we ran a play. You can't review it. But apparently in the NBA, you can snap the ball all you want. And we can go back to the monitor and have a little looky.
So it turns out in the first quarter, you stepped on someone's foot. You're out. You got to leave now. I mean, what if Draymond had scored a bucket on one of those two plays? Ration that.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. He was teed up.
He was ejected.
Therefore, he was ejected. But he scored after he was ejected. Did we lose the bucket too?
That's a tough one.
Nah, I mean, it just feels like that one's all set for some loopholes.
Luckily, with Draymond Green, the likelihood of that happening is not there.
Hey,
he's been scoring a little bit this year.
He's been in his 3-point bag this year.
That was mean-spirited. I stand behind it.
Thank you. 888-957-9570. Is it all good now? 49er fans, is it all good? Or do you still have some discomfort, some concerns? What are they? Gene in Oakland. Hey, Gene, what's going on? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, afternoon, fellas.
Yeah, hi, Gene.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I still have a few concerns. Listen, first of all, I mean, what led to the 3-game, losing streak was a combination of injuries and fatigue. Well, so they got the rest they needed. Everybody got back, and we looked like the team we did in the first 5 games. But I wonder what it's going to look like, 8 games or even 5 or 6 or 7 games from now. I think we can expect some more injuries. Hopefully they're not critical. And we just might be tired again. So now, I mean, the good news, the last couple of years, we went on winning streaks the second half. Hopefully they'll do the same this time. Second concern, I'm not sold on that kicker. I mean, he's kicking wide right almost every time or close to it. Reminds me of why I gave up golf years ago, because all I could do was hit into the next fairway. So, I don't want to. He's already lost 1 game, which might turn out to be really critical, pivotal. Might lose us home field if we play Philly in the playoffs. So. I don't want to see that again, but hopefully he'll work things out. He'll straighten out his kick, and we'll be okay.
Gene, here's how I would say it, and thanks, Gene. I don't disagree with him at all. The stats are the stats, and Jake Moody has largely been good. His stats match up with what you would want your kicker to be. I know that he missed the most important one. He missed the most important one of the year, and so that hurts. But the stats are there, but I think it's completely fair to say it's not a comfortable watch. It's not comfortable watching him kick the ball. I watch Red Zone all day long, every single Sunday. And I'm telling you, thank you. I'm telling you.
Stop whopping me.
He set his own drop up.
The majority of the kickers in this league kick the ball right down the middle of the goalposts. And Jake Moody does not. He tucks him in over here, and he's turning right over there, and it's not as clean.
23rd among regular kickers in field goal percentage.
Okay.
Because there's
So it's already bottom
there
half.
are 4 guys, including Ogunbowale, who's 1 for 1.
That was amazing.
Austin Siebert, 1 for 1. Randy Bullock, the punter, 1 for 1. Among regular kickers, Brandon Aubrey is the only one who is perfecto, 19 for 19 on field goal tries. And then you get all the way down. Jake Moody is at 80? He's at 82.4, tied with Evan McPherson.
Okay.
For 21st.
And McPherson's a good, accomplished kicker for the Bengals.
Moody's 4 of 7 from beyond 40.
Yeah.
And that's where the problems have lied,
shaky.
because they got him because his predecessor, Robbie Gould, was not good from the long kicks. So you brought him in to be good on the long kicks.
Do you have all the kickers in front of you?
I do.
Where's Matt Gay of the Indianapolis Colts?
In terms of percentage?
Yeah, just what is he this year?
He's 17 of 20, 85%.
Okay, and what is he from beyond 40?
10 of 12.
Okay, so the reason I bring him up, I'm not looking at any kicker stats. I'm just telling you that when I watch the football games and I see guys where I'm like, yo, that guy kicks it and splits the middle just about every time.
Yeah.
Matt Gay comes to mind. They score a lot of points. They have to. They give up a lot of points. Colts games are wild. And that guy, he missed one in Germany, but it was because it was 57 yards.
Yeah.
And he missed it
by a yard.
An inch short.
Yeah, yeah.
It was an inch short, but it was online. He kicks it straight every time. Jake doesn't. He doesn't.
Yeah. And his role with the Niners is not as critical as some of these other guys because they don't have to settle for field goals a lot. And if you look at just overall attempts, Jake Moody is tied for 23rd in attempts. He's 14 of 17, which is really good. Unfortunately, one of the 3 misses was a pretty big one. It was a game winner, or in this case, a game loser. And you brought him in to make the long kicks, and so far he hasn't been good in the long kicks. And some of his makes, you're right, have been a little shaky. But if the only thing we're complaining about after yesterday's game is that the kicker who made kicks didn't make them the way we want him to make them, I think we're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, but just meet me halfway. If the Niners are in Philly in January and the score's 24-23 with 2 seconds on the clock and Jake's lining up from 42,
it's not good.
I'm barfing. I'm barfing before the play even gets snapped. That is a pukable moment.
It's a Puka-rama?
Not a Puka Nakua.
You said from 42?
It's a Puka moment.
It's a Puka.
It's a pukable moment.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's tough.
He's terrifying. He's a rookie. Yep.
He's a rookie.
Yeah.
And if you think about this team and the entirety of the roster, what other rookie do they rely on?
What other rookie?
I'll go ahead and answer it for you.
Yeah,
Not a one.
None.
Not a one. None of the other rookies even really play outside of, injury, necessity, or garbage time. So
the next most inexperienced player would probably be the quarterback.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, he's essentially about gone through a season now with the number of games that he's played.
And, the kicker is only important when you need him to make a game-winning kick. And so far,
0 for 1.
Yeah, 0 for 1.
0 for 1. Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, kickoff show Sunday when Tampa's in town. Kruger and Low Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game, join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks. It is the best pregame show in the Bay. They have a great time, and it's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. All right, let's keep going on the phones. How about Skills in Vallejo? Good to hear from you, Skills. What's up? What you doing?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, Dibs? I was so pumped during yesterday's game that I actually went on Amazon and ordered a football, and I'm just waiting for it to arrive.
I completely missed that.
Yeah.
What's that, Skills? That was way too quick. Did you call in to say something for 9 seconds? What was that?
Oh, no, guys. I was just saying, you asked what I was doing, I'm just waiting on a football I ordered during yesterday's game to arrive.
Gotcha.
Got it. Okay,
Sorry,
all right. Good luck to you, Skills. Good luck. What else, man?
Well, I called in today to take full credit for all 6 of the Niners' victories.
Okay.
Well, maybe I shouldn't take full credit. The players and coaches might have something to do with some of them. But the thing is, what I started doing this season was on Twitter and on Facebook, I started channeling the ghosts. And this is true. I swear on my everything. That I started channeling the ghosts of 49ers past. I'll post something like Steve Young and Charles Haley going to take down the Giants today, Victor Cruz and Lawrence Taylor going down. Something silly like that. But it worked. All 5 wins they had prior to yesterday, I posted something like that for them and their opponents. And only when I stopped I just noticed this, that they start losing those 3 games in a row. Well, I did it again pre-game yesterday for the Jaguars, and what do you know? So I'm taking credit for that. And
It's interesting. It's interesting that you phrase that as so you're taking credit for the wins without taking blame for the losses.
Well, if I need to take blame for those, I'll take partial blame for those too.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I'm sending it your way. It's your fault.
Thanks, Skills. Congratulations. Great job. Need you. All those wins.
Thank you, Skills.
Big time, Skills.
Absolutely.
Coach of the Year candidate.
Do you have any rituals?
No.
Even, not that you would actually take credit for it, but same underwear, same spot on the couch?
Nah, not really.
Junk?
Well, same spot on the couch based on
it's just your spot.
It's
on
a
the
relegation
couch?
sensation. There's the better spot, and then there's the spot where I sit.
Yeah.
And the better spot goes to supper, my beloved supper. And then usually if there's a game on, she'll be in the kitchen, and then I'm still in my spot. I won't go into her spot, the good spot. I'll stay where I belong.
Do you like the 10 a.m.? This is a different dynamic, the 10 a.m.
Yeah, I do like the 10 a.m. because it frees me up for a little afternoon activity. Yesterday we went up to Tilden, and we went to the Little Farm, which is a place where you can feed veggies to animals. Mila had a play date. Shout out Julian from across the street who's about to turn 1. So when babies collide, we had the babies on the move, and a couple of babies.
When babies attack.
Your boy's got a baby. I'm out there, an old guy with a baby. I'm a grandpa daddy on the loose. And so, after their first nap, able to give her a grilled cheese sandwich, and we watch the end of the game and pop them in the car, and off we go. So I like the 10 a.m.
What's but before this game starts, what's everybody saying on YouTube? What'd you tell them to bet tonight? What's everybody's like, oh, we're rolling with the Dibbers tonight. What the hell did you tell these people? These are good people. These people come to our show. They watch our show. Most of them watch the whole show. They watch the shows before us.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell happens to them after 6. Do y'all just stay there and wait for 6 a.m. to come back? These are good people. We meet these people.
Love these
at
people.
the summit. We love these people.
Yeah.
Are you taking money from these people?
Mark, I'm giving them money. I'm giving out locks. I'm hot.
Do they know how cold you are?
I'm currently riding a 1-bet win streak. I took St. Mary's at home and laid 7.5 against, and they covered comfortably last week.
The last time
New Mexico.
The last time we had you go audible, not like calling it audible at the line, but audible words
Omaha
into these microphones with regard to a pick. It is when you were telling us that the Nuggets minus 3.5 against the Warriors was the lock of the year, lock of your life.
Well, then it was Jags.
And then you said the Jags were going to win the game outright.
That was just a prediction. That wasn't a, hey,
what
you
is
need
this?
to bet. This is a, you need to bet it. Get there now. 1-800-BET.
Say it out loud so I can bet against it. What'd you say?
I said you got to take Buffalo and lay the 7.5 against Denver. I'm betting it right now.
That's so like even if
are you high?
Even if you're right, that's so it's such an unimaginative pick. It's Monday night.
You bet to win the bet.
It's unimaginative. It's just like, what's your reasoning behind it? Just cause?
Denver stinks.
Sometimes they beat the Chiefs. So do they always stink? Are they going to stink tonight? What's your thought process?
My thought process is
sometimes the Niners are amazing and sometimes they're a joke. What's going to happen this time? That's all that matters. Not what they usually are. What are they tonight?
Dibs, send them to your recorded message. You don't have to
call
explain
my
here.
message phone, 1-800-DIBS.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I knew I was.
It's your bit, and I love it. It's one of our earlier bits on this program. Call my message phone. Buffalo's really good at home.
Okay.
And they look around the landscape of the AFC and they see how big of a game this is. They're taking this one seriously.
Do you know the last time the Buffalo Bills won a game by more than 7 points?
Do you
know?
No.
Do you know? Do you know?
I don't know, Mark.
Yeah, it was the first day of October when they beat the Miami Dolphins.
Just a month ago.
48-20. They're so good at home. How many home games have they had since then? Well, the schedule will tell you 3.
But one of those was a cockamamie European adventure.
Cockamamie London trip.
Appreciate it.
But the other 2 were both against really bad and then mid teams, and both were one-score games.
Yeah.
They beat the New York Giants by 5, and the Tampa Bay Bucks with a little backdoor cover, 24-18. But if you want these people to win money tonight, you tell these people how to win money tonight.
Call my message phone.
Dibs.
That's right. And if you look at that Giants,
you might be right.
That Giants game, they still had a very high-paid quarterback at the helm, Daniel Jones.
They did not. Tyrod Taylor played that game.
Never mind that. I'm betting.
And
Denver.
if you remember, exactly, the Giants were at the freaking goal line on the last play when that stupid pass interference that you agreed was PI and didn't get called on the great, now on IR, Darren Waller.
And at the end of the first half in that game, they didn't get a field goal or another playoff. They could have gotten more points.
Thank you. Good memory, Mark Grandy.
I don't recall asking you a damn thing, Grandy.
But go ahead. Bet the Bills minus 7.5.
No, I just did.
Now, put the college future on it. Go ahead.
First of all, I don't have access to that account, okay? My father-in-law runs the college fund.
I bet they're going to win by 20, for sure. I see no good reason why they wouldn't.
Oh, yeah. Everybody on the YouTube now.
What's up, YouTubers? Go ahead, do it.
Damon Chang.
Too
late. To Buffalo. Chris A. LOL.
Do it.
No, that's in.
No, you're going to be right.
Why don't you fade the dibber, tough guy? You're all talk,
maybe
Betty Crocker.
I will.
All talker, Betty Crocker.
How many hands do I have over here? I'm hitting sound. I'm hitting phones.
You can't even change your own channel.
Exactly.
Oh, Lucas, I need you to put the game on in here.
I can't.
What'd you say, Skills? I couldn't hear you.
Hey, Lucas, is there a Starbucks still open? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
1-800-GET-ME-COFFEE.
We got free coffee in the other room now. It's great.
So I bet Buffalo, so we'll see how that works
No,
out.
you're probably going to be right.
Yeah, we'll
I bet they'll win by 100.
They got some action at least.
Chris in San Leandro.
We're going to listen to this caller, I promise.
I promise. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's good?
What'd you say?
Let me back up my boy Dibs real quick, because if I'm not mistaken, Mark Willard,
yes,
you said that the Warriors won't beat the Kings in the Kings season home opener.
That's
right?
true. That is true, and I was wrong. I was all kinds of wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all like I get some wrongs, right? Can I get some wrongs?
But I digress.
All right.
I digress.
All right, fine.
What is did you guys hear about the Super Bowl logo theory?
No.
Sorry, this is another silly caller from your last caller, but so the last 2 Super Bowls, the color scheme of each of the logos were the participating teams. Can we guess what colors are on the Super Bowl 58 logo?
Well, it better be red and gold.
I'm looking at it right now. There's a lot of purple in there.
What is it, Dibs? What is it, Dibs?
I'm seeing purple and like a little bit of red, which I would think it would be Kansas City, but it's probably the Niners.
Let's go, baby. That's all I got to say. Baby.
So, Chris,
that's all I got to say.
So you're calling Niners Ravens in the Super Bowl is what Chris is doing.
He's not calling it. The logo called it.
I'm calling Chiefs Vikings. There you go. You take that.
That actually works from a logo color scheme.
Yes,
Thank you,
does.
Chris.
Yes, it does.
You call back anytime.
Well, the logo theory, I would argue we need more than 2. Like if it's only happened 2 times in a row, that's not enough for a streak.
Last year looks like...
Was it red and green?
Yeah, but the green looks to be like a Miami.
Well,
it's not.
Philly's green is gone. It's Kelly green.
This looks a little bit seafoam.
Okay,
but
I'll
allow it.
Yeah,
it's and then the one before that was that Chiefs Niners, because this is as red and gold as it can be.
No, the Niners weren't in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
56.
Yeah, no, 2 years ago was the Bengals and the Rams.
That works here.
There you
Color
go.
scheme, yeah.
Yeah, Bengals and the Rams.
Okay. Well, with so many alternate uniforms now, you can almost come up with anything.
Niners wear yellow. Like when the Packers cruise around in that Rams jersey they wear once a year.
Funky.
So, yeah, they're blue and yellow. All right. Is it all good? Everything's cool with the Niners, or do you still have questions? Do you still have concerns after their performance yesterday? 888-957-9570. He loves to call in the 5 o'clock hour. His name is Mark in Oakland. Hello, Mark. What are you doing?
Hi, Mark. I am doing what I've been doing every day after work. I'm looking at new apartments. Not interesting.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, and I also want to just keep throwing out there, I'm working my way towards earning the nickname Mark the Closer with a K.
Yeah, I like it. Just go with the closer, Mark. The other one's too long.
Is it too long?
It's too long.
I just love the with the K, like you struck them out. I just think it's great, but great play on the K. Because you would always say, is it Mark with a K or a C? That's what it came from.
I know. No, I remember.
I feel like you're getting a lot of base runners here, though, Mark. You got to actually close to close.
Okay. I have that problem. I'm an ENFP personality. I want to juggle like 80 things at once.
Interesting.
I don't know, what that means.
Yeah, personality test.
Yeah.
No, there's 12 different personality types. Yeah.
I usually don't believe in horoscopes, none of that stuff, but Myers-Briggs test, they use it for the company I work for. It's really good. It helps me understand myself and other people that I was like, I do not get these people. Now I do. Like, it's great. But anyway.
Fascinating.
What about the 49ers?
What about the 49ers, Mark? If you're a closer, bring it home.
All right, but you guys should take it and tell everyone what you got, what type you guys are. So the 49ers, I don't feel like any questions have been answered, and that sounds negative, but it's not. I didn't see the game yesterday live, so I was like, wow, they crushed it. Is this what I'm looking for? And I was like, no, don't be a sucker. Don't buy in. This is how the Niners have always been. And I watched the game, and I'm like, Purdy looks like how he looks when they play a team that has the 19th ranked offense and the 23rd ranked defense. They look really good. Now, so the only question left for me is, when it's a tough game against a top 5 defense, is Purdy going to get shaky? Is Shanahan going to get shaky down the stretch with his calls? And is luck going to go our way? So what I think it boils down to is those two things, but the luck part boils down to good people like Skills and Chris and San Leandro doing their superstitious stuff. That's probably the difference between whether we win the Super Bowl or not this year. And the last thing I'll say is this is a really entertaining season. Though I love watching this kind of football more than if they were just blowing everyone out.
Well,
so that's it. That's why I have my state of meaning.
Mark, thanks so much. Like, I really think that's something that's hard for us to settle with, ironically, because of what we're talking about right now. Think of how most of us consume football. There are sort of 3 ways we do it. 1, who are you a fan of? 2, your fantasy team. 3, who'd you bet on? For many people, many fans, that's those are the 3 ways that
I would add the 4th, which is there's just a game that's on.
Well, no,
right, but even this game, if I hadn't have made a sizable wager on Buffalo, then I still would watch it because it's just on.
What's sizable?
Like a half a unit.
And what's a unit?
I'm not telling you what my. What's wrong with my unit? That's a guru job. After I got burned by the Nuggets last week, I'm a little hesitant.
First play of the game. How you doing? How you doing, Dibs? First play of the game.
I'm going to review it.
First play.
I'm going to review it. I hate gambling.
Yeah, first play.
He was down.
I don't know if he was. Yeah. That's a fumble. Anyway.
We'll see. Now we got to look at this 8 different times to see if Buffalo coughed it up.
We do, and he did.
That ball's out.
Oh, yeah, that ball's out. Anyway,
I'm going home.
Yeah, Denver's got the ball in the red zone. Anyway, point being, you're right, but that's what we do for a living. Like I
got Jerry Jeudy on my fantasy team.
I got the guy who just fumbled on my fantasy team, and I was only up by about 3 points. But anyway, not good. So anyway, point being, that's what we do for a living, so we're a little bit different. And yes, there are a lot of people like us, but I think those are the 3 normal entry points. Even the people who are like, oh, there's a game on, I'll turn it on. It's probably because do you have somebody in the game?
Yeah.
Right? Do you have somebody in there? So if those are the 3 entry points to the game, then the reality of the NFL frustrates us every time. What we show up Sunday looking for is consistency and reason. And that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It happens like at a 67% clip. Like the greatest gamblers in the world, those who do it professionally, what percentage are they going for?
Probably about 55%.
Exactly. 55, 56. If you can do that, you can make a living gambling. But that means you're wrong 45% of the time.
Right.
So this idea that the Niners were in a bad way when they lost 3 is probably as irrational as we feel today, which is they're back. And this is how they're going to look now for the remainder of the year.
Well, that is the part of it that's irrational. But to say that they were in a bad way is completely factual. But the overriding reality of pro football more than any other sport is, and the whole expression of any given Sunday is turned into a cliche so as to lose its real power as a statement. But it is the most accurate statement, the biggest truism in maybe all of sports. Like, you can think about all the cliches and all the sports, but the any given Sunday idea is more true in football than any other cliche is in any other sport. Look at yesterday, for example, and the upsets that happened. And you mentioned the Niners. So the Niners come out and they hammer Jacksonville 34-3. Are they 31 points better than Jacksonville each and every Sunday?
No, not.
If you play that game 17 times, 9 times in Jacksonville, 8 times in San Francisco, the Niners don't go 17-0. Now, do they
Probably
go 12-5 in those games or 13-4? How does that all work its way out? That to me becomes the curious part of football. This Buffalo-Denver game, opening play, fumble. Well, it doesn't mean Buffalo's going to lose, but it does mean that Denver's chance of winning goes up dramatically.
7.5.
And you look at yesterday, and Cleveland beats Baltimore. What? Baltimore's up by 2 touchdowns.
They had it the whole game.
They no business losing to Cleveland at home in that spot. Yet it happens, and you can go through all the games yesterday or any other week, and it's just the nature of football.
Of course it is.
Which is why I don't bet anymore, Mark.
Until tonight.
I got goaded into it.
Field goal is up and...
It's fine, 3-0.
Yeah. No,
early.
No, not 3-0. 10.5 to nothing.
I get the math.
10.5 to nothing.
I don't need you to walk me through what that field goal means in terms of my...
I tried, YouTubers. I tried. That's all I can say.
Yeah. And for those of you who followed me down this road, you're welcome in advance. We'll be all right.
They're fine. They're probably going to win.
Buffalo. 50, Bills Mafia is who we are tonight.
55-3 Bills.
Bills Mafia.
My prediction is 55-3 Bills. That's what I think is going to happen tonight. But anyway, I think that has to, and it's, for me, it's much more in depth than any given Sunday. I don't know how we're supposed to do this, but I think it's relevant today because of what we just saw. And the effort will be to sort of keep your wits about you if and when it happens again. And I don't mean a 3-game losing streak. I don't think the Niners can afford another one of those. You don't get to do that. I hope that Fred Warner was right with what he said in the locker room. We learned our lesson. So we're not going to go down that road again. But you can be 6-3. You can have gone an entire month without winning a football game and still be the best team in football. I don't know that the Niners are, and I believe that the Eagles right now at least deserve the respect of saying, you're the top dog in this moment, but I also believe that if we want a spotlight, when each team, you can do this for all the teams, all 32 of them, when they've been at their best, what's your thought about that? You can do it with all 32. When the Niners have been at their best, that's, for me, that's about as good as an NFL team has looked this year. And they've done it twice. Twice they've looked like that is a machine that cannot be stopped. If they played the game they played yesterday against all 31 teams, they'd be 31-0.
Yeah, that's
what I think.
And that's one way to look at it. I look at Philadelphia and say they have not played their best game yet, and they're 8-1. And you could pick their 9 games, and you could figure out which game was quote unquote their best. Maybe it's beating Miami 31-17, but other than that, they've had some nail biters, and they've had some games where they made some mistakes. Games that they had, or a game that they had no business losing to the Jets. That's probably the worst loss of the big 3 in the NFC. That's a worse loss than the Niners losing to Cincinnati. And it's probably worse. I don't know who Detroit lost to, but you lost to the Jets.
Lost to Seattle.
Yeah.
And Detroit lost to Baltimore. So, yeah, they don't have like an embarrassing loss.
Sure. Those are both playoff teams as it sits today. The Jets are probably not going to be a playoff team. So I don't think Philadelphia's played their best game. But in terms of what they can do, complimentary football, their line, and that's why I can't wait for the Eagle game. And I know we have Tampa first, and then you got Seattle, and then you get to the Philadelphia game. So I'm not skipping ahead. I do understand how precious these NFL games are, and the fact that we're ending Week 10 in about 2.5 hours, that makes me feel sad, because you realize that there are only 8 more weeks of regular season, full slate NFL football. And, when's baseball season start? I mean, are you kidding me, Josh Allen?
No, I think he was out of bounds. Josh Allen.
What the absolute heck is going on?
He threw a pick, but I think the guy was out of bounds. He's
not even close. I'm looking at your face. I'm trying to have a conversation here. I have a job to do.
Also.
I have a job to do.
I was trying.
Lucas, can you go put tag back on? I got tag on the other TV. I'm going to watch the tag match.
Listen, hey, when can we have an honest conversation about Josh Allen? When can we? When is that allowed?
You can do it right now.
All right.
Put it out there. Say what you want to say about Josh Allen.
I think he's fantastic.
Oh,
I think, but.
I mean, that really paid it off.
But.
Oh, God.
But.
You don't get to.
We talk about him as if he's done more in the playoffs than he has. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. And a light version of that is Justin Herbert, who hasn't even won a playoff game at all. Now, I don't know what the hell's wrong with his defense. They've got Joey Bosa on one side and Khalil Mack on the other, and they cannot stop.
That was a fun game yesterday.
It was so much fun. Hope you started your fantasy players. Good Lord. But by the same token, I don't understand that football team at all. They are just loaded with talent, and it's just underachieve every single year. So that's sort of, by the way, if you want to know kind of where some of my Brock Purdy energy comes from, it's when you look around the league and you see quarterbacks who win. And some of them, we explain it away by saying, well, they've got all kinds of wonderful things going for them. They've got a good coach, and they've got a good receivers, and they've got an offensive line. And then there are other QBs who we have anointed as the top-level QBs who actually have not had the success that we act like they've had. Patrick Mahomes is on a different planet. He's already in the Hall of Fame. Some of these other guys, I think they're phenomenal players. But they put up numbers, and they've got the look. That's what Josh Allen and Justin Herbert have. They've got the look. I even put Burrow beyond those guys.
Because he's done more in the playoffs.
He's done more in the playoffs.
Josh Allen's 4 playoff wins.
Yeah.
Which is more than Brock, more than Dak, more than Kirk.
That's more than Brock's even had the opportunity.
Right, but if you want to put him in a certain company, it's more than Justin Herbert. And I wonder where he
Herbert's
ranks
got 0
among active quarterbacks. If you count Aaron Rodgers in there, Josh Allen's probably in the top 6 or 7 in playoff wins. Russ has more.
Yeah, Russ has got more.
A-Rod's got more. Mahomes obviously has more.
Yeah, he's got more than Hurts, even though Hurts has only had 1 trip in.
Yeah,
you know
he's made the playoffs 4 times.
Look, he's fantastic, but
you're putting the big butt on him.
No, my only point is we speak about him as if he has gone further than he has. He has won some playoff games. He's also lost some playoff games as a favorite. You remember the DeMar Hamlin situation led to them having home field advantage and snow against Joe Burrow and the Bengals last year. And what happened? They lost that football game. Burrow has beaten Allen and Mahomes in the playoffs. That speaks volumes to me. So that's all I'm saying. I wonder sometimes. You wonder how guys sort of get the narrative in their favor. Meantime, you have someone like Purdy who has a stretch that's a little bit off, and we're already talking about job status. So, Allen.
That to me is, again, lunatic fringe.
Yeah, but but it was there. And Allen, where's Allen on the turnover list this year? I feel like he's
up
throwing
there.
A ton of picks.
He is number 2. I'm sorry, tied for 3rd in interceptions with 9. And interception rate in terms of, your guy is number 1, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Josh Allen is number 8 in interception rate.
Look, and I know
percentage of throws that are picked off.
Mahomes has 8, and so does Hurts. So we're not, I'm not setting him too far apart. But yeah, Josh Allen's name is tucked right in between Jimmy Garoppolo and Sam Howell. The only people who have more are Jordan Love and Mac Jones. And Mac Jones can't even stay for the fourth quarter of his football games.
To me, I like to look at interception rate because it kind of levels the playing field.
No doubt. He's 2-1.
Justin Fields has 6 picks, but he has a higher interception rate based on the fact that he's only thrown 162 passes. Right. So interception rate, Josh Allen is 8th worst at 2.8. Brock Purdy's right about in the middle at 2% of his passes are picked off.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud, 0.6, your leader.
All I want to tell you is if you go to any NFL stats page, okay, and just click on interceptions, so it lists right from top to bottom who's thrown the most, who's thrown the least. I know there's been a lot of talk about Brock Purdy's interceptions the last few weeks. I have to scroll in order to get to his name. I have to scroll. I have to put the 2 fingers on the pad and scroll. In order to get to his name. And look at that. There's Josh Allen's 9th.
Yeah.
Sorry, his 10th. Now tied for the lead in the NFL.
It might have been trapped. We're going to have to look at it.
He caught that.
Bounced off Gabe Davis's hands.
It did. It bounced off Gabe Davis's hands. That's 10 picks for Josh Allen. This would be of the high red zone variety. Bills were in position. It bounced off his hands, but it was a little hot.
God, no, it was not. Come on. If Brock Purdy throws that, you're looking to cut a guy.
That's Gabe's fault.
Come on.
That was Gabe's fault. Gabe's holding his helmet. I'm sorry, Gabe. That's your fault.
Going against Gabe, so that one doesn't hurt me in fantasy. But
good for you.
Yeah, I could have used you to, maybe throw it to someone else. Stop throwing to that guy. I got Buffalo's defense. I'm in a barn burner trying to get my 2nd win.
But this
against the expatriate.
We're sitting here watching this, and it goes to my overall point. I think that all we can do without knowing what's going on inside of a locker room, who's tired, who's actually hurt, which injuries are going to matter. What you brought up, matchups. Some injuries matter more in certain matchups. None of this is excuse making. I'm speaking about all 32 teams, but. Sometimes I feel like the NFL media or any media covering the NFL, what we ask for is perfection, and it doesn't exist. Those old Dolphin dudes, they tip champagne every year for a reason. You can't do it. You cannot go through unscathed. You cannot go through without picks. You cannot go through without bad games. You're going to have these moments. And I really don't. It's a micromanaging effort by fans to say that we're looking for a team or individual players who just don't do blank. They don't mess up. They don't this. They don't that. I don't think it exists. Christian McCaffrey fumbles.
Yeah.
And Brock throws picks.
And he fumbles.
A
lot.
Yeah. And the Niner and Nick Bosa has days where he doesn't get home.
Well, think about yesterday's game. If you look at all 120 snaps on both sides of the ball and special teams, and you looked at every single play, how many of those plays were perfect? How many of those plays did the Niners, quote unquote, win? They probably won about 80% of the plays yesterday. They played a near perfect game, but there were still 15 or 20 plays where they actually didn't win. And we talked about Diamador Lenore. He got beat a few times. And, there were plays. Christian Kirk had a big catch down the right-hand side, and Charvarius Ward got another penalty for illegal use of the hands, illegal contact after the 5-yard bump. So nothing is ever going to be perfect. But to your point, the Niners play like that on offense and protect Brock Purdy and run it the way they did, and they get after the quarterback on defense with 4 most of the time. They brought 5 a few times. I don't think they ever brought 6 or 7. They didn't have to.
Didn't need to.
But if you play like that on both sides, that's going to be a damn tough team to beat no matter where you play and no matter who you go against.
Yeah, I like they're sort of built. They're built the right way. I think. I know it's frustrating. I too wish that you get down in the second half. But that's another thing that I sort of have heard a number of times today when people are like, "Oh, the 49ers, like they didn't prove yesterday what they need to prove." And I'm thinking, no, I actually don't want the 49ers to prove the thing that everyone wants them to prove. In other words, sure, if they're down by 14, would I like the Niners to be able to come back in the fourth quarter? That'd be great. But I hope we never, ever have to see them prove that they can do it, because that means they're down by 14. And that means they've played, in my opinion, a poor first 3 quarters, because a team with this roster should not fall down by 14. Like if you're doing what you're supposed to do, nobody is 2 touchdowns better than this team. Nobody.
Well, the Bengals were, and you got down by you got down by 2 touchdowns, and you were unable to recover. And this team is not built to come back from being down by 2 touchdowns for the most part. And if you look at the next slate of games, you can't really imagine Tampa Bay getting up by 2 touchdowns. Maybe early something fluky happens like we're seeing with this Buffalo team. Can't stop turning the damn ball over. Sorry, I got personal.
Yeah.
But, maybe Philadelphia gets up on you, and at Philadelphia, that's a tall order, and you don't want to see that.
Turnovers are always the equalizer.
Always.
Which is why I think Kyle Shanahan, I think that's why he was so upset about the throw that Brock threw to Brandon Ayuk early in the game, because I'm sure the message was driven home throughout the bye week. We've got to stop turning the ball over. But I also think this, and maybe this is a little bit of a reverse of the way people think about it. Fourth quarter is supposed to be money time. And we talk about the interceptions that have come from Brock Purdy of late. They're largely in the fourth quarter. And while that would be a criticism, the more I sit and listen and hear about this, look, fourth quarter quarterbacking, when you're down by multiple scores, is different. You're going to take more chances, and the 49ers offense is not built to just drop back and do that. This would have been a first quarter interception. I feel like Kyle almost thinks that's worse. That's worse because that's just like an unforced error. An error in the fourth quarter when you're down by 14, well, look, you're trying to make something happen,
of course,
and you're going to force some things. You do that on the opening drive, it's like, what the hell was that? And that's why Kyle was like, took me a while to get over it.
Yeah.
Like he was mad.
For sure he was mad because that first quarter is all the script. And you see the way they went about their business on the script. They're so efficient. That's why they score almost every time on their first drive of every game, because they practice those plays, they execute those plays, they're all scripted, and it's clinical. And so when Brock does what he does and he goes off script and he throws a floater, a hot air balloon, into a crowd in the end zone when he could have pulled it down and lived to fight another day, but didn't, that's the kind of thing that would drive you crazy.
Here's what Kyle said about that first Brock Purdy touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, that was honestly one of, I can say this because he played well, but that was like one of his worst decisions I think he's made since he's been here. And it took me a while to get over it. I thanked him for the touchdown, but that was not a good decision, and he was fortunate with it. He made a lot of really good plays, and if you are going to make a bad decision and it's still a touchdown, in the grand scheme of things, he can tell me it was a real good decision, but I know we can't. He knows that. He knows what he did wrong.
Yep, he knows he messed up, just like what he said about Steve Wilks. in Minnesota a couple of weeks ago. Are you okay?
I'm going to work through it.
Defensive touchdown by the Bills, but so sorry.
And if I can spend 30 seconds on this.
The Denver receiver was down.
Not only was he down, he had been down for quite some time. Yet, we have now trained our officials because of instant replay
I appreciate
that we can't whistle it dead. I don't appreciate it.
Why?
Because that was such an obvious one that why do we even have to go through the dog and pony show of now it's a punch out.
You know what?
Now we're going to do our thing.
I'll tell you why. Because of what happened to the Niners in Cleveland. Like, don't blow it dead if there's even a tiny shred
that was
of
called
question.
correctly.
No, it wasn't.
Absolutely.
It absolutely was not. And the whistle blowing is a part of plays like that. Don't blow plays dead if you're even 1% unsure. Let it play. Then we go to video. Give the Broncos the ball back.
They shouldn't have blown it dead, but they eventually got to the correct call, in my opinion. That was a forward pass, and you can look at it, and we've all looked at it 20 and 30 times, and they looked at it, and it's like, can't really tell, so we can't overturn it, and so it's a pass, and that's the way that goes.
All right, we're sponsored by BMW, and plenty of time still for your calls at 888-957-9570. We haven't heard from Brock and Christian yet. We'll play a little bit of that coming up next. What did Christian say after not getting the record to continue? We've got that around the bend on Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3.
on the roll. Has Juszczyk wide open. How about a fullback touchdown?
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Can't believe Juice didn't fall down at the 1 yard line like he was supposed to, so Christian McCaffrey could come in and get his touchdown. What a total oversight on the part of Juice. But McCaffrey still thanked his team for putting him back in there to get him a shot.
That means a lot to me for them to keep me in at the end of the game there and try to give me that record. But hey, I'll take a huge win.
All right, false start on my part. Sorry, Christian talked a little bit early. Here, you want to hear it again?
No, that means a lot to me for them to keep me in at the end of the game there and try to give me that record. But hey, I'll take a huge win.
Yep, there it is from McCaffrey. And then here's what Purdy said about that play that everyone's talking about. The risk he took early in the game.
I mean, it was just a normal keeper that we had up. I got the edge. Just felt like I had a lot of time. The smart decision was probably just, continue to run, try to get as many yards as I can instead of, putting the ball up like I did. But I saw BA in the back of the end zone sort of run to space, George as well. And I just put it up towards the back, and BA came down with it. But, yeah, I'm not necessarily proud of that play, honestly. I mean, yes, it was a touchdown and everything, great. BA made a great play. But I got to be smart with the ball, and if anything, I should have ran the ball. So. Yeah.
I love it. I'm not proud of it because my coach got mad at me immediately and then after the fact. But deep down, I'm pretty proud of that. I mean, I got a touchdown pass in the NFL.
Do you think that's what he's saying?
I mean, privately, he probably realizes that it was a risky throw, but he threw it hoping to complete it, and he did. So he saw Brandon Ayuk, whatever he saw that he could put the ball in a certain spot and give his guy a chance to make a play, and he did. And it worked, and it's a touchdown.
Right.
And he goes to the sideline, and Kyle, probably put the laminated play sheet in front of his mouth so as to not have people read his lips. And he said, "Don't you effing blankety do that again." What kind of a blankety blank was that?
Yeah.
And he was probably like, "Oh, okay. Sorry, Dad."
Come on. I mean, if you want to
Kyle.
If you want to get better at what you do, you assess critically even when something works.
Of course. Yeah. But if Kyle would have said, "Oh, great throw. Oh, the vision. Unbelievable." I don't think Brock Purdy would go through and say what he said right there.
Well, I needed a second look before I realized how risky of a throw it was because it looked to me like one of those in real time. I'm like, oh, like what a teardrop. Like he put it right out of the reach of everyone. And then you look at it again and you're like, oh, dude, it is lucky. If that guy had been able to get off the ground at all, he sort of ended up in a spot where he had no lower body leverage, so he couldn't jump, but there's no way to predict that. And if he had, he would have picked that thing off. And that would have been, I would agree with Kyle, let's pretend for a second Jacksonville picks that ball off. That's the worst throw of the year by Brock. That's the worst throw of the year when you consider the circumstances. Like in Cleveland, that pick, oh, you got a wet ball, you got a great defense. I threw it behind someone, it was the first half. We already talked about all the fourth quarter ones. You're down. You're trying to make a play. A couple of them, quite frankly, are understandable. I know the one in the red zone.
Goal at the 8.
I get
that
it.
Would be the only one you could compare it to.
I get it, and that's probably fair. But considering this is the opening drive, I'm like, wow, that would be an incredible. And you're not under pressure. You roll out left. You're by yourself.
He got pressure at the very end.
At the end, but he could have run around that. Had plenty of time. Plenty of time. So that would have been
I'm looking at it right now.
Really bad unforced error if that had been picked off.
And it's 1st and 10 at the 13-yard line.
Exactly.
It's first and 10.
Down.
Yeah. It's not like you went for it on 4th and 7.
No.
And, coach decided to roll the dice. And, 4th down, you got to throw it up. If you can't get the first down, I get that. But this was 1st and 10. You are driving. And like you said, he runs to the 15 and he sets his feet to throw it. He could have just run all the way to about the 7 or 8 and just bowed out of bounds and still had it be a positive play.
All in all, I do feel the way that I thought I would if the 49ers came out of the bye and played well in Jacksonville. And that is not to say, oh, all is forgotten, but it is all good. And I do believe that everything that we had put on the table for the 49ers at the beginning of the year is still absolutely there. You can pick any one of the 5 or 6 reasons that we've talked about today with regard to why the Niners went through the slump that they went through, but I don't expect to see that kind of football from them again the rest of the way. It does not mean they're going to win all their football games, But I have a hard time believing that this is not one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the NFL. I have a hard time believing they're not going to win the division. And so, therefore, I'm really fascinated at these next 4 weeks of football because the Eagles have got to go. They've got to go Chiefs, Bills, Niners, Cowboys.
Yep.
And if you look at their schedule to this point, you know I don't play the game of, well, who have they beaten? But when you do look at what the Eagles have played in the beginning versus what they're going to play at the very end, their last 4 weeks are also relatively NFL version easy. This stretch is the chance for the 49ers. That's the chance to catch the Eagles.
Well, you got to beat the Eagles.
You have to beat them, and then they've got to have at least one blemish somewhere else, which I think probably stands to reason. If it doesn't,
you said a long time ago that you would expect them to have 2 losses at least by the time they face
the Niners showed up. Yeah,
and you weren't counting on the Jets, so that's a freebie. You weren't counting on them losing to the Jets.
No, but I said it, and it counts. But yeah,
it counts. You said you would expect them to have at least 2 losses by the time they face the 49ers.
And I think that next Monday is going to be one hell of
it could be a great game
matchup.
Both teams coming off the bye.
Yep.
So that does kind of mitigate the travel aspect a little bit, like the Niners going to Jacksonville. Philadelphia is going to be coming off the bye. So is Kansas City. It is a short week for Philly, and it's a home game against Buffalo. And I believe Buffalo is going to be coming in off of a full rest. They can't play Monday because the Philadelphia plays Monday, and I don't think they're coming off their bye in that one.
No. Buffalo's bye week is week 13. Week 13 after their game against Philly. They will be playing a home game against the New York Jets prior to playing at Philadelphia.
Yeah, physical team.
Buffalo.
And, not as much of a pushover as they probably should be, despite the fact that their quarterback he's got to be the worst quarterback in the NFL.
I mean,
I can't think of a worse quarterback in the NFL among starters.
Than Zach Wilson?
Yeah. And we don't have to pour over the data. I just look at the way he plays.
I mean, there have been guys that have been benched. I mean,
Desmond Ridder got his job back.
Well,
due
because
to
of injury.
Yeah.
Garoppolo got benched.
He got hurt and then benched.
Yep. Tannehill got hurt / benched.
Yep.
Anyway, Mac Jones is in that conversation.
It's a conversation.
He's been benched like 4 times.
The Philadelphia-Kansas City game is going to be a great one.
Yeah, it is.
Both off equal rest, and then home to Buffalo won't be easy.
Won't be easy.
But Buffalo's not as good as we may have thought, says a guy who bet on them tonight.
Yeah.
But even looking beyond this, they're 5-4.
Yeah, they're struggling. There's no 2 ways about it. Dennis in Walnut Creek, real quick here at the end. What's up, Dennis? What are you doing?
I want to ask you a question.
What's up?
I want you to consider this. I want you to imagine 49ers are tied 21-21, whatever the score. 17 seconds left in the game, and Purdy makes that same play in a crowd. Ayuk catches it. Now, tell me what you say.
I don't know that I would say anything different. I would say that he got away with one. No? What would you say, Dennis?
I would say, as I said when he made it, I've played this game. I've coached this game.
Oh.
That was a brilliant throw. Risky, sure, but a lot of throws are risky. And Ayuk is a fabulous receiver.
Yes, he is.
It was a brilliant. Okay, Shanahan disagrees with me.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dennis, you've coached the game. So has Kyle Shanahan.
And he coached the actual game.
And he's better than I am, no question. And if he wants to say it was risky, go ahead. You notice the only guy he ever calls out is Purdy?
No, he called out Steve Wilkes real good. No,
he did. He's not the same. No, it's not the same. Purdy's 23. He's making what, $350,000 a year. Hasn't even played a full season.
$850.
He's magical, and you're still cherry picking.
Well, okay. So Dennis, I mean, you obviously
Dennis came in hot.
Yeah, Dennis, I'm a huge fan of the kid, but I don't think we can ignore that ball went right over the hand of a Jaguar player who lost foot leverage and would have had, quite frankly, an easy pick if that hadn't happened. That's not a criticism. It just, in that moment, now again, you're creating a different scenario which might have been a good or a bad decision depending on that scenario. But there's no reason, in my opinion, in the first quarter on the opening drive and on first down to take a chance like that. And I think that that's what Kyle Shanahan is saying as well. It worked out. It wasn't, therefore, the worst throw I've ever seen in my life, but it's just every single thing we do in life and in football is a risk-reward play. I thought that one was more risk than Brock needed to take for the reward in that moment.
And in Dennis's scenario, the risk would be even greater knowing that they already were in field goal range.
Correct.
And we know that Jake Moody's automatic. So I'd be probably even more upset at that throw in that scenario tie game with 14 seconds to go because he had a chippy of a field goal that he would make.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
I do.
All right. Apparently Steph Curry is questionable for the game tomorrow night. And Peter King will be on the show. So lots
He's
to get
also
into.
questionable to join us on the show tomorrow.
Accurate. No question, though, that Grandy is coming up here in moments. Best of the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Full hour of today's best content. It's going to start out with a good conversation on the Morning Roast about redemption for both Steve Wilks and Brock Purdy in the same game. So thanks for being with us throughout the show, all the interaction today. But here comes Grandy. And for Dibs, and for Grandy, and for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about filing a return because you haven't filed in a few years? Or have you received an audit notice in the mail and don't know what to do? Then contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein today, because this is what we do. We work to stop IRS and state seizures for taxes you owe. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare past due returns, even if you have no records. We represent you before the IRS or state in an audit. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm always offers a free consultation so we may openly discuss your legal options without any added pressure. We are a local firm with offices throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call us toll-free 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road. Get in zone. So what if I need a new one? No problem. We have the right battery for your car, starting at only $89.99. Get in zone. And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination. Get in zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. What does it say? Beware. If you're 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Switch to Verizon and you'll save.
Get in the holiday spirit, San Francisco. Verizon has an extra gift for your family this season.
You can save a lot.
Get $800 in Verizon gift cards when you switch your family of 4 and get 4 new phones on us with Select Trade-In and Unlimited Ultimate.
Great deals from Verizon. Great deals from Verizon.
There's never been a better time to switch, but this offer won't last forever, so hurry in. Switch to the network America relies on. Get $800 in gift cards and get new phones for the whole family on us with Select Trade-In and Unlimited Ultimate. Visit your local Verizon store today. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate plan required per phone. $200 Verizon e-gift card with port in per line. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
O'Reilly.
When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a click away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts, tools, accessories, and supplies quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store, or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-946-3783. That's 844-946-3783 and start to enjoy life again.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Parking needs 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Oh, I love this restaurant. Glad we got a table quickly.
What does that sign say?
Caution, wet floor?
No, right next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Victory Monday, and welcome to Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. One day after the 49ers' dominant win over the Jacksonville Jaguars, 34-3. The Niners come out of the bye week, as the Jaguars did as well, and they snapped their 3-game losing streak. They snapped Jacksonville's 5-game winning streak. A 31-point margin of victory. Brock Purdy was nearly perfect. Maybe the only thing the Niners didn't get accomplished yesterday in Jacksonville was a Christian McCaffrey touchdown to set a new NFL record for most consecutive games with a touchdown, but he will have to settle for tying the all-time record. But the defense was phenomenal. 4 forced turnovers and 5 sacks. I mentioned Brock Purdy. He threw for 3 touchdowns. Kittle had a touchdown. Ayuk had a touchdown. Even the fullback Kyle Juszczyk had a touchdown. And it feels like the Niners got back to the vibe that they had early in the season when they started 5-0. So we're going to stay football here on Best of the Game on this Victory Monday. And we'll begin by going all the way back to the Morning Rose with Bonte and Shasky. The guys, of course, reacting to the Niners win and specifically focusing on both Brock Purdy and defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. Those were 2 of the bigger topics heading into this game. Of course, Steve Wilks, a lot of drama and talk around him. His move down from the booth to the sideline perhaps could be coaching for his future. If there was another stinker of a performance defensively, maybe those talks would intensify. And of course, Brock Purdy, a number of turnovers, during that 3-game losing streak. How would he bounce back? And of course, they both bounced back very, very well. And this is how the Morning Roast reacted to those conversations. Earlier today, it's Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast.
Niners win big. 34-3.
I can't get enough of this place, Benoni and Shasky.
Second down and short here. Purdy has one-on-one. George Kittle, goodbye! Heave ho and a touchdown!
Hearing George Kittle scream like that, I felt that. You felt the release from this football team. All the chatter over the last month. They hadn't won a game in over a month. After the 5-0 start, things are doom and gloom. You score 17, you get back into the 30 club. Now, that first possession, Shasky, thankfully, things were corrected after this one, but I want to play it. The touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk. This is a no-no from a quarterback.
Pick to McCaffrey on the boot. Kittle's in the end zone, but he's covered. Purdy keeps it alive and floats it in there. Touchdown! Threw it up for grabs, and it somehow found Brandon Ayuk for the score.
Joe Davis on a call from Fox Sports. What'd you make of that play? We'll get to Shanahan's reaction in a second here, Shasky, but I want to get your thoughts on that first touchdown play because I was like, no. Oh, thank heaven.
Yeah, that was the ultimate no, yes play. A couple things. Number one, like, that's part of what makes him Brock, and you're hoping that he doesn't lose that gunslinger mentality, but at the same time, understand that, like, first possession of the game, that ball's got to be way higher, so where only Ayuk can get it, number one. And number two, if you're going to throw across your body like that over and over and over again, you got to mix it up. You got to go to the right every now and then. Right. He loves going to the left, and I feel like Jacksonville actually sent a blitzer later on in the game to the left, which ended up forcing the 49ers into a field goal attempt. Look, sometimes you get away with one, and I think he got away with one right there. If you're going to get away with one, it better be a touchdown play. And so he did. Look, I didn't love it, but the result is good enough, and I'm happy for it.
All right, here's Shanahan on that first touchdown pass.
Yeah, that was honestly one of, I can say this because he played well, but that was like one of his worst decisions I think he's made since he's been here. And it took me a while to get over it. I thanked him for the touchdown, but that was not a good decision, and he was fortunate with it. He made a lot of really good plays, and if you are going to make a bad decision and it's still a touchdown, in the grand scheme of things, he can tell me it was a real good decision, but I know we can't. He knows that. He knows what he did wrong, but Ayuk made him right.
All right, the sound was just getting lower and lower. What's going on here, man?
No, they faded that. We love our people who cut this the audio over the weekend. It's a very thankless job.
Just so I know, who was it?
I don't know.
No, this is
No. And shout out all the producers coming in on a Sunday.
We're not going to do that.
Shout them out.
I want to give them a little love.
No, you don't.
It was like Darth Vader was force choking Kyle Shanahan.
Here's Shanahan on Brock Purdy's touchdown to Kittle.
I kind of like
the look we were hoping for. It just takes a while. And BA's running the in route, and George is running the out route, and it takes a little bit of time to get down the sidelines with the leverage that I believe at 33 had on him. Yeah. Brock just tried to wait for it and waited as long as he could. I was so pumped he got it off, but he had to throw with some anticipation and didn't know if George was going to be able to get to it because he had to bow around a little rub of man coverage. But beautiful touch on the ball. George has the skill set to explode through it, and that was a huge second play of the half for us.
Huge second play, and that was the game. That really was the game. I get it. I'm with kind of red eye. It should have been 41-3. Should have been 53. But well, you know what? We're not going to. I'm not one to nitpick because I understand this one. I understand this one about football and just about sports. When you have a losing streak and you're trying to figure out a way to win again, there's going to be some hairy moments, and you're trying to get over that hump. You're trying to get over that hump to just get a victory by any means necessary. Just get a dub. Now, you had to play a good football team that had won 5 in a row. You're on the road after the bye week. Baldy said it's just a perfect spot for the 49ers. Go away from home, to get on the road, to have some team unity, some team bonding, and get out there and just go dominate. And that's what they did. And look, the defense set the tone with the first 3 and out by out-hitting Jacksonville, by punking Trevor Lawrence. And then you have to give Brock Purdy credit. Now, I know during the bye weekend, people could dismiss this. They could deny it. Whatever. I really don't give a damn. But these 9 games, and now 8, are so big for Brock Purdy because he has a chance to cement himself as the franchise quarterback. You cannot tell me that if he struggles like he did the previous 3 games and he turns the ball over 5 times in 5 quarters, going into these next 9, we had to see it.
There's no job cemented here. Not with Kyle Shanahan, not with the 49ers, because we do quarterback controversies better than everyone. So he's got 8 games here. And for game 1 in this 9-game stretch, Brock Purdy was really good. You can win a lot of big football games with Brock Purdy playing the way he was. But he took what the defense gave him. He played complimentary football. He didn't turn the football over. Outside of the touchdown pass, I can't recall many oh-no throws. I'll have to watch it back.
No.
But I didn't see many oh-no throws. I thought Brock Purdy played very good football from the quarterback position yesterday. And with all your weapons, Debo and Ayuk and Kittle and McCaffrey, you could win a lot of big football games with Purdy playing the way he played yesterday. So you have to give him credit.
100% agree. The only 2 plays to me that were up in the air, obviously the Ayuk touchdown. Not ideal. You got a touchdown on it. So not ideal. Don't love the decision making. Don't love throwing back across your body into the red zone on the first drive. Like, there's layers of why I didn't love that, but you got away with it. I can accept it. The only other play that really stuck out to me, Bonte, the only other play was the play where he's getting sacked and he's falling down and there's 26 seconds left on the clock.
Yep.
And he throws, this is like the 3rd time he's done it. He just throws the ball. Just take the sack. That's the only thing I say. Just take the sack in that situation. You got all your timeouts, okay? Take the sack. Don't worry about it. You can't have the intentional grounding. And then on top of that, like the way that these reviews are going, you don't even know if they're going to call fumble on some of these. Like we slow down everything. I have no idea whether his arm's going forward or what. So it's like my only other issue. But like other than that, the guy played a flawless game.
No, he was solid.
Flawless.
Very good. Very good.
And to me, the pocket presence was excellent.
He allowed his playmakers to make plays. He made his playmakers made plays.
And he ripped some really beautiful, intermediate, accurate throws downfield to Brandon Ayuk that were just absolutely gorgeous. And Ayuk had a really, really, really nice game. There was a 3rd down throw to Ayuk, which was excellent. Excellent.
Now, here's Purdy on the noise. He doesn't care about the noise because he's harder on himself more so than anybody out there in the world.
When you lose games in the NFL, it's like, there's a standard, especially with this organization. We all demand a lot out of ourselves. And so I was more, feeling the pressure just within myself. Like, man, I need to play better because of, how I've played in the past, And so that's where I was at with it. But, I came into this game with a clear mindset of, man, I got dudes around me, got a great defense, be smart with the ball and make plays, sort of play free in terms of cutting it loose, but also playing within the scheme and being smart with the ball. So that's where I was at, and got to keep playing like that moving forward.
And George Kittle said, hey, we knew Brock would bounce back.
I just go back to this. Brock started like 40-plus games in college. He had highest of highs. He's had the lowest of lows. Like, he's dealt with mistakes. He's had bad games in college. And so his confidence is still there. And that's all I wanted him to, continue doing. He knows how to, bounce back. And I don't think Brock, played poorly the last couple of games. Yeah, sure, there's a throw to he probably wants back. But if you look at the tape, he's still playing at a high level those 3 weeks that we lost. And just this time, we were able to not turn the ball over, not have penalties. And so we're able to be out there and you can see the type of quarterback that Brock is.
So Brock Purdy, 19-26, 296 yards, was sacked twice, 3 touchdown passes, including that nail in the coffin throw to George Kittle, 66-yard touchdown pass. If you're getting a quarterback rating, he had a quarterback rating of 148.9.
He has the highest QBR in the NFL right now.
Yeah. So I'm not a big QBR guy, but he's playing some good football.
Yeah.
I know. I don't even – do you know what QBR stands for?
I think that – so like yesterday is a great example. It was 4 of 7 for Trevor Lawrence for 40 yards or something. Right. And they were like, his quarterback rating is, I don't care. He's 4 of 7.
I know.
Like, what are we doing? He's 7 passes in.
And that's not dismissing Brock Purdy. Look, Brock Purdy's playing some damn good football.
Exactly.
Played some damn good football yesterday.
He's going to throw for 30 touchdowns. Right. He's going to throw for close to 4,000, maybe more yards. And you're going to look up and he's going to have a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. At least, like that. Maybe I'll understand. It might even be 4-to-1, right, when it's all said and done. That's a hell of a year. You're looking at a guy that's probably going to be one of the top 4 Pro Bowl type guys at quarterback, depending on who represents the NFC.
Boy, in the NFC, who would it be? Jalen Hurts?
Jalen, Goff, him. Dak. Actually, Dak's been playing excellent. But I think whoever represents, because you would assume one of those teams is going to represent the NFL, the NFC in the Super Bowl. And so usually you get about 3 quarterbacks. Maybe somebody declines. I think he'll be a Pro Bowler this year. Whether you think that's an accomplishment or not, the Niners haven't had a Pro Bowl quarterback since Jeff Garcia.
Yeah.
He's going to be a Pro Bowler if he continues his pace.
15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions on the year, 2,329 yards, a 69% completion percentage. And it was good to see Brock Purdy bounce back. But look, this was a total team win. Defensive line set the tone.
Absolutely.
Fred Warner set the tone. Offense takes the ball. They score on that first possession. Ayuk makes some plays. Debo makes some plays. McCaffrey's doing what he's doing, running for 16 times for 95 yards. And that's the other thing. Before we get back out to the lines, 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. The headline is, this was a complete team win.
Okay.
This is what a Super Bowl contender looks like. But quietly, because we were discussing this last week, the Niners in the previous 3 games, when you take away Purdy's scrambles, had ran the ball 56 times for 203 yards. They were averaging 3.6 yards per carry. They weren't running the football. That's what this offense is built off of, physicality and running the football, letting the run game set up your pass game. Well, yesterday, I thought McCaffrey was special in that department.
Almost
He's not going to get the headlines.
Carry.
Yeah, 5.9 yards a carry, 16, basically rounded up. 16 carries, 95 yards rushing. Overall, as a team, the 49ers, 30 carries, 144 yards, 4.8 yards a pop. Conversely,
I'll take that.
Conversely, they've given up 4.4 yards a carry the last 3 games. They gave up 122 per game. Well, yesterday, they dominate both sides of the line of scrimmage. Jacksonville only ran for 59 yards on 17 carries, 3.5 yards a pop. And you know what, Jacksonville? They quit on the run because they realized early on it ain't our day running the ball or pushing these big boys up front. So you controlled both sides of the line of scrimmage. It opened up Brock Purdy. The pass game opened up Christian McCaffrey. So a complete team win yesterday. That's why I'm feeling good. That was a complete team win.
And did you see who ran a route and caught a pass? Juwan Jennings on 3rd down. That was beautiful.
I thought you were going to say Ronnie Bell.
Well, it was great to see Ronnie Bell. I would have liked to have seen a little Jordan Mason earlier in that game. Seeing Mitchell get a carry was nice.
Well, he got 8 carries.
Was that what it ended up being?
8 carries, 23 yards.
Yeah, so no, I'm talking about when the game was still in the balance. It felt like he was getting carries. No, it was just a really good overall team win. To me, the headline, this defense is back.
Right.
And I thought that was important. You referenced them stuffing the run. Etienne is an excellent player. Jump cuts, getting to the outside, his ability to catch. He's an excellent player, and they just shut him down.
Yeah.
Shut him down.
They did. They really did. Shasky, can I ask you, and I'm not here to judge how anybody feels about it. I may feel one way about it. You may feel one way about it. The callers in the text line and everybody else may feel it. But how much of an impact do you think Steve Wilks had by coming down from the booth to the sideline? Because we made a lot about that. And Steve Wilks had to check us all last Thursday saying, look, man, I think too much is being made of this. I need to communicate with the players, instant communication and whatnot. I'm not sure. Because honestly, in training camp, we discussed this. And it was funny. I remember this at the Hilton Hotel. I said, Shasky, it's going to be a difference. Wilks likes to coach in the booth. How would that impact his team? Now, this is back in training camp. Ultimately, I personally don't think it impacted much. I think players just need to make plays. That's my mindset. Players just need to play better, and the players did play better. But you know what? Maybe it did have an impact. What do you think? Did it have a big-time impact yesterday? 888-957-9570.
Can we start here? Like, a process of elimination. Fans aren't the reason Steve Wilks is on the sideline.
Yep.
Fan pressure is not the reason why Steve Wilks is on the sideline. Players and whatever the staff decided. Would you agree?
Yep.
Okay. So if Shanahan and the players are demanding it, there was something to it. Was it the end-all, be-all? No. Did we make probably too much of it? Yes. But clearly, when you see Charvarius Ward and Steve Wilks talking and him with his arm around him in the 3rd quarter and they're going back and forth, there's a tangible thing there. There's clearly something there. I think more the secondary players than the defensive line. Javon Hargrave in the postgame was like, I never, ever talked to the DC during the game. I talked to my defensive line coach, whether I was in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, or with the Niners. He'll talk to Chris Kocurek. I never talked to the DC. But I think Hufanga said the exact opposite coming off the field. He goes, I like the instant feedback and being able to hear a little quib here and there on what I saw, what he saw very quickly. It's different when I got to grab the phone and call up because it's like, is it worth calling up there to talk to him about some little tiny nuance? So to me, clearly the players thought it mattered a little. And I thought that the results were the results. And is it the end-all, be-all? No. But it helped them 1% more, and I'll take it, man. I think it coincided with them getting right on a variety of fronts, and I think you got to keep rolling with it.
Well, did Shanahan make a decision on what because of the fan pressure, or did he make a decision on it?
No, he doesn't make decisions
because
on
of
fan
the
pressure.
media?
If that's
I try
the
to make
case,
decisions not based off of having to talk to you after the game. I try to make it on what I think's right for a team. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, but I'm not going to think about you until after the game, so then I can just deal with it.
they're not making decisions based off what Joe Shasky says or John _752 on Twitter or YouTube. Like, come on, Shanahan's too sophisticated for that. But Monte, forget all like the being on the sidelines. His scheme was better. I thought that his pre-snap, showing all these guys at the line against a young quarterback, not knowing if we were going to be in man, if we were going to be in zone, not knowing which guys were going to rush. I thought that was better. And then the other part was I thought Greenlaw looked way healthier.
Yeah, he did. He needed that bye week. He looked slow in Cincinnati, against Cincinnati. He looked slow. You think about Joe Mixon trucking him in the second quarter. He did not have that same swagger, that same thump to him against Cincinnati. Maybe you're just a tired football team. So, you know what? It's the whole sideline thing. Like, I didn't make a big deal, but I remember discussing this in training camp. And I said, look, there's going to be an adjustment here with Wilkes in the booth. That's something to monitor. Now, it was such a small thing that we just flew by it. And then it was just hilarious after a 3-game losing streak. All of a sudden, the sideline, we need him down on the sideline. I was like, well, the first 5 games, nobody was saying anything. So I'm kind of with Steve Wilkes, where he said last Thursday, it's a bit overblown. But you know what? Let me go down to the field to communicate with these guys. I'm still learning this defense, and I think it's a smart move. Now, it worked yesterday, but my big takeaway is the players just played better.
They did.
Bosa played like the guy we paid him to play like.
Yes, I agree.
That's my thing.
But in the last month, didn't it look like the combinations fit better? The coverage versus the pass rush and all that. Like, you could say health. Like, to me, they played a better brand of defense yesterday. Like, what area was really weak yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, they threw 5 screens in a row. Well, then they took that away, and then what did they have?
Right.
They had nothing.
Yep.
Jacksonville really had nothing.
Right. No, they had nothing. And I think it was partly due to Bosa looking fresh. Armstead playing better.
Was that the best Bosa game of the year?
Oh, hands down.
Yeah, okay.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Not even close. I mean, it was a more impactful game he had, but Chase Young coming in. I thought Javon Hargrave. Welcome back, Javon Hargrave.
Thank you.
Welcome back, because I thought he got off to a great start on the during the season. The first 3 games, he was flying. Pittsburgh. Who was it week 2? The L.A. Rams. He was in the backfield all day long. The New York Giants on Thursday Night Football, he was in the backfield all day long. He just kind of disappeared. Now he's back. So I'm happy with the way that front 4, and I just thought the players played better. They tackled better. That was the thing. Steve Wilkes can't tackle for you. And yesterday, they were a much better tackling team.
Yes, Hufanga had multiple plays that were just clean wrap-ups. The only missed tackles that stick out in my head were a couple of the cornerback missed tackles in one-on-ones against big, strong receivers like Christian Kirk. Yeah. Christian Kirk is a good player. You got to give credit to the other team. They get paid too. We act like they don't get paid. It just felt like their offensive line tried to go one-on-one across the board, and the Niners just beat them up.
Yeah, no, that Sideline Steve. That's what we're going to say.
Is that what we're calling him?
To call it on YouTube. Sideline Steve.
Sideline Steve Wilkes?
Sideline Steve Wilkes.
But no, he was like, I'm not trying to make it the end-all be-all, but he was like, they kept flashing to him, and he was in a better mood.
Right.
But obviously, they're up like 25 points, but also I could see him literally talking to Hufanga and Gibson and Ward and Lenore, and he was communicating back and forth. There is something there for that secondary, and he's a secondary guy.
No doubt. He is a secondary guy. Charvarius Ward played better. Look, this is a good win all around. Who's getting your game ball? 888-957-9570. Are the worries with Brock Purdy gone? Are your worries about Brock Purdy gone? Are your worries about the front 4 gone? Your worries about the defensive coordinator gone? Because I remember a couple years ago when the Niners lost 4 games in a row, and DeMeco Ryans, who's now a head coach in Houston, and they're winning games left and right. I mean, C.J. Stroud, that defense, wow. What's going on in Houston, Texas? I mean, whoa, they got something cooking out there. But Steve, when they lost 4 in a row back in 2021, there's a lot of chatter. I don't forget things. So, I had a memory like an elephant, Shasky. I don't forget sports tidbits. I don't forget stadium names. And I don't forget trash talk. And I don't forget chatter. I really don't. That's why I keep a chip on my shoulder. Keeps me going every day. Probably not the healthiest way to live, but you know what? We got to do what we got to do to get through a day. There was a lot of chat about DeMeco Ryans. Oh, man, first-time defensive coordinator. Oh, man, we really miss Robert Saleh. Oh, man, DeMeco's not getting done. He's getting overwhelmed. And by the end of that year, we're like, boy, DeMeco, don't leave. Don't take a head coaching job. We did it with Robert Saleh. There's a point in time where Robert Saleh's the weakest link. Oh, man, Robert Saleh this, Robert Saleh that.
Real quick on Saleh. He was the head of the worst run defense the Niners have ever had.
They also had no personnel.
I know. I'm just saying.
They had no personnel. You need talent.
I know, but they were historically bad in terms of sacks and giving up rush yards. So continue.
But they had no talent.
I agree.
You got to have talent.
But you got to have talent. It was warranted because they were historically bad.
But you can't have to. You got to have talent. You had no talent. You had no pass rushers, which is why they went out to go get D Ford and why they drafted Nick Bosa. But we did the same thing with Saleh, and we did the same thing with DeMeco Ryans. And it's like we're back in the future again. We're just going back in the time warp. And, oh, man, the defensive coordinator. Again, I look at these last 3 games during the losing streak, and I said, okay, Steve Wilkes wasn't perfect. The blitz heard around the world against Minnesota before halftime was an all-time back call. It's one of the worst defensive play calls I've ever seen in my life. I've been watching football since I was 5 years old. I'm 41 now. You do the math. But Cleveland, hell, they were on the field all day long because the offense had 8 straight 3-and-outs. Against Minnesota, they held the Vikings to 6 points in the second half and gave their offense a shot to win. Not once, but twice. And against Cincinnati, it was a 17-10 game early in the fourth quarter. Now, I get that it didn't look like 49er football. But my point is, Shasky, we do this every year with our defensive coordinators. Oh, man, we should go. And for now, thank the heavens they won and held Jacksonville to 3 because I don't have to hear about that crap ever again about firing a defensive coordinator midway through the year.
All right, that's the Morning Roast. Bonte and Shasky earlier today reacting to the 49ers' dominant 34-3 win on the road against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jacksonville entering yesterday 5 consecutive wins. They were coming off of the bye. The Niners 3 consecutive losses. They too were coming off of the bye, and it was a dominant performance by San Francisco. Again, 34-3. The defense forced 4 turnovers, sacked Trevor Lawrence 5 times. Nick Bosa was all over the place. New acquisition Chase Young made an early impact. He was impactful throughout the game as well. Javon Hargrave, as you just heard the guys talking about, he got in on the action. A very, very, very encouraging day for the San Francisco 49ers. All right, time for a break here on Best of the Game. When we return, we'll hear from the other 2 shows, Steiny and Goo, along with Willard and Dibbs. That's coming up on the other side. We're sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. More Best of next on 95.7 The Game.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and regularly servicing vehicles. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com. That's cleanwaterca.com. From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. Yep, you heard that right. 1,000 back. Something extra for your company. From the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/5/2023. New customers with 750 megabits per second or above and 2-year agreement must keep required new services for 30 days to receive prepaid card. Other restrictions apply.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online orders, ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Chris from the Tri-County area. These guys are awesome. Aaron and Jonathan were able to get my old remotes working in no time. They really know what they're doing. They program my remotes and service my gate efficiently. Thanks again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Oh, I think we're lost again.
Wait, what does that sign over there say?
Caution wildlife crossing?
No, next to it.
If you're 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. Ouch. I didn't know that. Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
In San Mateo, mostly sunny skies, 65 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Don't go it alone in your job search. With nearly 20,000 job openings, Express Employment Professionals can help you take the next step in your career. Visit expresspros.com today.
Second down and short here. Purdy has one-on-one. George Kittle, goodbye! Heave ho and a touchdown!
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Best of the Game continues here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. You just heard from Joe Davis on Fox there. That highlight, the 66-yard touchdown catch and run by George Kittle. That made it 20-3 49ers. Just a couple of plays into the second half, and they never looked back. Ultimately, they win final score of 34-3, a dominating win for the San Francisco 49ers as they snap their 3-game losing streak. All right, best of the game continues. We already heard from Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast. And as promised, let's hear from the other two shows, Steiny and Guru and Willard and Dibs. This is a portion of the crossover from earlier today when all four of the guys in studio at once, and they're reacting to this very dominant San Francisco 49ers win. Again, final score 34-3 for the 49ers over a team in the Jacksonville Jaguars who were red-hot winners of 5 consecutive games. That conversation earlier today will wrap up best of the game. Here is Steiny and Guru along with Willard and Dibs. It's the crossover from earlier today right here on 95.7 The Game.
How about Wilkes? Yeah, 3 points.
They look great. The defense was absolutely
5 sacks, 4 takeaways,
fantastic.
10 quarterback hits.
Yeah. I don't know. And again, from a personnel standpoint, it didn't make sense that they don't look like that all the time. And I don't know, time will tell if that's just Chase Young, rest. I don't know, but that's more like it.
Man.
That's what that group should look like. And if they look like that, all is forgiven.
Dibs, they started the game with the 5 D linemen like if Minnesota and Cleveland did to them. They came out like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You hate to see it.
Other one.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Other one. There it is.
How about we give credit to Steve Wilkes for
no,
a minute?
how can you not?
We bury him all week, all bye week.
Yeah.
And how about Steve Wilkes made the adjustment? And how about he figured out how to unlock this defensive line?
Yeah.
Let's start there.
Bo sent your boy in the A-gap, so he was moving him around.
Yeah, Bosa moved inside. They went 5 D linemen. They mixed it up. The first possession on defense, they went 5 D line. They went 3 linebackers base. They went 2 linebackers in the nickel. They
Ambry
mixed it up.
Thomas,
Yeah.
switched him and Lenoir.
And you could see Trevor Lawrence was confused. They had 10 on the line in one play.
Trevor. I mean, like,
go ahead,
I'm not going to come after Trevor Lawrence. That, again.
Well, dude blocked somebody.
Well,
his O-line blocked no one.
Right. But, some of the decisions, even the Hufanga pick where he hucked a 90-mile-an-hour fastball at his running back who was 4 feet away from him. Richard Sherman came after Trevor Lawrence pretty hard on Twitter last night. Yeah, he said he's just like this generational talent. It hasn't measured up. They're winning because their defense creates turnovers. It was an interesting take. I really like Trevor Lawrence, but he never had a shot yesterday.
Okay, real quick before you go, Steiny, him and I talked about why Vegas was not buying into Jacksonville to the point of where they were favored. They were not favored in this game, even though the Niners were on a skid, but nobody knew Jacksonville. I never had them in the Niners category from the gate, and that's why the Niners were minus 3.5.
Yeah,
a lot of people
it was the most bet favorite of the entire weekend in the NFL.
Guru now 2-2.
Yeah, I didn't think you
did. 2-2 with your locks. Let's keep it honest.
The whatchamacallit, the Sharps.
Yeah, the
Sharps felt like they knew.
Okay,
and they were right this particular time. They're not always right, whatever. But yeah, this like Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville's a very, very good football team. They're somewhere in that, like, I don't even call them 1A. Like, they're in the next group.
Yeah, because they made the playoffs.
They're not. Yeah. Well, no, they're going to win that division. I still think. Now, Houston's interesting, but
they are.
But when we talk about the Philly and the Niners and the KCs, Jacksonville's not that. They're in the next group. It's a hell of a win, 31-point win in their house off of a bye for them too. Man, that was really good stuff.
I have a question, and maybe it's all because of where the money comes in, but why were the Niners favored by 3.5? Okay, so Jacksonville's won 5 in a row. Maybe the Sharps realize that Jacksonville winning 5 and the 49ers losing 3 favors the Niners, because they'll have more sense of urgency. What I'm getting at is, well, what if the Niners were 4-4? Let's say they started 4-0. and were 4-4, you think the line would still have been 3.5?
Yes.
What about if they'd won 3 in a row? No, seriously, like,
well, I don't.
Doesn't
I'm
that? I'm asking somebody to explain it.
No,
to
but
me.
it's more circumstantial than what you're saying. Like as if, well, the records are this, and this is the streak they're on. It's circumstantial. They're bringing into account, well, like they're always ahead. Vegas is always ahead on injury news. So maybe Vegas is setting that number going, Debo and Trent are back. Both teams are rested. Who does that help more? And then somewhere along the line, it whittles down to what the Sharps think is just the better team. And I don't think anybody, even with the circumstances going into yesterday's game, would have thought Jacksonville's the better team. We would have thought if everyone plays their best, Niners win, right? Wouldn't we have all thought that, even with the circumstances?
No doubt.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it comes from.
I'm just curious. Like, what would have had to happen leading up to that game? I guess was there going to be any circumstances where Jacksonville was what if Jacksonville was undefeated coming into that game?
Well, then they'd be a different team than they are.
But they were 6-2.
Yeah, they're good.
I
they're
guess
good.
what's the delineation there?
The origin is before the season to start.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay. If it's before the season,
to me that means that's
fine.
A lot of what it ain't. All they won. They're cute. They won 4 in a row. It's like, who are they really?
Okay. How about this? If the Niners next week they're playing Tampa Bay,
Yeah.
I don't know what's the line right
10.5.
Oh my God, it's 10.5.
What if the Niners would have lost yesterday? Would that still be a 10.5 point spread?
No,
Probably be 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Well, you look at Jacksonville and you look at the home field advantage that we always say is 3 points. Well, it's not 3 points when half the crowd is Niner fans. So
is that part of it?
I think so. Yeah. And you look at Jacksonville's 6 wins and you look at 2 wins in England, one of which was completely hokey in that they got to stay. And was it Buffalo, Mark, who came in the second half?
Yeah.
So they had a 2-game homestand in Europe, and they had a humongous advantage, and they beat Buffalo. So their 6-2 is a little inflated based on their European stay, and the Niners off a bye, probably better than Jacksonville off a bye. And so you look at all that, and that kind of mitigates the 10 a.m. factor, which is what Mark said last week, where normally a 10 a.m. game is tough because your whole week lead up is going to be a little bit more difficult, but off a bye, you're coming off the couch.
Or off the offseason, which was their other 10 a.m. game this year, and they looked fantastic in that one as well. So, yeah, I just the word that keeps popping in my mind when you ask these questions, Steiny, is circumstance. And it's what I think Vegas does better, and it's why Vegas builds houses and
casinos
and we pay for them.
That's what you mean.
It's why they do that, is because they understand the intricate circumstances. They've got people inside the buildings who are telling them, hey, here's what the outside world doesn't know about our situation right now. And maybe it's just Trent and Debo, or maybe there is some sort of a fatigue factor. Maybe there was an adjustment they made during the bye, what have you. I think Vegas knows these things, and that's why sometimes when you see these spreads and you're like, why the hell is that the spread? And then the game plays out and you go, oh, that's why the spread was what it was. These things that look like they should be easy, and they're not. Like, why did Joe Burrow look like that yesterday? I don't know. Cincinnati had gone through.
But D'Amico Ryan's got his unit playing.
Yeah, although it's not like the Bengals didn't score a bunch of points. They scored a bunch of points.
One guy dropped a touchdown to give him the win the game.
He did, and that would have won the game. Yeah, that would have won the game.
But
Tyler
they do
Boyd.
drop them,
Dibs. Yep, it happens. But, Baltimore. Look at Baltimore yesterday. They had a week of, hey, maybe they're the best team in the NFL.
And the guy doing the Niner game goes, that's the best team in the NFL. I wanted to say, no,
second he said it, here come the Browns.
Big win for Deshaun Watson.
So, there's really maybe only one team in the NFL this year who hasn't shown some sort of at least like a 2-week period of warts. And it's the Eagles. And we're about to find out on the Eagles because they go Chiefs, Bills, Niners, Cowboys.
And that's Monday night.
That's right. That's right. That's their next 4 weeks. And if they can do that, even 3-1, I'll bow down and say you're the clear regular season best team in football.
The 49ers are the fourth team of that group?
Third.
Gotcha.
They start at Arrowhead next Monday night, a week from tonight.
Go through them again.
Chiefs at Arrowhead, home to Buffalo, home to the 49ers, at Dallas. And if you want a cherry on top, they're at Seattle the following week.
Man.
Well, it's a hell of a run. It's a hell of a gauntlet. But they have already been in a bit of a mini gauntlet. Miami, Washington, Dallas, and they're 3-0 in that run since their loss to the Jets. So, they've got the crown right now, and that's fine. But I like, if I'm the Niners, I'm not giving up on the 1 seed at all. Philly loses next week at Kansas City, boom, it's right back in the Niners' hands.
Exactly.
And acknowledge that Detroit is there too.
Sure. Niners are more fixated on winning the West right now than they are the number 1 seed.
For sure.
Big win for Seattle.
Yeah.
I was thinking this is going to be a perfect weekend for the Niners.
And then you got Seattle twice in the next, 4 games?
4 games,
Yeah. You got Tampa, Philly, Seattle twice. So you're not really worried about the 1 seed. You're worried about trying to beat Tampa, and you should beat Tampa at home. But this whole thing, as we have to rediscover every year, the NFL's about matchups. Because you watched Dallas yesterday, and I know you did.
Yeah.
Dallas looks like the best team in the history of the NFL. And then you realize, oh my God, they played the Giants.
No doubt.
And then you remember Dallas against the Niners, and it was completely reverse, flip mode squad. You got me all in check. Woo-ha, woo-ha.
I'll give you 2.
Thank you. I'll take it. It's Monday. And it was a completely different game. The Niners were Dallas, and Dallas was the Giants. So
not just the Giants, though. The Giants with a quarterback who's still living with mom. That's,
DeVito's son.
What was the spread in that game? 17?
17.5. I took it.
Good play. Good play.
You didn't go reverse devil tongue?
Nah, that was one of them. I'm gonna issue, Willard, you don't like this, but it's to a player. I'm issuing an apology. And the apology goes to Deebo Samuel. And the reason it's Deebo Samuel is I got caught up in this Niner offense and the fact that McCaffrey was still MVP candidate, to where these words came out of my mouth. Partner, I said, you know what? Thinking about the future, Deebo might be expendable. But I believe a quarterback's best friend and what a coach wants on his chessboard is what Deebo provides. And the first umpteen plays, Deebo's in motion. That means the backside of the defense has to account for that.
It's Aretha.
And Purdy, I would give 3. Purdy didn't have that for 3 weeks, man. That is a weapon in itself.
No doubt.
So Deebo just being the silhouette of Deebo means something. And McCaffrey had more room. Not that he ran for 300, but you could just tell they missed just the thought or threat of 19.
I'll take you before the plays even get called. I mean, I hadn't thought of this very much, and I don't want to be all, this isn't supposed to be like rah-rah, but Deebo and Trent are the two who lead this team onto the field. And that boombox situation is worth something. It's not worth a touchdown, but I just think that those guys mean something to this offense. It doesn't mean that if they're not there, you just give them a pass and it's like, okay, we can't even function. No, it doesn't get to work that way. But I hadn't thought of the fact, I was thinking about it from X's and O's, and I hadn't thought about it in terms of just what's in between.
Jimmy's and Joe's.
Yeah, in between the rib cage. You know what I mean? Like that. Those are the guys that lead you out onto the field. And I thought coming off of a bye and Chase Young getting
was in front
injected into that situation. He said he had never experienced anything like that in his career. And so I just think energetically, for whatever that's worth, the Niners came out absolutely on point. And they needed to. Very, very pivotal weekend for them.
Any issue, you guys, with McCaffrey coming back into the game with 6 minutes to go?
What did you think, Dibbs?
No. I mean, no problem as long as you don't get hurt. I mean, if you get hurt, then I have a problem with you.
But I thought the same thing.
What was the point?
To break the record.
Right.
It meant something to him and the team.
Sure.
Here's
and yet they go to Juszczyk. I mean, the Juszczyk touchdown already happened. So we're going to get McCaffrey the ball because we want to break some record. It's not like we're trying to break DiMaggio's record. This is a record that's not,
but to them, it was that, though. Obviously.
Then get him a touchdown earlier.
Evan said Kittle should have went down at the 1 yard.
I mean, play the game.
No thanks.
Play the game. Yeah. Can you imagine? Like that was right out of the gate in the second half. That game was not in hand as of yet. So here's what sort of got me about it, though, because I noticed it, And I forgot. It was the record. Because at first I'm like, what the hell is he doing in the game? And then it was like broadcast takes over. It's like, oh, they're trying to get him to I go, right, the record. So then you go through the emotion of, okay, like you said, Dibs, what if he gets hurt? Then you're really opening yourself up for criticism.
Right.
But if it mattered to him, he really wanted to go out there. Okay, so there's that conversation. But what about, here's what actually bugged me about it. What bugged me about it is you're taking injury risk, and in a way, to me, the record really only means everything it could mean if it happens within the framework of playing the actual game.
All right.
So in other words, Strahan's sack record.
I brought that up.
Favre, if you fall over
I
on
brought
purpose,
it up, Stoney. Tell him you heard it.
It's not that it doesn't count, and this would have counted too, but it wouldn't have counted.
Some people remember.
Yeah, it wouldn't have counted the same way.
Cal Ripken Jr., the only reason why that record exists is because they flooded their own field.
I know.
So if you want to talk about like records are records.
But you just brought it up. So things like
right.
I'm not saying it wouldn't count.
I'm going to say that this record is not really. I mean, it's a record, sure, but we can pull anything out of the ether and say, oh, most field goals from 40 to 42 yards consecutively made.
But
in
what
history,
about it's bigger than that, Dibs? What about the relationship? Don't you think McCaffrey respects Kyle for putting him out there trying to do a solid for him?
Sure.
That's what, like I was trying to tell Stein.
Would he turn against Shanahan if he didn't put him back out there? Would he be like, all right, Kyle, you're dead to me? He had his chances. He got the ball. Now, he didn't get the ball as much as he normally does, but it's football, and you had other things working. So, I don't know. To me, if you're talking about a real record,
like Stein,
you're going to break the rushing record, or you're going to break the catches record, or you're going to break like a real record, like most touchdowns in a year.
It's been around forever.
You'll remember this. You'll remember this. Was it Shamiqua Holtzclaw? Who was the person in women's basketball, collegiate?
University of Tennessee.
She was going to be the all-time scorer, and then she
ACL.
Yeah. ACL. So what'd they do? The next game out, they all left the court.
They limped her out there.
And let her put a bucket in. Now, do you get the record? You get the record. I'm not here to be captain.
Did she get the record?
Yeah, I'm not here to be captain cynical about this, but record,
I like this. I like this, Mark Willard.
Feels better if it's within the framework of what we're here doing. Not some okay, let's all go out there to get the record. Wait a minute.
kind of dirty.
I'm going to Google who it was. I'm hoping it was
Shamiqua.
I thought it might have been Diana Taurasi, but I'm going to Google
one
it.
of them.
I'm going to pull it.
And is that the record all-time scoring in,
I think
in
so.
women's
in
basketball?
A career, yeah.
In
a
collegiate.
Career. Yeah, and I'm with you in terms of that. But for me, this McCaffrey record, sure, it's a record. And if he wanted to break the record, then go ahead and go back out there. But everything is risk-reward. Steiny's a golfer. If you hit a tee shot and you have to hit your second shot over water on a par 5 to try to reach the green, and you're not sure if you can do it, and like the 14th hole at Metro with the big chasm, I can't hit my drive far enough anymore to really comfortably get over. So sometimes you got to lay up, and sometimes you have to take a player off the field and say, you know what, we're up by 5 touchdowns. You don't get a chance to get the record, son.
Nikisha Sales.
Oh, there you go.
Nikisha Sales.
Connecticut.
Yep.
Also UConn.
Yep.
I had the right school, wrong player.
And wrong injury. Achilles, not ACL.
That's same thing.
Whatever, right? Same two.
Yeah.
Uncontested basket during a game at Villanova on Tuesday night so she could break her college's, I guess it was just UConn's.
Gotcha.
UConn's scoring.
And if you watch the replay, she actually travels on the play. I'm just kidding.
Look at my guy.
I'm trying to,
How amazing would that have been if they had called it? Wave it off. We're going the other way.
Oh, my God. That's so funny.
So Nikisha Sales. That's what I'm thinking of.
And not even a NCAA record, just a school record.
Just a UConn record.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean.
Yep.
All right, that was the crossover earlier today with Steiny and Guru and Willard and Dibs. I had to cut off just a portion of it there towards the end. The guys did get in a few minutes of Warriors talk. The Warriors, of course, have now lost 3 consecutive games. They lose over the weekend on Saturday and yesterday on Sunday. And they have an in-season tournament game coming up tomorrow against the Timberwolves, the team that they just lost to last night at home inside of Chase Center. So if you were looking to get a Warriors fix, I suggest getting the free Odyssey app, searching 95.7 The Game, and you can fast forward towards the end of the crossover if you want. The guys did break down some of the Warriors' struggles. You can also visit youtube.com/957 The Game for that conversation as well. The crossover in its entirety is up there for you. But today, of course, a Victory Monday, a Monster Monday, mostly a football day here on 95.7 The Game. But I can imagine tomorrow, as we get ready for the Warriors' second in-season tournament game, tomorrow probably going to be a lot of Warriors talk again, as the Warriors have lost 3 consecutive games. So we have that to look forward to tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game, but that will put a bow on this Victory Monday, this, again, Monster Monday here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you so much for tuning in all day long. My name is Mark Randy, signing off as that wraps up Best of the Game. Thanks so much, and have a great rest of your Monday.
Switch to Verizon and you'll save.
Get in the holiday spirit, San Francisco. Verizon has an extra gift for your family this season.
You can save a lot.
Get $800 in Verizon gift cards when you switch your family of 4 and get 4 new phones on us with Select Trade-In and Unlimited Ultimate.
Great deals from Verizon. Great deals from Verizon.
There's never been a better time to switch, but this offer won't last forever, so hurry in.